Early morning. It was not yet dawn. In Qingyun Sect. This is a sect that is not up to date. It doesn't even have a grade, and it belongs to the kind of sect that may disappear at any time. And today, in the main hall, the only 7 disciples of Qingyun Sect seemed very nervous and excited at this moment. Because the head of the sect had already sent a letter 3 days ago, telling them that the Qingyun Sect was about to welcome the 8th disciple. That's right, it's time to welcome a junior brother. Perhaps for other sects, adding new disciples is a very common thing. But for Qingyun Sect, adding a new disciple is simply difficult to reach the sky. The sect is like the power among ordinary people. The first idea of most monks to join the sect is to find a good sect as their backer. Not to mention the various resource bonuses. Even if there are no resources, the stronger the sect, the higher the security. The disciples of the small sect can only grit their teeth when they go out and are bullied. The disciples of the major sect went out and were bullied and supported by others. It is precisely because of this that many new cultivators will choose to go to a stronger sect. And those sects never look down on new cultivators, but on the contrary, they will take extra care of them. No one is a fool, and no sect will be so arrogant that it does not require new disciples to join. It is precisely because of this that the stronger the sect, the weaker the weaker the weaker. A new disciple may not come to sects like Qingyun Sect for several years. Now that I heard that another new disciple has come, how can the whole sect not be excited? How to be unhappy? Qingyun Sect, in the main hall. 7 figures sat in the main hall. 5 men and 2 women, left and right. At this moment, the 7 people's expressions seemed a little nervous and excited. However, at this moment, the first man on the left spoke first, breaking the tranquility in the hall. My junior brothers and sisters, this time my master is away. He has recruited a new disciple for our Qingyun Sect. This is a great joy. However, considering the factors that happened several times before, the master has repeatedly reminded him in his letter that we should not be too enthusiastic, and that we should not let this junior brother think we are waste, nor do we think that our sect lacks people. So we must be calm and also act like a master, keep it as steady as possible. As long as this junior brother stays in our sect for a year, we can submit the review files of the 3rd grade sect. The man sitting on the left spoke like this. The man is not old, looking at his 27 or 28 years old, with sword-browed eyebrows and starry eyes. Although he is wearing a plain robe, just from his face, he gives people an indescribable feeling, as if he is a peerless swordsman. This is Su Changyu, senior brother Qingyun Daozong. His voice fell. The disciples nodded one after another. I understand. The voices rang out in one go, and the answers were very serious. After saying this, everyone fell into silence again. But after a while, another voice of someone sounded, breaking the tranquility. Senior brother, I can do it calmly, but how do you cheat if you say you cheat? With our level of cultivation, I'm afraid it will be easily exposed. The man who was talking was about 24 or 25 years old, with a pretty face, and was asking with a frown at this moment. This is Su Luochen, the 2nd senior brother of the sect. Su Luochen seemed a little distressed. Let him calm down and he can do it. At worst, he won't talk, but he really can't let him lie. As soon as these words were said, the other junior brothers also showed sadness. They are still young. Although they have been involved in the world, their personalities are still relatively simple. They can do things that can be deceived, and it will be embarrassing to say that they are cheating. The disciples were silent. After a moment, the eldest senior brother Su Changyu spoke slowly. Actually, you guys may have thought it wrong. The so-called cheating is not a real cheating, but a master's attitude. Master explained in his letter that our new junior brother is a pure novice and does not understand cultivation at all. We just need to exaggerate a little bit in the areas we are good at. For example, senior brother, I am good at swordsmanship, so that he can understand the swordsmanship that he cannot understand at all. Brother Luochen, if you are good at alchemy, you can teach him some alchemy techniques that are impossible to achieve. Although it will be discovered sooner or later, there should be no problem with delaying for a year. After a year, our Qingyun Dao sect is already qualified to submit the file. Once our Dao sect advances to the 3rd grade, a good day will come. Senior brother Su Qingyu said this, and when he mentioned that when he advanced to the 3rd grade, the smile on his face could not be concealed. Senior brother, after you say this, we will understand. Anyway, I will be cheating for a year. If he finds it a year later and is difficult to accept, let him leave on his own. If he is willing to accept it, then our Qingyun Dao sect will be lucky and he will be able to enjoy his life even if he advances to the 3rd grade. We will not owe him anyway. Su Luochen said this, his expression seemed a little confident. This is self-comfort, after all, it is a lie. But I can't do it, who made Qingyun Dao sect so poor? I can only do this for the sake of the sect's livelihood. Don't worry, seniors, maybe this junior brother is a rare genius? We can teach him anything. If that's the case, we won't owe this statement? The youngest junior sister spoke. She comforted everyone, so that everyone would feel guilty. But these words made everyone smile. Still a genius? To be honest, what kind of genius would a disciple who could join the Qingyun Dao sect be? It's really a genius who will be the turn of Qingyun Dao sect. Not only does it mean the entire world of fairy tale, just talking about Qingzhou, there are many large sections. These sects not only hold an Immortal Ascension conference every year to select disciples, but also send many sect disciples to find people with a connection with immortality. In other words, if you want good things, you can also get a bad one. If you recruit a sect to try it, you don't spend any money and don't have to give me much resources. If you are free to make me happy, what's the loss? Therefore, the probability that the small sect wants to recruit geniuses is almost zero. What if a phoenix appears in the chicken coop? When other immortal sects learned the news, they would immediately win over them, first use resources to smash them, then use power to suppress them, and even send some beautiful female disciples from the sect to tempt them. To be honest, who can withstand this? Therefore, the possibility of Qingyun Dao sect recruiting a genius is zero. Unless a miracle happens. Okay, if nothing unexpected happens, our junior brother will come tomorrow at noon. Senior brother will give you a last piece of advice. Stay calm. Be sure to calm. Be calm. You must always show an indifferent look. The more you do this, the more he believes, and no matter what action he does, he must be belittled. Even if he really has some talent, he will be useless. And I don't take the initiative to look for this junior brother. I want this junior brother to come to us on the initiative, so what we should do in the next time, do you know? Su Changyu emphasized again. I understand. Everyone nodded without any objection. In this way, the 7 people gradually left the hall. End of this chapter. Qingyun Mountains. The mountains are steep, strange rocks, and clouds are everywhere, which makes it feel like a fairyland. And near the foot of the mountain, 2 figures broke the tranquility of the mountain. The figures are one after another. The former is in his early 40s and is wearing a blue Taoist robe. His steps are light and he walks in the mountains without any dust. The latter is in his early 20s and looks pretty. He is wearing a white plain clothes and walking in the mountains. He feels like a scholar goes outing. The only disadvantage is that the cloth shoes on his feet are covered with soil, which makes him look a little out of place. Perhaps it was because it rained a few days ago, the soil in the mountains was a little wet, and it felt a little slippery when stepped on it. Yi Ping walked among the mountains. Scenes appeared in my mind. Yi Ping felt that he was in trouble. 3 years ago, he was an ordinary office worker on Earth, and he was living a life of 996 blessing system and waiting to die. But unexpectedly, an accident brought him into this world similar to that of ancient times. But this world does not belong to any era of the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. Instead, he called himself the Immortal Martial Era. I am in a small country called Jin. Originally, no matter whether it was the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties, relying on their own time travelers, they would not have lived too miserably. When they think of the feudal society, they could still have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and they seem to be less uncomfortable in an instant. As the saying goes, everything is inferior, but reading is high. No matter in any era, reading is definitely the most direct way to make a name for itself. In order to live a good life, Yi Ping plunged into the reading army. Perhaps other time travelers might not want to study, but Yi Ping is different. He likes studying very much because Qingyun State has rules that any student can enjoy 10 years of compulsory education. In other words, it makes me happy for free. How could Yi Ping not be happy if he could study and take the exam without spending money? Therefore, in the past 3 years, Yi Ping has carefully read the books of sages for 3 years, memorizing the 7 books and 9 scriptures, and the famous sayings of sages are in mind. With the help of his identity as a liberal arts student, he can also read the quatrains on earth from time to time. What kind of world is like flowing water? It is considered a dream of life. Why not take Wu Go and collect 50 states of Guanshan, fight 3,000 miles in one body, and once served as 1,000,000 divisions with one sword? Of course, these quatrains have been processed. After all, there is no barrier in this world, so it must be processed in order to meet the situation. You can say nothing, relying on these human quatrains. Yi Ping and Qingyun State are still a bit famous. But just when Yi Ping was confidently planning to go to the imperial examination, an accident happened. When he was going to Beijing to take the exam, he saw someone stepping on the fairy sword and passing by the sky, free and elegant. For a moment, Yi Ping suddenly realized. It turns out that this is the world of immortal cultivation. After learning the news, Yi Ping felt extremely uncomfortable in an instant. I studied hard for 3 years. Do you know how these 3 years have passed? I thought this was a world of scholars, everyone had practice and everyone had books to read. But I didn't expect that this world is actually a world of cultivation. Studying in the world of cultivating immortals? Isn't this a brain problem? Although Yi Ping has no ambitions, he also knows the difference between the immortal cultivation system and the reading system. Even if you are a king or a prince, you are just a weed in the eyes of immortals, right? Even if you are the king of a country, you should be respectful to those who practice immortals, right? So when he learned that this was a world of cultivating immortals, Yi Ping fled to the immortals and pursued the illusory path of immortals. I thought this process would be long. But what I didn't expect was that cultivators were not scarce animals in this world, but were as numerous as cows. Within a month, Yi Ping participated in 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension conferences. In this world of immortal cultivation, there are many sects, and these sects are very diligent. They hold fairy meetings every year to recruit disciples. Anyone with a little spiritual root can worship them. Yi Ping, who participated in nearly 50 ascension meetings, was blacklisted by major sects in Qingzhou and found out that he had no spiritual roots. It's not a rare physique, but the worst physique. This physique is generally called waste. However, after learning that he was the most useless physique, Yi Ping was not sad at all, but was very happy. Isn't this the beginning of the classic novel? The worse the start, the higher the future achievements? So Yi Ping was not discouraged at all. Instead, he continued to participate in the major Immortal Ascension Conference. He believed that as long as he entered the Immortal Sect and gave himself a chance, he could soar into the sky. However, in the eyes of major sects, the spiritless roots are pure waste, and no sect is willing to ask for a spiritless roots cultivator. It was also with Yi Ping's unremitting efforts. Finally, he met his nobleman. That is the middle-aged man in front of him. Taoist Tai Hua. The 18th generation leader of Qingyun Sect. I saw myself at a glance in the crowd and was willing to accept myself as my disciple and teach the immortal methods. The only requirement is that the internship is required, and no silver salary will be given during the internship period. To put it bluntly, it's just a waste of money. This requirement is nothing to Yi Ping. After all, he doesn't care much about such external things. The focus is on cultivating immortals. As long as you can cultivate immortality, will you still be afraid of getting money from the future? Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel nervous. In the mountain stream, clouds and mist are like a fairyland. The breeze blows, which cleanses the mind and makes Yi Ping feel nervous and expectant, and the most important thing is a bit awe. Things like immortals seem very magnificent in Yi Ping's heart. Just imagine if you have the Tao of cultivating immortals, flying with your sword, traveling through the sky, traveling through the 9 states, and your white clothes are floating. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Let me say that the immortal touches my head, and I will be able to live forever. One word. Absolute. And just when Yi Ping was thinking about it, Taoist Tai Hua, the 18th generation leader of Qingyun Sect, was also smiling in his heart at this moment. This time he went down the mountain to deal with some trivial matters. But unexpectedly, he actually took a disciple back. The most amazing thing is that this disciple is willing to not have a salary. This is really a double happiness. These days, the competitive pressure of sects in Qingzhou is too great, and they are robbing disciples everywhere and raising prices. Any disciples with some talent were stolen by the sect, and most of the disciples who had no talent but at least seemed to have some qualifications were also stolen, so the remaining disciples were all stolen. Just split the dates, because the prices of major sects have raised, the salary has increased year by year. Of course, this is also because many people know that going to the Immortal Sect without spiritual roots is actually just doing chores. If you really want to learn something, it is better to find a martial arts school to strengthen your body. At least there is still some way out in the future. Cultivating immortals does not mean that you can become stronger by practicing. If you can become an immortal by using this technique, then everyone will be the best. It is precisely because of this that some of the lowest sects may not receive a single disciple a year, let alone a disciple who does not have money. So Taoist Tai Hua is in a very beautiful mood. However, the only thing that made Taoist Tai Hua a little worried was whether the disciples of his sect could perform the image of a master. Don't let this new disciple just arrived and ran away not long after. It's a little trouble. However, Taoist Tai Hua has no guilt because Yi Ping wants to cultivate immortality, and no one wants it. He accepts Yi Ping, it's okay. Although the sect is indeed poor, the problem is that even a good sect doesn't want Yi Ping. I have to say that I feel a little guilty, but I don't pay my salary, but Taoist Tai Hua will also keep accounts. When the sect develops, it will not be too late to compensate. Just as Taoist Tai Hua slowly thought about it. The figures of the two also came to the gate of Qingyun Daozong Mountain. End of this chapter. At the gate of Qingyun Daozong Mountain, several dilapidated temples stood up, and a lot of paint on the walls of the temples fell. Outside the main hall, there is an incense burning, and a lonely incense is burning, filled with poverty at all times. Today, Su Changyu got up early. As the senior brother of Qingyun Sect, it is naturally his turn to welcome the head. Of course, welcoming the return of the leader is a trivial matter, and the focus is on how to fool me, the new junior brother, at the beginning. He has arranged other junior brothers and sisters to let them do their own things. It is best not to have too much contact with the junior brother in the early stage. Keep the mystery first. Of course, the most important thing is the first impression. Su Changyu knew very well how important the first impression was. It is precisely because of this that Su Changyu even put on his own battle robe. Qingzhou Jinsho Taoist robe was shortlisted for the top 500 sword tests. When wearing Taoist robe, his temperament has also been greatly improved, especially with a 3-foot green streak, which makes him look like a peerless sword immortal. Looking at himself in the bronze mirror, Su Changyu felt a little moved. I am so handsome and very handsome, but why is I just a mediocre person? He couldn't help but sigh. After all, with his appearance, many people mistakenly thought he was a master. But it is impossible to keep the fire from being in the paper. It is easy to cheat once or twice, and if you can't show your true skills, you will be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Su Changyu doesn't like going down the mountain, and it's also quite happy to be a senior brother in Qingyun Daozong. It was at this moment Su Changyu lowered the bronze mirror. Calculate the time, it was already noon, and the head of the sect was probably coming back soon. Thinking of this, Su Changyu walked out of the door. When he arrived outside the mountain gate, Su Changyu stood quietly on a small hillside. His eyes became very calm, and his handsome face seemed unfathomable. The 3-foot Qingfeng sword was suspended in front of him, and his whole body stood with his hands behind his back. His posture had been set, just waiting for his younger brother whom he had never met before to take the bait. That's it, less than a stick of incense. Two figures slowly emerged in front of you. At this moment, Su Chanyu felt a little nervous, but soon he stabilized his emotions and showed his unique temperament to the fullest. The top of the Qingyun Daozong. Yi Ping was already a little panting when he was hiking up the mountain. Climbing a mountain is a physical job. For a mortal who has never practiced martial arts or practiced immortals, the winding mountain road is more tiring than moving bricks. If it weren't for the full will to cultivate immortality, Yi Ping would have given up long ago. A lot of sweat had already oozed out of Yi Ping's forehead, and he felt a little uncomfortable when walking in the mountains. On the other hand, Taoist Taihua still seemed extremely light and had no dust on his body, which fully demonstrated the style of the immortal family and made Yi Ping envious. It was just when Yi Ping was full of envy. Soon, a figure caught his gaze. Not far away, on a hillside. A man of 27 or 8 years old stood with his hands behind his back. The man looked handsome, wearing a jade crown and a long brocade robe. A 3-foot green sword floating in front of him, and his eyes were deep as if it contained stars. Sword immortal? This word involuntarily emerged in Yi Ping's mind. The figure not far away satisfies Yi Ping's fantasy of the sword immortal. He is handsome, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and a handsome man, like a supreme sword immortal. Especially those eyes, they ignore everything, as if the heaven, earth, and all things in this eyes are nothing more than that. Yi Ping stood there in a daze. To be honest, before joining this sect, Yi Ping felt that the Qingyun Dao sect should be a very bad sect, otherwise he would be admitted to a cultivator without spirit roots. But when Yi Ping saw this young man, suddenly, Yi Ping felt that he might have thought it was wrong. Perhaps this sect looks like an inequality sect on the surface, but in fact it is a hidden sect. In the sect, everyone is a big shot, and any one of them can take off. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel excited. At this moment, Yi Ping couldn't help but speak slowly. The sword immortals in the sky have 3 million. You must lower your eyebrows when you meet me. His words come from his heart, because only this sentence is worthy of the man in front of him. Only this sentence can describe the temperament of this peerless sword immortal. Yi Ping couldn't help but be excited. Su Chanyu was also stunned. He could hear Yi Ping's voice. This poem stunned him slightly. There are 3 million sword immortals in the sky, and you must lower your eyebrows when you meet me. This sentence is interesting. Very good, enough to pretend, this sentence will be mine from now on. Su Chanyu was happy. He didn't expect to come out to greet the head of the sect and even get such a pretentious poem for nothing. Okay, very good, this little junior brother is on the way. But soon, Su Chanyu took back the joy in his heart, and his face remained calm, but at this moment, he looked at Taoist Taihua and then bowed respectfully. I have met the leader and welcome the leader to return. The sound sounded, as warm as jade. Yeah. Taoist Taihua nodded. He just now had all this scene taken into consideration. He looked at Yi Ping's every move, including every change of expression, carefully, and naturally he knew that Yi Ping was frightened. However, although he was happy, Taoist Taihua tried his best to remain calm. After all, you have to act all the time. Is it so good? Chanyu, what are you doing here? Taoist Taihua spoke slowly and asked Su Chanyu. The latter held the sword and spoke immediately. Report to Master, my disciple is here to comprehend the sword of heaven and earth, and we will also welcome Master back. Su Chanyu spoke without being ashamed. He said that he was comprehending the sword of heaven and earth, which made Taoist Taihua slightly stunned. Although I sent me a letter to make them pretend to be peerless, there is no need to pretend like this, right? If you come out to greet, can you still be able to get to the sword of heaven and earth? However, after seeing Yi Ping's expression even more shocked, Taoist Taihua breathed a little relieved. As long as Yi Ping is willing to believe it, it's okay to exaggerate it at all. The point is to keep people, and no other means is concerned. Since that's the case, then you can understand the great way here. Yi Ping, this person is your senior brother, Su Chanyu, go and see him. Taoist Taihua spoke. Yi Ping woke up immediately, then walked a few steps forward, and then bowed to Su Chanyu. Junior brother Yi Ping, pay homage to senior brother. Yi Ping opened his mouth and bowed, looking extremely respectful. You are polite, junior brother. It is not only chosen by the master, but also proves that you have some talent. Senior brother has no talent. I will give you an opportunity and good fortune. You will have a good understanding. While speaking, Su Changyu waved his hand, and then a breeze blew. In an instant, Yi Ping felt relaxed and happy, as if his whole body had been sublimated. Taoist Taihua beside him was even more surprised. If you are poor, you can be poor. Even a breeze can be said to be a chance of luck. I really didn't expect that my eldest disciple would be so good at pretending. What a pity that I have such a good talent for pretending. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Ping didn't know what method this was. As a time traveler, this immortal magic seemed like a miracle in his eyes. Don't care about the chance or not. Anyway, this senior brother is definitely a master. End of this chapter. Yi Ping has confirmed it. I should have encountered that kind of hidden sect. They all look ordinary, but in fact they are all peerless masters. Such people are tired of the world and are already on the top of the world. There is really no fun, so they pretend to be ordinary people just want to find pleasure. But this is just a guess in my heart, and it still needs to be investigated slowly. But this senior brother is definitely a master. These are not masters. Who is master? Feeling Yi Ping's unconcealable excitement, Su Changyu also understood that he had successfully deceived him. Okay, Yi Ping, come with me and don't bother your senior brother in peace and cultivation. Taoist Taihua spoke out. Yi Ping nodded immediately, and then bowed respectfully to Su Changyu. Then he followed Taoist Taihua toward the mountain gate. After Yi Ping leaves, Su Changyu then breathed. The nervous mood calmed down. Then he murmured to himself. The sword immortals in the sky have 3 million. You must lower your eyebrows when you see me. Hee, it's enough to pretend. Su Changyu smiled, and the temperament of Taoist bone fairy wind disappeared instantly. Qingyun Sect. Yi Ping followed Taoist Taihua. The dilapidated mountain gate and the lonely incense in the incense burner all speak of the word sorrow. Taoist Taihua himself couldn't help but look embarrassed after seeing it. However, when Yi Ping saw the environment of Qingyun Sect, he not only did not dislike him at all, but instead showed joy. This made Taoist Taihua a little confused. In such a place, can you show joy? Have you never cultivated immortality? Taoist Taihua was a little confused. He was even ready to turn around and leave on the spot, but he didn't expect Yi Ping to show joy. How could he still be so simple and innocent young man in this day? This boy has a great future. Taoist Taihua said in his heart. The reason why Yi Ping showed joy is very simple. This is simply the style of the hidden sect. As a time traveler, Yi Ping didn't know how many online novels he read, and the description of the hidden sect was in 2 words. Abnormal. That's right, it's anomaly. Other sects are magnificent and wish they could carve the magnificent at the gate of the mountain, but the truly powerful hidden sect likes to be low-key. The lower the key, the better, the simpler the better, giving people the illusion that it is a sect of spicy chicken sect at first glance. But in fact, this is a test, the test of the hidden sect on the new disciples. Just like in mythological stories, those immortals like to use this routine to deceive mortals the most. Guanyin Bodhisattva broke his cassock and exchanged for the glory and wealth of Tang Xuanzong. There are many such stories. Thinking of this, how could Yi Ping not understand? So Yi Ping is even more sure that this is the hidden sect. Yi Ping, follow me. Taoist Taihua spoke. Yi Ping nodded immediately. Immediately afterwards, he followed Taoist Taihua to the main hall. Although the Qingyun Sect looks very worn, Yi Ping still keenly discovered something unique, that is, it is clean and tidy. That's right, it's clean. If it were a down-and-out sect, how could it be clean so clean? Although the head of the sect emphasized that before coming, Qingyun Sect was a poor sect, Yi Ping could feel that this Qingyun Sect was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Sure enough, one is a sparse one. Although they tried their best to hide it, they still couldn't escape their own eyes. Yi Ping couldn't help but like his keen wit. Just as the two entered the main hall, the voice of Taoist Taihua sounded. Yi Ping, now that you have arrived at the Dao sect, I still have to say a few words. You don't have to rush to answer, listen to me first. Taoist Taihua did not call himself a teacher, but used it as a description, which seems serious. Yi Ping also responded seriously and looked at Taoist Taihua seriously. The so-called cultivation of immortals is difficult than climbing to the sky. The road to cultivation seems to be a prosperous road, but in fact it is full of thorns. Not to mention the dangers, just practicing, it is often measured by decades. So if you really want to embark on this road, you must maintain an innocent heart. Don't be too ambitious, nor can you give up halfway because you have not achieved anything. Without perseverance, it is difficult to achieve great things. You must think carefully about this. Taoist Taihua said seriously, and there was an indescribable depression between his words. But the reason for this is to give a vaccination in advance. After all, Yi Ping's qualifications are not good at first glance. What if he can't even sense the spiritual energy after practicing for 3 or 5 months, and he can just pat his butt and leave? So you have to be fooled first. Disciple understands that the path to cultivation is a path that is destined to be lonely. The immortal retreat may have changed. Since the disciple chooses this path, he will definitely calm down and will never think randomly or go astray. Yi Ping agrees with this sentence very much. I have read so many novels, and even if I have never eaten pork, I have watched pig run. If it is so easy to cultivate immortals, then everyone will go and cultivate immortals. Very good. Taoist Taihua nodded with satisfaction. Although Yi Ping may not have a good qualification, his mentality is very good. Unlike the previous few new disciples, who have not practiced for a few months, they wish that they could perfectly practice Qi today and build the foundation tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will condense the golden elixir, and the day after tomorrow will become the ancestor of the nascent soul. It's really a delusion. Since you can endure loneliness, I have nothing to say. However, Yi Ping, I finally emphasized that during the internship and cultivation of immortals, the sect will not pay you any salary, but only after you become a regular person will pay you a salary. Can you accept this? Taoist Taihua asked more seriously. At the same time, there was a hint of tension in the eyes. But this nervousness is hard to see, and Yi Ping did not pay attention to this. Please rest assured that money is something outside of your body. It is a great blessing for the sect to teach me to cultivate immortality. How dare I ask for money? It is said that you should not always think about what benefits the sect can give you, and think more about what benefits you can bring to the sect. Yi Ping said excitedly. For a time traveler, some people teach themselves to cultivate immortality and are considered to be a great benefactor. It is too superficial. Good. When Taoist Taihua heard this, he was so energetic. Yi Ping's words were simply spoken to his heart. Don't always think about what benefits you can bring to you, and think more about what benefits you can bring to the sect. Okay. Who said this? He is simply a fellow student, and he drinks tea together when he has time. Taoist Taihua was happy in his heart. I have picked up a treasure and come back. But soon, Taoist Taihua calmed down and looked at Yi Ping. Since that's the case, I will accept your disciple, but I am still a registered disciple. After you become a regular, you will hold a grand ceremony to apprenticeship. Taoist Taihua said this. Thank you, master, I will live up to my love. When Yi Ping heard that he was taken into the sect, he immediately bowed. Since that's the case, I will take you to my residence. You can get familiar with the environment of the sect in the past few days. After 2 days, I will ask your senior brother to teach you how to cultivate immortality. Remember, hasteness will not be achieved. You need to take one step at a time of practice. Don't be too hasty, do you know? Taoist Taihua said seriously. Yes. The disciple understands. Yi Ping nodded solemnly. There are also expectations for the future. End of this chapter. Late at night. Qingyun Sect. Inside the kitchen hall. Taoist Taihua sat in the first seat, and the other 7 disciples sat in 2 rows on the left and right. It's already the 3rd day now. The entire Qingyun sect seemed very quiet. Apart from the sound of insects, there is nothing unusual. A candle burned, illuminating the long table. Taoist Taihua looked at the disciples seriously, and then took the lead in breaking the tranquility. I think Shanyu has already informed you about everything. Now the competition among major sects in Qingzhou is in full swing, and there are rumors that in a few years, the Dali Pavilion of the Qingzhou sect will even eliminate some inequality sects, so we must upgrade Qingyun sect to a 3rd-grade sect within the next 2 years. And this key point lies in your junior brother. If you want to advance to the 3rd grade, there must be 8 disciples of the sect. Now a new disciple has finally arrived. You must be cautious and never let him discover the real situation of our sect. Otherwise, just like before, you will be ruthless and slander our Qingyun sect everywhere. It really raises a few ungrateful wolves. Taoist Taihua said solemnly. I understand. Everyone lowered their voices and replied with a serious expression. But soon, a sound rang out. Master, if our Qingyun sect wants to advance to the 3rd grade, it will take at least a year or 2. Although the eldest brother has already fooled this junior brother, the problem is that the paper cannot cover the fire after all. As long as this junior brother practices, he will sooner or later discover the situation of our sect. A disciple spoke and couldn't help saying this. After saying this, Taoist Taihua shook his head disapprovingly. I have already figured out a plan for my teacher. Last brother, you are right. The paper can't keep the fire in the end, but I can delay it. Shanyu has already scared you, the junior brother, and you can see that you are very respectful of immortal cultivation. He will definitely not leave for a short period of time. As for practice, you can drag it. Keep dragging it. Stop it until the end to teach him to cultivate immortal cultivation. From tomorrow, Changyu, you will teach him sword skills. How can you do it? First, you will scare him, and second, you will delay time. If one day he feels that practicing swords is boring, Luochen will teach him alchemy skills. I have calculated that you 7 of you take turns to teach, 1 person will teach for 2 months, and a year will pass by in a hurry. Even if he discovers the situation in our sect, it will be useless. Do you understand? Taoist Taihua looked like a wise bead in his grip, which made the disciples nod. But the second woman on the right couldn't help but speak. The woman looks sweet and looks a little younger than Yi Ping. She is the junior sister of the sect, but now she is Yi Ping's senior sister. Master, this method sounds okay, but this junior brother is not a stupid person. He will ask some questions about practice sooner or later. If he asks the disciple, how should he answer? This is Chen Lingru, the junior sister of Qingyun sect. It's very simple. Taoist Taihua had almost no thoughts and answered directly, teach him some basic methods of practice, but exaggerate more and exaggerate the skills. Just say that the cultivator who practices the same level of qi and practices Qingyun Qi Ju is stronger than the same level. But I also want to remind you that our Qingyun Qi training decision focuses on nourishing our body and laying a solid foundation. Otherwise, he will really feel that he is strong in the future, and it will be bad for him to fight with other monks. Taoist Taihua was kind-hearted and specifically stated that the exercises were just a technique for nourishing the body, so as not to let Yipingjin feel that he was very strong and fought. Understood. Chen Lingru nodded and signaled to understand. Okay, during the next period of time, you must not communicate too much with this junior brother, and keep it as mysterious as possible. If he doesn't look for you, don't look for him. The future of the sect depends on you. At the end, Taoist Taihua's tone was even more firm, but his voice was not loud, worried that it would disturb Yiping. I understand. Everyone replied in a low voice again, their faces full of firmness. Okay, the meeting ended. The next moment, Taoist Taihua left here, and the other disciples also left. At this moment, inside the Qingyun sect, the stars in the sky look extremely dazzling. Yi Ping lay on the bed, looking at the sky outside the window, his heart full of expectations. 3 years ago, he traveled to this world. At first, I was indeed very confused and lonely, but fortunately, I belonged to the optimist school, so I quickly adapted to this world. Now I didn't expect this to be a world of cultivating immortals. Yi Ping is full of passion for cultivating immortals, perhaps because he has liked to see some gods and demons since he was a child, and Yi Ping is full of curiosity and expectation for cultivating immortals. He didn't have much extravagant hope, such as becoming an immortal and becoming an ancestor, such as awakening the power of the world, and lying in the knees of a beautiful woman drunk. Yi Ping's idea is very simple. By practicing immortality, he can live for hundreds of years, find someone he likes, get married and have children, and spend his life happily. However, Yi Ping also knew that the road to cultivation was extremely long and the dangers were probably unimaginable. Therefore, you must be cautious and careful in your work in the future. More importantly, you must persevere and not be discouraged because of some difficulties. 2 lifetimes have made Yi Ping mature much. Although he has lost all his passion, he has also received maturity and perseverance that ordinary people do not have. I don't know what my talent is. On the bed, Yi Ping was full of curiosity. Although he found out that he had no spiritual roots, Yi Ping always felt that he should not be that bad. As long as it doesn't matter, he can accept it. That's it, Yi Ping didn't fall asleep until late at night. But the next day, Yi Ping woke up early. He is not sleepy, but on the contrary, he is more diligent and hardworking than when he is studying. After all, cultivating immortals and studying are completely different concepts. Bang bang. Just when Yi Ping woke up, a knock on the door sounded. Who? Yi Ping subconsciously spoke and then stood up. Before he had time to open the door, a familiar voice sounded. My younger brother, I will come to pass on your sword path at the master's order. After a stick of incense, I will wait for you at the back cliff of the sect. It was Su Changyu's voice. After hearing this, Yi Ping responded immediately. Okay, thank you, senior brother. After the sound fell, Su Changyu left the place. Yi Ping also washed up immediately. At the same time, I sorted out my clothes and tried to leave a good impression. After sorting it out, Yi Ping opened the door and walked towards the back cliff, and his whole body was filled with excitement. But there was also some tension in the excitement. Yi Ping is mainly worried about qualifications. If you have too low qualifications and are disliked by your senior brother, wouldn't it seem a bit embarrassing? But soon Yi Ping comforted himself again, thinking that the hidden sect's favorite thing is to train the useless. If it is a training genius, what is the meaning? Does anyone need to teach a genius? Is it a great sense of accomplishment to teach a genius? Thinking of this, Yi Ping's nervous mood gradually stabilized. Just when Yi Ping was thinking about it. Finally, he arrived at the back cliff. End of this chapter. Qingyun Daozong's back cliff. Su Changyu had already set up his pose. He stood on a huge rock, wearing yesterday's robe, and looked like the Taoist fairy style. He held the sword in his right hand and placed it behind him. As the breeze blows, his long hair flutters, vividly interpreting the sword fairy's posture. He was pondering. It's not about thinking about some swordsmanship, but about how to fool myself, the junior brother. Su Changyu understood that although it was a fool, he must not fool around. There must be some basis, but exaggeration and rendering should be performed on the basis. In other words, you must brag logically, and not make up randomly. It's a bit difficult, but Su Changyu feels that he can do it. It was just as Su Changyu was thinking. Suddenly, with the sound of a sound, Su Changyu woke up. Junior brother Yi Ping, pay homage to senior brother. Hearing Yi Ping's voice, Su Changyu woke up from his meditation. His face was calm, without a trace of turmoil. Yeah, have you had breakfast? Su Changyu asked calmly, but did not look at Yi Ping. It was not that he looked down on others, but that he set off his arrogance. Brother, it's not yet. Hearing this, Yi Ping remembered that he hadn't had breakfast yet. It's good not to eat. We'll wait for the monks to practice qi. Eating less grains is good for the health. Su Changyu said this. Yi Ping nodded. He understood that the miscellaneous grains were full of toxins, and after eating them, they would leave dirt in their body, which would have certain obstacles to their practice. But it was at this moment. Su Changyu's voice sounded again. My junior brother, master asked me to teach you the sword art, but not everyone teaches you the sword art. If you don't have the talent for sword art, even if it is passed on to you, it will be difficult for you to understand it. So, senior brother asks you a question. If you answer it, senior brother will pass on your sword art. How about it? Su Changyu seemed a little unfathomable. He did not intend to teach Yi Ping Jiandao directly, but asked a question first and set the atmosphere up. If you teach Yi Ping swordsmanship casually, wouldn't it seem like you are very cheap? However, the atmosphere was the atmosphere. Su Chanyu still looked at Yi Ping with a squint. If Yi Ping showed unhappiness, he would say it immediately, but I think my junior brother has a little bit of swordsmanship, so it would be fine if this question was. The main thing is to see whether Yi Ping is up or not. On the other hand, Yi Ping. After hearing this again, not only did he not show any unhappiness, but he nodded seriously. My junior brother understands that the sword lineage seems simple but contains great ways. Please speak up. If the junior brother really doesn't have talent, he dare not bother the senior brother. Yi Ping was a little excited. He has watched this plot. Often, when a peerless master teaches a certain secret method, he will not teach it directly, but will ask a question. Moreover, these problems are all problems that seem simple but contain artistic conception. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel a little nervous again. What if I can't answer this? After hearing Yi Ping's words, Su Changyu was slightly shocked. Oh, so advanced? Can you even pull out the road? You guys, it's promising, good, very good. Since you are so good at it, don't blame your senior brother. Su Changyu was in a happy mood, but he was still in an arrogant manner on the surface. He looked back, looked at the world, mountains and rivers, and then spoke slowly. Junior brother, do you know what is sword art? The sound rang. Yi Ping couldn't help but remain silent. I guessed it right at all. It is indeed a problem that seems very simple, but contains supreme artistic conception. Yi Ping took a deep breath. He was pondering. What is swordsmanship? If you are a normal person, you will be afraid to answer what kills the enemy and what is the way of swordsman, and what is the way of swordsman. But this question is obviously not such a superficial question. You have to bring your own artistic conception in it. What is swordsmanship? Yi Ping pondered for a long time, and for a full hour, Su Changyu, who was standing on the huge rock, felt a little uncomfortable. Brother, I have been standing for an hour, can't you just answer it casually? I am so tired from standing, my hands are so sore, can I answer quickly? Please. Su Changyu regretted that he was pretending so much. Yi Ping never answered, and he didn't dare to change his posture. He could only turn his back to Yi Ping, and put his right hand behind him to hold the sword. Although he was a monk, he couldn't stand the punishment for an hour. Finally, just 1.5 hours later, Yi Ping answered. However, Yi Ping's voice is relatively small. A tentative answer. He didn't dare to answer randomly, so he could only rack his brains and pick out a few sentences from the novels he had read to answer. Senior brother, is the swordsmanship? After Yi Ping said this, he was a little scared. After all, it was the first time to practice immortality and the first time to practice swordsmanship. The other party was a peerless sword master. If the answer was dissatisfied with others, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity? However, when Su Changyu heard this answer again, he was slightly stunned. Hey! This answer is interesting. It's better than what he answered back then. Something is a bit. However, although the answer was good, Su Changyu turned around, changed his posture quietly, and then shook his head, still speaking arrogantly. Wrong. That's right, it's wrong. He didn't care what Yi Ping answered at all. No matter how Yi Ping answered, his answer was wrong. If you agree directly, wouldn't it seem sloppy? Then, is heaven and earth a sword way? Yi Ping still asked tentatively. It's wrong, too. Su Changyu continued to speak. The sun and the moon are swordsmanship? It's still wrong. All things are swordsmanship? Yi Ping asked tentatively again. He really doesn't know how to answer this question. Well. Su Changyu shook his head and looked at Yi Ping with a hint of helplessness. Sure enough, your swordsmanship is not good, so let's change the problem with your senior brother. Su Changyu said this. Yi Ping suffered a little. Although he was ready, he didn't expect that he was really stupid in his qualifications. However, the eldest brother was willing to give him another chance, and Yi Ping was not discouraged. Yi Ping, senior brother asked you, how powerful do you think the sword path is at its peak? Su Changyu asked seriously. How strong is the ultimate sword path? Yi Ping frowned slightly. He had never seen anyone use swordsmanship at all. This answer touched his blind spot in knowledge. But after thinking about it carefully, although I have never seen others practicing swordsmanship, I have even tried to persuade me to read many novels, right? Thinking of this, Yi Ping began to think again. Yi Ping thought of it without taking much time this time. Senior brother, junior brother believes that the ultimate sword art should be to cut all the sun, moon, and stars in one piece of grass. Yi Ping's voice was not loud, mainly because he lacked confidence. Just said this. Su Changyu was stunned. Fortunately, he is still arrogant and indifferent on the surface, so he can't see that there is much change. But in fact, Su Changyu's heart was already overturned. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was stunned. He entered the swordsmanship for 20 years and started practicing swordsmanship at the age of 8. The strongest swordsmanship he had ever seen was just a sword splitting a huge rock. One grass cuts the sun, moon, and stars? How pretending is this? He could not even imagine the scene of using a grass to cut all the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Pretend to beep. It's really too pretentious. Very good, very good, very good. This sentence is very good, it belongs to me, Mr. Su. After secretly taking a breath of cold air, Su Changyu's expression did not change at all. He regained his calmness and looked at Yi Ping again. This junior brother is obviously a fellow disciple of me. They are all experts in pretending. This is not good news. If the Qingyun Sect only allows one person to pretend, then this person must be himself. No one is allowed to take away his position as a senior brother, no matter who it is. Junior brother, you have to pay attention to stability all the way through practice. You are a little ambitious. Su Changyu spoke with some blame in his words. In an instant, Yi Ping immediately lowered his head, looking a little panicked. This is an unintentional word. I hope my senior brother will not blame him. I will never talk nonsense in the future. Yi Ping was a little panicked. He thought that he would be praised for his words like this, but he didn't expect that his senior brother would be a little blamed. In an instant, Yi Ping suddenly realized. In Su Changyu's eyes, he was an ordinary new disciple, an ordinary disciple. How could he know so much and cut all the sun, moon, and stars with one blade of grass? Such words cannot be said from a new disciple. So I do have some silence. But when Su Changyu said this, he shook his head. It doesn't need to be this. You have ambitions. Senior brother can understand it. I just hope you can follow the steps and lay a solid foundation. If you have some insights in the future, you can tell senior brother, but don't talk nonsense to the outside world so as not to cause trouble, do you know? Su Changyu spoke. How can you not say it if you pretend to be so pretentious? If you don't say it, how can I pretend to be like a person when I walk around the world in the future? I can say it, but I can only say it to me alone. Su Changyu thought in his heart. Okay, senior brother already knows your talent, now let's teach you the real swordsmanship. Soon, Su Changyu stopped delaying the time. He jumped gently from the boulder, looking extremely light. After hearing this again, Yi Ping became even more excited. Real kendo? Is it a peerless sword? Yi Ping was excited. He was very happy and full of expectations. Su Changyu didn't say anything nonsense. He held a 3-foot Qingfeng sword in his hand, pulled a sword flower, then looked at the ground, closed his eyes, and was silent for a long time. After a full stick of incense, Su Changyu suddenly took action and the sword drew a sword mark on the ground. For a moment, stone chips splashed everywhere, and then a straight sword mark appeared on the ground. Call. Su Changyu let out a breath. Then he looked at Yi Ping and said slowly. Yi Ping, I have engraved the peerless sword intent on this ground. Don't underestimate this sword mark. This sword mark imprints the senior brother's strongest sword move. Now, you should take a closer look at how many sword moves are there in this sword mark. In these 7 days, in addition to daily trivial matters, you must watch the sword mark here. Not only do you have to comprehend the sword moves, but more importantly, you must comprehend the sword force and finally comprehend the sword intent. After 7 days, the senior brother will come to examine you to see if you have the talent for practicing swords. Su Changyu spoke indifferently. After saying this, he turned around and left without taking away any clouds, as free as the wind, leaving Yi Ping with a shocked face. Su Changyu left. He has left the back cliff. An uncoverable smile was overflowing on his face. He was very happy. Not only did he scare this junior brother, but he also made such a pretender. Let Su Changyu feel endlessly happy. As for the sword move, I took a random stroke. If I could see the sword move, there would be a ghost. Still have sword power? Sword intent? This thing is even more impossible. Yi Ping said that he could comprehend the sword moves and sword techniques. There was still a certain possibility. After all, he really knew it, but he wanted the sword force and sword intent? This is impossible at all. What is the sword intent? The meaning of swordsmanship. There are countless sword techniques, but infinite sword intent. True swordsmanship will form their own sword intent. The more sword intent you master, the stronger the sword intent will be. In other words, sword intent is similar to a bonus, and blessings are in the sword moves, which cannot be mastered by ordinary people. Therefore, Yi Ping would never be able to comprehend the sword intent. It's just that Su Changyu did it simply to delay Yi Ping. Even if it is the first swordsman sect in Qingzhou, it is impossible for the new disciples to understand the sword intent as soon as they come up. This method is indeed a bit pitfall, but it is also a helpless move. He really asked him to teach Yi Ping sword moves. To be honest, with his own skills of three-legged cats, he blushed himself, and he still taught others? It's almost the same to mislead people's children. So instead of teaching randomly, it is better to let Yi Ping pass the time himself. At least he is not a bad teaching, right? Thinking of this, Su Changyu's guilt disappeared a lot. That's when a figure came towards me, which was the second junior brother Su Luochen. Su Changyu immediately restrained his smile on his face and greeted Su Luochen. Second junior brother. Su Changyu shouted. The latter heard the sound and immediately looked at Su Changyu. Senior brother, what's wrong? Su Luochen was a little curious and didn't understand why the eldest brother called him. Second junior brother, senior brother asks you, do you know how powerful the sword art is at its peak? Su Changyu spoke and asked Su Luochen. The latter was slightly stunned and scratched the back of his head, a little confused. How strong is the ultimate sword path? What does it have to do with me? I don't practice swords, I'm practicing elixirs. But after all, it was the senior brother who spoke, and Su Luochen didn't want to answer, so he could only shake his head and said, I don't know. Hearing this, Su Changyu spoke indifferently. Then my senior brother will tell you today. Real kendo, if you step into the extreme. A single straw cuts the sun, moon, and stars. Su Changyu said calmly, his words full of arrogance and indifference. Su Luochen was stunned. Although he doesn't understand swordsmanship. But this sounds really shocking. Especially with Su Changyu's appearance, it makes people feel inexplicably awe. Even a picture appeared in Su Luochen's mind. In the picture, Su Changyu gently pinched a weed and then cut down all the stars in the sky. Hiss! Thinking of this scene, Su Luochen couldn't help but tremble all over. Is this too pretentious? Su Luochen was stunned. I can't extricate myself from my fantasy. Su Changyu was even more happy to see his second junior brother's expression. Cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. However, his long-term qualities have kept Su Changyu maintaining that arrogance. Su Changyu didn't say a word, he left directly, leaving Su Luochen with a confused look on his face. It took a long time. Su Luochen came to his senses only then, but Su Changyu was no longer here at this time. The elder brother's ability to pretend is getting stronger and stronger. If I hadn't known that he was a sword waste, I would have believed it. But this sentence is indeed enough to pretend. One straw cuts all the sun, moon, and stars. Su Luochen murmured to himself, and there was still a shock in his eyes. After all, these words were really domineering. As for Yi Ping, to be honest, he had no doubt about what Su Changyu said. But Yi Ping was a little worried that he had never practiced swords before, and it was very likely that after watching it for 7 days, he could not see anything at all. But even so, Yi Ping still looked at the sword mark on the ground honestly. If you don't try, how can you know whether you have talent? That's it, Yi Ping looked at the sword marks on the ground for an hour. To be honest, Yi Ping didn't see anything at all in 1 hour. Even when I saw the back, I felt restless. But at this moment, with a breeze blowing by, suddenly, Yi Ping felt a refreshing feeling. The next moment, when he looked at the sword marks again, in an instant, different experiences emerged. End of this chapter. Qingyun Sect. Back cliff. Yi Ping sat quietly on the ground, his eyes always falling on the sword marks left by Su Changyu. 1 hour ago. He has no idea yet. But 1 hour later. As a breeze blew by, Yi Ping suddenly felt something unusual. The sword marks are sharp, and they feel like they are determined to go their separate ways, as if they are the sword marks left by peerless swordsmen, which contain sword intent that is difficult for ordinary people to observe. The more he looked at the sword mark, the more shocked Yi Ping felt. In the end, a figure suddenly appeared in Yi Ping's mind. The figure held a long sword in his hand, and then he was performing a sword move. That's right, it's a sword move. Rumble. It was like the sound of thunder, like the sound of Huang Lu's bell ringing in his ears. The figure in my mind is clearer. The figure used his sword moves, and each move made Yi Ping feel enlightened, as if he was practicing sword himself. The sword moves are as fast as the wind. There are 12 sword moves in total, and each 3 moves feel different, as if they are 4 sword techniques, but they are combined into one. The 12 moves were fully interpreted in my mind. And it is not interpreted once, it is constantly interpreting. Once. 5 times. 10 times. 50 times. 100 times. The sword moves are interpreting faster and faster. It took 12 breaths before to deduce them. It was the last 6 breaths, and then the last 3 breaths. After an hour, it was deduced in 1 breath. Every deduction is equivalent to Yi Ping practicing sword himself. This kind of insight is even more terrifying than enlightenment. Moreover, there are more and more sword moves in my mind, 12 sword moves, 15 sword moves, 20 sword moves. Feeling the sword technique that was constantly derived from his mind, Yi Ping couldn't help but be shocked. Senior brother, you are indeed a peerless master of swordsmanship. After waking up from the sudden enlightenment, Yi Ping was extremely excited. After just watching the sword scar for 3 hours, I learned a sword technique. This made Yi Ping feel more and more that Su Changyu was a peerless master. But soon, Yi Ping regained his excitement. He calmed down. Yi Ping, don't be excited. This is just the beginning. I'm afraid I can understand more sword techniques in the future. Yi Ping spoke secretly in his heart. Remind yourself not to be too excited and be calm, this is just the beginning. After this reminder, Yi Ping became even calmer. It's also easier to learn. To be honest, before comprehension of the sword move, Yi Ping also had a little bit of suspected that Su Changyu was fooling him, but now Yi Ping believed that he was completely convinced that his senior brother must be a peerless master. Therefore, Yi Ping was more attentive than before and worked harder than before. At the same time. Another place in Qingyun Sect. Su Changyu was holding a long sword in his hand and practicing sword in an open space. Although his sword moves seem sharp, they always lack explosions. After a set of sword techniques, even those who do not know much about sword skills feel flawed. After one stick of incense, Su Changyu collected his sword. His forehead was covered with sweat, but in order to maintain his image, Su Changyu did not sit on the ground to rest, but came to the side to recover his strength. Senior brother, I think you have been practicing this sword technique for 10 years, why haven't you practiced it yet? In the open space, Chen Lingru, the junior sister of Qingyun Sect, spoke, and her eyes looked at Su Changyu with curiosity. Young junior sister, you are superficial. Su Changyu wiped the sweat beads on his forehead slightly, and then slowly opened his mouth, which seemed unfathomable. Why is it superficial? Chen Lingru was curious and didn't understand why Su Changyu said that. Little junior sister, the sword technique of senior brother is not an ordinary sword technique, but the top 10 sword technique in Qingzhou, called the Four Thunder Sword Technique. There are 4 sets of sword techniques in total, namely the Spring Thunder Sword, the Xia Thunder Sword, the Autumn Thunder Sword, and the Winter Thunder Sword. It is the most powerful and young sword technique. If you master these 4 sets of sword techniques, you can attract the 4 Seasons Thunder, which has miraculous effects against evil demons. The 4 Seasons Taoist was famous in Qinzhou and created the 4 Thunder Sword Sect with this set of sword techniques. Do you know? Su Changyu was serious about popularizing science. When he mentioned this sword technique, he talked endlessly, wishing to praise this sword technique to the sky. 4 Thunder Sword Technique? Chen Lingru doesn't know much about swordsmanship, but she sounds very powerful. That's senior brother, which set have you practiced now? Chen Lingru asked like this. Senior brother has already practiced the Spring Thunder Sword to the level of perfection. Su Changyu said proudly with his face. Or it is the Spring Thunder Sword? Unfortunately, the junior sister did not give Su Chang the chance to wear a good look. Little junior sister, you are not a sword cultivator, you don't understand. This set of 4 Thunder Sword techniques is a work that the Taoist of 4 Seasons worked hard. The Taoist Siji said that if you want to practice this sword technique to the point of perfection, a sword cultivator may not be able to do it for 500 years. Even a sword genius will take at least 100 years. Without showing off, the senior brother is such a sword genius. Our sword cultivator, 100 years of swords, is everywhere. Although the senior brother is still stuck in the Spring Thunder Sword, this progress is also considered to be the best in Qingzhou. Su Changyu boasted and said seriously. And the sword techniques are divided into 4 small realms, and the first glance at the door is perfect, the fire is perfect, and the peak is reached. It took only 10 years for the senior brother to reach the ultimate goal. In addition, it takes 10 years for the senior brother to be confident of entering the perfection of great success. He will definitely be able to enter the ultimate state within 100 years. Then you will know how strong your senior brother is. Su Changyu seemed very confident, and his eyes were filled with expectations for the future. I don't understand very much. The junior sister shook her head. She couldn't understand such things, and the settings were too cumbersome. Senior brother, I heard that you left a sword mark on that junior brother. How long does it take him to comprehend the sword moves and sword intent? Chen Lingru asked curiously. Su Changyu pondered for a moment. How long will it take to understand? It will never be able to understand it any longer. Because the sword marks he left had no sword intent at all, how could he understand them? But Su Changyu could only say in his heart that if others knew about it, wouldn't he find out that he was a sword waste? Therefore, Su Changyu spoke slowly. The sword mark left by the senior brother for him contains 4 sword techniques. If he can understand the senior brother's sword technique within a year, it would be considered very good. As for the sword intent? It's hard to say. Su Changyu said so. If He Ping is really a genius, he can indeed forcibly understand the 4 Seasons sword technique. As for the sword intent? Take a shower and go to bed, stop dreaming. What if I understand it in one day? Chen Lingru asked curiously. Understand within one day? Su Changyu glanced at Chen Lingru, then shook his head and said, "This is almost impossible. If you really understand it in one day, you will be a peerless swordsman genius." His tone was firm. "What if I not only comprehend the sword technique, but also comprehend the sword intent?" Chen Lingru continued to ask. Su Changyu felt puzzled. "Are you bored? Ask such a wise question?" However, thinking that Chen Lingru was her junior sister, Su Changyu still answered patiently. "You can understand the sword skills of your senior brother with just one sword mark. You are considered a sword genius. If you understand the sword intent, you can be called the #1 sword genius in Qingyun." Su Changyu replied. "What if one sword mark comprehends hundreds of sword intents?" Chen Lingru was surprised. She didn't just ask randomly, but she just sounded very powerful and was very curious. Hundreds of species? The first person in Qingyun in 500 years, and all 10 Taoist people in 4 seasons are willing to give up the disadvantage. Su Changyu still answered patiently. "What about thousands?" Chen Lingru continued to ask. "Jin State is the first, and it is the first in no dispute." Su Changyu replied directly. "What about tens of thousands?" Chen Lingru continued to ask. Su Changyu. "Is it over?" "Junior sister, let me tell you this. Among rumors, the sword arts are secondly the key is this sword intent. The more sword intents, any sword technique can turn decay into magic. Even if you just stab a sword casually, it will be extremely terrifying. My sword path lineage has 3 great gaps in sword intent. The first gap is infinite sword intent. The sword intent cannot be described as quantity. If you reach this level, a chi training cultivator can cross several realms and kill enemies with one sword. As for the second level, we are all very far away from us, so I won't say it, but you must not underestimate this first level. You have heard of the Taoist master of 4 seasons, right? Our #1 swordsman in Qingyun is now over 500 years old, but he has not even touched the edge of the first level. There is only one strong man among the 10 countries. On the 3000th birthday, he barely stepped in with half his foot, and he is known as the Taishu Sword Lord, and he is the guest of honor in the 10 countries. So, a true swordsman's key focus is not on sword skills, but on sword intent. The more you have, the better. Su Changyu said in a long and controversial manner. Chen Lingru was confused when she heard this, mainly because this setting was too complicated. But it sounds amazing. In short, the more sword intent is understood, the better. Whether it is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of sword intent, the goal is always infinite sword intent, and invincible sword intent. Su Changyu patted Chen Lingru's head and said so. "I understand. What about our junior brother?" Chen Lingru continued to ask, looking a little curious. In the entire Qingyun Sect, Chen Lingru was most interested in Yi Ping. After all, she has always been the youngest. Now she finally came a junior brother who was younger than her, so she was naturally full of curiosity and expectation. Su Changyu looked at the sky, feeling an indescribable arrogance. Then he spoke slowly. "It should be a kendo waist," Su Changyu said with calm eyes. It was at this moment Yi Ping in the back cliff just realized the 4th undersword technique. During the new book. 3 updates every day. Update time is 10 a.m., 6 p.m., and 9 p.m. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping's entire mind was placed in the sword technique he had just realized. After several hours of understanding, Yi Ping suddenly realized this set of sword techniques, and there were 4 different styles of sword moves, but they could be combined into a set of sword techniques. The first set of sword techniques is like spring thunder, with bursts of sound and drizzle. The second set of sword techniques, like xiaolei, thunder, making a loud bang, fierce and terrifying. The third set of sword techniques is like autumn thunder, silent and extremely strange. The fourth set of sword techniques, like winter thunder, shocking the blue sky and withering everything. These 4 sets of sword techniques have the sword force like thunder, each with its own characteristics, which makes Yi Ping extremely amazed. And at the beginning, Yi Ping only realized 12 moves. But as time passed by, the sword moves of enlightenment became more and more. Now Yi Ping has realized 144 sword techniques. How could Yi Ping not believe that Su Changyu is a peerless sword immortal? There is such a powerful sword move hidden in a small sword mark. Senior brother is such a fierce man. I don't know if this score is considered qualified. Yi Ping was shocked. On the one hand, he was amazed at Su Changyu's strength, and on the other hand, he was very curious whether he had used one day to understand a set of swordsmanship. However, what Yi Ping didn't know was, this set of 4 thunder sword techniques is divided into 4 levels in detail, and this division is divided according to the number of sword moves you have learned. Understanding the 72 moves is the first to see the path. Understand 144 moves and be perfect. Understand the 432 moves to achieve great success. If 1460 moves is to achieve the pinnacle, you can suddenly realize the sword momentum and thus the sword intent. Su Changyu has used it for more than 10 years, and so far he has only mastered 18 moves, which is the first look at the Spring Thunder Sword. Yi Ping, however, is different. In less than half a day, he suddenly realized all the 4 Thunder Sword techniques and stepped directly into the realm of perfection. This is no longer a question of whether it is qualified or not. It is not an exaggeration to go out and call yourself the most genius of the 10 countries. However, Yi Ping was completely unaware of it, so he rested for a while and then continued to watch the sword marks on the ground. Yi Ping has comprehended more and more sword moves. Until late at night. Yi Ping suddenly realized 100 sword moves, and then he felt tired. It was already the 3rd day. Although Yi Ping wanted to continue his enlightenment, he was still tired in the end, so he got up and went back to rest. That night, Yi Ping had a nightmare. He dreamed that he was expelled from the sect by Qingyun Sect because of his poor qualifications. Fortunately, Yi Ping woke up in the end. After waking up, Yi Ping breathed a sigh of relief. The dream is too real. Let Yi Ping feel melancholy. To be honest, time travel is already miserable enough. It was 3 years late to realize that this was the world of fairy tales. Now I finally entered the Immortal Sect, and it was also a hidden sect, which allowed Yi Ping to see hope. But if Yi Ping can be expelled from the sect because of his low qualifications, he will not be able to accept this result no matter what. No, the hidden sect's favorite disciple should not be the disciples with poor qualifications. If they have good qualifications, they still need training? Isn't it enough to have hands? Anyone who can understand the peerless sword technique by scratching a sword mark, why do you need human training? But soon, Yi Ping felt that he was wrong. I believe that the hidden sect does not value qualifications, but diligence and perseverance, so I must work harder and harder. In one sentence, there are only 2 seasons for monks. Work hard is the peak season. If you don't work hard, you will be off season. Thinking of this, Yi Ping felt like he was injected with chicken blood. After washing it briefly, he headed straight to the back cliff. Perhaps because of a nightmare, Yi Ping didn't even eat breakfast, so he rushed to the back cliff and began to understand the sword marks. Until noon. A figure appeared in the back cliff. It's Su Changyu. He walked over with a plate, looking at Yi Ping in the distance, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. From yesterday to today, Yi Ping has not had a drop of water, and has not even eaten food, and has been understanding his sword skills. This made Su Changyu feel a little embarrassed. To be honest, he was just trying to delay Yi Ping's time in the sect, but he never thought that Yi Ping was a naughty man. It was really against a sword mark. If you say you don't eat a meal, it's nothing, but if you don't eat it for a day, that's definitely not okay. Don't stay someone by then, but your life is gone. How embarrassing. So Su Changyu came over with the food. Yi Ping. Su Changyu came behind Yi Ping and he shouted softly. In an instant, Yi Ping woke up from his sudden enlightenment. My junior brother has met my senior brother. When Yi Ping saw Su Changyu, he immediately seemed respectful. Although you are studious, you still have to eat. I heard that you haven't eaten a bite from yesterday to now. This is not okay. Let's have a meal first. Su Changyu opened his mouth and placed several plates on the ground, 2 dishes and 1 meal, but they were all vegetarian dishes and there was no meat color. What my senior brother taught me is the lesson. Yiping nodded, then looked at the food on the ground, and Yiping was silent for a moment. Feeling Yiping's silence, Su Changyu seemed a little embarrassed, but quickly covered up his expression and said, Yiping, our cultivators are not allowed to eat any meat and fishy food. As my senior brother said before, grains are not good for the body, and big meat and fishy foods are not good for the body. Therefore, our Qingyun Sect has always been vegetarian, so don't think too much. Su Changyu explained, worried that Yiping would find something. This is definitely false. The real situation is that it is poor. But it's not that poor people can't afford meat. I can only say that I can't buy it often, just buy some occasionally. Returned to senior brother, I didn't think much, I was just a little moved. Yiping spoke, he didn't think much about it, he was just quite moved. When Su Changyu heard this, he felt a little uncomfortable. He looked at this handsome junior brother and felt more guilty in his heart. But there is nothing we can do. For the sake of the development of the sect, we can only feel wronged Yiping. However, after Qingyun Sect is promoted to a third-grade sect, we will give Yiping a little more compensation. This is Su Changyu's idea. Eat first. Su Changyu didn't say much and asked Yiping to eat first. The latter nodded. Then he picked up the bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Yiping did not feel very hungry before eating it, but when he took the first bite, the hunger in his abdomen came instantly, making Yiping couldn't help swallowing a few more. A bowl of rice with 2 vegetarian dishes, Yiping ate it clean. At the end, even the vegetarian oil was poured into the bowl and finished the last few bites of rice. With a bowl of unknown hot soup, Yiping instantly felt full of energy. Thank you, senior brother. After eating and drinking, Yiping put down the bowls and chopsticks, but he did not forget to be grateful to Su Changyu. The latter looked at Yiping, who was a little voracious, and felt even more uncomfortable. But I didn't know what to say, so I could only ask casually. Yiping, have you learned the sword technique from the sword marks? Su Changyu spoke. It's not that I asked deliberately, but mainly to avoid being so embarrassed, and ask casually. But Yiping's answer made Su Changyu stunned. I realized it, but my junior brother was stupid and had not realized the essence, so he understood a little bit of sword moves. Yiping nodded and said a little embarrassedly. Su Changyu? Are you bluffing me? Can you understand the sword moves? Did I not practice swords? Su Changyu completely disbelief. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was a little confused. You just drew a sword mark, and you really understood the sword move? Are you bluffing me? Haven't bullied me before practicing sword? Su Changyu didn't know what to say. It's not that he doesn't believe in Yiping, but that he doesn't believe in himself. Just scratch a sword mark. Just realize the sword move? If you can understand the sword moves in this way, what else do you need to do with secret techniques? However, Su Changyu still stabilized his image. Then how many sword moves have you learned from this sword mark? Su Changyu asked calmly. Let's go back to the senior brother. If you count it, you will suddenly realize 400 sword moves. Yiping replied seriously. Just as he said this, Su Changyu smiled. I laughed and didn't go through the program. If it were said before, he still believed in Yiping a little, thinking that Yiping might really have some swordsmanship and could see 1 or 2 moves. But after hearing the sudden realization of 400 sword moves, Su Changyu completely disbelief. No, I don't believe it at all. What I know is the 4 Thundersword technique, and the sword marks drawn can only comprehend the 4 Thundersword technique. It is not completely impossible for Yiping to comprehend the 4 Thundersword technique. But he really doesn't believe it when he says he has 400 tricks of enlightenment. 4 Thundersword technique. He is the strongest swordsman in Qingzhou. He was created by the 4 seasons of thunder and thunder. There are a total of 1,460 sword moves. Su Changyu practiced for 10 years and had only been able to comprehend the 18 sword moves. Yi Ping can understand 400 sword moves in one day? Who is Ning Dongning? Is it an ordinary senior brother? Or is it a peerless sword genius? Su Changyu didn't believe it, he didn't believe it at all. But soon, Su Changyu frowned and felt that this matter could not be so simple. Could it be that this junior brother was going to compete with him for the throne of the #1 king of Qingyun Sect? Yi Ping was also a little panicked. Su Changyu kept looking at him and didn't speak, with a sneer in his eyes. What does this mean? Can it be that I have had too few enlightenment? Senior brother thinks I am a useless person? There should be a lot of 400 sword moves a day, right? Oh, I understand. The eldest brother has mastered at least tens of thousands of sword techniques. He has engraved a sword mark. In theory, if he has some qualifications, he can deduce it to perfection in one day. Oh, I'm still too bad. Yi Ping was very depressed. Senior brother, isn't it very bad? Yi Ping's voice sounded again. This made Su Changyu, who had been complaining, come to his senses. Vegetable? In one day, I suddenly realized that the 4th undersword technique was infinitely close to the perfection of great completeness. What are you talking about? So, do I not want to live if I haven't seen the truth for 10 years? Okay, junior brother, you pretended first. Then don't blame your senior brother for destroying you. Su Changyu was a little depressed and felt that Yi was too out of style. After thinking about it, Su Changyu had nothing to say, so he threw out a long sword. My younger brother, please practice your sudden sword moves for me. Senior brother, see if you have the talent for swordsmanship. He didn't believe it. Yi Ping really realized 400 sword moves. If Yi Ping really realized 400 sword moves. He swallowed the sword on the spot, swallowing it with the scabbard. Take the sword. Yi Ping was a little embarrassed. It's a bit embarrassing to hurry up. If he didn't know that Su Changyu was a peerless sword immortal, he might still dare, but he guessed that Su Changyu was a peerless master and asked him to use his sword moves? Isn't this a big sword in front of Guangong? But after thinking about it, Yi Ping felt that it was nothing. It would be impossible to have an epiphany for the rest of his life if he had to try it sooner or later. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Changyu also quietly retreated 20 steps without interruption, fearing that the sword would be eyeless. I hope my senior brother will give me advice. Yi Ping took a deep breath and then pulled out the sword. Clang! The sword weapon was unsheathed. The next moment, Yi Ping's aura suddenly changed. In an instant, Yi Ping restrained all his mind and 400 sword moves appeared in his mind. Not far away, Su Changyu was a little surprised. After all, Yi Ping's momentum did look like an internal smell. But he still didn't believe that Yi Ping had realized 400 sword moves. Clang! The sword move appears. Yi Ping stabbed a sword and then began to evolve the sword technique in his mind. For thunder sword technique? Su Changyu widened his eyes and looked at Yi Ping in surprise. Just by making a move, Su Changyu understood that this was the 4th undersword technique. How could he not know about the sword technique he had practiced for 10 years? And not far away. When Yi Ping used his first move, he completely entered the state. His swordsmanship is extremely fast, and he is flowing more than 10 times faster than Su Changyu. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ping used his 36th move. This completely shocked Su Changyu. Because after practicing for 10 years, he only realized the 18th move, which is the first look at the Spring Thunder Sword. But Yi Ping used the 36th move in the blink of an eye, which was incredible. But something even more incredible happened behind. Not far away. Yi Ping's sword moves became faster and faster, and it turned out to be more fierce, which was dazzling. Until Yi Ping used the 108th move. In an instant, a thunder sounded. Boom! Thunder sounded. In an instant, Su Changyu was completely shocked. He was completely stupid. He stood there in a daze, shocked to suffocation. Thunder! 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 This is thunder. Among the 4 thunder sword techniques, thunder will be produced after each set of sword techniques is completed. If you have spiritual energy, you can attract thunder to kill the enemy. If you don't have magic power, you can generate the sound of thunder and enhance the power of the sword. But if you want to give birth to thunder, you must at least reach the state of great success and perfection. Su Qinyu's dream in this life was to practice the 4 thunder sword technique to the perfect state. But what I didn't expect was that my junior brother, in one day, he practiced the spring thunder sword to the perfect state. This is impossible. This is impossible. This is impossible. Su Qinyu's face was extremely calm, but his heart was already overturned and storm was storming. However, it only took 5 breaths, which was 1 minute. Another thunder sounded. Su Qinyun was shocked again. This is a symbol of the perfection of Xia Lei sword technique. 5 more breaths. Another thunder sound. This is a symbol of the perfection of Qiu Lei sword technique. That's when Yi Ping's swordsmanship was faster. His sword technique is like a storm, which is the last set of the 4 thunder sword techniques. Winter thunder sword technique. It's also the strongest killer move. Winter is approaching and everything withers. Yi Ping only realized 400 sword moves before. However, now, Su Qinyu's sword marks appeared in Yi Ping's mind. Suddenly, 32 sword moves appeared in my mind instantly. There are a total of 432 sword moves. Yi Ping closed his eyes. At this moment, he walked with the sword. The sword is fierce. The swordsmanship is incredibly fast. Punched out the last 32 sword moves. Boom! A thunder sounded suddenly. Deafening. 10 meters away, a huge rock several meters high was directly split. Su Qinyu's eyes were dull. He was completely shocked. Because Yi Ping not only practiced the 4 thunder sword technique to perfection, but also suddenly realized the 4 thunder sword technique. This is simply a freak. End of this chapter. Su Qinyun fell into a Spartan state. He was confused. It's really confused. At first, he thought Yi Ping was bragging. But the sword moves Yi Ping showed now completely overturned Su Qinyu's entire view of 3 views. Is there really a peerless sword genius in this world? Hiss. 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 Su Qinyun gasped 3 times. He felt like he was dreaming. He pinched his thighs. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. This means that you are not dreaming. His master really brought himself to a peerless genius junior brother in the swordsmanship. This is ridiculous. Qingyun Sect, such a poor sect, isn't even considered a chicken coop. Is it really a dragon? At this moment, Su Qinyun felt numb all over. There is a feeling of being electrocuted. Mainly, this is simply impossible. But it happened. Overnight, he suddenly realized the 4 thunder sword technique. Overnight, the 4 thunder sword technique was suddenly realized and perfected. Overnight, I also mastered some sword powers. What is this horse trapping is not a freak? Even peerless geniuses in swordsmanship can't do it? As an insider in the swordsman circle, Su Qinyun deeply understood how terrifying the 4 thunder sword technique was. The Taoist of 4 seasons worked hard to create it, and a total of 1,460 moves were used to reach the pinnacle and create the ultimate realm, leading the thunder of 4 seasons and killing the enemy. Su Qinyun, who worked hard, worked diligently, and was eager to learn. His hard work for more than 10 years was just practicing the spring thunder sword technique to the first glance. But the youngest brother in front of him actually practiced the entire 4 thunder sword technique overnight to complete the perfection. Born as a human being, I'm sorry. Su Qinyun was shocked now, and the rest was sour. Why, I am so handsome and have an ordinary talent in swordsmanship. Why, he is just a little pretty, and his talent for swordsmanship is so terrifying. Why? Did I be born in the wrong world? Su Qinyun's heart was already overturned. Yi Ping's talent is amazing. At least for Su Qinyun, he practiced the 4 thunder sword technique to perfection overnight. without saying that the entire Qingyun state can claim to be the best in 10 countries. He can't be shocked by this peerless talent, but he can't be sad. Not far away. After practicing the 4th undersword technique, Yi Ping himself did not expect that he could comprehend 32 additional sword moves. But it has to be said that this sword technique is really powerful. I have no magic power, and I just rely on my sword moves to smash a huge rock. If I really step into practice, wouldn't I have to fly? However, Yi Ping did not show his joy, but looked at Su Changyu. Senior brother, what do you think? Yi Ping asked neither humble nor arrogantly. In the distance, Su Changyu was still in a state of confusion and did not come back to his senses. Senior brother? Yi Ping shouted again. The next moment, Su Changyu came to his senses. Ahem. Su Changyu coughed lightly to relieve the embarrassment. He looked at Yi Ping, his expression still calm, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. Senior brother, do you think your junior brother is talented? Yi Ping continued to ask. Are you talented? You are more than just talented. The first person in the 10 countries is insulting you. But Su Changyu didn't dare to say there was. If this is said, what should I do if my junior brother runs away? I was worried before that after Yi Ping left, the sect would not be able to be promoted to the 3rd rank. It's different now. If a peerless sword genius runs away, the sect will feel uncomfortable. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is absolutely impossible to let Yi Ping run away. Thinking of this, Su Changyu took a deep breath and said with a hard forehead. It's normal. After saying these words, Su Changyu felt his face blushing. Is this called ordinary? If this is average, then all the sword practitioners in the 10 countries can die, they can die. But there is nothing he can do, he can only say this with a stingy bullet. It's impossible to say, junior brother, your swordsmanship is simply a peerless talent. Don't stay in the sect, go to the sect quickly. Isn't this a cerebral palsy behavior? Senior brother, please tell me directly. Junior brother understands his talent. You don't need to comfort me, but senior brother, don't worry. Although my junior brother's qualifications are too poor, I will definitely practice swords more attentively. Please rest assured of this. After getting the answer, Yi Ping immediately understood what general means. The general meaning is very bad, but I'm embarrassed to say it directly, so as not to offend people. So Yi Ping understood that he had poor talent in swordsmanship, but he was prepared and not uncomfortable, but he still had to say what he thought. As soon as he said this, Su Changyu felt even more uncomfortable, and he felt guilty in his heart. Junior brother, continue to realize the sword scars. Don't think too much. Senior brother will not give up on you. Senior brother will come back in a few days. Su Changyu doesn't want to do anything now, so he just wants to go to the head of the sect quickly. This is too big a matter. It's not something he can measure alone, he must find the leader. Okay, senior brother, go slowly. After hearing what Su Changyu said, Yi Ping immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he did not expel himself from the sect, he would do anything. It's not Yi Ping who is dependent on Qingyun Dao sect. But in the past 6 months, he has participated in more than 50 ascension meetings. Whether it is a large sect or a small sect, he does not want to do anything about himself after testing his cultivation talent. To put it bluntly, let alone not talk about your qualifications themselves being bad. So what if your qualifications are against the will of heaven? Without the sect, it is impossible for one to look up at the starry sky and realize the great way, right? Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. If Yi Ping seizes this opportunity, he will not let go, not to mention that all this sect is a peerless master, so he will not be able to leave. After half an incense stick. Qingyun Hall. Su Changyu's extremely urgent voice sounded. Sect Master. Sect Master. Sect Master, something big happened, something big happened. Su Changyu's extremely urgent voice sounded. In the main hall. Taoist Taihua is planning to advance to the 3rd grade sect of Qingyun Taoist sect. After hearing Su Changyu's voice again, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but wake up from his thoughts. Qingyu, what are you doing? You are the eldest brother of the sect. You must always maintain your demeanor, especially after the younger brother comes. You must pay more attention to your image. Taoist Taihua stood up and said in a preaching tone. Sect master, something really happened. Su Changyu walked into the hall, then closed the door directly, looking at Taoist Taihua, breathing rapidly. What big thing happened? Did your junior brother discover the secret of our sect? Taoist Taihua was also a little nervous and couldn't help asking like this. No. Su Changyu had a little difficulty breathing. He ran all the way, ignoring any image at all, so he was a little panting. What are you afraid of? You are so anxious and dry, you don't look like a cultivator at all. When he heard that this was not the case, Taoist Taihua immediately felt relieved. Sect master, our junior brother seems a bit strange in talent. Su Changyu didn't know how to describe it, so he could only use weirdness to replace it. Freaky? Is it very bad? Taoist Taihua frowned slightly, but he also expected that if it was not bad, how could he fail to participate in the 50 Immortal Ascension Conference? Changyu, it's not because of your master, you're almost the same. You don't know what the conditions of our Dao sect are. If a genius really comes, can you withstand that little thing? Taoist Taihua stood up and said calmly. No, master, our junior brother's talent is not bad, but it's so good that it's amazing. Su Changyu saw that Taoist Taihua misunderstood his meaning and explained immediately. It's so bad that it's so bad? How bad can it be? Perhaps it was because Su Changyu spoke too quickly that Taoist Taihua heard it wrong. It's not that bad, it's that bad. Su Changyu hurriedly said, completely losing his posture of Taoist bone fairy wind, and was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Ha! So good that it is against the will of heaven? Are you bluffing me? Taoist Taihua was stunned. Changyu, the lying person must swallow 1,000 needles. Taoist Taihua looked at Su Changyu, he didn't believe it. In his eyes, Yi Ping was just an ordinary monk. If it was so good that it was against the will of heaven, how could it be that it would be defeated if it participated in the 50 Immortal Ascension Conference? This is simply impossible. End of this chapter. Qingyun Hall. Sect Master, I really didn't lie to you. Our junior brother has a talent for swordsmanship. Su Changyu explained to Taoist Taihua like an ant on a hot pan. The swordsmanship talent is against the will of heaven? What is the will of heaven? Taoist Taihua still doesn't believe it. Is a disciple I just brought from outside really a genius? This is even lower than the probability of falling gold from the sky. Sect Master, do you know that the sword technique I practice is the fourth undersword technique, right? Su Changyu asked. I know, I bought the sword guide. I spent more than 200 taels of gold. I thought you could practice swords well and carry forward the sect, but... Taoist Taihua said nothing as he spoke, for fear of damaging Su Changyu's confidence. Su Changyu felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't care, but continued. Master, you should be clear about this fourth undersword technique. I randomly drew a sword mark on my junior brother the day before yesterday and let him have an enlightenment casually. Do you know which level of enlightenment the younger brother has achieved? Su Changyu lowered his voice and seemed mysterious. Can you also realize this? Taoist Taihua was slightly stunned. Su Changyu could realize it even if he cut a sword mark. That was really a genius. A first look at the path? Taoist Taihua boldly guessed. Master, guess boldly. Su Changyu shook his head. Perfect? Taoist Taihua widened his eyes and felt unbelievable. Be bolder. Su Changyu continued. I'll throw it away. Changyu, do you want to swallow the needle? Taoist Taihua did not answer. Great success? This is impossible. He was lucky enough to learn the fourth undersword technique, but he couldn't learn it even if he had any feet. Not to mention the perfection of great success, he thought he was a genius even after practicing all the fourth undersword techniques until he first saw the path. What's more, great success or one day. This is not a genius, this is the reincarnation of the sword immortal. Master, you may really not believe it when you say it. I think you are dreaming. Our junior brother, overnight, has realized the fourth undersword technique to the perfection of the great completeness, and has also condensed some of the sword power. After Su Changyu said this, he didn't know what to say. All the fourth undersword techniques are perfected? Also condense some sword power? Taoist Tai Hua was stunned. He could hardly imagine who would be the one who suddenly realized the fourth undersword techniques overnight to the point of perfection. Taoist Tai Hua stopped talking. But after a while, his laughter rang out. Ha ha, the dragon has come out, the dragon has come out, our Qingyun Sect has finally come out. Taoist Tai Hua clenched his fists excitedly, extremely excited. Su Changyu beside him was stunned. What does this mean? Sir, what do you mean? Su Changyu was a little confused. What does it mean? Our Qingyun Sect has produced a dragon. Shouldn't you be happy? Why are you trying to have a bitter face? Taoist Tai Hua smiled and his face was full of redness. No, the head of the sect, the younger brother is a genius, but the problem is, wouldn't it delay the rest of our small sect? I can't get over the conscience. Su Changyu said what he said in his heart. It would be fine if he didn't know he was a genius before, but now he knows he is a genius, so he is a little embarrassed about his conscience. But as soon as he finished speaking, Taoist Tai Hua sounded. Changyu, you are thinking too much. You junior brother, you have participated in the 50 Immortal Ascension Conference. No sect wants him. But as a teacher, I chose him in the vast sea of people. This is a blessing for him and a good thing for our Qingyun Sect. Is there any problem? Taoist Tai Hua said seriously. After saying this, Su Changyu thought for a while, and then couldn't help but say, didn't we know that they were geniuses before? Now we know, it's different. Su Changyu said so. Why are the difference? Taoist Tai Hua said seriously, what do you mean? Now tell you that junior brother, you are a genius, hurry up and go to another sect. Changyu, let me ask you, how can he prove that he is a genius when he goes to another sect? Do you directly use the fourth undersword technique? Even if you successfully use it, is there a sect in Xinzhou worthy of him? Even the fourth undersword sect, what trouble will he encounter after entering the fourth undersword sect? With such a good talent, will the genius from the fourth undersword sect be jealous after seeing it? Besides, our cultivators pay attention to fate. None of the many sects chose him. Our Qingyun Sect chose him, and this is fate. Do you feel a little guilty that our sect wants nothing and delays their cultivation? But have you ever thought that if he went to other sects, he would have whatever he wanted? And the major sects are intriguing each other. In order to prevent your sect from developing, they will directly assassinate them in secret. This is not without such a thing. Changyu, don't want the Holy Mother. Taoist Tai Hua is worthy of being the leader. He has lived for 50 or 60 years and has said very well. Su Changyu suddenly realized. If you think about it carefully, it will be true. So what can genius do? Your origin is unknown, do you dare to ask for it? Even if you want it, is it that the other sect lacking you a genius? Another point is, those sects are born with sects? It was also climbed up step by step from the small sect, and was born through the efforts of one genius after another. It doesn't appear out of thin air. For a moment, Su Changyu felt that he was indeed a little virgin. Changyu, as long as we do these things, we can even have a clear conscience. Teach him to cultivate immortality and give him all the resources of the sect, and our Qingyun Sect will have a clear conscience. Of course, there is another point. To continue to create a master's temperament, you must keep him in the sect and be a master. As long as the sect is promoted to the second level, you will tell him the truth. As for whether he will leave or stay at that time, it depends on himself. What? Taoist Tai Hua continued. Su Changyu nodded at the moment. The head of the sect is right. Just understand, Changyu, come down the mountain with me in 2 days. Since you, a junior brother, is a genius, then as a teacher, buy 2 sword books and let him study hard. Even if he loses everything, he cannot treat him badly. You go back and rest. Remember, don't tell others that the more people know, the easier it is to reveal things. If you keep calm, you will fantasize about you as a true peerless master, but don't reveal it. Taoist Tai Hua gave a few words of advice. Su Qingyu left the hall. After Su Qingyu left, Taoist Tai Hua couldn't help laughing again, but he covered his mouth and did not dare to laugh too loudly. As for guilt? To be honest, what's the guilt about this? Just like in the mundane world, I bought a priceless antique for 10 cents. How many people are willing to return this thing to the seller? Besides, there are horses with thousands of miles, but bull is not common. There were more than 50 fairy ascension meetings, and hundreds of immortal sects chose Yi Ping, so he was not allowed to pick up treasures in Qingyun Sect? But that is, people who have not experienced much suffering just like to persuade people to be kind. In the future, we still need to practice hard. Soon, laughter came from time to time in the hall, which made several disciples feel puzzled. End of this chapter. The next day. Early morning. With a sound, it sounded. Awakened everyone in Qingyun Sect. 8 is okay, master, it's a rough thing. The sound rang. Taoist Tai Hua, who had only slept for 2 hours, jumped out of the bed at the first time, subconsciously packed all his luggage at an extremely fast speed, intending to run away at any time. But the next moment, the door was opened. It was the 3rd senior brother of the sect. He was holding a piece of rice paper and looked ugly. Master, don't run away first. It's not that the creditor comes to the door, it's something else. Wang Zhuoyu's voice sounded, he was sweating profusely, and he hurriedly spoke to stabilize Taoist Tai Hua. He is the 3rd disciple of Taoist Tai Hua, and Yi Ping's 3rd senior brother, Wang Zhuoyu. Good at talisman formations. Isn't it a creditor coming to the door? Zhuoyu, it's not like you to tell me what you are. Why are you not at all stable when you encounter something? Learn from your senior brother, look at him, and then look at you. When Taoist Tai Hua heard that it was not the creditor coming, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time he blamed him in an unpleasant tone. Taoist Tai Hua was a little dizzy. Since he learned that Yi Ping was a genius, he laughed until Mao time yesterday before going to bed. Now it is Chen time, so he only slept for 2 hours, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. When Taoist Tai Hua heard something big, he immediately thought that it was the creditor who came to the door. Over the years, in order to develop the Qingyun Sect, he had borrowed no amount of money outside, so that creditors often came to collect debts, making Taoist Tai Hua worried about being afraid. The head of the sect, although it is not a creditor, it is almost the same. Look at this. This is the latest announcement issued by the sect management office in Qingzhou. Wang Zhuoyu was also a little helpless, and he didn't want to do this, but something really happened. What announcement? Is it going to be demolished? Taoist Tai Hua was very excited. He took the rice paper and saw 10 lines at a glance. Soon, Taoist Tai Hua became a little ugly. No, it's getting ugly. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. It's simply outrageous. Taoist Tai Hua said 3 words in a row, and his face turned red with anger. His good mood yesterday disappeared in an instant. There are not many words on rice paper, only a few hundred words. The content is also very simple, and the general meaning is: because Qingzhou has abundant spiritual energy, fertile land and a large population, countless new sects have emerged. In order to prevent any sects from making up for their own mistakes and cheating, it is necessary to investigate the non-income sects in Qingzhou. The way to investigate is very simple. After the notice is issued, 10 low-grade spirit stones will be paid within 2 months to prove the innocence of the sect. Within the limited time, those who have not paid the spirit stone will be disqualified from the opening of the sect and the sect will be dissolved. If you do not listen to the discipline, it is not ruled out that you use force to suppress it. This resolution has been approved by the 3 major sects in Qingzhou and the Jin court. I'm just collecting spirit stones for no reason. This is simply a shameless way to bully the weak. I want to go to Kyoto and sue the emperor. Taihua Taoist clenched his fists tightly with popularity. He was so angry. This announcement made the sect that was not rich worse. 10 spirit stones. Perhaps it is nothing to other sections. But for Qingyun Dao sect, 10 low-grade spirit stones are simply a huge sum of money. In the secular world, a copper plate can be exchanged for a piece of sesame cake. 100 copper plates are equal to 1 or 2 silver taels. And 100 taels of silver equals 1 tael of gold. A low-grade spirit stone is equal to 10 taels of gold. 10 lower-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 100 taels of gold. It can be said that Qingyun Dao sect hasn't seen what the spirit stone looks like in several years. The annual income of Qingyun Dao sect is about 10 taels of gold. This is pretty average. What is the concept of 10 low-grade spirit stones? Qingyun Dao sect does not eat or drink, and does not spend a penny to save 10 lower-grade spirit stones for 10 years. This news is even more uncomfortable than the creditors coming to the door. At least the creditor will not ask for 10 spirit stones even if he comes to the door, right? And even if you ask for 10 spirit stones, it's also considered paying off the debt? It's not difficult to borrow or repay? You can borrow it later. But who can accept it if you give someone 10 low-grade spirit stones for free? The most annoying thing is that you can't refuse to give it to you. If you really don't give it to me, they will immediately send someone to suppress it. There is nothing in Qingzhou, so there is no shortage of sects that cannot be included in the free sections. The brain hurts. The brain hurts. It's really a headache. Taoist Taihua felt very uncomfortable. He had thought about it yesterday and saved some money to buy a new sword score for Yi Ping. Unexpectedly, he had come like this now, which made him feel very uncomfortable. It is difficult for him to seek death. Master, what should I do? Wang Zhuoyu stood aside, not knowing what to say. What to do? What can I do? Cool. Could it be that it is true that I went to Beijing to file a lawsuit? Do you know whether the officials protect each other? Taihua Taoist people are in a complicated mood. I want to cry but can't cry. After a while, Taoist Taihua took a deep breath and then said, "Let everyone go to the main hall to gather. I want to hold a sect meeting." Taoist Taihua seemed weak. This time it's really troublesome. This announcement is obviously a real thing. The 3 major sects in Qinzhou jointly agreed, including the Jin court, which also agreed. This is definitely not a joke. Okay, master, don't be too sad either. There are always more ways than difficulties. We believe in you. Wang Zhuoyu said seriously. Roll. Taoist Taihua cursed angrily. What is belief? Isn't you just want to blame yourself? Let yourself bear it? Okay. Wang Zhuoyu left. He walked very quickly. Although he felt uncomfortable, he couldn't think of any good idea. It's better to let go first. Anyway, the sky has fallen and there is a tall man on his head. But at the end, Taoist Taihua sounded again. By the way, don't let the new junior brother know. Taoist Taihua gave a message. Do not bring out family scandals. It is better for insiders to know this kind of thing. That's it. 1 hour later. Inside the main hall of Qingyun Daozong. 4 figures came to the main hall early. There were still 3 people going down the mountain, so they were not among the sections. At this moment, Taoist Taihua appeared. However, he looked a little tired, his eyes were light red, as if he had cried. The head of the sect. The head of the sect. I've met the leader. Seeing Taoist Taihua appear, everyone started to shout at the head of the sect. In formal occasions, no matter whether there are outsiders, they must be called the head of the sect, and they cannot be called the master. Taoist Taihua was a little anxious. He did not answer everyone, but came directly to the main seat and looked at everyone with a serious expression. To be honest with the teacher, the biggest crisis in our Qingyun Dao sect has emerged. Taoist Taihua looked serious. As soon as these words were finished, everyone in the main hall looked a little unfavorable. Taoist Taihua did not say much, but took out the notice so that everyone could see it. Soon, the main hall fell into silence. They understand what this announcement means. But soon, a sound rang out. 10 low-grade spirit stones? The sect management office is crazy? I'm cutting leaks on our heads? I'm going to go to the capital to complain to the emperor. It was Su Luochen's voice. He seemed extremely excited, and his words and deeds were very similar to those of the Taoist Taihua before. But it was not just him, although the others didn't speak, their faces looked ugly. 10 low-grade spirit stones. This made the Qingyun Sect, which was not rich, even worse. However, in the hall, Su Changyu was the calmest. He looked at Taoist Taihua and said calmly, "Sect Master, how many spirit stones are there in that sect?" Su Changyu asked seriously. Instead of pursuing the root of the problem, we think about solutions and fully demonstrate the responsibility and style of the senior brother. 70. Taoist Taihua spoke slowly. As soon as these words were said, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. End of this chapter. In the main hall. When everyone learned that there were still 70 low-grade spirit stones in the sect, everyone's expressions calmed down a lot. Although it is a bit unacceptable to lose 10 low-grade spirit stones in vain. But when I think there are still 70 low-grade spirit stones, it's nothing, just think it's spending money to eliminate disasters. But, I saw the relaxed expressions of everyone. Taoist Taihua shook his head bitterly. In an instant, the disciples in the main hall were silent again. Not 70 spirit stones? Is it 70 taels of gold? Everyone's mood is a little complicated. This is indeed a bit tricky. Is it 70 taels of gold? Although the difference is quite big, if I wait to work hard, I won't be able to make it within 2 months. Su Changyu said with a heavy expression. He looks like a senior brother, taking responsibility and responsibilities. Hearing this, everyone really calmed down. It's pretty good to have 70 taels of gold. It's just 30 taels of gold, and it's not without hope for everyone to fight. But the next moment, Taoist Taihua looked even more ugly. In an instant, Su Changyu swallowed. His eyes were full of disbelief. Master, don't tell me, there are only 70 taels of silver. Su Changyu's face was full of disbelief. If it's 70 taels of silver, don't dream. 70 taels of gold, it can be said that you can work hard and strive to earn 30 taels of gold within 2 months, and there is still a glimmer of hope. But you said 70 taels of silver? That's still a fucking trick. But just when everyone thought there were only 70 taels of silver, Taoist Taihua shook his head bitterly again. Su Changyu. Su Luochen. Wang Zhuoyu. Chen Lingru. Silence. Silence. The hall was in deep despair. 70 copper plates? I'll throw it away. Are you teasing me? At first, everyone thought that 70 taels of silver were actually the bottom line of Qingyun Sect. But what I didn't expect was that Taoist Taihua never disappointed people. 70 copper plates? Is this a fucking thing? Mao, do you know? The annual net income of Qingyun Sect is only about 30 taels of gold. Although Qingyun Sect is an immortal sect, this kind of immortal sect is just the worst and worst. It is already very good to have 30 taels of gold a year. There are only 8 people in the sect, and there is no mine or land. They can only earn weak assets by planting a little spiritual rice. How can I get all the money to get so much money in 2 months? It is not necessarily possible to get everything sold. No, master, although our Dao sect is indeed poor, it is not so poor, right? What about the accumulation over the years? Some people don't believe it, thinking that although the Daozong is poor, it is not so poor, right? A dignified immortal gate with only 70 copper plates? You should know that even some escort agencies in the secular world may have more than 70 copper plates. When Taoist Taihua heard this, he couldn't help but get angry. Luo Chen, what do you mean? Do you still think it's just for the teacher to fill your own pockets? Taoist Taihua said a little unpleasantly. Disciple doesn't dare. Su Luochen immediately shrank his head. But Su Changyu looked straight at his unreliable master. Sect Master, I believe you won't be able to fill your pockets, but it's impossible for the Dao sect to have only 70 copper plates left, so tell the truth. Su Changyu vaguely felt that things could not be that simple. As soon as he said this, Taoist Taihua wanted to open his mouth to refute a few words, but under Su Changyu's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Actually, our sect originally had some savings. But later on, I thought it would be a waste to put the silver on it. Last time I went down the mountain, I found a new thing called the Immortal Cultivation Fund at the foot of the mountain. It was said that it exists in this fund, and there will be a rebate every month, and there will be a lot of rebates. Let me think about it. Someone helps us keep the silver custody and can still make a rebate. Isn't this a big profit? So the silver has bought funds. Taoist Taihua said hesitantly. Fund? What is this? Master, then go and get it now. Yes, regardless of whether the rebate is rebate or not, please take it out now. Everyone spoke one after another, and after learning that they still had a fortune, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Taoist Taihua said helplessly. I want to take it out too, but I saved the silver one and I can't find anyone in the second month. Taoist Taihua felt uncomfortable. When he mentioned this, he felt uncomfortable. He had been hitting an eagle all his life, but he didn't expect that the ship capsized in the gutter this time. Master, you are. Sect Master, how much silver have you invested? Everyone was both helpless and curious. It's not too much, it's about 200 taels of gold. Taoist Taihua said a little embarrassedly. 200 taels of gold? Hiss. A shock sounded. Everyone really couldn't believe it. First, this number is too exaggerated, and second, how could Qingyun Dao sect have 200 taels of gold? What is the concept of 200 taels of gold? The sect has big fish and meat every day, according to normal high standards, at most 1 or 2 silver taels a day. A month is only 30 taels of silver. 4 taels of gold will die in a year. You can eat big fish and meat for 50 years. 50 years. How many 50 years does life have? Blue and thin mushrooms. Master, are you wrong? 200 taels of gold? How could our Qingyun Dao sect have so much silver? Wang Zhuoyu didn't believe it. Stop talking about him, who do you believe me? I borrowed 120 taels of gold. Taoist Taihua was relatively quiet and dared not answer loudly. Hiss. Everyone gasped. 120 taels of gold or borrowed? What does this mean? Stupid. 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 Everyone was completely confused. Does this mean that we not only have to raise 100 taels of gold in 2 months to solve this problem, but also have to raise 120 taels of gold to solve another problem? Taoist Taihua lowered his head, and he was indeed a little embarrassed. He originally didn't plan to say this. After all, the financial power of the sect is in his own hands, and no one will check the accounts. But now that this is happening, he has to say it. In the hall, there was a dead silence. Everyone was in a heavy mood. Taoist Taihua didn't know what to say. Everyone didn't know what to say. At the end, Taoist Taihua took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. No matter what, my teacher will definitely try every means. I hope I can gather my ideas and think of a solution. If it really doesn't work, my teacher can only give it a try. At worst, I can go to the Jinglin Mountains. Taoist Taihua said this. But after saying this, everyone became even more helpless. Jinglin Mountain is a famous mountain of monsters. Only some outlaws go to that mountain range to hunt monsters and earn spirit stones, which are full of dangers. How could they let their master go to such a dangerous place? But they really don't know what to say. Forget it, you all go back to see if you can think of some solutions. Changyu, stay and explain something to you for your teacher. Taoist Taihua spoke and asked Su Changyu to stay. End of this chapter. In the hall, the other disciples left. Only Su Changyu is left here. Qingyun, I'll go down the mountain for the next few days to see if I can borrow some spirit stones. You can take good care of Yiping's affairs. No matter what, it will be implemented according to the original plan. You must not make any mistakes, do you know? Taoist Taihua said seriously. The disciple understands that it's just that 100 taels of gold is really a bit too much. Master, can you think of a way? Su Changyu was also a little worried. Finally, a genius came to the sect, but unexpectedly encountered this. You should think of the method. In short, you don't have to worry. Our sect finally made a dragon. Even if it is a little harder and tired, it doesn't matter. The important thing is to calm down your junior brother and teach him well, so don't teach him randomly. Taoist Taihua said seriously. After knowing that Yiping was a genius, Taoist Taihua did not want Su Changyu to ruin the people, so he said so. Okay, master, don't worry, I'm here in the sect, so you don't have to worry. Su Changyu nodded. He thought about it all night yesterday and felt that Taoist Taihua was right, and he had also overcome the hurdle in his heart, so he had no burden. Soon, Su Changyu left the hall. Walking backwards. In the middle of the back cliff. Yiping was still experiencing the sword marks. Since he learned that his swordsmanship was average, Yiping worked harder. If he hadn't been unable to withstand it, he would have thought that he would have used 12 hours a day to realize the sword marks. But hard work always pays off. The 4th Undersword technique has a total of 140-60 sword moves. Yiping has now realized 720 sword moves. Moreover, the speed of enlightenment was getting faster and faster. Within 3 days, he was confident that he would deduce the 4th Undersword technique to the pinnacle. It was at this moment that Su Changyu came. My junior brother. Su Changyu appeared, but his face always looked aloof. It was not intentionally showing it to Yiping, but mainly because he couldn't laugh. He was under pressure now when facing Yiping. I've met my senior brother. When Yiping saw that Su Changyu was coming, he quickly stood up and bowed. Junior brother, don't be too polite. Although we are not related by blood, we will naturally be like brothers and sisters when we join the same sect. We don't have to care about this kind of etiquette and rules. Su Changyu quickly spoke, asking Yiping not to bow, he couldn't stand it. The eldest brother is joking. Etiquette is the basis of being a human being, and the junior brother must abide by it. Yiping was unwilling to do so. There is an old saying, there are many people who are not surprised by the ritual. When he was in the literary world, he praised everyone he saw and bowed to everyone he saw, which won a lot of favor. Su Changyu was not confused about the details, but subconsciously asked, Junior brother, how many sword moves have you realized today? He asked like this. When it comes to sword moves, Yiping feels a little embarrassed. From yesterday to now, I have only realized the 720th move. Yiping replied like this. Su Changyu. Only 720 moves? I'm sour. Su Changyu really didn't know how to answer, he felt very uncomfortable. But after thinking about it, Su Changyu took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and just acted to the end. Anyway, he had been acting for so many days, and he found out that he was not embarrassed. Thinking of this, Su Changyu shook his head and said. It's still a short time to ignite the fire. Su Changyu said this. Sure enough, when he said this, Yiping looked a little depressed, but soon Yiping continued to ask. Senior brother, how many sword moves do you have to understand before you can be considered? And what is my sword technique called? Yiping asked, and he couldn't figure out how many tricks he needed to pass. And Su Changyu is doing things like popular science. Little brother, listen. Your sword technique is called the 4th Undersword technique, which includes 4 different sword techniques, Spring Thundersword technique, Xiao Thundersword technique, Autumn Thundersword technique, and Winter Thundersword technique. There are a total of 1,460 sword techniques. If you realize them all, this sword technique will reach the pinnacle. There are 4 levels of sword techniques. When you first see the door, you will be perfect, and you will reach the pinnacle. Speaking of this, Su Changyu paused. However, reaching the pinnacle is just the beginning. When the sword technique reaches the pinnacle, you need to condense your own sword force, and after you suddenly realize the sword force, you still have the sword intent. A truly powerful swordsman must condense the sword momentum and sword intent, and then condense the sword momentum and sword intent to merge the spirit into one. Only then can he be called a swordsman at that time. Do you understand? Su Changyu was serious about popularizing science and said it carefully. In an instant, Yi Ping suddenly realized. I see. Yi Ping understood and then asked a question that made Su Changyu very embarrassed. Then senior brother, what level are you at now? Yi Ping asked. This question is embarrassing. Su Changyu didn't know how to answer. I said I had just read the path, do you believe it? After thinking about it, Su Changyu took a deep breath, and then stood up with his hands behind his back. Senior brother is not talented. A few years ago, he only entered the legendary first level of the Supreme Sword Path, the Infinite Sword Intent. Su Changyu didn't dare to say it too clearly, so he can only start to make a mistake. Infinite Sword Intention? For a moment, Yi Ping was shocked. He doesn't understand what Infinite Sword Intent means. But it sounds amazing. Sword moves, sword force, and finally sword intent. It is difficult to condense a sword intent, is it infinite sword intent? What is this concept? Well, infinite sword intent, the sword intent, after reaching the peak, the Supreme Realm will appear, and the Supreme Realm is divided into 3 levels. The first level is infinite sword intent, which, as the name suggests, means countless sword intents. If you enter this state, you will be the best in the 10 countries. Su Changyu said this. He is not a fool, because this is indeed the supreme realm of swordsmanship. However, no one in Qingyun can do it, nor Jin State. 10 countries have 1.5 feet into the realm of infinite sword intent. That person is Taishu Sword Master, the most powerful sword in the 10 countries, but he has only stepped into half feet, which is still much shorter than the real infinite sword intent. As Su Changyu said this, Yi Ping was even more excited. Infinite sword intent? It sounds so terrifying. The eldest brother entered this state in his early years, and he might be able to enter this state in his lifetime. At that time, will you not be the second in the 10 countries? After all, there is a senior brother here. Thinking of this, Yi Ping became more and more excited. To be honest, he felt that the second in the 10 countries was too big. He was very satisfied with the first in Qingyun, and it was not bad to be the second. After all, the sky fell and the first one was against it. Young brother understands it. Please rest assured. You will definitely work hard to catch up with your senior brother's footsteps. In your lifetime, you will definitely step into the infinite sword intent. Yi Ping said excitedly. But Su Changyu felt uncomfortable. Because he is so sour. However, when he thought of himself as Yi Ping's enlightenment mentor, Su Changyu felt a little better. My younger brother, you can continue to realize the sword marks these days. Senior brother will accompany you these days, so you won't make any mistakes. Su Changyu said so. Thank you for your advice from senior brother. When you make your debut in the future, you will not forget your kindness. Yi Ping said gratefully. End of this chapter. The Immortal Martial Arts Era, March 18th. The Hour of You. Yi Ping has been in Qingyun Sect for 15 days. Yi Ping completely realized all the 1,460 sword moves of the 4 Thundersword technique. In other words, Yi Ping has completely entered the pinnacle of this sword technique. Now we have to realize the sword force. The so-called sword force is a sword force. One set of swordsmanship, 1,460 moves, you really need to fight all of them. Just like doing radio gymnastics, each move is very dull. If you condense the sword force, then there is no need to do this. As long as you stab a sword, it is equivalent to the blessing of all the moves of the entire set of sword techniques in one move. Therefore, the sword force is very important, and one move is equal to a set of sword techniques. As for sword intent, it is a higher-end existence. A strong man with sword intent does not need to draw a sword at all. He can suppress the enemy by standing there. Therefore, the sword intent is the deepest place. Yi Ping spent 15 days to realize the entire set of sword techniques. He believed that he would realize the following sword force in no time. But Yi Ping was not proud because he knew that the reason he had achieved this was entirely because of the elder brother. If it weren't for the sword mark of the eldest brother, he would have no way of enlightenment. Yi Ping will remember this kindness in his heart when drinking water. Thinking that half a year ago, when I attended more than 50 Immortal Ascension conferences, no sect wanted me, which made Yi Ping very uncomfortable. Now Qingyun Sect does not despise me, Yi Ping naturally remembers this kindness in his heart. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but look at Su Changyu on the cliff not far away, and his heart was even more full of admiration. Senior brother! Yi Ping shouted. Su Changyu sat on the cliff for several days. He didn't know what happened to him recently. He was pretty good during the day, but when it was approaching, he became inexplicably melancholy. Perhaps it was because of the blow, or perhaps it was because of Yi Ping's unnatural qualifications that made him doubt himself, and he doubted whether he was not suitable for practicing swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Su Changyu heard Yi Ping's voice and couldn't help but turn around. How? Su Changyu looked calm. Senior brother, I have already mastered all 1,460 sword moves. I'll tell you. Yi Ping, who was under the cliff, said calmly. As soon as these words were said, Su Changyu, who was already melancholy, felt even more uncomfortable. He is so sour. But he could only feel sad. The most important thing was that Yi Ping was obviously very strong, but he showed a feeling of being a good person. But I was obviously like a weak chicken, but I still had to show that I was so strong. No matter how thick the face is, it is hard to bear. Then let's have a rest in your life, don't work too hard. We monks should understand the combination of work and rest. As the saying goes, haste will not be achieved. You should understand this principle, right? After a while, Su Changyu spoke, let Yi Ping rest for a while, and was also very moved. Genius is not terrifying, what is terrifying is that genius is working hard, this is where people are desperate. Thank you for your advice, senior brother. Under the cliff. Yi Ping nodded. In the past 15 days, I have indeed worked diligently and forgot to eat and sleep, and I have not had any time to rest. Although you have to be more diligent, it is not good to be too diligent. You really need to rest at the right time. Okay, give yourself half an hour off. Yi Ping nodded, then sat on the ground, emptying his thoughts. He looked at Qingyun Sect. The sunset rolls around the sky, the green clouds reflect the light red, everything is quiet and full of poetry and painting. At this moment, Yi Ping stretched out his waist, glanced at the beautiful scenery of Qingyun Sect, and then slowly spoke. The sunset glows hide the Qingyun Peak, and Hengyue is full of prosperity. I wish to learn Qingzhou practice and eat in the morning and take advantage of the wind. The leaves open. He couldn't help but recite a poem. This is written by Lin Yangzhong, a poet of the Southern Song dynasty. However, Yi Ping changed it a little, changed Zhurong Peak to Qingyun Peak, and changed his wish to learn Lingyang practice skills to be willing to learn Qingzhou practice skills. A small change, but the artistic conception remains unchanged. This is probably the highest level of one copy. Yi Ping was a little proud. Although I am a useless person in the world of immortal cultivation, I am also a little famous in Jin State, right? However, Yi Ping was indeed modest. He was not as simple as being famous in Jin. Saying a word of money is a shame to his identity. The powerful and wealthy people in Jin State like the most are piano, chess, poetry, and painting. Yi Ping happens to be their favorite target, so if it weren't for this world of cultivating immortals, Yi Ping could have been like a fish in Jin State. But Yi Ping did not regret it at all. In his eyes, everything is inferior to the level of cultivation. And at this moment, Su Changyu, who was standing on the back cliff, moved slightly. He changed his posture and looked at Yi Ping. First of all, my legs are numb. Secondly, the poem written by Yi Ping just now attracted his attention. Su Changyu has learned culture. But I can also hear that Yi Ping's poem is very good. Thinking of Yiping's origin, Su Changyu couldn't help but say curiously. My junior brother, I heard from the headmaster that you were still a scholar before you went up the mountain? Su Changyu asked. Go back to senior brother, be considered half a scholar. Yiping quickly answered, not daring to be arrogant. Half a scholar? Su Changyu was curious, what is half a scholar? I haven't passed the exam yet, so I can only be considered half a scholar. Yiping immediately answered without leaving any hesitation. Oh. Su Changyu nodded. He didn't understand very much. But at the end, Su Changyu continued to ask. Then junior brother, do you know the art of painting? Su Changyu asked. I understand a little bit. Yiping said modestly. Those senior brothers should make a painting. Su Changyu spoke, not suddenly thinking, but just thinking that if Yiping knew the art of painting, Yiping would really make a fortune in the future, and he still had some capital to brag about. Seeing that, the first sword cultivator in Qingyun State had painted himself. Su Changyu has no hobbies, his only hobby is pretending. Okay, senior brother, wait a moment, I'll go get some pen and ink. Yiping nodded. He is good at painting and sketching, but he is not interested in it. He just joined a painting club in order to pursue a goddess in his previous life. Then he practiced hard for 3 years and finally learned painting. However, the goddess ran away with a rich second generation. So Yiping understood a truth. Learning to draw can't save single dogs. After a while, Yiping took out a brush, rice paper, and an inkstone. He brought these things with him before going up the mountain, but he had no place to use them, and it just happened to be the right time now. When he took the text, Yiping was very serious. He looked at the sunset, then looked at his senior brother, and then started writing. Su Changyu didn't think much about it, stood up and quietly stared at the sunset, leaving a chic posture. 1 hour later. Drawn. End of this chapter. Su Hour. Qingyun Sect. As Yu Yang disappeared at the last point, Yiping slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother, I've painted it. Yiping opened his mouth and then smiled. He was quite confident in his painting skills. In addition, after joining the Immortal Sect, Yiping always felt that he had been sublimated in all aspects, so he was very satisfied with this painting. When Su Changyu heard what Yiping said again, he moved his body and looked at the rice paper in front of Yiping. This is a top-quality rice paper, which can be divided into 3 pieces without affecting its quality. If this rice paper is properly stored, it can be passed down for thousands of years. For a piece of rice paper like this, the value of light itself is measured by a ruler, 1 foot and 1 or 2 gold. This portrait, because it describes people and scenery, is 4.5 feet long and 2 and 5 feet wide. In other words, this piece of rice paper is worth 8 taels of gold. But Su Changyu doesn't understand. He looked at the scroll. In the scroll, the sunset covers the sky, the green clouds and mountains are like fairylands on earth, and the flowers, plants, and trees are lifelike, especially in some details, which are more realistic. But the most eye-catching one is the man in the portrait. The man's face was not all drawn, just a side face, but Yiping portrayed the arrogant and indifferent sword fairy temperament. This man is naturally Su Changyu. In the portrait, he stands on a cliff and looks at the sunset, with an indescribable artistic conception, which makes people feel beautiful. This painting is good. Although Su Changyu is not very educated, he at least has not violated his conscience. Yiping's painting is indeed good. The only problem is that he did not draw his handsomeness, but only drew 1/10,000th of the picture. However, it is not that Yiping's lack of level, but that he is too handsome, so Su Changyu didn't think anything about it. Thinking that he could beat Yiping in handsomeness, Su Changyu became happy for some reason. As long as my senior brother is satisfied. Yiping smiled slightly, then took out a square seal and then covered it in the upper right corner of the scroll. This is his seal. The words Qinglian Jushi are written on it. Senior brother, get it. Yiping rolled up the painting and handed it over to Su Changyu. I'm sorry, my junior brother. Su Changyu nodded, but before Yiping could open his mouth, a sound rang out. Changyu, come quickly. The sound rang out. This was the voice of Taoist Tai Hua. Young brother, you continue to realize the sword marks, and senior brother will say goodbye first. Su Chanyu left a sentence, then quickly left and walked towards Taoist Tai Hua. Soon, Su Changyu came to Taoist Tai Hua. Master, what's wrong? Have you borrowed silver? Su Chanyu was a little curious and didn't understand why Taoist Tai Hua suddenly looked for him. Could it be that I had borrowed silver? I didn't borrow it, but I thought of a good idea. Taoist Tai Hua said happily. Thinking of it? What's the solution? Su Changyu was a little surprised. He could not imagine that with the wisdom of his master, he could think of other good solutions besides borrowing money. Chanyu, this time I went down the mountain for the master, although I didn't borrow silver, I passed by a pawn shop for my master. Didn't our sect keep a lot of things for generations? Why not just pawn them all? Although it is difficult to sell 100 taels of gold, it can at least get a portion of the silver. With the startup capital, I will think of another way at that time. In 2 months, everything will be possible. Taoist Tai Hua smiled and opened his mouth. Pawn? Su Changyu seemed a little helpless. He thought his master had thought of something good, but he didn't expect it to be such a bad idea. The most important thing is, what else is valuable in Qingyun Dao Sect? Sect Master, does it work? Su Changyu remained suspicious. It will work even if it doesn't work. If there is really no way, my teacher can only find my distant cousin. Her family is quite wealthy, and in her eyes, it's impossible to calculate anything. Taoist Tai Hua said seriously. You have a distant cousin? Didn't you say it earlier? Then why are we pawning? Let's go find her now. Su Changyu didn't expect that his master actually had a distant cousin. You don't understand, this cousin is a bit quirky. When it comes to his cousin, Taoist Tai Hua is a little embarrassed. A little quirk? That's normal. The rich man doesn't have any quirks? Su Changyu said disapprovingly. No, her quirk is very weird, she is a manly person. Taoist Tai Hua said seriously. Good male sex? Su Changyu frowned slightly. Isn't this very normal? Oh, it's not the good male sex you understand. In short, I will never look for me as a cousin of my teacher unless it is absolutely necessary. Okay, don't talk nonsense. Come down the mountain with me and walk around, don't waste time. Taoist Tai Hua did not explain in detail. He pulled Su Changyu down the mountain, not caring about anything else. And in the middle of the cliff. Yi Ping was completely ignorant of all this. After Su Changyu left, Yi Ping continued to realize. He wanted to realize the sword momentum as soon as possible, but after mastering the complete sword technique, Yi Ping vaguely felt that it would not take long to realize the sword momentum. Thinking of this, Yi Ping looked at the sword marks on the ground and entered an epiphany again. Perhaps it is because of mastering the complete sword. Yi Ping looked at Jianhan again and there was a different change. In my mind, four figures constantly evolved the fourth undersword technique. A sword force suddenly filled Yi Ping. The dead grass and leaves fly up, surrounding the leaves. Boom! 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 The dull thunder sounded at the back cliff, and Yi Ping's epiphany speed was several times faster than before. Until early morning. Yi Ping opened his eyes. He raised his hand and a terrible sword force spread out from him in an instant. Call out! An invisible sword energy appeared, rolling up dead grass and leaves on the ground, and then hitting a piece of gravel, and a faint sword mark was left behind. If Su Changyu were here, he would probably abandon the sword directly, because Yi Ping actually completed the condensation of the sword overnight. Although it was only a preliminary stage, it was still against the will of heaven. And at the same time, in Qingzhou, Taiyue Sword Sect. There are 3 major sects in Qingzhou, and the Taiyue Sword Sect is one of the 3 major sects, which is a first-class immortal sect. There are 3,000 elite disciples under the sect, which is considered very famous. And at this moment, Taiyue Sword Sect, on the Wujian Cliff. Several young heroes were sitting cross-legged under Wujian Cliff, comprehending the sword moves. On the Wujian cliff, there was an extremely sharp sword mark. This sword mark was left by the most powerful swordsman in Qingyun, and was left by Taoist Siji. That's right, it's the Taoist of 4 seasons. In the past, Taoist Siji owed Taiyue sword sect a favor. Now the head of Taiyue asked Taoist Siji to leave a sword mark, hoping that the young generation of swordsman heroes can have a good understanding. And this sword mark stayed on the cliff of the Wujian. This sword mark is terrifying. There was even a thunder sound. This is the real mark of sword intent. Compared with Su Qingyu's, it was simply an insult to the Taoist of 4 seasons. That's when. Suddenly, a slight sound of landmine sounded. End of this chapter. Taiyue Sword Sect. Under the cliff of Wujian. As a thunder sounded, countless disciples couldn't help but turn their eyes toward each other. Under the Wujian cliff, 5 young disciples sat cross-legged. These 5 disciples are heroes of the Taiyue Sword Sect, and they have extremely high talent in the sword lineage. It is precisely because of these 5 disciples, the head of Taiyue, who used their connections to invite Taoist Siji to carve a sword mark, so that they could understand the sword intent well. It has been a full month now, and someone finally realized the sword intent of Taoist Siji. It was a young man who looked no more than 20 years old, wearing a white robe, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a long sword in front of him, which was buzzing. Not only that, sword shadows appeared behind him. I realized it. Senior brother Su Hong really realized it. Hiss, is this enlightenment? Oh my god, senior brother Su Hang is worthy of being a famous swordsman in Qingyun. In just 1 year, through a sword mark, he realized the Spring Thunder Sword technique and the 4 Thunder Sword technique to the perfection. I'm sorry. When Taoist 4 seasons left this sword mark, he said that even a sword genius would take 10 years to comprehend any of the 4 Thunder Sword techniques to the pinnacle. Senior brother Su Hong only took a year to comprehend the Spring Thunder Sword technique to the perfection. It is probably not 3 years for the remaining 3 sections. Senior brother Su Hang is known as the top 10 sword geniuses in Qingyun. I can only look up to such talent. Stop talking, it will be sour if you say it. It seems that senior brother Su will be in the top 10 in this Qingyun Swordsman Conference. Top 10? I'll give you another chance to reorganize your speech, at least in the top 3. In a year, I can understand the Spring Thunder Sword art to the point of perfection. Is this a genius of swordsmanship? In the Taiyue Sword Sect, the disciples were talking, and their eyes were full of envy. And on Wujian Cliff, there were 7 or 8 old men standing. These are the elders of Taiyue Sword Sect. One of them was an elder with a smile on his face, which was hard to hide. Senior brother Mingjian did not misunderstand. In just 1 month, your disciple had already realized the sword intent of senior 4 seasons. It's really gratifying. An elder spoke out, congratulating Elder Mingjian, who was the old man who laughed the most among the crowd. Ah, there, it's just that I have realized the perfection of great success, it's nothing. The sword mark of senior 4 seasons contains his sword intent. Only by understanding the perfection of Spring Thunder Sword technique to the perfection of great success, it's nothing. Elder Mingjian smiled and said, looking very modest, but the smile on his face had no sense of modesty. Senior brother Mingjian is humble. Yes, senior brother Mingjian is humble. You disciple have a strong attainment in swordsmanship and are even better than the best in the inner sect. I think Su Hong may have a chance to win the first place in this Qingyun Swordsmanship Conference. Another elder exclaimed. But soon, a cold snorting sounded. In Qingyun, there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons, not to mention the 4 Thunder Sword sect and Baiyun Dao sect. It would be too early to just talk about the top sects in Qingyun, which are all big and small, right? The person who spoke was an old man, with a hint of disdain in his words and expressions. For a moment, Elder Mingjian's face also darkened slightly. This person is his strong rival. He was when he was young and now, and he has been fighting for a lifetime. However, his disciples had not yet understood the sword intent, so they naturally felt a little unhappy. Elder Mingjian glanced at the other party. But he was not angry, but instead smiled. Elder Qingyun is right. In Qinzhou, there may be a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Maybe there is a peerless swordsman genius in a small sect. If you just look at a sword mark, you can suddenly realize that you have reached the peak within more than 10 days. I, a bad disciple, must not be qualified to win the first place in Qingyou's swordsmanship. Elder Mingjian said sarcastically. The expressions of the elders changed slightly. They could hear in an instant that Elder Mingjian was mocking him sarcastically. Can you suddenly realize the ultimate realm with just one sword mark? Not to mention Qinzhou, to be larger, there is no such genius in Jin. To be larger, even to be larger, the 10 countries cannot find such genius. Who is this? Can't even be reincarnated in the sword immortal? The Taoist Siji is the first swordsman in Qinzhou. His realm is already at the realm of the Yuanying. He condenses the supreme sword intent and carved a sword mark. Even if he is a real swordsman, it will take several years to comprehend all his sword techniques. He also made a random sword mark and realized that he had reached the pinnacle? Isn't this sarcastic? What is this? When Elder Qingyun heard this again, he couldn't help but show anger. But with so many juniors here, he wouldn't be angry, so as not to be embarrassed. Don't fight with the 2 senior brothers. No matter whose disciple is talented, it is a good thing for my Taiyue sword sect. However, the number 1 in Qinzhou Swordsman Conference is indeed a bit exaggerated. After all, the 4th Undersword sect has produced a genius, but this time the head of the sect has an order, and he will compete for the top 10 no matter what. Do you know why? At this moment, another old man spoke out and said. In an instant, the elders became curious, and they did not know why. In the Qinzhou Sword Dao Conference, although Taiyue Sword Sect has achieved good results every time, this time the leader seems to attach great importance to it. It is strange that even invited Taoist Siji to carve the sword marks. Feel the curiosity of everyone. The latter also spoke slowly. This time you can get the top 10, and you can get a piece of the Taishan Sword Tower Order. Do you understand? The latter said so. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Taishan Sword Tower Order? Hiss. Is Taishan Sword Tower open again? It's actually Taishan Sword Tower Order. No wonder the leader used such a big connection to invite senior 4 seasons. It turned out to be this. The elders were shocked. They know what the Taishan Sword Tower represents. This is an ancient treasure from the 10 countries in the southern region. It is rumored that it was refined by a sword immortal. There is the inheritance of the sword immortal and the insights of the sword immortal. As long as you are a disciple of the sword Taoist lineage, you will definitely gain something when you step into the Taishan Sword Tower. The sword tower has 9,981 floors, and each floor has a guardian. The higher the pass, the more rewards you get. If you want to enter the sword tower, you must have the Taishan Sword Tower Order. Naturally, Taishan Sword Tower is extremely precious. However, I didn't expect that the Taishan Sword Tower Order would be distributed to the top 10 in the Qinzhou Sword Dao Conference, which was a huge surprise. That's right, Taishan Sword Tower is activated again. This time, 365 ancient orders were issued. I was assigned 10 in Qinzhou. Finally, I decided to distribute these 10 ancient orders to the top 10 swords meetings. So, my senior brothers, I will teach your disciples well during this period. Don't you be taken away by a disciple of a small sect at that time. If that's the case, it will be embarrassing. The other party said with a smile. Everyone smiled indifferently. But they all understood that this kind of thing was almost impossible. The reason why the sects are large sects is not only because of their strong inheritance, but also because of their strong resources. What if the small sect finds a peerless genius? Could it be that a sword mark can really be easily understood by a few hundred sword intents? No, don't you really think there are peerless sword geniuses in this world, right? End of this chapter. Ginkgo City. The sun shines brightly, and the teams outside the city are like long dragons. Taoist Taihua and Su Chanyu were standing outside the city, queuing in sequence. But among the crowd, Taoist Taihua's eyes were fixed on a notice, staring blankly, as if he was thinking about something. Su Changyu glanced at the notice and was stunned. Because this is the notice of the Qinzhou Jiandao Conference. The content is also very simple. The Qinzhou Jiandao Conference will be held in Qingyun Ancient City 3 months later. Registration requirements: 10 low-grade spirit stones are required. Top 500 rewards: sword robe. Rewards for the top 100 low-grade spirit stones. Rewards for the top 50 500 low-grade spirit stones. Top 10 rewards: the best magic weapon flying sword. The top 3 rewards: a flying sword in spirit. Qinzhou Jiandao Champion, a top-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. There are even mysterious prizes waiting for you to win this Qinzhou Jiandao Conference, and opportunities are not to be missed. Registration location: all major sects in Qinzhou can handle it. Differentiated. The Qinzhou Jiandao Conference is held every 3 years and is a relatively famous conference in Qinzhou. Although the rewards don't seem to be very rich, attending such conferences generally does not care about rewards at all, but the focus is on fame. Let me ask, who doesn't want to become a kendo genius that everyone admires? Su Changyu was stunned when he looked at the notice, but soon he couldn't help but recall his charm when he won the top 500. Although the number of applicants for that session was a bit small, winning the top 500 is considered a glorious successor. Just as the head of the sect stared at the notice for a long time, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. Master, don't dream. We are not qualified to participate in the Qinzhou Jiandao Conference. Master, are you thinking? Su Changyu was a little dissatisfied, but soon seemed to guess what Taoist Taihua wanted to do, and was stunned. Don't talk nonsense, do the serious business first. Taoist Taihua asked Su Changyu to speak carefully, and then the two of them did not speak. A full hour later, the two of them then entered the Ginkgo city. Entering the Ginkgo city, Taoist Taihua came directly to a pawn shop with a cloth bag. Honest gold pawn. The pawn shop looks very high-end, and when you walk in, you will feel a scent of sandalwood, which makes people feel refreshed. Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu looked calm. The shopkeeper of the pawnshop also came out to greet him in person, with a flattering smile on his face. Are the two immortals here to pawn or sell? The shopkeeper looks in his 40s and looks a little cunning. Dick sales. Taoist Taihua spoke directly. He understands the rules of pawnshops. Pawnshops usually only give 30% of the original price of the items, while those who sell pawns usually lose 30% of the money. But money comes quickly, and there is nothing we can do about it. Is Dian sold? Okay, why don't you ask the two immortals, what do you want a Dian sold? The shopkeeper asked with a smile. Here, these things are given a good price and come often in the future. Taoist Taihua threw the bag directly on the ground. This was something he had plundered for most of the day. Basically, the valuable things of the Qingyun Dao sect were here. Okay, the two immortals are sitting quietly, come and serve tea to the immortals. Seeing the Taoist Taihua in such a chic manner, the shopkeeper of the pawn shop was happy and subconsciously thought that a big customer had come and hurriedly asked someone to serve tea. No, just look at the goods and give the money, and you won't need to drink tea. Taoist Taihua said seriously. He had to watch the other party check the goods to avoid any accidents. When I heard what Taoist Taihua said, the shopkeeper was not at all displeased. On the contrary, I was in a better mood because the more serious it was, the better the things in the bag. Otherwise, if there was a pile of garbage, who would care so much? The two immortals wait for a while. The shopkeeper smiled and then asked the servants to hire the pawnshop appraiser. After a while, an old man hurried over and saw Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu. He smiled and bowed, which was considered to have seen him. The two nodded too. Soon, the old man opened the bag, his eyes full of expectations. Stop talking about him, the pawnshop shopkeeper also showed expectations. After all, the arrangement of Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu is a bit large, so there must be good things. But when the two of them opened the sack, their faces changed instantly. There were a bunch of things in the sack, but at first glance it seemed all of them were garbage. The treasure appraiser rubbed his eyes, for fear that he would misunderstand his eyes, so he looked at it carefully and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's indeed a pile of garbage. I am indeed not good at it. Shangxian, is this a mistake? The shopkeeper was a little confused. That's right, it's just these things. I'll give you a sufficient price, and I'll come to you next time. Taoist Taihua didn't think anything, but said very seriously. After saying this, the shopkeeper of Qingyun Ponshu was completely silent. Damn, I thought it was a treasure. Unexpectedly, it was a bunch of scraps? Scrap is just scrap, what do you have to install? Also, take out a bunch of scraps to pawn? Humble poor? Give a sufficient price? Come again next time? Do you think my place is a vegetable market? This is a pawn shop. Do you think I am collecting trash with 10 taels of gold? The shopkeeper Tenliang Jin was silent for a while. He was full of complaints, but in the end he chose not to vent. After all, if you open the door to do business, it is impossible to only take on good business and not bad business. Business can be ignored, but reputation cannot be corrupted. Thinking of this, Shiliangin could only sigh and start collecting scraps. If you don't get the grade of monster skin, you will get 7 taels of silver. Damage the hilt of the flying sword, 12 taels of silver. A piece of magic weapon fragments, 9 taels of silver. I'll throw it away. Isn't it boring to the immortal? You'll take out all the footcloths to sell? In the pawn shop. Shiliangin squatted on the ground and took out the items from the bag. He was not angry at first, but he couldn't help but get angry after pulling out a foot-binding cloth. This thing is a bit too much. Oh, I was too hasty when pretending. I got it wrong. Taoist Taihua was also a little embarrassed and quickly pulled back the foot whitecloth. 10 taels of gold are a little depressed. But in the end I endured it. After 1 stick of incense. All the objects have been settled. It's indeed a pile of scrap. This completely shattered the last illusion of Ten-Tak Jin. He had fantasized before that both of them were masters in front of him, just to tease him and hide good things underneath. Now he sees that he is still too young. A total of 35 taels of gold. The shopkeeper stood up, clapped his hands and looked at Taoist Taihua and said, 1 gold is 35 taels? Isn't it a little less? When you make friends, 2 taels of gold, how about it? Taoist Taihua thought for a while and then said this. 10 taels of gold. He looked a little silent, not sure what to say. He said he didn't want to make friends with this friend. 1 gold is 35 taels, and more than 1 penny is not enough. If the 2 immortals are not satisfied, you can go to other pawnshops to have a look. 10 taels of gold said with a sneering smile. He wanted these 2 guys to leave quickly. He was the shopkeeper of the Jin pawnshop, and he spent dozens of taels of gold in an hour. He was delayed by these 2 guys for such a long time. The loss was small, and the most important thing was embarrassment. Shopkeeper, just make friends. We will continue to take care of your business if we have the opportunity in the future. We will make 50 taels of fortune. Is this possible? I won't take advantage of you. Taoist Taihua said silly. The latter shook his head helplessly and then smiled bitterly. To be honest, the value of these things you have is not as expensive as the ones you painted. You can afford Shuyang rice paper, so why both of them are serious about these taels of silver? 10 taels of gold opened their mouths. His eyes were fixed on the scroll in Su Changyu's hand. The reason why he mistakenly thought these 2 people were rich is mainly because of this picture. He could tell at a glance that this was Shuyang rice paper, worth 1 foot of 1 or 2 gold, and the value of this scroll itself was estimated to cost more than 10 taels of gold. Only when his family is rich can he dare to use this kind of rice paper to paint. Ordinary literati cannot afford to consume. Just the next moment. The voice of Taoist Taihua sounded. Can this thing be sold for money? End of this chapter. Taoist Taihua was really surprised. Stop talking about him, Su Changyu was also a little surprised. Just this painting in your hand is more than the Qingyun Sect's family? Is it true or false? Ah. Don't you guys know? This is Qingyun rice paper, 1 foot and 1 gold. The picture scroll is about 8 feet overall, and no matter how you say it, it costs 8 taels of gold. 10 taels of gold were a little silent. It turns out that neither of them knows what this is? 8 taels of gold? Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu's eyes were straight when they heard this. But if you draw it on it, it's not certain. If you don't have a pen, you can sell it at this price. If you draw it, it depends on how it draws it. The shopkeeper Shiliangin continued. As soon as he said this, Su Changyu's face suddenly became ugly. If you paint, how much is it worth? Su Changyu asked urgently. Taoist Tai Hua also looked a little unfair. This is because of paintings. Generally speaking, even if they are well made, if they are not famous, they probably won't be able to sell them at any good price. It mainly depends on who made the paintings. You should understand this, right? 10 taels of gold did not fool these two people. When paintings are well drawn, you may not be able to sell for a high price. The key point is who paints them. The paintings of the Taisha of the dynasty, even if they draw a picture of a chicken eating rice, they can sell tens of thousands of taels of gold. If they are unknown painters, no matter how good they are, they will not be sold at any price. This is over. Hearing this, Su Changyu felt completely finished. Because Yi Ping happens to be an unknown painter. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let Yi Ping draw. Supreme Immortal, can I take a look? However, Ten Tak Jin is based on professional ethics, and I still want to see if the pearls of the sea are left behind. Wouldn't these two people make a fortune without knowing the goods? Okay. Su Changyu had no hope at all and directly handed the scroll to the other party. But Taoist Tai Hua began to ponder. He knew who gave this scroll, and he still remembered that when Yi Ping went up the mountain, he did carry a big bag, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. But at this moment, Tenliang Jin took over the scroll and then placed it on the table and slowly unfolded. Soon the scroll was fully unfolded, and the scream of 10 taels of gold rang out. Hiss! The painting of Mr. Qinglian? A scream instantly attracted the attention of both of them. Mr. Qinglian? Who? Is it very famous? Taoist Tai Hua asked subconsciously. But Su Changyu knew who Qinglian lay Buddhist was, but he didn't say much, but just looked at Tenliang Jin with curiosity. Hiss! The two immortals wait a moment. 10 taels of gold did not answer, but immediately called the servants to invite the pawnshop appraiser. Not long after, the old man came again. However, this time the attitude is obviously much colder than the last time. But as soon as the old man walked over, his eyes fell on the painting. Just a glance, he could see that this painting was extraordinary. If you dare to use Qingyun rice paper to paint, it would be either extremely bad or good. In an instant, the old man came to the painting and suddenly showed a look of astonishment. Is this a painting by Mr. Qinglian? The old man glanced carefully for a few seconds, then looked at the 10 taels of gold, a little shocked. It should be true. Both the painting skills and the seal are suitable. The ink marks seem to have not been completely done yet, and it seems that they have just been painted. 10 taels of gold suppressed the excitement in their hearts and said in a plain tone as much as possible. I didn't expect it to be a painting by Mr. Qinglian, and it should have been just recently when Mr. Qinglian came to Baigua City? The old man also seemed very excited. He looked at the scroll carefully and felt more shocked the more he looked at it. Qinglian lay Buddhists, in Jin State, were hailed as the #1 talented man in Jin State. They are proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There are countless women in the Jin State who are obsessed with his poem, and there are no knowledge of everything that many literati pursued him. Even the Emperor of Jin really liked the copybooks of Mr. Qinglian. Unfortunately, Qinglian lay Buddhists were indifferent to fame and fortune and did not participate in the imperial examination. This year, they disappeared without a trace. No one knew what he was doing, but it was precisely because of this that they were more sought after by literati. What literati care about most is fame and fortune. Any literati who does not want to enter the literary world will become a great scholar in the future and cultivate a sense of integrity. But how could Qinglian lay Buddhists regard money, fame and fortune as dirt, so how could they not be sought after? Especially this year, Qingyun lay Buddhists did not participate in the imperial examination, and were praised by Jean literati to a height. All his calligraphy and paintings were priced at sky-high prices. So Shiliangan was so shocked after seeing this painting. I don't know that Qingyun lay Buddhists are free and easy, and like to travel around the mountains and rivers. They are a person with temperament. Maybe they did come to Baigua City, or maybe they just paint casually and give it to others. I can't be sure of 10 taels of gold. But at this moment, Su Changyu's voice sounded. How much can this painting sell? The sound rang out, and the appraiser of the pawnshop came to his senses. At this moment, the two of them were instantly enthusiastic, many times better than before. The paintings of the two immortals and the Qingyun lay Buddhists are priceless, and it is difficult to measure a suitable price for a while. How dare you ask what price you two immortals want? Tenliangjin smiled. His words are half true and half false. The paintings of Mr. Qingyun are indeed priceless, but it is still okay to ask him to estimate the price. However, he could see that Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu didn't understand very well, so he might as well ask them, maybe they could get a gap. Unfortunately, Taoist Taihua is also a personal talent. He stretched out 5 fingers directly, looked at Shiliangan and said, I want this number. 50 taels of gold. That's right. Taoist Taihua is not stupid. Although he does not know how to appreciate calligraphy and painting, it can be seen from the performance of these two people that this painting is probably quite valuable. Considering that the cost is 8 taels of gold, I gritted my teeth and opened the price of 50 taels of gold. As soon as these words were said, the 10 taels of gold frowned slightly. 5,000 taels of gold? This price is not high at all. But the problem is that he is not sure that this painting is a real work. What if it is written by a master of copying? If that is the case, it will be a loss of blood. If this was really done by Mr. Qingyun, 5,000 taels of gold would not be an exaggeration. The senior officials of Jin State all pursued the paintings of Qingyun lay Buddhists. This is no longer the value of silver or silver. For some people, this scroll is worth more than tens of thousands of taels of gold. Thinking of this, Shiliangan couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then looked at Taoist Taihua. Supreme Immortal, can I wait for an hour to identify the authenticity? If this painting is an authentic work, I cannot take out 5,000 taels of gold, but if it is a copy, I will also produce 500 taels of gold. How about it? 10 taels of gold said this. Just say this. Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu were completely shocked. How many? 5,000 taels of gold? Is it worth 500 taels? This thing is so valuable? Are you bluffing me? Teasing us? The two were completely shocked. It was even more shocking than knowing that Yi Ping was a genius. It would be fine if Yi Ping is a genius of swordsmanship. Is it so valuable to draw a painting? Will you still let people live? At this moment, the two were so shocked that they even forgot to breathe. However, for a long time, Taoist Taihua took a deep breath and looked at Shizuojin and said, I'm talking about 50,000 taels of gold. He looked serious. Su Changyu, who was standing beside him, was completely stunned. Master, how about being a person? 5,000 taels of gold are enough. Please, don't be so greedy. However, when the price was stated, the 10-tack Jin did not get angry directly, but instead smiled bitterly and said helplessly. It is impossible for two immortals to have 50,000 taels of gold. Even if this is the original work, it is impossible for a painting to be sold at such a sky-high price unless there is a poem written by Qingyun layman on it, and there is no one like it. In this case, 50,000 taels of gold is not impossible. The shopkeeper opened his mouth. Su Changyu and Taoist Taihua were completely silent. End of this chapter. Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu were completely trapped in a state of doubt in life. They didn't expect that this painting could really sell for tens of thousands of taels of gold. Although there are various restrictions, it is not very difficult to listen to this tone. Then, if there were no characters in this painting, how much could it be sold? Su Changyu swallowed and stuttered a little when he spoke. The latter looked at the painting carefully. Then he spoke. First of all, if he is an original work, there is no problem with 5,000 taels of gold. Secondly, this painting has a beautiful artistic conception and can be regarded as the best work of Qingyun Sect, but the problem lies in this character. Although it looks better, it has a sword fairy attitude. But the problem is that if you collect this kind of painting, people who don't know think they love this person, so often the paintings of characters are valuable only after years of precipitation. To put it bluntly, if you wait for hundreds of years, this painting will probably be more valuable. It's not very good for the moment. Fortunately, I didn't draw my whole face, it was just a side. If there were no characters, it would be not difficult to have 10,000 taels of gold. Hey, this immortal, the person here looks like you? Tenliang Jin was very wise, especially when he talked about this. He couldn't help but look at Su Changyu and felt that it was very similar. No, please don't talk nonsense. Su Changyu quickly denied it, and his heart was bleeding. Why do you have to pretend to be good? If I had known it, I would have asked my junior brother to draw a picture of the scenery. I'm so full that I have nothing to do. Su Changyu cried and made trouble. But what is even more uncomfortable is Taoist Tai Hua. He could tell at a glance that the character in this scroll was Su Changyu. When this scroll came, he knew that it was Yi Ping's painting for Su Changyu, but unexpectedly, he lost 5,000 taels of gold because of this guy. Taoist Tai Hua is no longer as simple as his heart is bleeding. He now wants to eat raw people. Feeling the resentment of Taoist Tai Hua, Su Changyu stopped talking and stood aside and seemed silent. He knew that if he dared to speak at this time, he would probably be eaten. But there is nothing he can do about this. He knew that in addition to being able to sword skills, his junior brother is also very good at painting. 1 hour later. The shopkeeper invited 3 treasure appraisers from 12 Jin. And they are all specially identified paintings. After careful study for 2 hours, the evaluations given by the 3 of them were all real. After learning that it was the authentic one, Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu were even more upset. A painting can sell for 5,000 taels of gold. Is this too exaggerated? Qingyun Daozong earns 20 taels of gold a year. 10 years 200 taels. 100 years only has 2,000 taels of gold. It takes 250 years to make so much money. This is outrageous. It's a pity, it's a pity. If there is no such person in this portrait, the value can be doubled. Yes, the sunset clouds fall on the peaks, such a beautiful scenery on earth. If you mention a poem that suits the scene, you can sell it at a sky-high price, but with this person, it seems a little bit of a failure. The 2 treasure appraisers muttered to themselves, feeling a little regretful. After saying this, Su Changyu felt even more uncomfortable, and Taoist Tai Hua's eyes were red. If this portrait was not Su Changyu, it would at least double. This damn evil disciple. You can't say that. Have you ever felt that the mood of Mr. Qinglian's layman changed again? This painting seems to be a painting scene, but in fact it contains an indescribable artistic conception. Especially this person, he is even more suitable for the scene. He looks up at the stars, and there is also a kind of sword charm in his pen. However, I have never practiced swords and dare not comment on Mr. Qinglian's paintings. Another treasure appraiser spoke, thinking that the painting was unique. But no matter what, one thing is the truth, and some are indeed worthless. You can't say it, you really have this kind of artistic conception when you look at it like this. The layman Qinglian is worthy of being a layman Qinglian. He is just an ordinary person, but he can cause everyone in Jin to be crazy about it. He is a banished immortal. Everyone praised, then looked at Shiliangan and spoke. We have already completed the appraisal and it is the authentic one. The appraisal is completed and it is the authentic product. Upon hearing this news, the smile of 10 taels of gold was hard to cover. Thank you 3. 10 taels of gold were overjoyed and asked the servants to send them away. They also paid a sum of money each, which was considered an appraisal fee. The man was sent away, and the 10 taels of gold looked at Taoist Tai Hua, and said with joy. Since it is the authentic product, I am now asking someone to go to collect the treasure money. I hope the two immortals will wait for a moment. 10 Tails of Gold want to stabilize its mentality, but it really can't. This scroll, in his hands, is definitely more valuable, and this transaction is profitable. However, at this moment, Taoist Taihua shook his head. I changed my mind and won't sell it. Taoist Taihua spoke, clearly looking like he was raising the price. Who is he? The head of Qingyun Sect. He is shameless at all. Shangxian, what do you mean? 10 Tails of Gold were a little confused. He was a little confused, but when he saw the words sit down and start price written on Taihua Taoist's face, he felt a little depressed. Supreme Immortal, I understand what you mean, but I will tell you the truth. Qinglian's paintings are quite valuable, but the problem is that you have to find a buyer. This kind of thing depends on people. When you meet someone you like, there is no problem with 100,000 gold. When you meet someone you don't like, for example, you are willing to spend 1 or 2 gold to buy it. 10 Tails of Gold advised earnestly. When Taoist Taihua heard this, he said, you can tell me it. It really makes some sense. To be honest, he won't spend a single or 2 gold or 2 silver. But Taoist Taihua is not stupid. The shopkeeper, there should be more than yours in the Ginkgo city. You can tell me the price at the end, and I will sell it if it is right. Taoist Taihua has a good bargaining skills. His time is not worth much, and he can only walk a few more times. When Shiliang Jin heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Super Immortal, please stop making trouble. Although it is not just my family in Ginkgo City, there are industry rules. You are the first to come to me, and the things are also valuable. Even if others want to break their business, they have to consider whether a painting is worth offending to their peers. But I will also give you a real price, 6,000 taels of gold, the highest price. If it is higher, I really can't open it. Tenliangjin said with a sad face. 6,000 taels of gold? Su Changyu was already stupid. Taoist Taihua was also shocked inside, but on the surface, Taoist Taihua was still silent. He did not answer. I pondered for a long time. After all, I still want to continue to increase prices. But at this moment, Su Changyu's voice suddenly rang. Sell. 6,000 taels of gold, give it money now, sell it now. Su Changyu was out of patience. 6,000 taels of gold. Not 6,000 copper plates. Not selling this? When will it be sold? Don't be too greedy, it's almost done. I got 6,000 taels of gold, but I can't do anything? 10 taels of gold are afraid that the business will be ruined. Su Changyu was even more afraid. Okay, you wait. When I heard what Su Changyu said, there was no nonsense in the 10 taels of gold, I just asked someone to withdraw money. No, add 666 taels of gold, it's a bit auspicious, otherwise I'll go to another ancient city. However, Taoist Taihua continued to speak and wanted to add another note. Add another 666 taels of gold? The amount was not big, 10 taels of gold, and one gritted his teeth, and he didn't talk nonsense. He immediately asked someone to deal with it, for fear that Taoist Taihua would increase the price again. A thick stack of treasure money appeared in his hands and handed over to Taoist Taihua. Taoist Taihua also asked Su Changyu to hand over the scroll to 10 taels of gold. Perfect. End of this chapter. Ginkgo City, Qingyun Trading Company. The painting in the 10 taels of gold is carefully hidden. He was very excited. The paintings of Mr. Qinglian are more than 6,666 taels of gold in any case. This scroll can be sold at least 10,000 taels of gold in his hands. It's absolutely fine to double it. If you meet a brainless fan of Qinglian Jushur, you may be sold at a higher price, and you will not lose at all. As for Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu, the two of them walked out of the pawnshop with their treasure money in a daze. 6,666 taels of gold. This is a huge sum of money for Qingyun Sect. If you count it, it will take hundreds of years for the entire Qingyun Sect to make money. The sudden huge sum of money made Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu a little at a loss. They don't even know what to do next. Sect Master, what are we going to do next? Su Changyu was a little confused. Go to pay back the money first, and then go to the Miyuan Pavilion. Taoist Taihua came to his senses and immediately clarified his thoughts. Minyuan Pavilion? Su Changyu was a little surprised. The Secret Yuan Pavilion is a famous shop in the Ginkgo city, and it specializes in selling some secret books and magic weapons. Generally speaking, even the third-grade sect rarely goes to the Secret Yuan Pavilion. This money was earned by the junior brother for our Qingyun Dao sect. For the master, he planned to buy him some secret books and buy some good things to replenish his body. Since he is a genius, we will do our best to cultivate him. After all, he is the hope of our Qingyun Dao sect now. In the future, it may depend on him to advance to the third, second, and even first-class sections. The Taoist Taihua said this, which made Su Changyu admire the Taoist Taihua for being resourceful. Soon, Taoist Taihua went to the sect office and paid 100 taels of gold in great pain. He took Su Changyu to the Siyuan Pavilion. After one stick of incense, Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu came outside the secret Yuan Pavilion. The Miyuan Pavilion is luxuriously decorated. Just outside the storefront, there are two jade-carved stone lions, which always show a sense of wealth and prosperity. Two immortals, please come in. In the Siyuan Pavilion, a maid in green clothes walked out of her beautiful face, and she took the initiative to greet Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu with a smile. She was not at all snobbish and had a very good service attitude. Taoist Taihua walked in, and Su Changyu followed. Are you the first time you are here in the secret Yuan Pavilion? The maid in green dress was served tea and followed behind him, asking with a smile. Yeah, the first time I'm here. Taoist Taihua is a personal talent. He has seen scenes of all sizes and has a calm expression. Although Su Changyu was a little panicked, he was calm and composed on the surface. Do those two immortals want to buy magic weapons or secret books? The maid in green continued to ask. Take. Taoist Taihua spoke directly. Magic weapons and weapons are not needed yet, and the most urgent task is secrets. After all, with Su Changyu's little things, it is easy to reveal his feelings if he wants to fool Yi Ping. Okay, those two immortals follow me to the second floor. The maid in green clothes took the two of them to the second floor. What type of secret martial arts does the immortal need? The woman in green asked. The secret of sword technique requires first-rate. Taoist Taihua said extremely heroically. When the woman in green couldn't help but her beautiful eyes lit up when she heard it. The secrets of martial arts are divided into in detail, including third grade, second grade, first grade, and super grade. Above the super grade is another level of secrets, and they cannot be cultivated without the nascent soul realm. One grade sword secret book is worth at least tens of thousands of lower grade spirit stones. This is simply a big business. Replace the two immortals with a good time to wait for tea. The maid in green dress gave a look to several maids and asked them to change to another kind of tea. But soon, Taoist Taihua continued to speak, just as long as the Enlightenment. He definitely can't afford a complete sword score for the first grade, but the Enlightenment chapter is enough. Yi Ping's ability to understand the complete Four Thunder sword technique from a sword mark proves that Yi Ping is unparalleled in qualifications. What else should he do intact? No need to change. The maid in green was stunned, and then she looked at her again, asking several maids not to change. The sword score of the Enlightenment chapter, even the first grade cannot sell many spirit stones. The so-called Enlightenment chapter may only have more than a dozen sword moves. But the visitor was a guest, and the maid in green did not treat the two of them slowly because of this. Soon, the maid in green clothes brought Taihua Taoist to the book pavilion and began to select the sword score. There are not many first-grade sword scores, and there are only 3 sets of the entire secret Yuan Pavilion. Shangxian, these 3 sets of sword scores are the 3 Yuan Jinyang sword technique, the Chuanhe sword technique, the 7-star sword technique, and the 3 sword scores are all priced at 500 spirit stones. The maid in green said so. 500 spirit stones? Taoist Taihua was a little surprised. The Enlightenment chapter of the Four Thunder sword technique shouldn't be so expensive, right? Taoist Taihua frowned. It was not that he couldn't bear to leave so many spirit stones, but mainly because he wanted to keep some money and buy something else for Yi Ping. It would definitely not work just to buy a sword guide. Supreme Immortal, you misunderstood. The 4 Thunder Sword technique is widely circulated in Qingyun, and these 4 sword techniques are blessed by secret techniques. Viewers can quickly understand the sword technique, so 500 spirit stones are not expensive. The latter chuckled. For a moment, Taoist Taihua fell silent. He thought that sword skills would be very cheap, and the 4 Thunder Sword techniques were not much expensive at the time, but he didn't expect that there would be 500 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 5,000 taels of gold. Of course, we are also doing promotional activities recently, and we can lose 50 low-grade spirit stones. The other party smiled. However, Taoist Taihua was still silent. He hesitated for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and looked at the maid in green and said, "That book is the strongest?" He asked so. Supreme Immortal, the most powerful of these 3 sword books is the Sichuan River Sword Technique. The sword technique is as powerful as the Sichuan River, which is very impressive. If your disciple has excellent qualifications, you might be able to suddenly realize the sword technique of the higher level, the Linghai Sword Technique. The maid in green said so. Can you also realize the higher level spiritual sea sword technique? Taoist Taihua was a little surprised. Yes, the Chuanha sword technique is a simple version of the super sword skill. If you have excellent qualifications, you may be able to suddenly understand the spirit sea sword technique. This is one of the 3 major sword techniques of the Qingyun Sect of Jin State. The other party said so. In an instant, Taoist Taihua was surprised. Since that's the case, let's choose this book. By the way, do you have Qi practice pills and Qi pills here? Taoist Taihua asked. Yes, 1 spirit stone for the top grade Qi training pill, 1 spirit stone for the Qi invigorating pill, 2 spirit stones for the middle grade Qi training pill, and 5 spirit stones for the lower grade Qi training pill. Which kind do the highest immortals need? The maid in green continued to ask. The best grade, 50 Qi training pills are given, and 200 Qi enhancing pills are given. Taoist Taihua didn't think much about it. Since he had money in his pocket, he didn't want to buy some defective products for Yi Ping to eat. The medicine itself is 3 parts toxic. The better the quality, the lower the toxicity. The top grade effect is not very big, which can help Yi Ping embark on the path of cultivation earlier. Yi Ping has a strong talent for swordsmanship, but his talent for cultivation is very poor. Taoist Taihua understands this. It is a good thing to have strong talent in swordsmanship, but you must keep up with your practice. Even if you are not bad, you must at least practice Qi perfectly, right? It's okay to meet a cultivator in Qi training realm. If you have strong sword skills, you can fight, but if you meet a strong person in the foundation establishment realm, you can wait to die. It's useless to condense the sword intent. Okay, the immortal wait. The maid in green dress had no nonsense, and in less than a moment, everything was ready. There are a total of 550 spirit stones, which is equivalent to 5,500 taels of gold. Before leaving, Taoist Taihua gritted his teeth and bought 2 cold iron swords by the way. They were not magic weapons, but top-level ordinary weapons, with 500 taels of gold. They were cut to 466 taels by Taoist Taihua. At this moment, Taoist Taihua only had 600 taels of gold left on his hand. Just after walking out of the secret Yuan Pavilion, Taoist Taihua suddenly remembered something. End of this chapter. Outside the secret Yuan Pavilion, Taoist Taihua suddenly thought of something. He looked at Su Changyu and said, "Changyu, your second junior brother and third junior brother, will you participate in the Alchemist and Formation Master assessment at the end of the year?" Taoist Taihua suddenly thought. It seems that the fourth brother also needs to participate in the Talisman assessment. Su Changyu replied like this. That's right, buy them some secrets. Taoist Taihua spoke and suddenly thought of the other disciples. Then let's go in again. Su Changyu said disapprovingly. In there? Taoist Taihua is a little curious. Enter the secret Yuan Pavilion. Su Changyu was also a little confused. Didn't he want to buy secret books? Go to the Xiaoyuan pavilion to buy it. Buy it for them and come here? No matter how much money you have, you can't spend it like this. Taoist Taihua shook his head and then walked out with Su Changyu. After one stick of incense. At the monks' market in Ginkgo City. In addition to each store, there are many stalls outside the door, and all kinds of strange things are dazzling. In front of a stall, Taoist Taihua looked at the secrets scattered on the stall. How do you sell these things? Taoist Taihua pointed to the scattered secrets on the ground. These secrets all looked very old and were very cheap secrets. By Jin, 2 immortals, 10 taels of gold per kilogram. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. When he saw the guest coming, he smiled diligently. 10 taels of gold per pound? Did you rob it? When he heard the price, Taoist Taihua suddenly changed his face. He had never bought such a secret book. The secrets on this stall are half true and half false, and most of them are copied. In other words, they are not secrets at all, but theoretical knowledge. To put it bluntly, it is something written by some theoretical schools. It's not very effective, but it's still a little effective. After all, the strong man's note is not 1,000 gold medal? Will it appear in such a place? The Supreme Immortals, these are all serious gooses. You can suddenly realize it by just looking at them. Look at this book, How to Condense the Real Dragon Treasure Body, and this book, How to Open the 3,600 Spiritual Acupoints, are all first-class good things. The stall owner quickly spoke up and grabbed Taoist Taihua. Then he gritted his teeth and continued, in this way, I'll take you a little cheaper, how about 10 taels of gold, 2 pounds? The stall owner said this. 10 taels of gold and 10 kilograms, if you like to sell it, you can condense the real dragon treasure body. Who are you scaring? Taoist Taihua was too lazy to pay attention to the other party at all. This kind of thing was just a fool. It looked very powerful, but in fact it was not even a theory. If anyone can realize the secret book by reading it, Taoist Taihua ate all these books and ate them cleanly. 1 kilogram? You can't joke, you can only get 5 kilograms at most. The stall owner was mourning. Changyu, leave. Taoist Taihua ignored the stall owner and wanted to leave directly. Okay, just be a friend, a fairy, do you choose yourself or me? The stall owner has nothing to say. It's all packed. Taoist Taihua spoke, he wanted it all. I bought so many secret books, but I didn't really buy them for my disciples to see, but mainly for decoration. Qingyun Sect has a library, but there are no secret books in the library, so Taoist Taihua plans to buy hundreds of secret books to decorate. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do if he had enough food to buy this thing. Okay. The immortal waits for a moment. The stall owner didn't say anything nonsense and started packing it directly. There were 400 or 500 such books on his stall, including alchemy, formation, talismans, and a bunch of extremely strange ones. What is the supreme vision of perfect development? What is 10 dragons and 10 elephants Yuanshan technique? What is the method of opening the double pupil of the immortal way? What else is my lady knocking my door? In short, there are all kinds of strange books, but they are all fabricated books. It seems reasonable to unfold various methods that seem to be impossible to succeed at all, but it is just a person who is just a cultivator. The purpose of most of the secrets to buy this kind of secret book is to support the sutra library. The sutra library of the major sects may have hundreds of secret books. How can a small sect have hundreds of secret books? So I can only buy some of these things to pretend. Hundreds of secret books were packed with a box, about 100 kilograms, that is, 100 taels of gold. Taoist Taihua also went to several shops and bought some serious books on elixirs, formations, weapon refining, talismans and other auxiliary books. By the way, he also made a lot of clothes. He planned to buy some for everyone in the sect, and bought a lot of high-quality spiritual rice and monster meat, so that he could send them to the sect together. But he didn't buy anything himself, and he spent it on these apprentices. That's it, only about 200 taels of gold left. It made Taoist Taihua feel heartbroken inexplicably. But this is also impossible. If you want the sect to develop, you have to spend money in it. The painting is from Yi Ping, and he is talented, so he spends his big head on Yi Ping, and the other disciples are lucky. This is the idea of Taoist Taihua. After everything was done, Taoist Taihua did not continue to stay in Baigua City and took Su Chanyu directly to Qingyun Sect. The secrets, high-quality spiritual rice, and customized clothes are all arranged for specialists to deliver to the sect together. On the way back to the sect, Taoist Taihua handed Su Chanyu the Chuanhe sword technique. Changyu, you can only watch the sword technique once. You have a sudden enlightenment. After you learn it well, you will teach it to Yi Ping. Taoist Taihua spoke, which surprised Su Chanyu. Give me? Su Chanyu was indeed a little surprised. I still know how many pounds I have. Didn't this be bought for Yi Ping? Why did you give it to yourself? Su Chanyu was a little curious. Feeling Su Changyu's doubts, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but explain. You are stupid. If you give the secret to your junior brother directly, what else do we have to do? You must do it yourself by teaching swordsmanship. This secret is blessed by the secret. You only need to watch it once to understand some of the swordsmanship. You will teach you the junior brother again. With his talent, he is better than his own, but he will think that this is what you taught him. If you give the secret, who can't do it? Taoist Taihua was extremely meticulous and did not directly give the secrets to Yi Ping. Instead, he asked Su Chanyu to learn first and teach it to Yi Ping after Su Chanyu had learned it well. After saying this, Su Chanyu suddenly realized. Master, you're still smart. Su Chanyu said with a smile. Otherwise, why do you think I went to the secret books to buy secret books? If you weren't afraid that you wouldn't understand the sword technique for a year, why would I need to buy such secret books? Wouldn't it be good to buy a simple version directly? Taoist Taihua said, a little annoyed. He went to the Qingyun Pavilion to buy the sword score, mainly because the Qingyun Pavilion's sword score blesses the Taoist technique. Just read it and you can be enlightened and quickly master the basic sword moves. Otherwise, Su Chanyu had to practice slowly by himself, so that he could suddenly realize the Sichuan River sword technique in the year of the monkey and horses. But even if I have an epiphany, it will take me a while. What should I do during this period? Su Chanyu continued to ask. Here, didn't you buy so many secret books for me? You took turns to let him see them before teaching him the next swordsmanship. Taoist Taihua pointed to the box behind and said. These books? Su Changyu's face was a little strange. He also knew that those books were all messy books, which were not secret books at all. It was almost the same as reading novels. But after thinking about it, Su Chanyu nodded. But at the end, Taoist Taihua sounded. Chanyu, there is another thing that my teacher wants you to do. Taoist Taihua lowered his voice. What's up? Su Chanyu's eyes showed curiosity. Drawing. End of this chapter. Do painting? Su Chanyu was slightly stunned. Looking at Taoist Taihua was a little curious. Master, are you still doing it? I'm afraid that my junior brother will doubt it. Su Chanyu had never thought about continuing to do Zhanghua, but if he took the initiative to find Yi Ping to draw Zhanghua, he would inevitably be suspected. We must do it. Yi Ping's painting is better than the hundreds of years of hard work of our sect. Chanyu, let me ask you, if our sect wants to develop, where can we not need money? If you don't want to say anything else, just the most basic elixir. Your junior brother always needs to practice, right? A chi training pill costs 10 taels of gold. With your junior brother's talent, if you want to break through to the perfect chi training, how many do you want to eat? There is nothing to say about being a little harder and poorer. Your junior brother cannot be a little harder. Otherwise, a genius will be ruined by us. Can you live up to your conscience? Taoist Taihua is really not false. The development of the sect does require money, and Yi Ping also needs money in his practice. Yi Ping has not yet practiced formally and is just practicing swords. But if you really want to practice, with Yiping's qualifications and talents, you can only rely on pills. Qingyun Sect can't afford so many elixirs. The only way is to take it from Yiping and use it from Yiping. Isn't that okay? Yes, okay, I'll think of a solution. Su Changyu thought about it and felt that the words were reasonable. Of course, don't be too hasty. I'll hint at the right time. There is another thing. You can teach him the swordsmanship well in the past 2 months, and your master plans to let him attend the Qingzhou Swordsmanship Conference. Taoist Taihua said solemnly. Qingzhou Jiandao Conference? Su Changyu was really surprised this time. Master, are you confused? How could you participate in the Qingzhou Swordsman Conference like that? Although he has a strong talent in swordsmanship, he has not practiced yet? Isn't this embarrassing? Su Changyu was really surprised. He was lucky enough to attend the Qingzhou Jiandao Conference once. Basically, Qingzhou Junjia will participate. He participated in the event and was lucky enough to make up the numbers. He kept taking the buy and became a top 500. He asked Yiping to go up. Isn't it just a point givea? You don't understand, let me tell you again. In short, you can teach him well during this period. During the Qingzhou Swordsmanship Conference, I just had this idea. I will talk about it later. Remember, don't talk nonsense to your junior brothers and sisters, just say that you have taken back the money you cheated, and don't mention the extra ones, do you know? Taoist Taihua did not explain in detail, because he was about to arrive at the sect, so he didn't want to say anything more. Okay. Su Changyu nodded, looking a little helpless. He understood that Taoist Taihua just wanted to develop the sect too much, which was his lifelong ideal, but Su Changyu felt that Taoist Taihua was a little anxious. However, neither of them said anything and soon returned to Qingyun Sect. The hour of high. The cliff behind the sky. Yiping sat on the ground, still staring at Jianhan seriously. He had already realized the Spring Thunder Sword, and now he has realized the Xia Lei Sword. The Four Thunder Sword technique is unfathomable and condenses the thunder of the 4 seasons, and the sword force it brings is also extremely different. The Spring Thunder Sword is continuous. The Xia Lei Sword is fierce and terrifying. The Autumn Thunder Sword is silent. The power of the Winter Thunder Sword contains murderous intent. At this moment, Yiping was almost enlightened by the power of Xia Lei Sword. After 1 stick of incense, Yiping opened his eyes. He picked up the branches beside him, used the branches as a sword, and stabbed a sword move. In an instant, thunder sounded, rustling the surrounding ancient trees. The sudden enlightenment of the Autumn Thunder Sword is completed. Concentrate the sword force. All sword techniques are just 1 move. It was at this moment. A figure appeared not far away. Under the moonlight. Su Changyu stared at Yiping quietly. His arrogant and handsome face was as calm as water, but his heart was filled with deep shame. Although he is not very talented in swordsmanship, it can be seen that Yiping has suddenly realized the power of the Xia Lei Sword. This is only a short day. Then he suddenly realized the power of the Xia Lei Sword. In the next 2 days, wouldn't we have to suddenly realize the 4 Thunder Sword intent? I'm so sour. I am so envious. Su Changyu felt uncomfortable, but he still had to walk in a calm manner on the surface. My junior brother. Su Changyu shouted. Not far away. Yiping came back to his senses from joy, and he looked at Su Changyu, showing a look of surprise. Senior brother, why are you here? Yiping didn't expect Su Changyu to come and was a little surprised. Come and send you something. Su Changyu walked over and then placed some jade bottles in front of Yiping and said, My junior brother, there are all qi-enhancing pills in it. After taking it, you can replenish qi and nourish your body. If you have full energy for 5 days, it will be good for your body. Qi pill? After swallowing one, you don't need to eat or rest for 5 days? Yiping took the jade bottle away and seemed a little curious. Kindness. Su Changyu nodded. Taoist Taihua was indeed very good to Yiping. Although the money was given by Yiping, Taoist Taihua did not spend a penny on him, and gave all the big heads to Yi Ping. The disciples also benefited a little, and they took the most advantage, but their purpose was to keep Yi Ping. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Su Changyu himself didn't want to read any sword scores. He didn't even learn the 4 Thundersword techniques well, so he still learned the Sichuan River Sword technique, which puts pressure on himself. "Thank you, senior brother," Yi Ping said gratefully. "With this pill, you can save the extra 2 hours of your day. There is also this sword, which was asked by the head of the sect to give you. I will use this sword practice in the future." Su Changyu handed a sword to Yi Ping. "Thank you, senior brother." Yi Ping still thanked. Su Changyu just nodded. After a while, Su Changyu took the initiative to speak and break the silence. "My junior brother, are you a little boring in practicing swords these days?" Su Changyu spoke and asked on his own initiative. "After brother, I can make progress every day, but I am not boring." Yi Ping shook his head. If Yi Ping couldn't realize it suddenly, he would really feel boring, but if he could realize it suddenly, he would be very happy. He was telling the truth, but these words made Su Changyu feel uncomfortable. "Look, is this human language?" Su Changyu stood up, was hit and wanted to remain quiet. "Senior brother, why do you ask?" Yi Ping was a little curious, wondering what Su Changyu asked about this. "It's nothing, I just thought, if you are bored, my senior brother will give you another secret book to let you have a good enlightenment." Su Changyu was in the mood to speak, and he was hit hard. A secret? However, when Yi Ping heard this word, he couldn't help but feel excited. "Teach yourself peerless secrets? Say it early." Yi Ping was so excited that he quickly said, "Senior brother, don't say that, you didn't think it was boring." When you said this, junior brother thought about it, sometimes it would be a bit boring. Yi Ping doesn't care about his shame anymore. The eldest brother gave me a sword mark and let me realize the sword technique. What if I were to give myself a secret book on cultivating immortals? Then I will have to go to heaven. Hear Yi Ping's words. Su Changyu did not keep it in hiding, and directly handed over a secret book to Yi Ping. Yi Ping took over the secret book. With the help of the moonlight, he was stunned soon. The secret book is quite good, and there are a few ancient texts written on it. On the secret book, it was written, "Ancient Gods and Demons Body Refining Technique." End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping was stunned. I thought the elder brother would give me a secret book, but what I didn't expect was that it was such a supreme skill. Ancient Gods and Demons Body Refining Technique. You can tell that it is a peerless martial art when you hear the name. Otherwise, how dare you claim to be a size? How dare you describe it as a god or a demon? This. Yi Ping's breathing began to be rapid. This is really a hidden sect. This is really a hidden sect. If this weren't the hidden sect, who was the hidden sect? Yi Ping's breathing seemed rapid. Su Changyu, who was standing beside him, misunderstood. Subconsciously, he thought Yi Ping had discovered something, so he explained with a thorn in his mouth. "My younger brother, this is what the senior brother has found in an ancient ruin. The senior brother is not sure about the origin of this technique, but we cultivators cannot just practice swordsmanship and spiritual cultivation, which is indispensable. You missed the best period for spiritual cultivation, and your spiritual roots are extremely poor. It may be a good thing to focus on physical cultivation first." Su Changyu is just nonsense. Because there has never been such a saying in the world of immortal cultivation. Most people who practice physical cultivation consider physical cultivation because their spiritual roots are too poor and they really have no choice but to consider physical cultivation. When practicing qi, physical cultivation is indeed a bit outstanding. After all, monks in the qi training realm are still in a low martial state, and physical cultivation is of certain use. But if you reach the foundation building realm, the effect of physical cultivation will become less and less. A powerful Jindan man killed people invisibly with one flying sword. A strong person with physical cultivation can kill enemies thousands of miles away with one punch. Unless this secret book is true. But is this possible? Su Changyu has read this secret book and it is nonsense, but it is so hyped that he has not practiced immortality. If he had not practiced immortality, Su Changyu might have been deceived. But in fact, except for some of this secret book, most of which are the serious body refining techniques, are theoretical schools. That's why Su Changyu gave this secret book to Yi Ping. As if Yi Ping was allowed to live a little, he would not have been able to suddenly realize the sword marks. It would be fine for a day or two, but he would definitely get tired of it for a long time. In addition, during this period, Su Changyu himself also had to learn the sword score, so there was no problem with using this secret book to delay Yi Ping. As for whether Yi Ping can learn it? Su Changyu is not a flag. Jianhan suddenly realized the fourth undersword technique, and there is still a basis for it. If Yi Ping practiced a secret book like this, he would swallow all the flying swords in Xingzhou. My junior brother understands, thank you for giving the Dharma. Yi Ping not only understood what Su Changyu said, but also understood very well. Generally, cultivators with poor qualifications need to refine their bodies to improve their own situation through refining their bodies. Thus, achieve dual cultivation of spiritual bodies. Generally, when you are outside, you use Taoist magic and sword skills to fight against the enemy, but at critical moments, you use physical skills to suppress the opponent, so that the enemy cannot defend against it. At this time, I can say something. Sorry, my strongest thing is physical cultivation. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but become even more excited. Since my junior brother understands it, that's the best. Okay, let me tell you if there is any situation. Just look at this secret. If you really can't learn it, don't force it. Do you know? Even if you want to practice, you must first condense the fourth undersword technique to a complete sword momentum. Su Changyu gave some advice and then left here. Senior brother, walk slowly. Yi Ping respectfully sent Su Changyu. Soon, after Su Changyu left, Yi Ping suppressed his excitement and put the ancient gods and demons body refining technique into his arms. Then he continued to understand the sword marks. Perhaps because of his excitement, Yi Ping's understanding was getting faster and faster. What he was thinking about now was the ancient gods and demons body refining technique. The main thing is that the fourth undersword technique sounds like that. But the ancient gods and demons body refining techniques are completely different. The body refining gods and demons sound like a cool bully. What is the mere fourth undersword technique? To draw out the sky thunder attack, isn't this just a hand? But Yi Ping also knew it. This kind of magical body refining technique is definitely difficult to learn, so you must learn it wholeheartedly and not be half-hearted. Otherwise, if you don't practice physical skills well and sword skills well, you will lose the watermelon and have not picked up sesame seeds. That's it, 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Late at night. Su Changyu looked at the sword score in his hand and fell into a state of silence. This sword book is bought by Taoist Tai Hua for a lot of money. There is a Taoist technique in it. As long as you open the sword score, the first person to watch it will be enlightened and quickly master the sword moves. However, Su Changyu has been watching it for 2 days. He didn't understand the true meaning of the sword move. This made Su Changyu fall into silence. There was also some tension. According to the wishes of Taoist Tai Hua, let yourself learn this sword score within 3 or 4 days, and then teach it to Yi Ping. But I just can't learn it myself. How can I not make Su Changyu feel uncomfortable? The most important thing is, Su Changyu thought this was unreasonable. Although my qualifications are average, the problem is that the Taoist crafts are engraved in this sword score, which will bring you a boost of enlightenment. But still I can't learn it myself? Didn't it be agreed that you can have hands? I have used all my feet, why haven't I learned it yet? Is it really not suitable for me, Su Changyu, to practice swords in this life? Su Changyu was in a very uncomfortable mood. If there was no comparison, he wouldn't think he was not talented at all. But now with Yi Ping as a comparison, Su Changyu felt uncomfortable. However, Su Changyu was feeling uncomfortable now, not because of his talent. He never felt that he was very talented. The main reason for the discomfort is this sword book. If Taoist Taihua knew that he had not understood this sword book, Taoist Taihua would probably have brought a knife to chop him. 500 spirit stones. After getting a discount of 450 spirit stones, this is the profit that Qingyun Sect can only earn in hundreds of years. As a result, I haven't realized it yet? To be honest, Su Qingyu himself would not let him go, let alone Taoist Taihua. What to do? What to do? It's so hard for me. Su Qingyu was like an ant in a hot pan, constantly asking himself what to do. After a long time, Su Qingyu thought of a solution. By the way, although I haven't learned the sword moves, there is also an explanation on the sword score. I don't need to teach the sword moves to my junior brother at all. Isn't it enough to refine the core points and teach them to me? If the junior brother learns it, it's because he has good talent. If he doesn't learn it, I can't blame me. Who said that geniuses must be proficient in everything? Suddenly, Su Qingyu thought of a solution. Although he himself doesn't understand the Sichuan River sword book very much, the problem is that he can edit it. If he doesn't understand anything, just use his own ideas to explain it? Thinking of this, Su Qingyu finally smiled. At that moment, Su Qingyu opened the sword score, and after reading it carefully, he pushed open the door and planned to go to Yiping. A quarter of an hour later. Qingyun Sect. Extremely peaceful. Su Qingyu walked quietly to the back cliff alone. But at this moment, a thunder exploded. Shake the trees. For a moment, Su Qingyu was stunned. He looked towards the back cliff and fell silent, and the smile on his face gradually calmed down. He could feel it. The thunder just now was the result of the great success of the sword. It's only been half a day. Yiping directly realized the power of Qiu Lei and Dawn Lei swords. This made Su Qingyu really not know what to say. Especially when midnight arrives. Su Qingyu's mood was inexplicably and became extremely melancholy and depressed. He didn't walk back. Instead, he came to a place where no one was quietly. Su Qingyu himself doesn't know what happened recently. When midnight comes, your mood will become extremely melancholy. And the condition seems to be getting worse. The scattered moonlight passed through the clouds, hiding from the crowd and slipping into the sea. Born as a human being, I'm sorry. For some reason, this sentence came to Su Qingyu's mind. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. When Yiping used the fourth undersword stance, he couldn't help but breathe turbid breath. After half a day of hard work, Yiping has mastered all the fourth underswords. The four are one can also be divided. The sword forces combined, and it is the fourth undersword force, with the greatest power, which is the sword force that Yiping just used. If it is disassembled, the power will become weaker, but it can exert the characteristics of each sword. Wiped the sweat beads on his forehead. Yiping smiled with relief. Now I have completely mastered the fourth undersword strength, and what I lack is the fourth undersword intent. But although the eldest brother has never said how difficult it is to realize the sword intent, I also understand that the sword intent represents the will of the sword technique. You must not be too impatient, otherwise it would be a trivial matter if you cannot realize it. If you have a mistake in the sudden enlightenment, it will be troublesome. Yiping thought to himself that although Su Qingyu had never told the details of Jin intent, he couldn't resist Yiping's ability to make up for it. The reason why he thought so was not because he had no reason to make up for it, but because he guessed it based on the ancient gods and demons' body refining decision. The elder brother won't give this secret book early or late, but he gave it to me at this critical moment. He was obviously afraid that I would be too impatient and suddenly realized the wrong sword intent. That's why I got a book on the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills, which made me calm down, focus on my body, have one more trump card, and one more means. Senior brother, you are really far-sighted. Yiping murmured to himself. But soon, he put away his thoughts and took out the ancient gods and demon body refining from his arms. He carefully took out this technique, which seemed extremely solemn. The secret book is blue and bound with thread, which looks very old, with yellow on the edges, revealing a quaint feeling at all times. But the more this happens, the more excited Yiping is. Open the first page, and soon line of small characters appear, from right to left. Ancient Gods and Demons Body Refining Technique. I am Mo Xian Daozuan. I was born before the birth of heaven and earth. After 360 million disasters, my final merits and creations are the only ones with heaven and earth. This mental method is what I have obtained by my accidental understanding of heaven and earth. All things in the world only know spiritual cultivation but not physical cultivation. They regard moving mountains as the limit of physical cultivation. However, true physical cultivation can hold the sun, the moon, and pick the stars in your hand. The body can cross the heavens, and kill everything in the world with one punch. At the highest level of physical cultivation, I believe that we should imitate the gods and demons. The gods hide the demon bodies, and possess the internal essence and blood of the gods, and the body of the true demons, so that they can be the body of the gods and demons. When practicing this method, you must suffer from extremely painful tempers. No one can learn it, but only the will. Great perseverance. Only those with great wisdom can master it. Are you ready? Differentiated. This is the opening explanation of the ancient gods and demon body refining technique. After Yi Ping saw this explanation, he had forgotten his breathing. These words are simply too domineering. The god hides the demon body, holds the sun and the moon in his hand to pick the stars, his body breaks the space, and kills everything in the world with one punch. That's right. That's right. This is definitely a peerless martial art. No, this is not a peerless martial art, this is a great level martial art. Yi Ping didn't know what words to use to describe the power of this technique. One word. Absolute. Take a deep breath. Yi Ping did not open the second page, but was meditating. He was pondering whether he was ready. The martial arts are very clear. If you want to practice, you must bear the unbearable suffering of ordinary people. You need great will, great perseverance, and great wisdom to master it. If you are not prepared, you must not do anything randomly. A full stick of incense has passed. Finally, Yi Ping made a decision. I'm ready. An extremely firm voice came from Yi Ping's heart. He is prepared and is not afraid of everything. Although the process may be a little harder, he will become the best person if he endures the hardships. Thinking of this, Yi Ping turned on the second page. Differentiated. The official chapter of the ancient gods and demons. Very good. When you open the second page, it proves that you have great will, but whether you have great perseverance and great wisdom depends on your own luck. Next, there will be a picture of gods and demons, which is the picture of gods and demons that I learned about the heaven and earth. You can check it out carefully. Differentiated. Seeing the second page, Yi Ping couldn't help but like himself. At the same time, I was deeply shocked. This mental method is indeed amazing. Just the beginning, there will be a big test. If I were not for my firm mind, I would be really frustrated. Thinking of this, Yi Ping did not talk nonsense and began to watch the gods and demons pictures behind. Page 3. View the sky map. The picture appears in Yi Ping's eyes. Although it seems very simple, Yi Ping seems very serious. He was constantly looking at this picture. And there is a detailed explanation under the picture. This picture is called the gods and demons viewing heaven. With both hands stretched out and merged with the heaven and earth, it is the ancient method of enlightenment of the gods and demons. After mastering it, you can condense the power of heaven and earth. The sky is a hammer, the earth is a furnace, temper the body of the gods and demons. If you cannot understand it, you will not be able to achieve this method. If you lack insight, you will lack wisdom. At the same time, you must practice diligently day and night. Those with talent can suddenly realize it at a glance, while those with stupidity will find it difficult to realize it for life. After reading the comments, Yi Ping couldn't help but nodded, and then began to take a pose of watching the sky. He closed his eyes and forgot everything, and the only image in his mind was the only one in his mind. And at the same time, Qingyun State, Yan'an County. In a private house, a woman in purple was wielding her pen and ink under an oil lamp. The oil lamp sways with the wind, and the woman sometimes locks her eyebrows and sometimes stretches, back and forth. A total of 3 hours passed. Finally, the woman threw the brush aside, looked at the ancient book on the table with pleasure, picked up the wine pot on the desk, and took a big mouthful. At this moment, a sound rang out of the door. "Fairy Mo, are you okay? It's almost ean time. If you don't submit your manuscript, it will be troublesome." The sound of supervision rang out. In the room, the woman in purple got up, picked up the manuscript she had just written, then opened the window and threw the manuscript to the ladder at will. "Here, I've finished writing, you can take a look." The woman seemed very casual. "Are you finished writing? I'll take a look." The middle-aged man outside the door took the manuscript and then quickly flipped through it. After a while, the middle-aged man's frown stretched out. Okay, Fairy Mo, your writing skills are getting better and better. This book will definitely be a big hit, okay, good. The middle-aged man laughed. Stop talking nonsense, you haven't paid the remuneration for this book yet, now you pay. The woman said disapprovingly. Don't worry, Fairy Mo, will I cheat you in business? Here are a total of 1,000 taels of gold treasure money, which is 10 times the share of the spirit gathering technique. The book The Ancient God and Demon Body Refining Law cannot be sold at all. There are less than 3 copies sold. Fairy Mo, don't write such secrets again in the future. It's too exaggerated and no one believes it. The monks these days like to read it simpler and more straightforward. Look at the one on the best-selling list now. How can a spirit stone be used to exert 10 times the effect and sell it more quickly? The middle-aged man said long-windedly outside the door. Okay, I know. By the way, have you found out what I asked about for me? The woman waved her hand, looking a little impatient. I found out that the 10 Kingdoms Academy officially recruits students next year. Fairy Mo, I will go back to deal with the manuscript first. If you have any questions, please contact me. The middle-aged man said with a smile, then left this sentence and left. The woman in purple didn't say much, but returned to her desk and started writing secrets. End of this chapter. Early morning. Yi Ping took a day-long viewing position. But unfortunately, he did not suddenly realize the ancient gods and demons. This made Yi Ping feel a little uncomfortable. The exercises are written very clearly. Those with qualifications can suddenly realize the view of the gods and demons at a glance. If you do not have the qualifications, you may not be able to suddenly realize the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills in your life. But Yi Ping did not give up. He rested for a while, and after he had the Qi pill, he did not need to eat food, so he saved time to eat and even time to go to the toilet. After all, he didn't eat anything. Now for 12 hours a day, Yi Ping has been practicing for almost 11 hours, and the remaining hour is left to take a little rest, or do something else. Noon. Yi Ping still did not realize the picture of the gods and demons. But he was not discouraged, but he worked harder. The ancient gods and demons' body refining skills require great perseverance to realize it. Although my qualifications are not good enough, I have the perseverance that ordinary people do not have. I will definitely succeed. Yi Ping believes in himself. Under the scorching sun, Yi Ping still raised his hands to feel the world. With this will. Until late at night. Qingyun Sect is quiet and peaceful. Above the sky, the stars are like rivers, and the bright moon is not revealed. Yi Ping was still experiencing the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills. But unfortunately, I still didn't realize it. Yi Ping understood that his qualifications were average and not as good as those geniuses, so if he wanted to have an epiphany, he had to accumulate time. But even though he understood, Yi Ping was still a little anxious. He asked himself who didn't want to learn this kind of magic and demon body refining skills as soon as possible? 1 hour later. Yi Ping was tired, so he put down his hands and sat on the ground and sighed deeply. It was night. The cold wind blew. Yi Ping kept thinking about where he was wrong with the ancient god and demon body refining technique. The martial arts are definitely correct. I must have understood it wrong. But where is the problem? Do you want to ask your senior brother? Yi Ping thought in his heart. But soon, he shook his head. If I ask my senior brother this, wouldn't my image in my senior brother's heart be even worse? Yi Ping rejected his own ideas and felt that it was necessary to study them carefully. Therefore, Yi Ping kept thinking about the exercises. Although the skills are not thin, there is no content afterwards. The focus is on this picture of the gods and demons. Yi Ping believed that this was a peerless martial art, because the simpler the martial arts, the deeper the content expressed. There is a way, and the way is simple. The more cumbersome and fancy the things are, the less reliable they are. Yi Ping still understands this. Half an hour passed. Suddenly, Yi Ping slapped his thigh and he thought of the key point. Viewing the sky map. The meaning of observation is not to truly observe the heaven and earth, but to replace the eyes with the mind and watch the infinite universe. Yi Ping thought about it for a full hour and suddenly looked at the word Guan. This character Guan is a bit different from other characters, and is a little bit larger. Through this detail, Yi Ping has some ideas. Yes. Ordinary people look at the sky and only feel that the sky is vast, but they don't know that the so-called sky is actually the universe, an infinite galaxy, and boundless. This is the real sky. I am also bound to watch the heaven and earth. Mo Xian Daozuan was born earlier than the heaven and earth. The heaven in his eyes is the infinite universe and boundless. The Maha world is not the heaven in his eyes, but the heaven in his heart. His senior brother, I realized it. One answer after another appeared in Yi Ping's mind. At this moment, he was extremely excited. The reason I didn't realize it is because I kept following the misunderstanding. Yi Ping, why are you so stupid? You almost couldn't realize it. Yi Ping secretly blamed himself for being too stupid. I did not understand the meaning of the word seeing the sky. Just imagine Yi Ping's idea, it's extremely correct. Although the sky in the eyes of ordinary people is still vast, for a time traveler, Yi Ping knows how big the real sky is. When he was young, he especially liked to see some universe explorations, and naturally he understood how big the world was. In this way, Yi Ping took a deep breath. He put the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills in his arms, and then he put in this posture of observing the gods and demons again. But at this moment, he did not go to see the sky. Instead, close your eyes, transform your eyes with your heart and see the world in your heart. In an instant, a breeze blew by. The macroscopic of the universe appeared in Yi Ping's mind. Countless galaxies appeared in Yi Ping's mind, infinite, immortal. It was at this moment. Above the sky, stars suddenly vibrated. The stars shook and burst into a dazzling light. The Great Xia Dynasty. It is magnificent and luxurious. Inside the heavenly secret hall. In an ancient picture, stars flash. The old man sitting in front of Gutu instantly opened his eyes and then showed an incredible look. This is impossible, the stars are flashing. Is this an immortal saint? How could there be such a vision? The old man trembled. He was the master of the Tianji Hall of the Great Xia Dynasty, with great power, and his status was second only to that of the Emperor of Great Xia. But at this moment, the old man's body trembled and his eyes showed a look of horror. Not only that, there are 3 different Tianji halls in the 3 directions of east, south and west, and there are also powerful existences in these 3 Tianji halls, showing a look of horror. The world of cultivation. There are peerless strong people who like to observe the stars in the sky and divine the secrets of heaven. Tianji studies are extremely important in the world of immortal cultivation. They can see the good and bad luck, the fortune of a country, and even the great fortune of a clan. Whether it is a country or a dynasty, before any major decision is made, the secret person must be asked to watch the stars to predict the future of the matter. If it is bad, retreat. If it is auspicious, then advance. Although it may not be 100% successful in calculating, it is indeed effective in some things. Now the powerful people in the 4 great heavenly secret hall are all shocked, which is enough to prove the terribleness of this matter. However, for most monks in the world, there is nothing unusual. For example, it is within the Qingyun Sect. Su Changyu stared at the sky alone. He didn't notice anything unusual. If you have to say something, Su Changyu felt that today's stars seemed to be brighter than before. And not far away. Su Luochen and Shen Lingru looked at Su Changyu. Second brother, what's wrong with senior brother recently? Every time this time comes, he's alone looking at the stars. Is he worried? Shen Lingru asked. Don't know. Su Luochen shook his head, not very clear. Can it be that the junior brother is too low and too difficult to teach? The senior brother is a little unhappy? Shen Lingru continued. It's possible. After all, not everyone can learn Jiandao. Forget it, I'll teach this junior brother in a few days. Otherwise, if this continues, who knows if the eldest brother will do anything extreme. Su Luochen said this. That's it, everything is peaceful. And in the cliff behind the sky, a phantom of god and demon also appeared in Yi Ping's mind. End of this chapter. Late at night. The cliff behind the sky. At this moment, in Yi Ping's mind, the universe emerges. Endless, infinite. This is the world in Yi Ping's heart. The four directions are called Yu, and the ancient and modern times are called Zhou. The universe is both infinitely large and infinitely small. The universe in Yi Ping's heart is vast and boundless, but a god and demon who observes the sky appears in the universe. This god and demon cannot be watched or looked directly. It emits an extremely terrifying aura from its body, even a wisp can make the universe roar. The bodies of gods and demons are made of divine iron, invincible, standing in the universe, holding the great way in hand, stepping on the five elements of yin and yang, and seeing everything in your eyes. This is the great god and demon. Yi Ping was shocked. He watched the god and demon in his heart, and countless wonderful methods appeared in his mind in an instant. It is the supreme method to open up the body refining of gods and demons. Use the sky as the hammer and the earth as the furnace, to accommodate everything, and to be transformed. Ancient voices appeared in Yi Ping's mind. Yi Ping suddenly realized the complete version of the method of refining the body of gods and demons. 1 hour later, Yi Ping opened his eyes. He already knows the way of practicing the body refining skills of the gods and demons. The mind observes gods and demons, leads the heaven and earth to transform into godhammers and furnaces, and refines oneself. The ancient gods and demons' body refining skills are divided into 5 levels. Little gods and demons, great gods and demons, supreme gods and demons, great Tao gods and demons, and great Tao ancestor gods. The mental method in Yi Ping's mind is the little gods and demons chapter. He uses the sky hammer and the earth furnace to refine his body 99 or 81 times to complete it, thereby condensing the body of the little gods and demons. By then, the strength of the body will be like a real dragon, the chi and blood will be as strong as the sun, and the energy and spirit will be full. There are 2 major elements for the body refining of gods and demons. The first is to observe gods and demons in your heart. If there is no gods and demon map in your mind, then no matter how you try, you will not be able to truly refine the body of gods and demons. The second is the heavenly hammer and earth furnace. This is a method, which uses chi to attract the spirit, uses the spirit to pull the body, uses the sky as the hammer, and uses the earth as the furnace. The body is in the furnace, and the hammer is rigorous and refined. After having the god and demon picture in your heart, you must rely on this method to communicate with the heaven and earth with spiritual energy, so as to use the power of the earth to turn into a supreme oven, and then use the power of the heaven to turn into a divine hammer, hit the body, and refine the body of the gods and demons. This process is extremely dangerous, but the method is very simple. As long as you have enough spiritual energy, you can practice it once. But if you do not have an extremely strong will, during the process of refining, your soul will easily collapse and your body will collapse, and you will die without a place to bury it. I thought it would be difficult to realize it, but I didn't expect it to be more difficult to practice. However, this is reasonable. After all, the stronger the mental method, the more difficult it is. If you can practice casually, then wouldn't everyone lead the monks? After Yi Ping suddenly realized, he couldn't help but feel emotion. But a trouble arose. If you want to condense the sky hammer and the ground furnace, you must have a lot of spiritual energy, but the problem is that you don't have spiritual energy. These days, I have learned the sword technique every day, but I have never practiced it at all, so it is naturally impossible to condense spiritual energy. Moreover, the more you need the spiritual energy you need in the future. The most important thing is that my biggest trouble is my poor qualifications for cultivation, which is very troublesome. Yi Ping still has some understanding of his cultivation qualifications. In half a year, he participated in more than 50 ascension meetings, and hundreds of sects tested him without spiritual roots. So Yi Ping felt that his sword skills might not be very bad, but his cultivation qualifications were probably the worst. What should I do? Trouble comes, Yi Ping has a little brain pain. Why do you want to find a senior brother? Yi Ping thought to himself, but soon he vetoed it directly. No, my cultivation qualifications are not the same as me. If I take the initiative to find a senior brother, my cultivation qualifications are too poor in the end, and I might be disgusted by the senior brother. But if you don't look for a senior brother, you will not be able to practice. If you cannot practice, you will not be able to practice the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills. Yi Ping frowned and was thinking hard. Senior brother gave me some chi training pills before, and I don't know if these pills are effective. Suddenly, Yi Ping thought of this. Thinking of this, Yi Ping immediately took out the chi training pill bottle. He poured out a pale white pill from the elixir bottle. The pill is not big, even like a grain of rice, with a white surface, emitting a clear fragrance without a medicinal smell. However, just as Yi Ping wanted to swallow the pill, he was suddenly stunned. It's the medicine 3 parts poison. This is the chi pill. I haven't entered the chi practice realm yet, and I don't know if something will happen. I can't be reckless. Suddenly, Yi Ping thought that he had not entered the chi training realm, and he was not sure whether he could swallow this pill. What if it will explode if it swallows? Thinking of this, Yi Ping put the chi pill back into the jade bottle. Being cautious is not a mistake. In the world of fairy tale, monks divide the 7 realms. Chi practice realm, basic building realm, golden dan realm, natural soul realm, Zhuanshan realm, trip transfer realm, Mahayana realm. There is an insurmountable gap between each realm, with immortals above and ordinary people below, absolutely suppressed. Although Yi Ping has never practiced immortality, he has read some information and information more or less. Yi Ping did not continue to struggle with the inability to practice the body refining skills of God and demons. At least he has realized the method at this moment, and it is only a matter of time before he practices or not. Soon, Yi Ping began to realize the sword marks again. He wanted to strive to understand the 4 thunder sword intent as soon as possible. That's it, the next day. Su Chanyu is here. Since he taught Yi Ping the ancient gods and demon body refining skills, he has been studying the Chuanha sword technique these 3 days. Unfortunately, the fallen flower's intentionally flowing water is ruthless, and Su Chanyu did not close his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. But I just couldn't understand it, which made Su Chanyu very uncomfortable. He had to understand the 4 thunder sword technique for decades, but now he has another book on the Sichuan River sword technique. Although it is a little worse than the 4 thunder sword technique, he is not talented at all. Thinking of this, Su Chanyu couldn't help but feel angry. It's so good, can't you teach Yi Ping something else if you want to learn swordsmanship? However, the one who is most angry is not this, but that he is angry and dare not speak out. Taoist Taihua is waiting for him to teach Yi Pingchuan sword technique now, but if Taoist Taihua knew that he hadn't learned it at all, he would probably have to peel off even if he didn't die. Su Chanyu guessed what Taoist Taihua thought. He wanted Yi Ping to attend the Qingyun Jiandao conference. But Su Changyu's idea of rushing his feet is unreliable. Although Yi Ping has a strong qualification in swordsmanship. But the problem is that Yi Ping has no magic power. Although the Qingyun Sword Art Conference has regulations, only cultivators below the foundation establishment realm are allowed to compete in sword art. But basically most of the contestants are 7 or 8 levels of chi training, or even cultivators who have completed chi training. Even though Yi Ping condensed his sword power, he had no magic power at all. If he met some cultivators at the 5th and 6th level of Qi training, he might still have a chance of winning. If you encounter those truly powerful sword cultivators, you may not necessarily win. Of course, it was mainly because Su Changyu didn't know how powerful the Fourth Thunder Sword was. In his eyes, there were only two types of people. Weaker than myself. Better than yourself. So in order to let Taoist Taihua give up his thoughts, Su Changyu decided to continue to teach indiscriminately. Well, that's right, what is the Sichuan River Sword technique? But the Sichuan River Sword technique, Su Changyu decided to teach Yi Ping in his own way. He rewritten a sword book last night. Most of the key points of Chuanha sword technique are made up by themselves. He didn't believe it, so Yi Ping could still understand it. If he could understand this, he would chew the swords of everyone in the Qingzhou Jiandao conference and swallow them up. In this way, Su Changyu came to the back cliff. End of this chapter. In the middle of the back cliff, Yi Ping carefully realized the sword marks on the ground and wanted to condense the sword intent as soon as possible. However, just when Yi Ping suddenly realized, he vaguely realized that someone was coming. In an instant, Yi Ping opened his eyes and looked behind him. It's Su Changyu. Senior brother? Yi Ping didn't expect Su Changyu to come and immediately stood up and bowed. No need for politeness. Su Changyu spoke, still looking very talented. But on the surface, I feel very uncomfortable. No, to be precise, it is not uncomfortable, it is particularly uncomfortable. Since she knew that her junior brother was talented, Su Changyu had not been in a good mood. So, you can't be too comparative in life. Senior brother, what are you talking about today? Yi Ping asked curiously. Su Changyu has been here frequently these days, and Yi Ping was a little curious. Oh, there is nothing big, I'm just here to pass on your second sword technique. Su Changyu said lightly. The second sword technique? Yi Ping was a little surprised. Senior brother, my junior brother is dull in qualifications. It's almost a month since the first sword technique has not yet fully condensed the sword intent. Isn't it too early to learn the second sword technique so quickly? Yi Ping was a little worried, afraid that he would not be able to chew too much. However, these words seemed so harsh in Su Changyu's ears. This is also called dull qualifications? Then what am I? What's the waste? In less than a month, the 4 thunder swords were condensed. What else do you want? I have been practicing hard for 15 years, but I have only practiced the spring thunder sword art until the first glance. You can condense the 4 thunder swords in 1 month. What else do you want? Su Changyu was extremely sad and angry. Inexplicably, I felt even more uncomfortable. It's okay. The so-called one method is the master of all methods. Since you have mastered the 4 thunder sword techniques and then learned the new sword technique, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Changyu seemed very dull on the surface. So that's it. Thank you for your advice from senior brother. Yi Ping nodded, but he ignored this. My junior brother, senior brother is now practicing new sword skills for you. You can understand it very well. See what you can understand? Su Changyu spoke slowly, then pulled out the sword and took a few steps back. Yi Ping held his breath and looked at Su Changyu with all his attention. Not far away, Su Changyu held the sword in his hand, and did not rush to wave the sword, but closed his eyes. Is this the eldest brother who wants to be unique with heaven and earth and enter the state of unity of man and sword? Yi Ping was shocked. Time passes by little. After a while, Su Changyu opened his eyes and finally remembered the sword move. Clang! The next moment, Su Changyu drew out the sword, and then the sword was like a rainbow, like a rushing river, which made Yi Ping unable to help but be amazed. But soon, Yi Ping couldn't help frowning. Because he discovered that although the eldest brother's sword moves seemed very strong, they seemed to be a little incoherent. Yi Ping used the 4 thunder sword technique to correspond to Su Changyu's sword technique, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. It looks a bit uncomfortable, giving people a feeling of being unskilled. Hiss! Yi Ping was stunned for a moment. He guessed a possibility. senior brother is reminding himself. This set of swordsmanship is very powerful, no less than the fourth undersword technique, and even stronger than the fourth undersword technique, but there are some aspects of this set of swordsmanship that are very prone to errors. The eldest brother was worried that he would go on a wrong path, so he deliberately revealed his flaws and let himself ponder and avoid making mistakes. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel grateful. He could see that the eldest brother was a person who was unspeakable and looked so sarcastic, but in fact he was a gentle person who was not good at expressing emotions, so he would not teach himself through words, but through other aspects. For a moment, Su Changyu's favor in Yi Ping's heart increased. And Su Changyu did use this improved Sichuan river sword technique very hard. After a set of sword techniques practiced, Su Changyu was a little panting. But he still maintained calmness, and after using his last move, he specially tied up a sword flower and looked at Yi Ping with a look. Yi Ping has also been paying attention to this sword technique. The sword technique ended, and it was majestic, making Yi Ping couldn't help but mutter to himself. The water of the great river comes from the sky, flows to the sea and never returns. Yi Ping used a poem to describe this sword technique, which was very shocking. Not far away, Su Changyu seemed calm on the surface, but he was always paying attention to Yi Ping. He was also worried that Yi Ping could see something, but after he found that Yi Ping's eyes were full of surprise, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When I heard Yi Ping recite a poem again, I was even more stunned. The water of the great river comes from the sky, flows to the sea without returning? This poem feels very stylized, very good. I, Su, accepted it again. Su Changyu remembered this sentence in his heart and then looked at Yi Ping. Junior brother, what do you think of this sword technique? Su Changyu asked calmly. Return to the senior brother. My junior brother feels that this sword technique is majestic. The sword force is like a wave, overlapping continuously, and finally it takes the river into the sea, which is amazing. Yi Ping exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, scholars are scholars. Su Changyu nodded with satisfaction and then spoke. My junior brother, this set of sword techniques is called Tianhe sword technique. There are only 9 moves in the introductory chapter, but they can be continuously deduced. You must understand and think carefully. I won't say much about other senior brothers, otherwise there will be no meaning. Do you understand? Su Changyu said seriously. Okay, please don't worry, senior brother. Junior brother will definitely practice seriously and gather the Tianhe sword momentum as soon as possible. Yi Ping nodded seriously. After hearing this, Su Changyu couldn't help but smile indifferently. Tianhe sword strong? This swordsmanship was completely made up by him. Except for the first and last moves of the momentum, he made up everything else by himself. That's it? Can you still condense the sword? Junior brother, you are still too young. Su Changyu was happy. But he didn't deliberately try to trick Yi Ping. The main reason is that he knows the thoughts of Taoist Taihua, and that he really can't understand the Sichuan river sword technique, so Su Changyu came up with this idea. My junior brother, Brother Jianji has already given it to you. Of course, if you can't understand it, don't force it. After all, the sword art lineage has infinite sword skills, and it's enough to change one if you don't fit in. At most, you can go back and continue to comprehend the 4 undersword techniques. Do you understand? Su Changyu reminded him. He was more worried that Yi Ping would hold on to a sword technique, and if he turned around and became obsessed with it, Taoist Taihua would probably kill him. As the teachings of senior brother. Yi Ping nodded. Okay, you can practice swordsmanship. In 2 days, your senior brother Luo Chen will come to you and teach you the art of alchemy. Su Changyu spoke. Senior brother Luo Chen? Yi Ping was indeed a little surprised this time. He didn't expect to learn something else so soon. Can you learn this qualification? Yi Ping was full of curiosity. Well, don't worry, your senior brother Luo Chen has a gentle temper and is much better than me, so well, okay, practice swords with peace of mind. Su Changyu didn't say much. Turn around and leave. But after a while, Su Changyu came again. End of this chapter. Su Changyu left. But it was back soon. It's not that I forgot to take something, but mainly because Su Chanyu felt a little scared the more he thought about it. After all, the sword technique just now was made up by him. The starting style is indeed the Chuana sword technique, but the middle moves are made up by myself. It is purely the kind of sword move that looks majestic but is actually useless in actual combat. Yi Ping is relatively straightforward, and Su Chanyu is afraid that Yi Ping is too straightforward, so he will be in trouble if he turns around. So Su Chanyu is back. I plan to let Yi Ping practice it for himself and give it back and forth, so that I won't be too persistent. Soon, Su Chanyu arrived at Hojing. Yi Ping did not practice swords, but closed his eyes and practiced his spirit, as if he was thinking about something. My junior brother. Su Chanyu shouted, and Yi Ping opened his eyes and showed a look of confusion. Senior brother, why are you back? Yi Ping was a little curious. He had just sat down and was pondering about the Tianhe sword technique, but what he didn't expect was why Su Chanyu came again. Young brother, you can practice the Tianhe sword technique just now. Senior brother is worried that you are not suitable for this sword technique. Su Chanyu was straightforward and didn't make any sense. Oh well. Yi Ping nodded and then picked up the sword beside him. Senior brother, can you wait? I just had some ideas and wanted to think about it. Yi Ping was a little nervous. After all, practicing sword skills for peerless swordsmen, isn't this just a big sword in front of Guangong? Especially after reading it once, Yi Ping was afraid of making mistakes, so he wanted to think about it before talking about it. It's okay, senior brother is waiting for you. Su Chanyu didn't feel anything. Then please wait for the senior brother. Yi Ping stopped talking, stood there, closed his eyes, and then began to think about the sword technique. The sword move instantly appeared in Yi Ping's mind. In my mind, there were many sword shadows. 9 sword moves are repeated again and again. This Tianhe sword technique has a majestic and grand sword force. In my mind, the sword moves are extremely exquisite, giving people an unparalleled sense of suppression. It seems that you are not facing a river, but a vast ocean. But why is it called Tianhe sword technique? For a moment, Yi Ping fell into deep thought. But after a while, Yi Ping suddenly realized. What is Tianhe? The Milky Way hanging above the sky is the river of heaven. The sky is the Milky Way. No ocean can compare to the size of the Milky Way. For a moment, Yi Ping completely realized. Not far away. Su Changyu's feet were a little numb. He was a little regretful. Why did he come here? And he was even more depressed. Why did Yi Ping have such a poor memory? Why did you have to think about the sword move you just used for so long? Can't you hurry up? I'm so tired. Can you hurry up? Just when Su Chanyu was thinking about it. Suddenly, Yi Ping drew his sword. Wow! It's a sound of waves. It is not the sound of the sword, it is the sound of the waves. In an instant, Su Chanyu was stunned. Yi Ping's sword was like a rainbow. After the first move was released, he used the next move like a flowing cloud. Each move is like a heavy wave. One move is stronger than another. 20 move. The 50th move. The first 100 move. Su Chanyu was stunned. He just demonstrated 9 moves for Yi Ping to show, but now there are more than 100 moves. Moreover, the more you move you get, the stronger Yi Ping's momentum becomes, just like the waves in the vast ocean. One after another, infinitely superimposed. Ha! Ha! The strong wind swept through, and all the remaining branches and leaves within dozens of meters were rolled up, and the ancient trees were trembling even more. This is not a sword force. This was just a sword move. Yi Ping kept swinging his sword, and the dead leaves were like waves, rising and falling from each other. Boom! The 365th move. Yi Ping stabbed a sword. An explosion sounded in an instant. Boom! 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 10 meters ahead of Yi Ping, flying sand and stones were flying, and gravel stood in a row. The terrifying explosion was even more deafening. However, Su Changyu was completely confused. Is this Tianhe sword technique I just taught? Su Changyu stood there in a daze. Yi Ping's sword power can be seen with traces of his teaching just now, but the power of both is simply from heaven to earth. Su Changyu didn't know how to describe Yi Ping's sword force. The only thing I know is that if I face Yi Ping, I guess I can prepare the coffin in advance. You know, although I am ordinary, I am also a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi training. Yi Ping didn't even have a cultivation level, so he was so strong? Is there any truth? Is there any other kingly law? I'm so sour. After coming back to his senses, Su Changyu's sour air soared into the sky. He really didn't expect that Yi Ping had actually understood the bullshit Tianhe sword technique in just 1 hour. He was so angry and sour. Not far away, Yi Ping took back his sword and then looked at Su Changyu with a look of nervousness on his face. Senior brother, my junior brother is stupid and I'm afraid he can't show the essence of this sword technique. Yi Ping said the truth. Because he felt that this set of swordsmanship was extremely unique and much more advanced than the 4th undersword technique, it was definitely more than 365 sword moves. The Sword of the Sky. It's normal, but it's okay if you can practice 365 moves in just a short time. Okay, junior brother, keep thinking about it. Su Changyu said lightly. But I feel extremely uncomfortable inside. He doesn't want to speak anymore. Leave directly. Yi Ping looked at Su Changyu leaving and subconsciously thought that his qualifications were too dull, so he didn't want to say anything more. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but take a deep breath and said, Senior brother, don't worry, I will definitely work hard and strive to be 1% of your life. Yi Ping said confidently. Su Changyu almost staggered to the ground. Is it 1%? Would you rather humiliate me? Killing someone to kill your heart. Killing someone will kill your heart. Okay. Junior brother. I, Su Changyu, swear, I must make up a sword technique that you don't know. I don't believe you can learn anything. If you can learn my swordsmanship again, I will swallow all the flying swords in Jin Dynasty in front of you. Swallow in dipping sauce. Su Changyu's palm hidden in his robe was tightly clutching. He swore in his heart that he must make up a set of sword scores that Yi Ping could not understand. Must. He was really hit. He wants to be alone now. That's it. Until late at night. In the Qingyun Sect, Su Luochen walked out of the house with a book, frowned. The 4 main materials of blood replenishing pill are Yitzao, blood vine, dead heartroot, good bonus leaves, and the 9 auxiliary medicines are. Su Luochen murmured to himself, reciting something. But soon, he picked up the book in his hand, took a look, and then couldn't help but mutter to himself. I'm wrong again. It's not the root of the heart. The root of the heart is the main medicine for the sudden death pill. Su Luochen, why can't you remember it? The alchemist is about to be evaluated. If you don't have it this time, it will be the 8th failure. Su Luochen said with grief. But soon, Su Luochen saw a figure in the cliff in the distance. It was Su Changyu's figure. A man quietly stared at the stars in the sky, looking extremely depressed. The eldest brother is getting worse and worse recently. Oh, senior brother is just impatient. Even if the junior brother's qualifications are poor, it will not be like this, right? Isn't it just that the qualifications are poor? Who in our Qingyun Sect is not bad? There is no patience at all. As a role model, you have no patience at all. You can't be hit when you encounter something. It's really useless. How can you take the position of the head of the sect in the future? I will teach this junior brother tomorrow and teach the senior brother a good lesson so that he can know what it means to be a teacher. Su Luochen couldn't help but shake his head, seemingly dissatisfied, and then continued to recite the prescription. End of this chapter. In Qingzhou. Cloudless. There are 3 major sects in Qingzhou. The 4th Undersword sect was headed by the 4 Seasons Taoist. The second is Baiyun Dao Sect and Taiyue Sword Sect. And at this moment, in the Four Thunder Sword Sect, a sword test conference just ended. Among the top 10 heroes, 7 men and 3 women stood on the martial arts stage, each holding his head up and looking majestic. Several elders were placing flying swords and staring at everyone. At this moment, a strong voice sounded. Very good. Very good. At this sect sword test conference, 7 people practiced the Spring Thunder Sword technique to the perfect realm, and 2 people practiced the Spring Thunder Sword technique to the pinnacle. Of course, there was one person who condensed the Spring Thunder Sword, which was good, very good, very good. The elder's voice was like a big bell, resounding in the ears of the disciples. Outside the martial arts stage, thousands of disciples looked at the 10 people on the martial arts stage with a look of envy. Especially after the elders praised, the smiles on the faces of these 10 people became even stronger. But at this moment, the elder continued to speak. However, this Qingyun Swordsman Conference is extraordinary. There are still 2 months left. You can't take it lightly. In order to compete for the top 10 of this competition, the head of the team personally guides you and others to practice. Do you understand? With the sound. In an instant, thousands of disciples were completely in an uproar. Even the 10 people on the martial arts stage were shocked. No one would have thought that the mere Qingyun Jiandao conference would actually attract the guidance of Taoist Ciji himself. The head of the 4 seasons is the creator of the Four Thunder Sword technique. He is known as the #1 swordsman in Qingyun. He became famous in Qingyun hundreds of years ago. Although the Taoist of the 4 seasons has been in charge of the head of the sect over the years, the dragon has no beginning or end. But I never thought that I would come to guide my inner disciples now? Among all the sects in Qingyun, the division of disciples is the outer sect, inner sect, core, and true sect. No matter how outstanding the inner disciple is, it is impossible for the existence of Taoist Ciji to give guidance. In Qingyun, the 4-season Taoist exists like a belief. Qingyun's #1 swordsman has no reputation. At this moment, let alone the outer disciples are envious, even the major inner disciples and even the core disciples can't help but envy them. Envy is second, but most importantly, it is incredible. At this moment, the elder's voice sounded again. This Qingyun sword, obviously, there must be some important purpose for this Qingyun Swordsman Conference, the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and even the Hidden Sect. Thinking of this, everyone became even more sad. If I had known this, I would have entered the top 10 even if I fought to the death. The disciples regretted it. They didn't receive any news. Although they can also participate in the Qingyun Jiandao conference, the problem is that getting the guidance of the head and not getting the guidance of the head are completely different concepts. The elder glanced at the expressions of the disciples. He didn't say much, and waved his hand. Okay, no matter whether you enter the top 10 or not, you need to be very hardworking. You must not be complacent. The sword lineage is extremely long and you need to be diligent and have a break. After saying this, the elders left one after another, leaving behind the disciples. Soon, the Silei Sword Sect Hall. Dozens of elders sat quietly in the hall, their expressions of seriousness, and said nothing. The hall seemed very quiet, filled with a kind of coldness. It was at this moment. A figure appeared outside the hall. He is an old man. Everyone stood up one after another and looked at the old man and said respectfully, "I've seen the leader." They spoke together. The old man waved his hand, then walked into the hall and sat in the main seat. "Today, I am summoning you to come, for a big event." He spoke slowly, attracting the curiosity of the elders. I don't know what happened, but it actually attracted Taoist Ciji to come out of seclusion. I dare to ask the leader, what happened? Yes, master, what happened? Is it related to the Taishian Sword Tower Order? Everyone spoke, and some people knew a little bit of the inside story and couldn't help asking like this. But Taoist Ciji shook his head. If it was just the Taishian Sword Tower Order, it wouldn't be a big deal. Taoist Ciji spoke, and then said with a serious expression, "Can you know the 10 Kingdoms academic institutions?" Taoist Ciji said slowly. 10 Kingdoms Academy? Is the Ten Kingdoms Academy going to reopen again? For a moment, the elders suddenly realized that they knew that the Ten Kingdoms academic institutions were just curious and did not understand the relationship between the Ten Kingdoms academic institutions and the Qingyun Jiandao University. The head of the Ten Kingdoms Academy is a great example. What is the relationship with the Qingyun Jiandao Congress? Could it be the first in the Qingyun Jiandao Congress and be selected as the Ten Kingdoms Academy? An elder couldn't help but speak out, looking very curious. Ten Kingdoms Academy. It is an extremely famous institution in the 10 countries. This institution only recruits heroes from the 10 countries, and this hero is a real hero. It's not comparable to Qingyun's number 1. It is said that any disciple in the Ten Kingdoms Academy is a hero of a country. Among the 10 countries, Jin's national strength ranking is considered low. Among the Jin state, there are 33 states, among which Qingyun is only at the upper level. Thanks to the Taoist Ciji, who has raised the status of Qingyun several times. Otherwise, Qingyun is basically at the bottom. The Ten Kingdoms academic institutions are simply out of reach for the monks in Qingyun. So they were very curious about the connection between the Qingyun Jiandao Conference and the Ten Kingdoms Academy. It is impossible to win the first place in the Qingyun Jiandao Conference and be able to enter the Ten Kingdoms Academy, right? If this is true, then Qingyun will be completely excited. The elders looked at Taoist Ciji one after another. The latter did not keep it in hiding and spoke directly. End of this chapter. For Thundersword Sect, inside the hall. Taoist Ciji looked at everyone calmly. Although this Qingyun Jiandao Conference has no close relationship with the Ten Kingdoms Academy, I have received a secret report that Jin State sent hundreds of Jiandao masters to investigate 2 things secretly. The first thing was the case of the lost 7 treasure bottle. The second thing is the matter of Jin National Academy. The Ten Kingdoms academic institutions are about to be opened, and will select heroes from all sides from the 10 Kingdoms, but it will take some time to wait. In addition to some heroes from the inner-defining academic society, the King of Jin plans to select some seedlings from the 33 states and send them to the Jin State Academy. In the end, 10 real heroes will be trained in about a year and sent to the Ten Kingdoms Academy. The Taoist of the 4 seasons will explain the future and the ends word by word. The expressions of the people in the hall also seemed very shocked. The head, that is to say, at this Qingyun Jiandao conference, the Jin court will send powerful Jiandao people to inspect and supervise? Choose the good seeds? An elder realized that he said this. That's right. Taoist Ciji nodded, then continued to speak, and I already know who it is. The Taoist of 4 seasons said with a serious expression. As soon as these words were said, the whole hall exclaimed. Who is it? In the past, Jin State did send many talented people to search for outstanding talents in Jin State to win over to the academic community, in order to enter the Ten Kingdoms Academy, but these talented people are arrogant by nature and good at disguising. Sometimes I went to a certain place, and even hid my identity for decades, not caring about fame and fortune, nor about glory and wealth. I devote myself to doing business for the state of Jin. How did you find out the person who supervised me? The elders were completely shocked. Looking at the 10 countries, although Jin is not very strong, it is also a country. In the world of immortal cultivation, the relationship between the sect and the court is extremely subtle. The court allows the sect to be established, and the major sects also accept the summary. As long as the core is not involved, the two cooperate with each other to maintain the world. However, the status of the court is slightly higher than that of the immortal sect. It is not that the sect is not good, but the two are completely different. Unless it is the kind of immortal sect that transcends the upper level, no matter how many people a sect are, it will be only 100,000, while a court is not just 100,000. Of course, it mainly depends on what sect the imperial court is facing. If it was the first immortal sect of Jin State, the Jin court would naturally have to be polite, but like the first sect of Qingyun, it has a certain weight but is not enough to surpass the imperial court. In the eyes of the 4th Thundersword sect, the Jin court is a giant, and it is difficult for the 4th Thundersword sect to know anything that such an existence does. However, what was unexpected was that the 4 Seasons Taoist actually discovered the existence of the monitor person. How can this not make the elders excited? You should know that if you know in advance, it would not mean that you would bribe the other party, even if you don't provoke the other party, even if it is quite good, and if you can win the favor of this adult, it will be beneficial to the Fourth Undersword sect without any harm. After all, these people who monitor are all top-notch people, not some winebags. The elders were shocked. The Taoist Siji didn't say anything, but just reached out. In an instant, a scroll appeared in his hands. Immediately afterwards, the scroll unfolded, and a view of the peaks and sunsets was reflected in everyone's eyes. The painting environment is beautiful. Everyone here is an elder, and they all have lived for hundreds of years. In addition to practicing, they will also have fun more time. Not only is he proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, poetry and painting, but at least he is still somewhat literary and profound. Naturally, he can see that this painting is extremely beautiful at first glance. The painting is superb, and it can even be called the great master of the country. The sunset clouds are lifelike, especially the people in the painting. They have a kind of ethereal sword cultivator, indifferent sword cultivator, and beautiful sword cultivator, good painting, and good painting. No, not just the painting is good. Look at the person in this painting, he looks like a sword immortal, without any sharpness, but he gives me a sense of sharpness, which contains the sword intent. Hiss, I just thought this painting was pretty good, but after you said that, it seems that it is really the case. The more you look at this painting, the more shocking it is. The person in this painting does not have a full face, but only a part of the side face shows the sword fairy's posture to the fullest. Sect Master, what's the point? What does this painting mean? Could it be? The elders were all full of curiosity. And some elders seem to have guessed something. That's right, the man in this scroll is a powerful swordsman sent by the King of Jin. The Taoist of Four Seasons said with a serious expression. As soon as these words were said, shock sounded one after another. Real? Sect Master, what's the basis? Yes, this person does look like a master, but it seems unlikely that he is so young, right? Yes, Master, have you misunderstood? Everyone spoke, feeling it was a bit unrealistic. However, Taoist Siji shook his head and looked at the elders with disappointment. Shallow, you are so shallow. Taoist Siji was a little helpless, and his eyes showed disappointment. The elders were a little confused, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Taoist Siji had a very high status in their hearts, and this scroll was indeed different, so they were very curious. Do you know who painted this painting? Taoist Siji asked. Mr. Qingyun, I have heard of this person. He is a famous talented man from Jin State. It is said that the kings of Jin State like this person's works very much, but they have disappeared in recent times. Some elders understand a little about it and tell the origin of the painter. Yes. Taoist Siji nodded, then said seriously. The person who painted the painting is Qingyun Layman. Although I have not seen this person, he is very talented. Not only is the king of Jin liked his poems, it is said that some powerful people in Jin also particularly admired his articles. And Mr. Qingyun disappeared completely half a year ago. Think about it, where did he go? The Taoist of Four Seasons said, the silk is peeling off the cocoon. Can you join a small sect to cultivate immortality? An elder spoke and made a guess. Impossible. Qingyun Layman is very famous. How could he join the small sect? If he is willing to join my Fourth Undersword sect, I would rather overstep the authority and accept him as his disciple. Yes, how could such a talented person join the sect? Oh, I know, the head of the sect, Mr. Qingyun has been given an imperial decree by the court, right? Many people rejected the speculation of the first elder, while others believed that the court gave him the imperial court to the imperial court. As soon as he said this, Taoist Siji nodded. That's right, Qingyun Layman is very talented and can be sought after by the powerful and nobles of Jin State, so he was naturally ordered by the king of Jin State to go there. And there was a peerless swordsman in Jin State who was once a genius from the Ten Kingdoms Academy, but for some reason, he was expelled from the Ten Kingdoms Academy and eventually came to Jin State and became the commander of the supervisor. This person is extremely extraordinary and highly valued by the king. After being ordered by Qingyun, he obviously met him once. Later, Qingyun should have amazed at the other party's temperament, so he made a painting for him. Of course, it is also possible that it was the king of Jin who asked Mr. Qingyun to paint for him. And this strong man didn't like to show his face, but he was not easy to reject the monarch, so he only drew one side face in the end. The Taoist CG analyzed the Tao very well. But in the end, a voice full of doubt sounded. Sect Master, all this is your guess. What is the actual proof? This is an elder. Although he also believes in Taoist CG, he always feels something is wrong. However, Taoist CG sneered and then took a picture of the picture. The next moment, a terrifying sword appeared. End of this chapter. The powerful sword force permeated the entire hall. But this is not the Four Thunder sword stance, but the sword stance in the painting. This sword force appeared, giving everyone present an indescribable pressure. The next moment, the Taoist of Four Seasons retracted his magic power, and the sword suddenly disappeared without a trace. Do you still think I'm wrong now? Taoist CG asked calmly. The hall is extremely quiet, and it can be said that it is a drop of needles. No one dares to question the Taoist CG anymore. The painting technique of Qingyun's layman is truly extraordinary and saint. He can actually imprint the sword in the scroll. I admire you, I admire you. No, it's not that Qingyun's painting skills are powerful, but that the people in the painting are powerful. If it weren't for his powerful sword force, how could Qingyun's layman imprint the sword force in the scroll? Yes, the person in this painting is extremely terrifying. Just standing there can spread the terrible sword force, which makes people convinced. The elders were frightened. The sword force just now was not particularly terrifying, but what shocked them was that the ability to imprint the sword force in the painting was terrifying. There are only two possibilities to create such capabilities. The first is the painter's painting skills, which have reached the level of magical skills. The second type is the person in the portrait, who can condense the supreme sword intent so that the sword power can be exposed. But if it is the first type, then the guess of the Four Seasons Taoist will be problematic. If it is the second type, the guess of Taoist CG will be gone at all. However, Taoist CG shook his head and said, "You haven't found the key point yet." There was no other look in the eyes of Taoist CG, except for disappointment. When these words were said, the elders were completely confused. Still have details? In an instant, dozens of elders looked at the scroll tightly. After half a stick of incense, the elder finally understood. I understand, I understand. He said loudly, exclaiming in surprise. What do you know? What do you understand? I'll lose it, Elder Wang, just tell me quickly if you know, why are you selling for money? What I hate most in my life is to keep it in a silence. Tell me quickly, I'm so anxious. The elders were a little confused. They really didn't know what details were missing, and now they heard that someone understood, so they were naturally anxious. There is no spiritual energy in this scroll. Elder Wang pointed at the scroll and said excitedly. In an instant, the hall completely quieted down. Then Taoist CG showed a hint of relief, and finally someone discovered the details. No spiritual energy? This. I understand, so do. There is no spiritual energy in the scroll, which means that the person who painted the painting is not a monk, or that he did not use the spiritual energy to imprint the sword in the painting. In other words, this painting can show a powerful sword energy, and has nothing to do with Mr. Qingyun, but the person in the painting is too strong. So that's it. No wonder the leader is so sure. The person in the painting is the commander of the supervisor. So that's how it is. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized. If there is no spiritual energy in the scroll, you can find that it is not branded with magic power, but the powerful sword force that spreads out from the people in the painting, which will be branded in. This means that the person in this painting is a peerless swordsman. At this moment, everyone completely believed it. The head of the sect is very clear. I am worthy of being the head of the sect. I can tell so much information from a few details. The head of the sect is really a god. Everyone was both flattering and exclaiming sincerely. The sword in the scroll is not very strong, mainly because the Taoist Four Seasons blessed some of the magic power, so they can suppress it. But the most terrifying thing is that there is no spiritual blessing in the scroll, but it can imprint the sword power. It's like there is no magic power, but it can control the movement of items, which means that this person's soul is very terrifying. Naturally, everyone was completely convinced. Seeing that everyone had completely believed in themselves, Taoist Ciji did not show any pride, but instead said calmly. The other important reason why I think this person is the commander of the supervisor is that he is a natural person, likes to travel around the mountains and rivers, and likes to understand the various aspects of the world. He often uses some extremely precious things to exchange for some money and squander it at will in the ordinary world. No matter whether it is a gift from the king or a treasure, it is worthless in his eyes. He is really a master. I accidentally obtained this scroll in the ancient city of Ginkgo. According to the owner, the person selling the painting is very similar to the person in the painting. So, this is why I concluded that the supervisor commander was in Qingyun. The Taoist Ciji said this, which shocked everyone even more. It's true. There are often some experts who don't care about fame and fortune. It is said that Taishu sword master once traveled in the mountains and fields, took out a flying sword for the Taoist weapon and gave it to a rural villager just to get a fruit. Yes, in my eyes, these are rare treasures, but in the eyes of such an alien, they are just a pile of broken copper and iron, high level. Sect master, since we already know this secret, what should we do next? Do we need to deliberately please me? The elders nodded one after another, completely believing what the Taoist Ciji said, because there are many such rumors. It's just that the elder is curious and doesn't know what to do next. No. We must not deliberately please, or even block the news. Never take the initiative to please this person. Such an expert is tired of fame and fortune, and hates others with purpose the most. We should let the flow be, don't offend him, and don't deliberately please him, but if we find this person, we can ask the disciples of the sect to ask him about some swordsmanship knowledge. You must be studious and not be ashamed to ask questions, so that you can leave a good impression. No matter what the result is, it is enough to prevent the Four Thunder Sword sect from leaving a bad impression in this person's heart. Taoist Ciji said seriously, so that everyone must not deliberately please the other party. Yes, what the leader said is very true. Yes, what this kind of master hates the most is praise and the most dislikes some people who are impure. On the contrary, if you take the initiative to ask about sword knowledge, you might teach a few more tricks. Yes, this kind of master must be the kind of arrogant, not happy or angry, not caring about fame and fortune, not caring about glory and wealth, and only focusing on the existence of swordsmanship. In the hall, the elders all looked respectful in their eyes. Taoist Ciji couldn't help but nodded, with admiration in his eyes. He really hoped that one day he would see such a true swordsman. And at the same time, Qingyun Sect. Su Changyu quietly practiced his sword moves. After half an incense stick, Su Changyu pulled back his sword, slowly breathed, and then looked at Chen Lingru beside him and said calmly, "Junior sister, do you think the sword moves of senior brother are good looking?" "Yeah, it looks good." Chen Lingru smiled and spoke, revealing her very cute tiger teeth. At that moment, Su Changyu turned his back to Chen Lingru and showed a long-lost smile. And another place. Su Luochen came to Qingyun Ho Cliff with a few books and smiled. End of this chapter. Walking in Qingyun Sect. Su Luochen was in a very beautiful mood. He also tends to be the Opti School, good at alchemy, and is also the future money tree of Qingyun Sect. After all, if the alchemy lineage is successful, it will be a treasure pot. Unfortunately, Su Luochen has participated in the alchemist assessment 7 times and has failed, but this has not hurt Su Luochen's confidence. Anyway, he is still young now, so there are opportunities to participate in the assessment in the future. I should review what I need to do now and then teach my junior brother how to refine alchemy. When Su Luochen mentioned his junior brother, he couldn't help but sigh. But it's not a sigh of Yi Ping. Instead, he sided Su Qingyun. To be honest, everyone knows that Yi Ping has poor qualifications. If he has good qualifications, he will join the Qingyun Sect? Oh, senior brother, saint, you are a role model for others and teach the truth. You cannot become crazy and not calm at all because of your poor qualifications. If you inherit the Qingyun Sect in the future, you will be defeated by your hands sooner or later. Su Luochen muttered as he walked. That's it, he arrived at Qingyun Ho Cliff. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping has been carefully studying the Tianhe sword technique these 2 days. The fourth undersword technique now only lacks the so-called sword intent. Yi Ping plans to let it go first, and he cannot be too hasty. As the saying goes, haste will not be achieved. After these 2 days of hard practice, Yi Ping has deduced the Tianhe sword technique to 1,800 moves. The more sword techniques you deduce, the stronger your swordsmanship will be. It's not that when fighting, you can use all the moves, but mainly the sword. There are 3 levels of swordsmanship. Sword moves, sword force, sword intent. The more sword moves, the stronger the sword force will be. The stronger the sword force you comprehend, the stronger the sword intent you condense. Because if you can suddenly realize the sword power of a sword, then you can use a casual sword to be the power of the entire set of sword techniques. The fourth undersword techniques are integrated into one, and one sword is equivalent to the bonus power of 1,460 sword moves. Therefore, the more sword moves, the stronger the sword power will be. In the eyes of sword cultivators, the quality of a sword score can basically be divided by the number of sword moves. This sword move is not enough for you to make up the number of you, it must have a reason to become stronger. Of course, there are also some monks who major in one move and practice it to the point of being superb. But practicing in this way has the same meaning. Because of condensing the sword force, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of sword moves are also integrated into one move. There are a total of 1,460 moves in the fourth undersword technique. Yi Ping has deduced the Tianhe sword technique to 1,800 moves. And it has not yet reached its end, and it is naturally extremely powerful when it comes to the galaxy sword technique. As for the ancient gods and demons' body refining skills, Yi Ping has not practiced for the time being. The main thing is that it has no spiritual energy. Yi Ping has been thinking about whether he can eat chi pill himself. He also wanted to go over and ask the eldest brother, but he was embarrassed. However, when he thought that the second brother was about to come and guide him in the alchemy technique, it was nothing. Just as Yi Ping was thinking. Suddenly, a sound rang out. My junior brother. The sound sounded somewhat familiar. Yi Ping looked at him. It is the second senior brother Su Luochen. I've met my second senior brother. Yi Ping stood up and bowed quickly. Su Luochen is not as handsome as Su Qingyun, but he has a kind of elegant temperament. At this moment, he is wearing a light blue robe, as gentle as jade. Young brother, don't need to be polite. Su Luochen was very gentle and developed a Confucian temperament. My younger brother, your senior brother is busy with some things during this period, so let me teach you the alchemy technique. Su Luochen said this. Junior brother understands, senior brother said it a few days ago. Yi Ping was also very novel about the alchemy technique. Second brother, do you think my qualifications are too poor, so? But in the end, Yi Ping couldn't help but ask out the doubts in his heart. Because the eldest brother suddenly said that something was wrong, Yi Ping couldn't guarantee that he would not think randomly. Hearing this, Su Luochen was silent for a while, then smiled gently and said, Junior brother, your swordsmanship qualifications are indeed not very good, but the eldest brother is not that kind of person. After all, he taught the truth for the first time, so he naturally had a little heart. Don't feel uncomfortable. Today, the second senior brother teaches you how to refine alchemy. You have to study hard. After all, no one is perfect. Maybe you are not very talented in swordsmanship, but you have quite some attainments in alchemy? Su Luochen comforted Yi Ping. After saying this, Yi Ping suddenly felt a little unhappy. Although Su Luochen comforted him, it did not work. Junior brother understand, thank you for your comfort. Yi Ping showed a look of discomfort, but he was not discouraged. On the contrary, he became more determined to practice swords well and make the senior brother recognize him. Of course, you must also practice the alchemy well. The eldest brother is angry with his own qualifications, and the second brother cannot be angry with him. Junior brother Yi Ping, this is not a comfort. If the swordsmanship is not good, it does not mean that the future is dark. Senior brother inexplicably thinks that you are quite talented in the alchemy. By the way, don't ask for the title of the second and second brothers, just call me senior brother Luochen. Su Luochen is indeed not a comfort. His talent in swordsmanship is also very poor, but he can refine alchemy. Isn't this world of immortal cultivation saying that the swordsmanship is the only one? The saint said that if you refine alchemy well, your wife will not be afraid of being too little. Yes, senior brother Luochen. Yi Ping nodded. Okay, junior brother Yi Ping, please calm down now. Senior brother is going to explain some alchemy to you. Su Luochen asked Yi to calm down and not worry about the swordsmanship. Since you are learning to refine alchemy, you must study hard, be as serious as yourself, be diligent and do not be tempted. Senior brother Luochen, you said, I'll listen. Yi Ping looked serious and immediately threw away other trivial matters and listened carefully to Su Luochen's explanation of the alchemy. Junior brother Yi Ping, listen. The road is 3,000, no matter the ranking, any road, as long as it reaches the end, will be a person who attracts attention from the world. Whether it is the sword path, or the spiritual path, the alchemy path, the instrument path, the talisman path, the formation path, any path, when you stand at the peak, it is not weaker than any path. Although the 3,000 great roads are not ranked, the alchemy lineage is more and more popular as it gets older. Do you know why? Su Luochen asked. Yi Ping pondered for a while and then gave an answer. Senior brother Luochen is because of the alchemy cultivator. The older he is and the higher his proficiency, the greater the success rate of alchemy? Just say this. Su Luochen couldn't help but lit up. This junior brother is not bad, his qualifications are not bad. He is indeed not bad. There are only bad masters. Thinking of Su Changyu's performance over the past period, Su Luochen sighed in his heart, but he is still not mature enough. Well, it seems that junior brother Yi is indeed a bit talented. Su Luochen chuckled. Senior brother is comforting me, right? Yi Ping was a little suspicious, afraid that Su Luochen would comfort him specifically. No, junior brother Yi, don't be depressed by a little setback. Remember the words of senior brother, there are extraordinary people in the 3,000 great ways. If the swordsmanship is not good, it means that the alchemy is not good either. Su Luochen continued to comfort Yi Ping. Then, Su Luochen took a deep breath and looked a little serious. He is about to start formally teaching Yi Ping's alchemy technique. End of this chapter. Su Luochen started playing the game. The transmission of the Tao is to teach the Tao, but Su Luochen did not forget what Taoist Taihua explained. You have to pretend to be a peerless master in front of your junior brother. During this period of time, Su Luochen has been thinking about pretending except for reviewing alchemy knowledge every day. Finally, after nearly a month of hard work, I finally started to practice. Thinking of this, Su Luochen looked at Yi Ping. The Great Way is 3,000, no height, but the alchemy lineage contains the mystery of heaven and earth. Brother Yi, in your eyes, what kind of existence is a powerful alchemist? A powerful alchemist? How does it exist? Yi Ping was stunned. This question seems familiar. Hiss. Is the second senior brother also an hidden master? Yi Ping felt like the hidden sect of Qingyun Sect, but Yi Ping was not very clear about other senior brothers and sisters in the sect. He only knew that Su Changyu was a peerless master. But now when I look at it, the second senior brother seems to have a bit of a hidden master? However, Yi Ping still answered seriously. Senior brother Luochen, the junior brother believes that a powerful alchemist is above everything else. A pill can make countless strong people crazy. No matter how arrogant you are, you can swallow the 8 wildernesses, there will always be an end, and an alchemist can change your fate by reversing the heavens. Yi Ping expressed his understanding. Among countless online novels, The Alchemist has a very high status. Think about it, the medicinal materials worth 100 spirit stones are instantly doubled, or even 10 or hundreds of times after being refined by an alchemist. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a money tree. If you become that kind of real alchemist, no matter how strong your cultivation is, you must give in to 3 points. What you lack the most in the world of immortal cultivation is the strong, and what you do not lack is the strongest. Your deadline is approaching. No matter how strong you are, you cannot go against the will of heaven. A life-renewing pill can allow you to extend your life for 100 or even 1,000 years. In such a situation, who is weak? No. However, the next moment, Su Luochen shook his head with a serious expression, and he looked at Yi Ping and said seriously, "Junior brother Yi, the alchemists you describe are not real alchemists. You're too shallow." Su Luochen looked calm and said incredible. Shallow? Yi Ping was a little curious and couldn't help looking at Su Luochen. I hope my senior brother will give you advice. Yi Ping was curious. The powerful alchemy in your mouth is just an alchemist after all. Brother, please ask you, what abilities do you think the strongest elixir in this world have? Su Luochen asked, adding another sentence at the end. Think boldly. What abilities does the strongest pill have? Yi Ping was silent. He was pondering and wanted to answer this question well. After a while, Yi Ping gave an answer. Return to senior brother, the strongest pill should improve a person's physique, turn a person with extremely poor qualifications into a cultivator with the best qualifications between heaven and earth, and enhance his luck and even become an immortal directly. Yi Ping said seriously. In most novels, the most precious elixir is either an elixir for becoming an immortal, or a change of a person's qualifications, roots and bones, and change his fate against the will of heaven. However, Su Luochen shook his head, looking extremely serious. He glanced at the sky. Then he made a sound slowly. One lineage of alchemy, who has reached the pinnacle, can turn all things into divine pills. However, this is just an alchemist in the eyes of ordinary people. A real alchemist is not an alchemist, but a refining heaven and earth. Every elixir refined is a world, and this is the real alchemist. Do you understand? Su Luochen spoke, exaggerating the description of the alchemist. Yi Ping was stunned when he heard these words again. Refining the world? Every pill is a world? This is this. Even though he had read countless novels, Yi Ping did not expect that the limit of an alchemist would be so terrifying. A pill is a world. All things are elixirs. Heaven and earth are elixirs. The universe is a pill. Everything in the world is a pill. What a terrible state of this. What an invincible existence this is. A pill that is refined casually is a world. Hiss. At this moment, Yi Ping finally understood why Su Luochen said that swordsmanship was not the only choice. If Dan Dao is really so powerful, it is indeed not inferior to Jian Dao. Hiss. The second senior brother is also a peerless master? The next moment, Yi Ping suddenly woke up in shock. The eldest brother is a peerless swordsman, while the second brother is a peerless alchemy powerman. How could an ordinary alchemist be able to tell the existence of this theory? Yi Ping originally thought that the second senior brother would teach him some basic alchemy techniques, but after hearing these words, Yi Ping completely realized that all this sect are peerless masters. Seeing Yi Ping's face full of shock, Su Luochen couldn't help but smile. Over the past month, he has thought about these words. It sounds so stunning, but in fact it's just nonsense. There is a little reason, but if you say this, you probably won't believe it. Return the heaven and earth to be elixirs. Do you want to practice it for me? Su Luochen was not worried about fooling Yi Ping. The main purpose was to fool Yi Ping first, and then teach some basic alchemy techniques, from childhood to adulthood. How can you show your awesomeness if you don't scare Yi Ping first? Thinking of this, Su Luochen continued to speak. Young brother, do you understand now? The sound sounded, which made Yi Ping come to his senses. My junior understand. Yi Ping nodded, but his eyes were still full of shock. He never expected that the alchemy technique would be so terrifying. It's good to understand, but what my senior brother said just now is the peak of alchemy. My senior brother doesn't know what your qualifications are, so he can only teach you the most basic alchemy technique. Let's see how your qualifications are first. Do you understand? Su Luochen continued. Young brother naturally understands, thank you for your advice. Yi Ping nodded heavily. He naturally understood this principle. He had to eat rice bite at a time, and he had to walk step by step. He didn't even look at his qualifications if he wanted to reach the sky. Well, junior brother Yi, senior brother will teach you the unique alchemy technique now. Listen carefully. Su Luochen suddenly spoke. Yi Ping also became serious at the moment. The so-called medicine is 3 parts poisonous. Any elixir has its toxicity between heaven and earth. Even no matter how skilled alchemist is, he cannot peel off the toxicity of the elixir. After all, it's because of the medicinal materials. Today, the senior brother teaches you the method of elixir, which is non-toxic alchemy. As the name suggests, the elixir refined by this method has no toxicity or any side effects. So, you must remember that every word you say next to your senior brother can't miss a single word, do you know? Su Luochen said very seriously. But these words were all nonsense. It's true that medicine is 3 parts poisonous. But non-toxic alchemy? This is what Su Luochen dares to whine with Yi Ping. If this is said outside, those alchemists would probably run over to suck Su Luochen's mouth one by one. Because there is no such thing as non-toxic alchemy between the world. The root of things like erysipelas lies in medicinal materials. No matter how you refine them, the medicinal properties and toxicity of medicinal materials are coexisting. If the toxicity is gone, then the medicinal properties are gone. Fortunately, Su Luochen was fooling Yi Ping. If any alchemist heard it, he would probably come to suck him directly. Yi Ping listened attentively. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Su Luochen taught alchemy knowledge seriously. Yi Ping also listened attentively. My junior brother, it's 3 parts poisonous, and this is an iron rule that cannot be changed. However, if you want to truly refine a non-toxic pill, do you know what the core is? Su Luochen asked. I don't know. Yi Ping thought about it for a while, but he couldn't think of it. If it is a medicine with 3 parts poison, it is iron rule, then theoretically it is impossible to refine non-toxic pills. Although he had never practiced the alchemy, Yi Ping also knew some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life. There are all kinds of toxins in medicinal materials. Maybe a certain medicine is a great replenishment, but it is too strong. Therefore, people with weak bodies cannot eat great replenishment, and it is easy to replenish death in one go. In order to suppress this yang excess, it is necessary to add yin-enhancing drugs, but yin-enhancing drugs also have disadvantages. You should add other medicinal materials to reduce the toxicity of yin-enhancing drugs. Once several medicinal materials are added, some mixed toxins will be produced. So in theory, it is impossible to solve this problem. Another point is that non-toxic pills can also be understood as omnipotent pills. They can be taken in any physical constitution, any existence, or any situation. Therefore, Yi Ping really couldn't think of any way to solve the elixir. However, Su Luochen smiled indifferently and then spoke slowly. Actually, it's very simple. If you don't have medicinal materials, won't you lose erysipelas? Su Luochen spoke. After saying this, Yi Ping was stunned. At first glance, it seems to make sense. But if you don't have medicinal materials, can you refine elixirs? Senior brother Luochen, although I don't know anything, I am not a fool. For a moment, Yi Ping fell silent. He didn't know what to say. It feels a bit outrageous. Feeling Yi Ping's expression change, Su Luochen said calmly without any panic. Junior brother Yi, do you think senior brother is fooling you? Su Luochen spoke with a calm expression. Of course I don't dare. Yi Ping shook his head and denied it directly. Although he did have some doubts in his heart, Yiping didn't really think Su Luochen was fooling him, but he just felt it was a bit outrageous. The next moment, Su Luochen chuckled. You have doubts, it's normal, but if the alchemy technique I teach you is the same as the ordinary alchemy method, how can it be called unique? Su Luochen smiled confidently. As soon as he said this, Yiping couldn't help but ponder. Yes, how can the things taught by peerless masters be the same as those taught by ordinary people? Before Yiping could speak, Su Luochen continued to speak. Young junior brother, it is normal for you to have doubts, because you don't understand and you don't understand, so you will be confused. It's like, when you were just a mortal in the mortal world, someone told you that there are peerless sword immortals in this world who can shatter a star with one sword. Would you believe it? Su Luochen said slowly. As soon as he said this, Yiping immediately realized it. Yes, many things are not impossible, but they cannot do them by themselves, so they feel that they cannot do them. But if they cannot do them by themselves, it does not mean that others cannot do them in this world. Thinking of this, Yiping spoke immediately. Thank you, senior brother, for answering the doubts. Junior brother is a little immersed in the well. Yiping completely realized and even felt ashamed. He did not expect that one day he would become a man who could observe the sky. Don't blame yourself. Su Luochen smiled gently and then continued. The so-called secret of non-toxic alchemy is that it does not require medicinal materials. Junior brother, the art of alchemy is nothing more than 3 steps. The medicinal materials are taken, and the spiritual fire is refined, and finally the elixir is condensed with Taoism. However, what is the root of the medicinal material? Su Luochen looked at Yiping and asked seriously. What is the root of medicinal materials? Yiping frowned, he didn't know how to answer this question. Soon, seeing Yiping not looking back, Su Luochen spoke directly. The fundamental of medicinal materials is spiritual energy. The spiritual medicines of heaven and earth are all born in a place with spiritual energy, so the medicinal materials are formed by another form of spiritual energy. However, why are medicinal materials poisonous? It is because spiritual energy is pure, it is the purest thing between heaven and earth. But it grows out and is contaminated by the acquired 5 elements, and naturally condenses the filthy air. Thus, toxins will be condensed. So non-toxic alchemy is to directly abandon the medicinal materials themselves, directly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use the supreme Taoism to condense the best elixirs. Do you understand? Su Luochen's word is a pearl, especially the last sentence, which is even more like the Huanglu Dazhong, and it explodes in Yiping's mind. Directly condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use the supreme Taoism to condense the best elixirs? This. If it were said before, Yiping did suspect that Su Luochen was joking about himself, but after listening to this theory, Yiping was shocked. He had no doubt at all, because this theory seemed extremely correct. What does the heavenly and earth treasures in the world of immortal cultivation contain? It contains spiritual energy. So what Su Luochen said is correct. Medicinal materials are another form of spiritual energy conversion. The reason why medicinal materials have toxins is because they are contaminated with the acquired 5 elements. This is the difference between innate and acquired. It is like when a person is not born, he is the innate body. But after birth, he immediately becomes an acquired body. Unless you don't breathe, eat, drink, and don't get any of the 5 elements, you can't do it at all. Senior brother Luochen's theory seems very complicated, but as Yiping thinks carefully, it seems very simple. Use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to directly condense the elixir. This kind of elixir naturally has no elixir, because it is not made of medicinal materials, but is formed by the condensation of spiritual energy in the world. My junior brother understands. Yiping completely convinced the senior brother Luochen. The little doubt in my heart disappeared instantly. Okay, very good. Since you have realized that the steps of the non-toxic alchemy method are all recorded in this book, you can understand it very well. When will you refine the alchemy and when will you come to find your senior brother again? Su Luochen spoke and then handed over a book to Yiping. Thank you, senior brother, for giving the Dharma. Yiping took the alchemy book very seriously, his eyes full of excitement. The method of non-toxic alchemy. If you master this alchemy technique, wouldn't you be able to take drugs to upgrade in the future? Don't worry about side effects? My junior brother, do you have any doubts? If you don't understand, please raise it. After handing over the secret book to Yiping, Su Luochen continued to ask. If nothing happened, he would leave first. However, when it comes to doubts, Yiping really had a doubt. Young brother does have a question, I hope you will answer it. What are your questions? Senior brother, if you don't practice, can you swallow the qi pill? Yiping asked with curiosity. Can you swallow the qi pill without practice? Su Luochen gave a positive answer without any thoughts. For qi training cultivators, it is a great tonic pill, but for cultivators without cultivation, swallowing it will not produce any effect, it is nothing more than the accumulation of spiritual veins. Su Luochen said this is common sense. Qi pill is given to mortals who are not in qi practice realm. They will not poison the other party or explode the body. However, they have little effect and can only nourish the spiritual veins. Only some major sects or some aristocratic families will do this. After all, a qi training pill is of great value. Who would use this thing to nourish spiritual veins? I understand, thank you for your advice. Yiping nodded, and he understood. But soon, Su Luochen continued, if there is anything I don't know in the future, you can go to the Sutra library to see the secrets of the alchemy books, most of the problems are in the books. Su Luochen reminded with kindness. Although there are not many books in the sect's sutra collection, there are still quite a lot of basic books, and many common sense issues are also written in the books, so that Yiping will not be confused about such small problems. As soon as he said this, Yiping immediately realized it. During this period, I have been comprehension of the sword marks, so I forgot that there is something like the Sutra Pavilion. Thinking of this, Yiping thanked Su Luochen again. Okay, senior brother, I won't disturb you anymore. Senior brother, you will study the method of alchemy and come to see senior brother after refining the pills. If you can't practice it, don't worry, after all, the great way is 3000. Su Luochen gave me a last piece of advice and then left, with Chunfeng full of her face and in a very good mood. Look at what it is to be a role model. Look at what teaching is. Look at yourself. Let's take a look at the elder brother. Alas, no patience at all. How can I inherit the head position in the future? Do you want to compete for the position of the leader in the future? Su Luochen was in a beautiful mood and had even begun to think about whether to compete with Su Changyu for the position of head. And at this time, in the middle of the back cliff, Yiping began to look through the secrets of non-toxic alchemy. End of this chapter. It was night. Qingyun Sect. Su Changyu stood quietly on the cliff, alone, looking up at the stars. The Qingyun Sect seems extremely quiet. However, as a figure flashed by, Su Changyu's godless gaze immediately returned to his color. Call out. The next moment, Su Changyu left the place and came to the gate of the mountain. Who? Su Changyu's voice sounded, he was very fast, holding the long sword in his hand and staring ahead. Changyu, it's me. In the woods, a familiar voice sounded, which made Su Changyu stunned. Master? Su Changyu was a little surprised. What do you do if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? No, I'll go out for a walk. Taoist Taihua walked out of the woods and looked at Su Changyu with a wry smile. Walking? Su Changyu glanced at Taoist Taihua, then couldn't help but look at the sword in Taoist Taihua's hand. Master, do you still have to carry weapons when you walk? Su Changyu spoke, which made Taoist Taihua even more embarrassed. Master, what are you going to do? Su Changyu's eyes were full of suspicion. It's really okay, what else can I do for my teacher? Taoist Taihua will not say anything. Then I'll go with you. Su Changyu took a step forward and said like this. For a moment, Taoist Taihua became a little embarrassed. He could see that Su Changyu didn't believe what he said at all. What the hell is it? Su Changyu asked seriously again. Seeing that he could not hide it, Taoist Taihua could only grit his teeth and said, Changyu, my master's biggest obsession is to let the sect advance to the 3rd grade as soon as possible. Now our sect has finally come to a genius. In fact, my master knows in his heart that we can't keep such genius. But my master wants him to attend the Qingyun Jiandao conference. As long as we enter the first 100, we can apply for the 3rd grade sect file. By that time, even if your junior brother leaves Qingyun Dao sect, we won't feel uncomfortable, right? Taoist Taihua said earnestly. Su Changyu was a little silent. Taoist Taihua said nothing wrong. It is impossible for a small Qingyun Dao sect to retain such a genius. Yi Ping doesn't know anything now, and it's not a big problem to fool a few words, but Yi Ping always has to go down the mountain, right? You always have to see the outside world, right? Once you contact the outside world, you will understand everything. Master, are you going to help your junior brother sign up for the Qingyun Jiandao conference? Su Changyu asked in confusion. No, I want to go to the Yunwu Mountains. I have a fellow Taoist for my teacher who said that spiritual spirits were found in Yunwu Mountains. Taoist Taihua said this. Cloud and Mist Mountains? Su Changyu's face suddenly changed, and then he looked at Taoist Taihua. Master, are you crazy? There are numerous monsters there. With your cultivation level, wasn't it just a delivery person in the past? Su Changyu was a little shocked. You fart. When Taoist Taihua heard this, he couldn't help but angrily scolded him, but after thinking about it, it seemed that what he said made sense, so he finally endured it. How could I just go to the outer edge of the mountain range and not go in, so how could I just encounter monsters casually? Taoist Taihua said with some dissatisfaction. Master, don't be stupid. What are you doing in the Yunwu Mountains? Our Qingyun Dao sect is not so poor yet, right? Su Changyu frowned. Yunwu Mountain is a mountain of monsters in Qingzhou. Although there are no strong monsters, it is very dangerous for monks like Taihua Taoist. Changyu, our Dao sect is indeed not so poor, but your junior brother always needs to have a flying sword, right? It's impossible to attend the Swordsmanship conference, there's not even a decent flying sword, right? Taoist Taihua expressed his thoughts. At that moment, Su Changyu shook his head and said, No, master, you must not go to the Yunwu Mountains. If you don't go to the Yunwu Mountains, who will support your junior brother? Taoist Taihua was a little angry. The next moment, Su Changyu fell silent. But soon Su Changyu bit the bullet and said, Isn't my junior brother good at drawing? I'll let him draw another one. Su Changyu said with a tough bullet. In fact, although the two learned that Yi Ping's painting was worth 1,000 gold, Su Changyu did not shamelessly ask Yi Ping to draw another one. I don't know, it's okay, but I know I won't have that face in the future. Changyu. Taoist Taihua sighed, then looked at Su Changyu and said earnestly, For the master, I turned around and thought about it. It's enough for us to get a painting. Your junior brother will know the truth sooner or later. After he knows the truth, he finds that we sell his paintings for money. Who will feel comfortable if we feel? The so-called raising rice to raise grace, fighting rice to raise grace. He is indeed a genius. If other sects do not accept it, our Qingyun Dao sect will accept it, which is a grace. He painted and solved the trouble for my Qingyun Dao sect, which is also a kindness for us, but if we ask for it again and again, when he knows the truth, it is hard to guarantee that we will not blame my Qingyun Dao sect. So, we do our best to help you, the junior brother. At least we have done everything we should do. I see that the child is simple and not the kind of petty person. When he understands the truth in the future, he will not blame us even if he leaves. Do you understand? Taoist Taihua said earnestly. After saying this, Su Changyu fell silent. In fact, even if Taoist Taihua didn't say it, Su Changyu understood this truth. Yi Ping is a genius and will understand the truth sooner or later. Once he understands the truth, if Qingyun Daozong treats him as a money tree, no one will be happy if it is. Of course, the most important point is that Su Changyu understands. Although Taoist Taihua seems to like to take advantage of the situation, Taoist Taihua is actually very thrifty and will give any good things to the disciples of the sect as soon as possible. For example, after selling that painting, most of the money was spent on Yi Ping himself. Taoist Taihua is like a father, always thinking about letting these disciples eat and wear better, but he is very diligent and frugal to himself. He doesn't want to owe anyone. I don't want to take advantage of my disciples. As a teacher, Su Qingyun felt that Taoist Taihua did what he should do, but Taoist Taihua never felt that. Well. Su Qingyun sighed. Why are you sighing? I am going to play spiritual things, not to die. Taoist Taihua said, a little annoyed. But Taoist Taihua was a little embarrassed after saying this. There are many monsters in the Yunwu Mountains. Although I am on the periphery, the probability of encountering monsters is very low, but there is always danger, right? If you really encounter a monster, that's not a trivial matter. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are not many cultivators who die at the hands of monsters. The cultivation level of Taoist Taihua is really good, but it is like sending vegetables when encountering it. Forget it. Master, I'll go with you. Su Qingyun took a deep breath and made a decision to go to the Yunwu Mountains with Taoist Taihua. However, Taoist Taihua frowned and said, What are you going to do? Are you going to have extra meals? Stay in the sect well. Taoist Taihua directly rejected it. Master, you know my personality. However, Su Qingyun didn't say anything, but his expression was firm. Just go alone as a teacher. You are still staying in the sect. Teach you the little junior brother the sword skills. Taoist Taihua continued to speak, still not wanting Su Qingyun to take risks. But Su Qingyun did not speak, but looked at Taoist Taihua quietly. Finally, Taoist Taihua waved his hand and sighed. Okay, but you must follow your teacher and don't do anything randomly. Taoist Taihua knew that he could not resist Su Qingyun, so he could only reluctantly agree in the end. In this way, the two figures gradually disappeared from the Qingyun Dao sect. However, the voices of the two were intermittent. If our master and apprentice go together, what should you do if your junior brother? Junior brother Luochen has been teaching him to refine elixirs recently, and I don't think there will be any trouble. Luochen? That's fine. He is gentle and has a strong ability to withstand. He can stabilize anything he encounters. End of this chapter. Early morning. Yi Ping opened his eyes. After a simple wash, Yi Ping walked out of the room. There are faint clouds and mists in the mountains and forests, which look like a fairyland on earth. The faint bell rang, which made people feel even more relaxed. Yi Ping stretched his waist a little, and then couldn't help but murmur. Entering into the ancient temple in the early morning, the first sun shines on the high forest. The winding paths lead to the secluded place, and the Zen room has deep flowers and trees. The mountain light pleases the bird's nature, and the pond shadows empty people's hearts. All sounds are silent, but only the sound of bells and chimes is heard. This is the Zen temple, the back of Pasan temple that the poet always built. The poems are not very suitable for the scene, because this is a gym, not an ancient temple, but there is no one around, so Yi Ping also expressed his feelings and there is no need to adapt to the scene. After stretching his waist, Yi Ping walked directly to Qingyun Dao sect. He planned to go to the Sutra Pavilion to make up for some knowledge of cultivating immortals. Last night, Yi Ping was watching the Alchemy of Fortune, which is the secret book given to him by senior brother Luochen. Just when he saw the back, Yi Ping immediately realized that he could not refine alchemy for the time being. The alchemy technique of creation in the secret book must have spiritual energy in the body to refine elixirs. Using qi to attract spirits, using spirit to transform spirits, and using spirit to condense pills is the pure spiritual pill. In other words, you still need to use your own spiritual energy to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then use your will and spirit to condense the elixirs, so that you can practice the elixir of impurity, that is, the non-toxic pill. Yi Ping knew the method, but he just didn't have spiritual energy, so Yi Ping could only let go of this matter. The most important thing now is to make up for the knowledge of cultivating immortals. Qingyun Dao sect. Several halls are spotless and extremely simple and tidy, completely different from the popular Taoist temple outside. Perhaps, this is the style of the hidden world Taoist sect. With clean sleeves and detached. Yi Ping admires this kind of thought and attitude, who is indifferent to the world, knows the destiny of heaven, and contains the truth. Everything seems to be ordinary, but the simplest thing is. The simpler thing is, the more infinite truth it contains. For example, why does an incense burner outside the main hall of the sect always have an incense stick? Could it be that Qingyun Daozong can't afford to buy incense? This is obviously impossible. The so-called sincerity is spiritual. If the heart is sincere, a stick of incense is enough. If the heart is not sincere, even the incense of the mountain cannot bring good luck. Yi Ping looked at the incense in the incense burner, his heart full of emotion. A small stick of incense contains so many truths. Hidden sect, one word. Absolute. Recall your mind. Yi Ping walked into the Sutra Pavilion. The Sutra Library of Qingyun Daozong is not very large. There are 4 bookshelves in total, and each bookshelf contains many secret books. Yi Ping seemed very regular, without turning around, and even walked lightly. But as Yi Ping stepped into the Sutra Pavilion and looked at the secret book on the bookshelf, Yi Ping was stunned. 10 Dragons and 10 Elephants Yuanshan Technique. The method of opening the double pupils of the immortal path. Perfectly developed supreme vision. The supreme power of the true dragon. Sword technique of heavenly emperor. The wonderful method of 3,600 immortal orifices. Fiery 36 magical powers. 72 ways of earthly evil. In the Sutra Pavilion. Yi Ping was stunned. He knew that Qingyun Dao Sect was a hidden sect, but he did not expect that Qingyun Dao Sect was so terrifying. Yi Ping felt that this kind of secret recipe was amazing without looking at it. But what shocked Yi Ping even more was that this secret book was placed casually on the bookshelf. There is no formation protection around, and there is no other protective measures. Is this the hidden sect? Love it and love it. Yi Ping was excited. He was really excited. If someone dares to say that this is not a hidden sect, he will definitely slash it with one sword. Double pupils. Yuanshan technique. The great power of the true dragon. The Emperor of Heaven's sword technique. The 72 magical powers of Tiangang? Yi Ping was excited and trembled all over. This is simply an unexpected joy, an unexpected joy. But after a while, Yi Ping took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself down. Yi Ping, don't be excited. Although all the books here are peerless secrets, you may not be able to learn them all. Be calm and calm down. Yi Ping took several deep breaths, and finally his emotions gradually calmed down. He understood that although there were a lot of secrets placed here, it might be a problem not to learn. It's not that you can learn any secrets if you give them to them. And practice secrets randomly. What if something happens? What should I do if the master and senior brothers blame themselves? Thinking of this, Yi Ping calmed down even more. Can't be lost. Yes, you can't get lost. Yi Ping kept telling himself that he should not be excited and that he should keep a normal mind, but he was still in a state of excitement. Let me ask, who could keep calm if he saw this secret? The secrets in the Sutra Pavilion made Yi Ping unconditionally believe that Qingyun Dao Sect is a hidden sect. However, Yi Ping did not watch these secrets. Instead, I read some other books and some information about the world of immortal cultivation, such as Xingzhou Fengyun Record and Xingzhou Weiwen Record. This kind of book is extremely heavy. Yi Ping was very patient and saw the night alone in the Sutra Pavilion from the daytime. It took 7 hours. Yi Ping read the book for 7 hours and finished reading the 45 strange stories in the Sutra Library. I roughly have a certain understanding of Qinzhou, Jin State, and the immortal sect of the 10 kingdoms in my mind, including the sect power, the court system, and some strange things. I didn't expect that in this world, the power of the dynasty is not weaker than that of the immortal sect. Yi Ping murmured to himself. According to the records in the book, the dynasty and states are in charge of ordinary people, and although the Immortal Family Taoist sect is superior and not under the jurisdiction of the court, the Immortal sect is not as good as the court, and some things must be coordinated with the court. It is equivalent to a cooperative relationship, but the dynasty has a greater initiative. But thinking about it is true that in the world of cultivating immortals, it is impossible for a dynasty to be without a dynasty to cultivate immortals. Under a huge base, there will always be strong people born, and once the state machine is running, it will be an invincible force. Although there are peerless immortals in the Immortal Family Taoist sect, the problem is that the Immortal Family Taoist sects are hidden between each other, and all the unique skills and inheritance are hidden. If they do not become true teachings, they will not enter the Dharma. The court is different. As long as you work hard and shine for the imperial court, you need resources to give you resources and unique skills to give you unique skills. And the most important point is fame and fortune. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Let me ask, who doesn't want to become a king or an ancestor? Who doesn't want to command the world? Who doesn't want someone to open the way when walking on the street? Although some people don't care about fame and fortune, how many of them are there? It's like an old man in his 70s or 80s, he will persuade you not to be greedy for beauty. That's sure, he is in his 70s and 80s. He repairs cars every day when he is young, and when he is old, he advises others not to be greedy for beauty. Things like beauty may not be tempting to monks who have practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years. But what about power? What about the power of 1,000,000 troops in just one sentence? What about the throne above millions of people? Therefore, the power of the court is better than that of the sect. Thinking of this, Yi Ping was suddenly stunned. Then I felt a little uncomfortable inexplicably. If I had known this was the case, why would I have participated in the 50th Ascension Conference? He went directly to the imperial examination and won the top scorer. He was still afraid that he would not be able to cultivate immortals after entering the court? It's all because of those online novels, which write the imperial court like, is really a killer person. But soon, Yi Ping felt something was wrong again. If I had known this for a long time, wouldn't I have missed the hidden sect? Yes. Yi Ping suddenly realized a fundamental problem. If I hadn't understood, how could I have joined the Qingyun Dao sect? Thinking of this, Yi Ping suddenly felt happy again. After a while, Yi Ping stretched his waist again. Then his eyes fell on a secret book. The Wonderful Method of 3,600 Immortal Orifices. That's when. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Little brother, why are you here? It's a female voice. End of this chapter. Little junior brother. A crisp sound rang. Yi Ping withdrew his mind and looked at the other party. It is the junior sister Chen Lingru. There are 7 disciples in Qingyun Dao sect. The eldest senior brother Su Changyu, the second senior brother Su Luochen, the third senior brother Wang Zhuoyu, the fourth senior brother Zhang Shuizhuan, and the fifth senior brother Lin Bei. Senior sister Xiao Mushui and junior sister Chen Lingru. These senior brothers and sisters are basically nowhere to be seen. Except for the occasional meals, they have not been formally contacted most of the time. Especially the eldest sister and the fifth brother, Yi Ping had never even seen these two people, and it was completely Su Changyu said. However, it has to be said that the younger sister Chen Lingru is extremely beautiful. She looks younger than herself, but because she started early, Yi Ping really wants to call her senior sister by seniority. Chen Lingru is exactly 17 years old, and she is considered to be in her prime. She is not about 6 feet or 3 inches tall. Her skin is as white as snow, her hands are as soft as a bare bone, and her faint peach blossom eyes, coupled with her very well-developed figure, she is considered a stunning beauty. The main reason is that I am a little young, so I look childish. If I grow up for a few years, it will be a stunning beauty in the world. This beauty has a feeling of returning to youth. I've met my senior sister. Yi Ping had no bad thoughts. Cultivators must keep a clear mind and must not be good at women. Although Chen Lingru is indeed very beautiful. Little junior brother, why don't you understand the sword from Hoya? Chen Lingru walked over with a smile on her face and stood directly in front of Yi Ping. She is very simple and has always lived in Qingyun Sect. Even when she goes down the mountain, she rarely comes into contact with strangers. Now that a junior brother has come to the sect, Chen Lingru is the most excited. Go back to the younger sister. Senior brother Luo Chen asked me to come to the sutra library to read some books, so as not to understand any common sense issues. Yi Ping retreated slightly, not because he disliked Chen Lingru, but because Chen Lingru was too close to him. Even Yi Ping could smell the body fragrance on his body. Who can withstand such a stunning appearance? Let you come to the Sutra Pavilion? Senior brother Luo Chen is really good at saving trouble. Chen Lingru muttered, then she found Yi Ping retreating a few steps silently, and couldn't help but seem curious. Little junior brother, why are you retreating? Chen Lingru is ignorant of the world, and she doesn't understand something like that, but she doesn't understand anything like that. After all, she has always been taken by her senior sister, so she naturally doesn't understand it very much. No, my legs are a little numb. Yi Ping spoke. He was a little embarrassed. The person in front of him was several years younger than him. It would be fine if he wanted to call her senior sister. After all, cultivating immortals does not depend on age. Some people have been closed for hundreds of years, and this age is nothing. The main reason is that it is definitely not good to get so close. If the senior brother sees it, he will think he is doing something. Oh, junior brother, you have to work hard. After a few days, senior sister will teach you the supreme path. Chen Lingru didn't notice anything, but instead came to Yi Ping, patted Yi Ping on the shoulder, and said seriously, "The supreme road?" Yi Ping smiled bitterly. He believed that everyone in the sect was a peerless master, but this young senior sister probably had a little bit of a lingering experience. Maybe her qualifications were better than her, but let's forget about her peerless master. However, Yi Ping did not look down on Chen Lingru at all. On the contrary, he had a good impression of Chen Lingru. After all, Chen Lingru was very polite and friendly to herself, and with such a beautiful appearance, who can feel disgusted? Sister, let me ask, can I learn this secret book? Suddenly, Yi Ping pointed to the secret book 3600 Immortal Orifices on the bookshelf and asked. Yes, you can learn this if you want. Chen Lingru glanced at it and said casually. Is that okay? My junior brother is also worried that practicing randomly will lead to devils. Yi Ping was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he could really practice. No, these are all very basic secrets, how could they be obsessed with it? Chen Lingru waved her hand directly, looking very casual. The secrets in the Sutra Pavilion are all very ordinary secrets, and there is no such situation as being possessed by the devil. However, this is different in Yi Ping's ears. This kind of secret is still called basic? So what is non-basic? Thank you for your advice from senior sister. Yi Ping said gratefully. It's okay, junior brother, you have to practice hard and believe in yourself. By the way, don't call me senior sister in the future, just call me senior sister Linger. Chen Lingru looked very happy and looked more beautiful. Yeah, thank you, senior sister Linger. Yi Ping thanked him, and Chen Lingru also left the Sutra Pavilion. Although she wanted to chat with Yi Ping, she still understood that she could not show off, so she could just say hello. After Chen Lingru left, Yi Ping immediately took away the secret book 3600 Immortal Orifices. Soon, Yi Ping opened the secret book. Suddenly, lines of small words appeared in my eyes. Man is the head of all spirits, with golden treasures in the body, and 3600 immortals and acupoints. Half an hour later, Yi Ping finished reading this secret book. After reading the secret book, Yi Ping was shocked. This book 3600 Immortal Orifices has a very simple content. The secret book introduces that there are many golden treasures hidden in the human body, and all of these treasures are closed in the acupoints. If you open the acupoints, you can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth by yourself, thereby nourishing the body and speeding up your cultivation. After activating the 36, 72, 108, 300 and 600 immortal orifices at the same time, you can also awaken your physical talents, and each talent has a strong effect. In other words, every time you open an immortal orifice, the cultivation speed will be twice as fast as an ordinary person. If you open an immortal orifice, the cultivation speed will be 3,600 times that of an ordinary person. That's why Yi Ping was shocked. His biggest flaw is that his training qualifications are extremely poor. But if you can practice this 3,600 immortal orifices, then wouldn't you make up for this flaw? Not to mention the 3,600 immortal orifices, even if you open 10 orifices, it will be amazing. Thinking of this, after Yi Ping carefully read the practice method again, he went straight to the cliff of Qingyun Ho. Come to the cliff of Qingyun. Yi Ping seemed a little impatient. The first thing to do is to make up for one's qualifications, and the second thing to practice the ancient gods and demons. He has already understood the ancient gods and demons. If he does not practice it, he will always be a heart disease. Naturally, Yi Ping wants to condense the ancient gods and demons as soon as possible. In the middle of the back cliff, Yi Ping closed his eyes. It is recorded in the wonderful method of the 3,600 immortal orifices that if you want to get out of your mind, you must first meditate and find the immortal orifices in your body. Once found, guide the spiritual energy into the body. After the water is natural, you can open up the fairy orifice. However, there is one thing that Yi Ping is not clear about, but if he has poor qualifications, he will be slow to enlighten his mind. But these are not big problems. Yi Ping sat cross-legged, his mind was blank. After calming down, I began to meditate on the fairy orifice. Time passes by little by little. 1 hour later. With a breeze blowing. Suddenly, Yi Ping's mind emerged. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. As a breeze blew by, light suddenly appeared in Yi Ping's mind. As bright as the stars, shining and shining. The light is like stars, and it is connected together, with a total of 36, forming a pattern. This is a fairy orifice. Yi Ping instantly realized that he had found the immortal cave in his body. Without thinking too much, Yi Ping began to guide the spiritual energy into his body. But soon, something bad happened. Yi Ping suddenly realized that he could not guide the spiritual energy into his body. This is awful. I found the Xianzang acupoint, but I didn't know how to guide the spiritual energy into my body, which really made me feel a little brain-breaking. Let me think about it. Yi Ping thought in his heart. He didn't know how to guide the spiritual energy into his body, but he still knew a little reasoning. The first realm of a cultivator is called Qi Practice Realm. Then Qi Practice Realm is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby refining impurities, and obtaining essences, thereby nourishing spiritual veins. Therefore, it is called Qi Practice Realm. But how to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? A new problem has emerged again. Yi Ping frowned. Time passes by little by little. He has been thinking about this question, a seemingly simple but extremely complex one. No, I should now substitute the thinking of the first practitioner. The first person who knows how to practice Qi, between heaven and earth, how he does it. I need to substitute him so that he can get the result. Yi Ping said in his heart, and then continued to think hard. However, if the world knew what Yi Ping was doing now, even the immortal would be shocked. Because although Yi Ping was just thinking about the simplest question, this question was extremely terrifying. The Qi training realm is very ordinary, and it is very simple for many people to draw Qi into the body, but all monks are walking on other people's paths. Just like mathematics, 3-year-olds know that 1 + 1 = 2, because the textbook says 1 + 1 = 2. However, what Yi Ping did was to think about why 1 + 1 = 2. All monks in the world know how to draw Qi into their bodies because they are written on the mind and some people teach them, so they naturally understand. But if there is no one teaching, or if there is no teaching on the mind, how to draw Qi into the body, then even a peerless genius may not be able to embark on the path of practice. What Yi Ping did was equivalent to opening up a path by himself. If he succeeds, then Yi Ping's path of cultivation will be the first person in history, because this is the path he has taken. Whether he succeeds or not, as long as he really draws energy into his body, it will be unique. However, it is extremely difficult to suddenly realize the method of practicing qi, and even the immortals may not be able to suddenly realize it. In the middle of the back cliff, Yi Ping has been in painstaking thoughts. Time passes by little by little. Like a flash of horses, more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. A full 19 days. Yi Ping did not suddenly realize how to draw qi into his body. This made Yi Ping very uncomfortable. He felt more and more that his qualifications were poor. It's been almost 20 days, and I can't even draw qi into my body. I'm really useless. However, no matter how much he complains, Yi Ping still works very hard. After all, how can you know how useless you are if you don't fight? During this period, senior brother Luo Chun also came to find him. Yi Ping repeatedly wanted to ask how to lure the qi into his body, but he still didn't ask. I can't speak, for fear of leaving a bad impression on senior brother Luo Chun. Late at night, Yi Ping opened his eyes. He still didn't realize it. Standing alone on the cliff, quietly watching the sky. The stars compete with the bright moon. The sky is like ink, and even more like the dark night. On the cliff, Yi Ping felt the breeze blowing on his face, but his heart was filled with helplessness and irritability. But Yi Ping knew that the more irritable he was, the more he had to calm down, otherwise it would be harder to figure out the problem. Forget it, draw a picture, maybe you have some insights. Suddenly, Yi Ping said in his heart. I want to draw a picture to relieve boredom. Thinking of this, Yi Ping got up and left to pick up the 4 treasures of the study. When Yi Ping received the 4 treasures of the study, a figure appeared in the cliff. It is the second senior brother Su Luochen. Senior brother Luochen, why are you here? Yi Ping held the 4 treasures of the study and looked at Su Luochen curiously. Junior brother Yi, senior brother is here to chat with you. I saw you feeling a little frowning recently. Have you encountered any trouble? Su Luochen walked over and smiled gently. During this period, he occasionally came to see what Yi Ping was doing, but found that Yi Ping was frowning recently. He subconsciously thought that Yi Ping was struggling with the non-toxic alchemy technique. So I felt a little guilty in my heart and came over to relieve Yi Ping's mood. Don't have obsession at that time, then the sects will definitely not let themselves go. Oh, there are some troubles, but some worries, nothing. Yi Ping originally wanted to ask Su Luochen directly, but in the end he kept his words in his heart and did not ask. Are you worried about it? Brother Yi, don't be too impatient in everything. Just practice and the long road is long, so you should relax. Su Luochen slowly comforted him, and at the same time, he saw Yi Ping's 4 treasures of the study and couldn't help but say curiously, do you want to paint? Su Luochen was a little curious. He really didn't know that his junior brother knew how to paint. Yeah, I'm a little depressed, so I want to paint and relieve my mood. Yi Ping answered truthfully. It's great. The night is so beautiful that you can indeed draw it. Su Luochen nodded with a smile. But at the end, Su Luochen said again, Junior brother Yi, can you draw portraits? Su Luochen asked like this. Yes, I painted a picture for my senior brother a few days ago. Yi Ping nodded. Draw a picture for the senior brother? Su Luochen frowned slightly. He had never seen any paintings of Su Changyu, but these were trivial matters. Su Luochen didn't care too much, but said with a stronger smile. Junior brother Yi, do you mind making a painting for me? Su Luochen chuckled. Of course, should I draw the side or the front? Yi Ping asked. It's the same for anyone to draw. Yi Ping just wants to use painting to relieve his mood. That must be the front of the painting. Come on, draw at the senior brother's face. But brother Yi, remember to draw more beautifully, have artistic conception, and use some exaggerated techniques, so that the senior brother can withstand it. When he heard that he could paint himself, Su Luochen was excited and wanted to draw the front. Good. Yi Ping didn't say much, and spread the rice paper on the ground, then pressed it with a ruler, and then grinded it. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yi Ping began to write. It took half an hour. Finally, the drawing is finished. Senior brother Luo Chen, okay. Yi Ping shouted. In an instant, Su Luochen twisted his neck, then walked over with joy on his face, looking at the scroll. In the scroll, the night is like ink and the stars are shining. There is an indescribable artistic conception, which is extremely beautiful. Especially in the scroll, although I did not fully draw my handsomeness, it was quite good. Okay, very good, very good. Junior brother, you have a good skill in painting, good, good. Su Luochen praised with satisfaction. It's okay, senior brother Luochen, do you want to write a poem? Yi Ping asked. He thought of writing a poem to match the night view. No, this drawing is okay, it's okay. Su Luochen didn't want to write a poem. What did the title do? Just reflect your own image. Wouldn't it be very unbeautiful to write a poem? Kindness. Yi Ping rolled up the painting without even stamping it. He could see that senior brother Luochen had a very high mindset, liked to be simpler, and did not like to make up those fancy things. It's really a high level. Soon, Su Luochen took away the painting, comforted Yi Ping for a while, and left alone. When walking on the road, with the help of the moonlight, Su Luochen couldn't help but open the scroll again and admire his handsomeness. Let's go back and wait for the master and senior brother to come back, so they can see it too. I don't know if they understand paintings, but they will definitely praise my handsomeness, hee 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 hee. No, I should write a poem, but it's okay. I'll go back and write a poem. At night. Su Luochen's laughter gradually disappeared. And at the same time, in the clouds and mist mountains. Thanks to the readers of the Qingyun leader for the reward. Thanks and thanks. The first non-friendly leader. Write down 2 updates. Return it after it is released. Also recommend new works by friends. The King Calls Me to Watch Night, a masterpiece of the old fantasy author Cine. Although it is very young, everyone can fatten it. The first chapter of this book is recommended. Whether you like it or not, you will be praised in the past and leave a sentence, "The night is so cool," which is considered a convention. Of course, the recommendation ticket can only be mine. End of this chapter. Cloudy and misty mountains. The mountains here are continuous and look very steep. And in a jungle, several figures fled quickly. Chang Yu, run. The voice of Taoist Taihua sounded, full of urgency. I've run away again, master, please keep up. Su Changyu was extremely fast and was shuttled through the jungle. Roar! At this moment, a 5-meter-high iron-armored rhino rushed around, towering ancient trees collapsed, and frightened birds fled. The rhino is extremely fast and has iron armor all over, which looks frustrating. Taoist Taihua was hundreds of meters ahead of him, but he knew that he would die sooner or later he would die, so he simply fought with the iron-armored rhino. The sword assassinated it. Taoist Taihua locked the eyes of the armored rhino, which is the most vulnerable place for the armored rhino. But the iron-armored rhino is not a fool. Seeing the Taoist Taihua coming, he twisted his body directly and blocked the Taoist Taihua's attack. I've suffered. In an instant, Taoist Taihua changed his expression and he knew that he was in trouble. Clang! The elite iron sword broke, and the iron-armored rhino roared, directly knocking Taoist Taihua away. The terrifying impact force knocked Taoist Taihua dozens of meters away on the spot, and countless bones in his chest were broken. This power was extremely terrifying, and Taoist Taihua vomited blood. Fortunately, he condensed the remaining spiritual energy in his internal organs in advance. Otherwise, this would be enough to make him die without a place to bury him. It's over. At this moment, Taoist Taihua was ashamed. He regretted coming to Yunwu Mountains, but now he regretted nothing. Roar! The next moment, the iron-armored rhino looked at Taoist Taihua, and its eyes revealed fierceness. It was obvious that he had locked in Taoist Taihua. Master, run! But at this moment, Su Changyu appeared. Instead of running away, he returned to save Taoist Taihua. Changyu. Taoist Taihua was stunned. He didn't expect that Su Changyu would actually come back to save him. Call out. In an instant, Su Changyu grabbed Taoist Taihua's collar and ran backwards. Su Changyu was extremely fast, but there were wisps of blood surrounding him. Taoist Taihua didn't think much about it, and now all he had to do was escape. The iron-armored rhino chased after him, but Su Changyu was so fast. 1 hour later. On the unmanned cliff. Su Changyu and Taoist Taihua sat under a tree. Neither of them looked very beautiful. Especially Taoist Taihua, he suffered a very serious injury, with countless broken sternum, and was pulled by Su Changyu all the way, which made him even more injured. But the situation at that time was impossible, and at least one life was saved. As for Su Changyu, he meditated cross-leggedly, and he let out a mouthful of red blood. Changyu. Taoist Taihua endured the pain and looked at Su Changyu. It's okay, master. Su Changyu chuckled, but his brows were furious, obviously very uncomfortable. You. Taoist Taihua could see what Su Changyu had done at a glance. He swallowed the blood-burning pill and burned his blood to improve his cultivation. However, if this pill was swallowed, it would be at least 10 years long. Master, please heal your wounds quickly. Su Changyu's lips turned white, but he still asked Taoist Taihua to heal his wounds first. Because Taoist Taihua was seriously injured, he could not continue to delay. I'm sorry for your teacher. Taoist Taihua took a deep breath. He felt a little regretful about coming here, but what he regretted the most was that he had accomplished nothing and could not deal with a monster, which caused his disciple to live a short life. Master, stop sensational and recover from injuries quickly. Su Changyu seemed casual and asked Taoist Taihua to heal his wounds quickly. Taihua Taoist did not have much. He swallowed a healing pill and then began to absorb energy to heal the wound. As for Su Changyu, he endured the discomfort and stared at the surroundings, worried that he would encounter another monster. After several hours, the Taoist Taihua ended his injury, and his injuries were still serious, but they had stabilized. As long as you have a good rest for 2 or 3 years, there would be no major problems. After Taoist Taihua was healed, Su Changyu began to meditate and restore his vitality. He just swallowed the blood-burning pill. Not only did he lose his life for 10 years, but his essence and blood in his body also burned a lot, which was equivalent to a serious illness and needed to be firmly stabilized. Otherwise, if it worsens, he may lose his life for more than 10 years. That's it, until late at night. Su Changyu woke up. Changyu, eat something. At this time, Taoist Taihua took out some dry food. This was a meat cake made of monster meat. It tasted average, but it had blood and energy in it. It can strengthen the body and restore qi and blood. Su Changyu took the meat pie and then remained silent. Taoist Taihua was a little helpless. He said thousands of words. Taoist Taihua could only slowly say, Changyu, it's because of the teacher that has dragged you down. Taoist Taihua said earnestly, and he felt that he had dragged Su Changyu down. Master, I don't need to say this in the future. Su Changyu disagreed. He was an orphan and was raised by Taoist Taihua. To Su Changyu, Taoist Taihua was his master and his father. If he had just returned, even if he died, Su Changyu would not have any complaints. So Su Changyu felt that this kind of thanks was unnecessary. Well, Taoist Taihua sighed. He knew Su Changyu's intentions, but he was more self-blame. Master, think about something happy. No matter what, we have obtained the spirit, and we can create a flying sword for the junior brother. Su Changyu broke the silence and tried to say something that made people feel happy. Yes, although I almost died, I got a lot of money this time. These spiritual stones are worth at least hundreds of spiritual stones. Sure enough, if you want to be rich, you have to fight. When it comes to spiritual stones, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but feel much happier. Although I almost died this trip, the harvest was extremely terrifying, and I earned at least more than 200 low-grade spirit stones. The most important thing is that this kind of spirit is a necessity for building a flying sword. Oh, we worked hard and were almost dead. The spirit stones we earned were not as good as a painting for my junior brother. Sometimes I think about it and it's really annoying to think that people compare with each other. Su Changyu spoke, and his words seemed a little depressed. After saying this, Taoist Taihua was also feeling a little unbeautiful. Yes, if you work hard and get something, you won't be as uncomfortable as others just draw it. But we can't always let your junior brother draw. It's impossible for you to rely on your junior brother to support everyone, right? Taoist Taihua was a little helpless. With that being said, it's not difficult to let the junior brother draw one occasionally. Anyway, after experiencing this time, I understand that life is more important than face. When I go back, I ask him to make a painting, and some of them are used to create a flying sword for him, and some of them buy some high-quality healing medicine to heal you. Su Changyu decided not to care about being shameless. If I hadn't prepared a blood elixir by myself this time, both the master and the disciple would have died here. So Su Changyu understood that life is more precious than face. Okay, but don't ask for too much, just about the same. Taoist Taihua nodded. Although I am still a little embarrassed, it is at least better than lifelessness. Master, you don't care too much. The younger brother usually likes to draw, so maybe he has also painted a picture for his second brother. Su Changyu spoke. After saying this, Taoist Taihua was stunned. Yes. Maybe they didn't need to ask for it, Yiping drew one by himself. Oops. Suddenly, Taoist Taihua thought of another thing and his expression changed. What's wrong? Su Changyu was a little curious. Changyu, my master thinks what you said just now is reasonable, but will your second junior brother also draw portraits? Taoist Taihua spoke. After saying this, Su Changyu was stunned. It probably won't be true. Junior brother Luochen is not that kind of person. Taoist Taihua didn't say anything. Maybe even if you draw a portrait, it's just a side face like me? Su Changyu gritted his teeth and guessed. I hope this is better, if not. Taoist Taihua didn't continue talking. Because the meaning is already very obvious. End of this chapter. It's late night again. Yiping sat alone in the back cliff. There was a piece of rice paper in front of him. Yiping looked at the stars in the sky, still thinking about leading qi into the body. At this moment, Yiping also knew deeply how useless his qualifications were. I can't even draw the simplest qi into my body, so I can cultivate a hairy immortal. In fact, this is not a big deal about Yiping. It is mainly because he has read too many online novels. Basically, the protagonists of all the immortal novels can easily lure their energy into their bodies even if they are useless. The sky is like ink. Looking at the night, a poem couldn't help but appear in Yiping's mind. The sound of leaves falls like rain, and the moonlight is white like frost. Lying alone late at night, who is the whisk bed? This is a poem by Bai Juyi, which is exactly what it means to meet the situation. Thinking of this, Yiping picked up the brush beside him and then painted on spotless rice paper. This time, he did not draw anyone. He only paints scenery. Yiping wrote like a dragon flying and phoenix dancing, and he painted the depression in his heart. Above rice paper, the night view picture appears, which is extremely deep, giving people an indescribable feeling and a little depressed. This is the soul of painting. Yiping has reached the realm of painting the soul and hides everything in his heart in this painting. If this painting is viewed, it will also cause some pains and depression. The works of paintings often embody the spirit. If you are happy, splashing ink into a painting, making people feel happy. If you are worried, your pen will be like a dragon and a snake, but you will draw the depression in your heart. Yiping kept painting, and he painted the night extremely profoundly, as if he could not see hope. All the depression in his heart was in the painting. Looking back on these days, I think hard every day just to attract qi into the body. Not only did I waste time, but the most important thing is that I have studied it for almost a month and have not found any signs. How can I not feel depressed? Just when Yiping vented all his emotions in the picture. Abruptly, a gust of breeze blew slowly. The breeze blew on his face, and Yiping's depressed and anxious heart suddenly calmed down at this moment. In an instant, Yiping stopped painting, but raised his head and looked at the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. There is silence between heaven and earth. Everything is silent. Man follows the earth follows the sky, the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. For some reason, this sentence suddenly appeared in Yi Ping's mind. But at this moment, Yi Ping was stunned for no reason. He stood there in a daze. After a long time, a smile appeared on Yi Ping's calm face. "Senior brother, I realized it." Yi Ping realized it. He really realized it. Boom! 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 The sky was originally very calm, but at this moment, the black clouds condensed, forming a terrifying vortex. In the vortex, lightning and thunder were roaring, and terrifying lightning, like dragons, piercing through the sky thousands of miles away. In the cliff behind the sky, the strong wind is blowing. The rice paper in front of Yi Ping was blown even more and more buzzing. If it weren't for being slapped by inkstone, it would have been gone long ago. All the dead leaves rolled up like the end of the world. In the distance, Su Luochen stood in the room, and frowned when he heard the whistling wind. "And it's getting ugly. I've suffered." Su Luochen murmured to himself, then looked into the distance. "I forgot to collect my senior brother's clothes." He seemed a little restless and nervous. After all, Su Changyu's most precious piece of clothing was still left outside. If it was swept away, the eldest brother probably wouldn't spare him. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping has completely realized the mystery of leaving qi into the body. The so-called man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. I was too anxious and always wanted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter my body. But if I think about it carefully, it would be better to let go of my mind and let go of everything, so that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can automatically enter my body. In line with the way of heaven and earth, and in line with the way of nature. Yi Ping suddenly realized that leeching is not a guide, but an exchange, treating the spiritual energy in the world as a spiritual thing, and those who are willing to enter their bodies will enter by themselves. If they are unwilling to enter, there is no need to force them. Everything depends on the other party's wishes. It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping let go of his body and mind. He is not forcibly guiding the spiritual energy into his body, but letting go of everything, allowing the spiritual energy in the world to choose itself. In an instant, with Yi Ping as the center, hundreds of miles of spiritual energy around him rushed in like crazy. Above the sky, spiritual vortexes condense, but only monks who have practiced the qi seeing technique can see this scene. Around Yi Ping, a storm of spiritual energy was condensed, like a tornado, sweeping over a massive amount of spiritual energy. These spiritual energy poured into Yi Ping's body like a vast ocean. In an instant, the rolling spiritual energy entered the body, and Yi Ping did not say anything nonsense and directly opened the immortal Tsang acupoint. Bo! It seems like a layer of diaphragm is ruptured. In my mind, a star map composed of 36 stars burst out with light, transforming into a phantom of a real dragon. This true dragon is infinite, and the universe seems a bit insignificant in front of him. With one swallow and one vomit, you can destroy the world. Open your eyes today, close your eyes tonight, control time and space. His eyes are extremely terrifying, and just a glance will make people crazy. Buzz. But at this moment, the phantom of the ancient gods and demons appeared, and this phantom stood in Yi Ping's mind, with aura that was not as weak as that of Zhulong. Roar! A dragon roar exploded. At this moment, Yi Ping felt indescribable, as if his soul was about to explode. But as the sounds of the ancient gods and demons sounded, this feeling suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the dragon's shadow disappeared, the ancient gods and demons disappeared, and the outside world also became quiet and everything returned to normal. Candle Dragon Immortal Orifice. As the dragon's shadow and the ancient god and demon phantom disappeared, a large amount of information appeared in Yi Ping's mind. Everyone has the acupoints of immortals hidden in their body. However, everyone's fairy orifices are different. Through the information that appeared in his mind, Yi Ping understood his immortal orifice, called Zhulong Immortal Orifice. As the fairy orifices are constantly opened, they will gradually be inherited. Zhulong? Zhu Jiuyin? After understanding what kind of immortal orifice was, Yi Ping couldn't help but be shocked and full of doubts. He didn't know if Zhulong was the Zhu Jiuyin he knew. If it is Zhu Jiuyin, it would be terrifying. Zhu Jiuyin is the most terrifying divine beast in the Shanhai Jing. Even in the orthodox ancient Taoist books, Zhu Jiuyin is the founder of everything in the world. Mastering time and space, you can go back to the past or go to the future. He knows everything and knows everything. Opening his eyes is the day, closing his eyes is the night, omnipotent, invisible and immeasurable. It doesn't matter whether it is Zhu Jiuyin or not. Now that I have opened the immortal orifice, I can start practicing the ancient gods and demon skills. After thinking about it, Yi Ping no longer continued to worry about this issue. Whether Zulong is Zhu Jian or not, it doesn't matter. It's better, it's not bad. What we need to do now is to practice the ancient gods and demons body refining techniques. But before doing these things, Yi Ping glanced at the night, and then added some stars to the rice paper in front of him. It was just a simple addition, but the artistic conception changed instantly. The endless darkness and full of depression in the painting, with the stars dotted, there is a feeling of seeing the blue sky in an instant. Yi Ping realized that the depression in his heart was gone, and naturally the painting became full of artistic conception. End of this chapter. Open the first fairy orifice. Yi Ping had an extremely wonderful feeling all over. The rolling spiritual energy poured into the body like a river. The immortal orifice is like a spring, absorbing these spiritual energy. But what Yi Ping didn't know was that he relied on himself and embarked on a unique path of cultivation. Ordinary monks need to refine spiritual energy when drawing qi into their bodies, because each person's spiritual roots are different, or each spiritual energy is different, so spiritual energy needs to be refined. This is the meaning of the qi practice state. However, Yi Ping's training of qi is not to refine these chaotic spiritual energy. He directly induced qi to let the spiritual energy of heaven and earth choose itself. Those who are willing to enter the body will come by themselves, and those who are unwilling to enter the body will not be used. The qi training link is eliminated. In other words, Yi Ping clearly does not even have the qi training realm, but he has the ability to master it in the nascent soul realm and automatically practices. Moreover, not only did he practice automatically, he didn't know why. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy was extremely exaggerated. Maybe it's because of the fairy orifice, or maybe it's because of personal physical condition. The spiritual energy that Yi Ping absorbed in just 1 hour may be better than Su Changyu's years of meditation and training. However, Yi Ping tried to open the second fairy orifice. Every time he opens an immortal orifice, his cultivation speed can double. His goal is not big. He first opens 10 orifices and then practices. But dreams are beautiful, but reality is extremely cruel. No matter how Yi Ping absorbed the spiritual energy for 3 days and 3 nights, he could only barely open the second immortal orifice. It is extremely difficult to open up 10 immortal orifices. Fortunately, Yi Ping was practicing in the Qingyun Mountains. The disciples of the sect are not cultivators of some level, and they did not notice that the spiritual energy suddenly became much thinner. They just subconsciously thought that they were in poor condition recently. If it were a holy land or university residence, Yi Ping would probably have discovered the clues long ago. After opening the second fairy orifice, Yi Ping did not insist on opening the 10 fairy orifices. Instead, I began to practice the ancient gods and demons body refining techniques. In the cliff behind the sky, Yi Ping started practicing the ancient gods and demons body refining technique. Sitting cross-legged, meditating on the phantoms of the ancient gods and demons. Yi Ping was a little nervous. After all, the ancient gods and demons body refining technique is very terrible. It requires the power of heaven and earth to turn into a divine hammer and knock yourself once. It is fine. You also have to use the ground as a furnace to refine your body. But no matter how difficult it is, Yi Ping will not choose to give up. He took a deep breath. Start practicing the ancient gods and demons body refining techniques. Use energy to attract the spirit. Boom! A thunder sounded between heaven and earth. The power of the sky was like a divine hammer condensing, bombarding Yi Ping's body. In the middle of the back cliff, Yi Ping's body suffered a terrifying blow and began to crack inch by inch from the center of his eyebrows. But what was shocking was that no trace of blood flowed out, but strands of black impurities flowed out, like pure black syrup, emitting a foul smell. This is an extreme pain, so painful that there is no sense of any sense. Yi Ping only felt a shock all over his body and no longer felt anything. At this moment, the two immortal orifices in their body squirted out infinite spiritual energy, and instantly healed Yi Ping's body. A trace of golden light filled out, covering Yi Ping's body, and repairing the terrible injury quickly. The next moment, Yi Ping came to his senses. He didn't say anything nonsense, and once again attracted his spirit with his energy. The earth was a furnace, and the temperature around him suddenly surged, and the black impurities were refined in an instant, turning into wisps of black smoke and finally disappeared. However, during the smelting process, Yi Ping tasted an extremely uncomfortable taste. It seemed as if he was in a stove, but fortunately, the fairy orifice released the rolling spiritual energy, which was like a summer ice spring, irrigating on his body, otherwise Yi Ping would really be unable to withstand it. The entire smelting process lasted for an hour. Yi Ping completed the first body quenching. It was just once, but Yi Ping's body had a completely different change from before. His skin color is more delicate and white, and his appearance has been sublimated. The most important thing is his temperament, which has been indescribably improved. This is just the first time. But Yi Ping did not notice this. After quenching the body, Yi Ping's only feeling was fulfilling. A kind of power enrichment. He felt that he could kill a bull with one punch now. But unfortunately, Qingyun Sect does not have a barbarian bull. Is this power? In the back cliff, Yi Ping opened his eyes and felt the power everywhere. He really wanted to try how strong his strength was. It's a pity that I have nothing to give myself a try. Why don't you try it with senior brother Luochen? This idea came to Yi Ping's mind. But soon, Yi Ping shook his head and temporarily rejected this idea. After all, senior brother Luochen is a peerless master. His own strength may be insignificant in the eyes of senior brother Luochen. If you try it in the past, you will feel like showing off. Too abrupt. Thinking of this, Yi Ping began to quench his body for the second time. Although the process was a little uncomfortable, this feeling of gaining power made Yi Ping involuntarily fascinated. And at the same time, cloudy and misty mountains. Two figures walked in the mountains, and they seemed extremely cautious and dared not make any sound. Changyu, do you recognize the way? You really can't stand it anymore. Taoist Taihua asked in fear in the mountains and forests. They had been walking in the mountains and forests for 3 days. But I can't find the way out. How can Taoist Taihua not feel uncomfortable? It's not much better than being chased by monsters, and I'm always worried, for fear of accidentally encountering monsters. It's this road, I remember it right. Su Changyu was not sure, but he frowned and looked around. They have been trapped in the mountains for 3 days. Although Taoist Taihua's injuries have stabilized, he still has to go to the city to find someone to treat, otherwise the disease will be rooted. So both of them seemed a little anxious. And just as the two were walking in the forest, suddenly, a group of figures suddenly appeared in front of them. Someone! Su Chanyu shouted. In an instant, Taoist Taihua forced himself to cheer up and endured discomfort and pretended to be calm. Su Changyu was even more direct, and his face suddenly changed back to a lofty look. Sometimes it is more terrifying to meet people in the Yunwu Mountains than to encounter monsters. After all, birds die for food and people die for money. Most of the monks who dare to enter the Yunwu Mountains tie their heads around their waists just for 2 words. Make money. If you see someone hurt, it is hard to guarantee that you will not have any evil thoughts. Therefore, the two of them tried to pretend to be fine and even pretended to be masters to make each other afraid. Not long. The footsteps are getting closer and closer. The figures became clearer and clearer. The two of them were getting more and more nervous. They knew that they could not run away at this time. Once you run away, the trouble is even greater. Finally, a group of people appeared in front of Su Changyu and Taoist Taihua. These people were all majestic, with 2 old men in the lead, and they exuded a powerful aura. And their clothes are extremely uniform. The word Four Thunders is embroidered. For a moment, the two looked at each other. Silent. End of this chapter. Cloudy and misty mountains. Wang Yu and Shen Hua were walking in the mountains, and behind him were about 20 inner heroes from the Four Thundersword sect. The Qingyun Jiandao conference is about to begin. With less than 2 months left, the head of the sect, Taoist Siji, ordered them to lead these disciples to the Yunwu Mountains to sharpen their swordsmanship. To put it bluntly, it's blood. On weekdays, they are nothing in the sect competition, because during the competition, they know that the other party will not hurt them, so in order to strengthen their swordsmanship, they sent the Yunwu Mountains in advance to fight against the monsters. In this way, 1 month is enough to greatly improve these disciples. Wang Yu and Shen Hua had no complaints, so they brought their disciples to the Yunwu Mountains. Just less than 2 hours after stepping into the Yunwu Mountains, I encountered a figure. The two of them were a little cautious. Although they were already cultivators with a complete foundation building realm, some cultivators liked to attack and kill others and plunder treasures. Even the reputation of the Four Thundersword sect was difficult to suppress such desperate people. So the two were a little wary. However, when the two saw clearly the two people not far away, they were a little stunned. One old and one young. The old man was fine, he looked ordinary and seemed to be injured. As for this young man, the two of them looked at each other and felt familiar inexplicably, but soon Elder Wang Yu was stunned. He looked at the man in front of him tightly. He was wearing a plain robe, but he looked handsome, with sword-eyed eyebrows and starry eyes, and the proud look in his bones made Wang Yu feel extremely familiar. Extremely familiar. In an instant, like a thunder passed through Wang Yu's mind, and a portrait appeared in his mind. In the portrait, the sunset covers the mountain, and an existence that looks like a peerless sword immortal stands on the cliff. And that existence, who looked like a peerless sword immortal, looked almost exactly the same as the man in front of him. Take a closer look. Hiss. Hiss. 2 sounds of air conditioning sounded. One is Wang Yu's voice, the other is Elder Chen Hua's voice. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, and a shocking look appeared in their expressions. Commander-in-Chief of the Jin State? In an instant, the two of them stood there as if they were struck by lightning. The Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu who looked at them were also surprised. Four Thundersword sect? This is the first sect in Qingzhou. In the eyes of the two, the Four Thundersword sect is like a giant, and the two are completely different. In front of the Four Thundersword sect, Qingyun Dao sect did not even have the qualification to be called a minister. The only first-grade sword sect in Qingzhou. There are more than 10,000 disciples under the sect, the strong are like clouds, and the heroes are everywhere. If anyone joins the Four Thundersword sect, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Guangzong and the ancestors. The two of them were a little surprised, but they didn't expect to meet a disciple of the Four Thundersword sect here. At the same time, the two of them felt a little relieved. Since you meet the disciples of the Four Thundersword sect, you naturally don't have to worry about being plundered. Because they are not worthy. All the valuable things on their bodies are not as high as others' salary. That's right, Su Changyu felt it was a bit strange. Why are these two old guys staring at themselves? Haven't you seen a handsome man? Could these two guys be as good as Long Yang? A bad day. Su Changyu became nervous, but the more nervous he was, the colder he looked. He didn't know why, and he had been like this since childhood. Both sides remained silent. The remaining disciples didn't know what happened, but they didn't dare to talk nonsense. After all, neither of the two elders spoke, so they naturally didn't dare to do anything randomly. Look at each other. It seems very embarrassing. Elder Wang Yu kept reminding himself in his heart to be calm, and never let Su Changyu find out that he was the commander-in-chief of the supervisor. Not only Elder Wang Yu thought so, but Elder Chen Hua, who was standing by, also thought so. Finally, Elder Wang Yu broke the embarrassment. I have seen two fellow Taoists, but I wonder what I did here. Elder Wang Yu spoke with a stinging bullet. He didn't know what to say, but he knew even more that he could not stop talking. The person in front of him is the commander of the Jin State supervisor, and even the Taoist whom the Four Seasons admire. When you encounter such an existence, it is impossible to say that you don't want to flatter you. The two elders Wang Yu and Chen Hua wished they could turn into dog-licking immediately. But thinking of what Taoist Ciji had told him, that if you meet the commander of the supervisor, you must not let the other party notice that he had discovered his identity once he discovered it. Therefore, even if you know each other, you should pretend not to know each other. Thinking of this, the two of them gradually calmed down. But the other party did not answer and was quiet for a while. Perhaps it was because it was too quiet that the atmosphere was too awkward, and Taoist Wang Yu had to continue speaking and try to relieve the embarrassment again. What are the two fellow Taoists doing here? Elder Wang Yu spoke slowly. Just as soon as he said it, Taoist Wang Yu directly regretted it. This was a bit abrupt. Taoist Chen Hua next to him was also a little confused. What is your opening remark? Although this statement is a bit abrupt, it does break the tranquility. Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu were stunned. The two people in front of them knew at a glance that they were elders of the Four Thunder Sword Sect. Although they didn't know what kind of cultivation they were definitely not ordinary people. Logically speaking, even if they meet, both sides will look at each other and leave. Why ask yourself what you do? Taoist Tai Hua was a little nervous. Could it be that the Four Thunder Sword Sect also likes to kill and rob? The scene gradually became quieter again. But Taoist Tai Hua dared not answer the other party's inquiry, and could only grit the bullet and smile. I'll walk around without a problem. Taoist Tai Hua seemed a little nervous. Everyone. Su Changyu didn't say anything. He was very nervous, but he looked very arrogant and did not dare to speak. Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua looked at each other again, but they didn't know what to say. In the end, Taoist Chen Hua was sharp-eyed and could see at a glance that Taoist Tai Hua was injured. He couldn't help but speak. My fellow Taoist, are you injured? I have the best elixir here, which just happens to heal the injury. This was also quite abrupt and embarrassing, but the two of them really didn't know what to say. He also pretended not to know Su Changyu and left a good impression. I can only do this. Ah. Taoist Tai Hua was about to refuse, but when the jade bottle was opened, a fragrance filled the air, and Taoist Tai Hua recognized what kind of pill it was at a glance. White Dew Spirit Skin Pill. This is a top-grade elixir. One such elixir is worth 50 low-grade spirit stones. He had the honor of seeing it in his shop. This elixir is extremely effective in curing internal injuries. For a moment, Taoist Tai Hua stopped talking. Taoist Chen Hua was also very enthusiastic and directly handed the pill to Taoist Tai Hua, looking very polite. This. Taoist Tai Hua was indeed confused. He didn't know what was going on with the other party and how could he be so kind to him. Su Changyu was also a little confused and couldn't help but look at Taoist Tai Hua. When Taoist Tai Hua thought about it carefully, he couldn't help but realize it now. This is the character of the sect. When you go out, support the weak, and see unfairness on the road, draw your sword to help. Taoist Tai Hua understood. The reason why the other party is so kind to him is not that he has any intention or has any purpose. He has good moral character, which is the upbringing of the sect. Believe it. Believe it. Completely convinced. Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua stood opposite each other. After they gave the pill, they kept smiling, a little stiff, and more of a kind of restraint. This kind of restraint and tension are not difficult to find. Once these words were said, Taoist Tai Hua even more did not know what to say. Good man. Good man. A peerless good person. There are such good-hearted people these days. Then I would like to thank you two fellow Taoists. Taoist Tai Hua spoke, he really wanted to heal his wounds first. As for the alert in his heart, he had already let go of it. After all, even healing pills worth 50 low-grade spirit stones were given to me, and I still care about the little things on me? Fellow Taoist, I will help you heal your wounds quickly. Taoist Wang Yu was happy and then came to help Taoist Tai Hua heal his wounds very enthusiastically. As for Su Changyu, he stood aside and watched all this quietly. The main reason is that I dare not speak. But at this moment, among the disciples of the Fourth Undersword Sect, a figure suddenly walked forward a few steps and came to him, looking extremely respectful. However, Su Changyu became nervous inexplicably. End of this chapter. Cloudy and misty mountains. Looking at the boy walking towards him, Su Changyu was still in a state of confusion. Suddenly I met a cultivator from the Fourth Undersword Sect. The other party was so enthusiastic that it was outrageous to see Taoist Taihua being injured and even giving elixirs on his own initiative. You say that you have high moral character, you won't be so high moral character, right? Su Changyu was not stupid. He could see that these people seemed a little restrained by him, especially the two old men Wang Yu and Chen Hua. Looking at himself from time to time made Su Changyu feel a little panicked from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that you really like your own beauty? And there was another young man who came to him to do what? Are you a matchmaker? A bad day? Su Changyu became even more nervous. But the more nervous he was, the more arrogant he seemed on the surface. It is this kind of arrogance that makes everyone feel unfathomable. The disciples of the Fourth Undersword Sect didn't know what happened at the beginning, but after a few disciples carefully observed it, they quickly understood what was happening. These disciples are all heroes of the sect and have elders in the backstage, so they naturally know about the commander of the Jin State Supervisor. 2 or 3 of them have even seen the portrait. The young man in front of Su Changyu was the one who had seen the portrait. The boy was very pretty, but he was much inferior to Su Changyu. He was a little nervous and even felt a little pressure when he walked in front of Su Changyu. But since he has come, he has no burden. Senior, you are also a sword monk. Recently, I have been thinking about the sword arts, and it is really hard to figure out. Can you give me some advice on me? The boy spoke, and he spoke nervously. How could he not be nervous when he knew that Su Changyu was the commander of the Jin State Supervisory Commander, or even the #1 swordsman in Jin State? Taoist Chen Hua and Taoist Wang Yu on the side of the road couldn't help but change their expressions. Especially Taoist Wang Yu, he frowned secretly, thinking that this young man was too reckless, so he actually asked such a question directly. Although the head of the sect did give instructing him that if he had the chance, he could ask about swordsmanship knowledge. But the problem is that it cannot be too direct. Do you understand gradually? When you come up, you ask them if you can give me some advice. Is it embarrassing? I feel embarrassed for you if you are not embarrassed. Taoist Wang Yu was a little angry and felt that this disciple was too reckless. I wonder if this is easy to see through by Su Changyu. However, Taoist Chen Hua, who was standing beside him, was not angry, but his eyes were full of envy. He was so sour. He wanted to perform in front of Su Changyu, but he didn't dare. Two fellow Taoists, you will heal your wounds, don't touch them randomly. At this time, Taoist Taihua's voice sounded, and he was a little embarrassed. These two fellow Taoists were good at healing their injuries, but it made him feel a little uncomfortable after touching them. Not far away. Su Changyu was also a little confused. No, it wasn't a little confused, it was very confused. You are a disciple of the Fourth Undersword Sect. You probably are not an outer disciple of the dress. Come and ask me for advice? Would you rather humiliate me? Su Changyu was really confused. The latter saw that Su Changyu was still so cold and arrogant, and he became even more nervous now. Please give me some advice. He lowered his head and did not dare to look directly at Su Changyu. He was extremely panicked and regretted it. What do you want to ask? Seeing that the scene was getting awkward, Su Changyu knew that he could not always pretend to be stupid, so he spoke slowly, wanting to see what questions the other party was going to ask. If the question asked is quite profound, then he continues to pretend to be stupid. If the question is simple, he will reluctantly answer it. Hearing this, the boy was obviously happy and then said in a terrifying and terrified manner, I want to ask, what is swordsmanship? The boy spoke up and asked this question that Su Changyu was familiar with. What is swordsmanship? Su Changyu was stunned. He was familiar with this problem. Isn't this the question I asked my junior brother? But at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. Even Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua couldn't help looking at Su Changyu. They were very curious about how Su Changyu would answer this question. What is swordsmanship? Although these are just 4 simple words, these 4 words have great significance. At this moment, Taoist Taihua couldn't help but look at Su Changyu. He knew how much his apprentice was, and he felt inexplicably embarrassed, so he closed his eyes and pretended to be healing. Not far away. Su Changyu looked at the disciple and then spoke slowly. A grass. It's a sword. Su Changyu spoke slowly. As soon as these words were said, everyone was stunned. They don't understand what this means. Not to mention these disciples, Wang Yu and Chen Hua were both a little confused. After hearing this, Taoist Taihua felt inexplicably embarrassed, so embarrassed that his toenails could not help but dig out a crack on the ground. Can you be more specific? You are stupid in your juniors. The young man didn't understand, but he did not suspect that Su Changyu was not a master of swordsmanship. Instead, he continued to ask seriously. However, Su Changyu glanced at the young man in front of him and couldn't help but compare his junior brother in his heart. Sure enough, there is a gap between geniuses and mediocre people. Wang Yu and Chen Hua saw Su Changyu's slight behavior, so they naturally understood what Su Changyu was thinking, so they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. That's when Su Changyu slowly placed his hand behind him, his eyes became sharp, his whole temperament suddenly rose, and then the voice sounded. A single grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars, and is the sword way. His voice was not loud, but he was full of penetration. A sentence sounded like thunder, and it exploded in everyone's minds. Quiet. Everything seemed extremely quiet. All the disciples of the 4th Undersword sect were stunned. Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua were also stunned. Su Changyu's words are too domineering, right? A piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars. How terrifying is this kind of sword? Is this the real kendo? The disciples were confused. Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua were also confused. Even Taoist Tai Hua was a little surprised. He really didn't expect that his eldest disciple could say such a domineering statement. A piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars. It is hard to imagine how powerful this existence is. Such a picture could not help but appear in everyone's mind. Su Changyu picked up a weed and cut it down at will, and the sun, moon and stars in the sky were shattered. The scene became quiet. No one wants to wake up. Su Changyu's words were like enlightenment, giving them a new understanding of Jiandao. In their eyes, if you open a mountain with one sword, you are already considered a peerless strong man. But a piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars, which simply subverts their understanding of swordsmanship. Senior, I realized it. At this moment, the young man standing in front of Su Changyu suddenly spoke, and he bowed deeply to Su Changyu. Su Changyu was a little stunned. What have you realized? Can you understand this? Do you think you are my junior brother? Su Changyu was indeed a little confused. Can you understand a single nonsense? But before Su Changyu could react, it suddenly happened. The boy in front of him suddenly trembled, and then a familiar sword force appeared. Boom! A sudden thunder exploded, and everyone was startled. Only Su Changyu's face was calm. It was precisely because of this calm that the arrogant temperament of a peerless master became stronger, and his eyes were more like an ancient well, calm, and in everyone's eyes, he showed his master's style. He actually directly understood the Xia Lei sword force. Hiss, directly understand the power of Xia Lei sword? After everyone came to their senses, some disciples couldn't help but exclaim, looking extremely shocked. Junior brother Pan himself has been pausing on the Chunlei sword for half a year. Now he has received guidance from his seniors and directly breaking through the bottleneck, which is naturally normal. Don't be so sad. Our 4th Undersword sect, the inner disciples of our inner sect practice the 4th Undersword technique, 10 years of sword moves, 10 years of sword force, and if they can condense the sword force within 10 years, it is already considered a top-notch posture. Junior brother Pan mastered the Spring Thunder Sword in 5 years, and now he mastered the Xiaolei sword in the 8th year. At this speed, he will be able to master the 4th Thunder Sword before he is 50. Xiaolei sword force, I'm so sour. The disciples were talking, some were shocked, some were envious, and some were clenched their fists and felt sour. Chen Hua, the deputy head of the 4th Undersword Sect Sword Hall, represents the disciples of the 4th Undersword Sect. Thank you for your teachings. At this moment, Taoist Chen Hua's voice sounded. He came to Su Changyu and bowed respectfully. I'll wait and thank you for your senior. The disciples also bowed and bowed. Wang Yu, not far away, couldn't help feeling uncomfortable after seeing this scene. Such a good opportunity to flatter, this old guy took the lead. However, after everyone bowed, Su Changyu still seemed calm and arrogant, without any joy, and his eyes even looked into the distance. It made everyone sigh. He is truly a peerless master. The head of the sect said it was right. The commander of the Jin State Supervisor did not care about fame and fortune, and did whatever he wanted, and was devoted to the sword. At this moment, Taoist Taihua's injuries were completely healed. As expected, you get what you pay for. The best elixir is worthy of being a top elixir. It took less than a stick of incense to recover from the injury, but it is also more vigorous than before. Thank you two fellow Taoists for helping you. Taoist Taihua stood up, and he was grateful to the two of them. However, Taoist Wang Yu quickly waved his hand. Fellow Taoist is polite. My disciple of the 4th Undersword Sect is the first sword sect in Qingyun. The head of the sect often teaches us to do good deeds every day. Don't ask about the future. You don't need to thank you. This is what I, Wang Yu, should do. Although my Wang Yu's qualifications in this life are mediocre, it does not affect my support for the weak and uphold justice at all. Oh, don't you know the name of Yozuan? Taoist Wang Yu said with a righteous look on his face. In the Taoist of Taihua, this is my disciple Su Changyu. Taoist Taihua chuckled. Disciple? Everyone was stunned, but soon everyone suddenly realized it. The head of the sect said that the supervisor especially likes to hide his identity. The so-called master and apprentice are definitely fake and are just used to cover up. In the lower Qingyu, the king of kings, princes, generals and ministers, and the plump wings of you, fellow Taoists, don't remember my name. I, Wang Yu, do good deeds and don't leave my name. Taoist Wang Yu looked righteous and wanted to engrave justice on his forehead. Seeing that it was getting late, Taoist Taihua wanted to ask them if they wanted to rest here so that they would not be able to travel at night. But I'm embarrassed to say it. At this moment, Taoist Wang Yu's voice sounded. You too, it's too late today. Although the fellow Taoists' injuries have healed, they still need to take some rest. Why don't they rest together? After finally meeting the commander of the supervisor, Taoist Wang Yu naturally didn't want to leave like this. He hadn't licked enough yet. Isn't it a pity to just leave like this? So he took the initiative to ask questions. After saying this, Taoist Taihua was overjoyed. This relationship was so good. However, he still glanced at Changyu on the surface and did not seem too happy. Changyu. Taoist Taihua spoke slowly. At this moment, Su Changyu came to his senses. Well, he was in a state of confusion during this period, mainly because the thunder just now was too sudden and he was shocked. Hearing the voice of Taoist Taihua, Su Changyu's eyes looked a little confused. It's getting late, we'll take a day off here, how about it? Taoist Taihua spoke like this. Random. Su Changyu was a little confused and answered casually. As soon as they said this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Inexplicably, Su Changyu felt something was wrong. Why are you so happy? What do you want to do? At the same time, in the cliff behind the sky, Yi Ping just completed the second body quenching. His whole person changed differently again. Thanks to the leader, Ling Xiaoye, the two leaders gave rewards and cried. Thanks to the leader of the League Cthulhu 24 for the reward. I cried so sadly and was so excited. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping completed the second body quenching. In the back cliff. As night fell, a ray of moonlight fell on Yiping's body. At this moment, after 2 times of body quenching, Yiping had a completely different change in her whole body. His skin was like white snow, but it was a light red. His facial features also changed slightly, and these little changes happened to turn him from a young man with beautiful facial features into a handsome man. Yes, the biggest change that the gods and demons have given Yiping at present is not a growth in strength, but a change in appearance. Yiping once looked very pretty and had the feeling of a Confucian scholar. But now Yiping gives people the feeling of a peerless Confucian immortal. His handsome face is not a sword eyebrows, but he lacks the aura of a sword immortal, but he is a willow eyebrows, which makes him look more elegant. He sat quietly in his place, emitting a calm feeling. If this look was seen by a woman, he would probably seem a little out of mind. The most important thing is temperament. That's right, it's temperament. In the world of immortal cultivation, as long as the facial features are not too weird, there are basically few ugly men. Even if they really have extremely poor facial features, they can still shape their bones after the foundation building realm. The monks will reject toxins in their bodies, so naturally there will be no acne. Therefore, there is no ugly man in monks, and the key to the difference between beauty and ugliness is to temperament. Temperament cannot be changed, it requires years of precipitation, or it may be born. It's like Su Changyu's temperament. His temperament is naturally aloof and indifferent, so it is very consistent with the sword immortal in the hearts of the world. However, Yiping's temperament is more in line with the Confucian and Taoist immortals, giving people a feeling of naturalness and calmness. This temperament is extremely rare. Those who don't know will really think that Yiping is a peerless Confucian immortal. However, Yiping didn't care about his appearance and temperament at all. What he cares more about is strength. After the gods and demons practiced their bodies for the second time, he felt that their bodies were filled with power, and their physical body had also undergone transformation. There was a layer of old skin around him, which was the old skin shed. Yiping is now extremely strong in body. He tried to cut the back of his hand with his sword and found that the sword given to him by the senior brother could not leave any trace on his palm. The reason why it is not a finger is mainly because of a little inexplicable fear. It may be that 10 fingers connect the heart, so Yiping cannot understand the meaning of piercing his fingers at any time, or cutting his fingers and dropping blood. Yiping knew that he was condensing the body of a little god and demon. The ancient gods and demons have 5 major realms. Small gods and demon bodies, great gods and demon bodies, supreme gods and demon bodies, great Tao gods and demon bodies, great Tao ancestor gods. Among them, the small gods and demons are divided into 4 small realms in detail. Flesh body, muscles and bones, internal organs, little god and demon body. Every small realm requires 9 times to be quenched to complete. After refining the body 9 times, it will be solidified to an unparalleled state. Yiping is not sure how strong it is. But Yiping is a little worried now, not because he is worried about whether he is strong or not. The main reason is that after the body is complete, the whole body will be extremely strong, but there is a place that is inexplicably a bit embarrassing. Saying it is a good thing, not a good thing. Saying it is a bad thing is not a bad thing. This is a bit of a headache, but it is still normal at present and has no big impact. In fact, what Yiping didn't know was that although he only tempered his body twice, once his physical body state was complete, even a cultivator who had perfect chi practice and tried his best to slash his top-quality flying sword, would not have any impact on him. In other words, even if Su Changyu was given a top-quality flying sword and asked him to stand here and cut Yiping for 100 years, the result must be that the sword was broken. Others were fine at all, and they felt worse than biting a mosquito. If Yiping truly condensed the small god and demon body, it would be like a little god and demon. Not to mention the top-grade flying sword, even if the Taoist weapon hit Yiping, there would not be any feeling. To condense the small gods and demons, you only need to quench your body 34 times. After stretching his waist, a sound like fried beans suddenly sounded. Yiping stood up and his body tempering had reached its limit. Every time the body is tempered, the body will be transformed, which is equivalent to a major blood change. You cannot transform too many times in one breath, otherwise you may die if you are too quenched. Secondly, every time the body quenching is consuming a lot of spiritual energy, and the two fairy orifices opened by Yi Ping cannot maintain this body quenching at all. And you won't think about opening the fairy orifice. It requires more spiritual energy, which is much more than quenching the body once. In short, Yi Ping encountered a real bottleneck. Get resources. It's a pity that I don't know how to practice qi. If I have qi training, I can speed up my practice. Yi Ping murmured to himself. Although he opened two immortal orifices, although these two immortal orifices were absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he himself did not master the qi training technique, which was equivalent to opening one less acceleration. The so-called qi training technique can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Moreover, as the higher the realm, the more spiritual veins you open, the faster the cultivation speed will be. The main acceleration did not occur, which naturally made Yi Ping a little uncomfortable. Of course, Yi Ping also knew that there were several ways to want spiritual energy after reading so many books. The first one is the spirit stone. The easiest way is that the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone can also be absorbed directly, but this is very luxurious, because the effect of a spirit stone is definitely more than 10 times more than that of you who directly extract the spiritual energy of the spirit stone. Using spirit stones to set up the spiritual gathering array can effectively increase the cultivation speed by dozens of times, and it can last for 1 hour. Unless you encounter an enemy, your body is exhausted and you will directly extract the spiritual energy from the spirit stone when you have no choice. Otherwise, few people will be extravagant to practice with spirit stones, which is a purely profiteering. The second type is treasures of heaven and earth. Some medicinal materials or some treasures contain terrible spiritual energy. As long as it is refined, it will not be a problem to build a foundation in a day. However, this kind of thing is extremely rare. Not to mention that there must be strong people protecting it. Even if it does not, it will not be seen everywhere. The third type is more direct, swallowing elixirs, but the medicine is 3 parts poisonous. The real genius will not rely on swallowing elixirs to improve their realm. Unless it is a bottleneck, under normal circumstances, it is better to meditate and practice, or use elixirs to assist. If you take too much pill, you will be full of poison when you cross the great realm and you will be stuck for hundreds of years or even until you die. Yes, pill. Suddenly, Yi Ping remembered the pill. Didn't the second senior brother teach me the alchemy technique of creation? Can you make alchemy yourself? Thinking of this, Yi Ping took out the alchemy book with interest. He reviewed it again. After a while, Yi Ping understood it almost well. Senior brother Luo Chen's method of creation alchemy is very simple, using qi to attract spirits, using spirit to transform spirits, and using spirit to condense elixirs. In the back cliff, Yi Ping sat down cross-legged and calmed down. After a while, Yi Ping suddenly raised his hand and a stream of extremely pure spiritual energy appeared. After the spiritual energy appeared, Yi Ping tried to let this spiritual energy attract other spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy from all directions gathers and appears, Yi Ping opened his eyes. He stared at the spiritual energy in his palm with all his concentration. This is the most important step. The alchemy of fortune clearly states that whether you can refine a non-toxic pill depends on whether your mental power is strong. The stronger your mind is, the greater the possibility of gathering pills. The aura was like a small hurricane, constantly rotating in the palm, and the speed was getting faster and faster, constantly gathering towards the center. Soon a beam of white light appeared in Yi Ping's palm. The light became more and more dazzling and brighter, and the last grain of light condensed like rice. Gradually, the size of this rice grain was full of light. Yi Ping was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would succeed in the first attempt. However, Yi Ping was not excited at all, but became more focused. Soon the light as big as a rice grain gradually increased. 3 hours later, it was already dark. The light of rice grains in Yi Ping's palm also increased to the size of a soybean. Another hour passed. Eventually all the spiritual energy dissipated. Yi Ping also seemed exhausted. After 4 hours of madness, the two immortal orifices were running wildly, they could barely condense to the size of a soybean, and the elixir was about 5 times larger. But the spiritual energy in my body cannot be maintained at that time. The hour of Mao. It's already dawn. Yi Ping felt a little exhausted, but he smiled with relief. Although the first alchemy was not completely successful, it was at least not failed, and it was half successful. It was nothing more than the last step was not done well, and the rest were successful. At this moment, Yi Ping was filled with joy when he looked at the soybean-like elixir in his palm. The elixir in Yi Ping's palm is white, like diamonds, shining in the sun, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is crystal clear. And it also emits a faint fragrance. Although it is just a small pill, if this pill is taken out of the outside world, it will probably shock countless alchemy masters. It's not just because Yi Ping's pill is a non-toxic pill. More importantly, Yi Ping's pill is the best spirit-gathering pill. Yes, it is the best spirit-gathering pill. The so-called spirit-gathering pill is a kind of elixir that transcends the Qi pill. The Qi pill also needs to be refined, but the spirit-gathering pill is different. After swallowing, it directly gathers spiritual energy in the body, and its value is more than several times that of the Qi pill. This pill is equivalent to the effect of 100 top-quality Qi training pills. A Qi practice pill can save Su Chanyu from practicing hard for a day. Yi Ping's spirit-gathering pill can save Su Chanyu from having to practice hard for hundreds of days. Because Yi Ping took 4 hours to condense the elixir, and the 4 hours of Yi Ping's 2 immortal orifices were indeed equivalent to Su Chanyu's hard practice for 100 days. Yi Ping himself didn't know all this. In his eyes, this pill was still a semi-finished product. That's when, with the sun shining on the cliff of Qingyun Mountain, Su Luochen's figure also walks slowly. The sun is gentle. The smile on Su Luochen's face became even gentler. And at the same time, in the clouds and mist mountains. End of this chapter. As a round of golden yang rises slowly, everything is revived. In the clouds and mist mountains, Taoist Wang Yu and Taoist Chen Hua have reluctantly bid farewell to Su Chanyu and Taoist Tai Hua. Wait for an hour after someone leaves. Finally, a disciple couldn't help but speak. 2 elders, who is that senior Su really the commander of the Jin State supervisor? A disciple spoke out, and he was really curious and couldn't help asking. As soon as these words were said, Taoist Wang Yu's voice sounded. Nature. Su Chanyu left, and his image of licking dogs suddenly changed, becoming very majestic, and his attitude towards his disciples became a little cold. Can. At this moment, the disciple couldn't help but continue to speak. When he wanted to say something, Taoist Wang Yu's voice rang out directly. I know what you want to say. Are you very curious? Supervision makes the cultivation look ordinary, right? Maybe it's just the 3rd or 4th level of Qi training, right? Taoist Wang Yu directly expressed the other party's doubts. Not only his doubts, but many disciples are actually very curious. Their cultivation level is at the 8th level of Qi training, the 9th level of Qi training, and even cultivators who have achieved great perfection in Qi training. Naturally, they can see the cultivation level of Su Chanyu and Taoist Tai Hua at a glance. In fact, even Taoist Chen Hua was a little curious, but when he saw Taoist Wang Yu licking like this, he didn't dare to do anything randomly, so he could only lick it. Yes. The other party bit the bullet and admitted that he was indeed a little curious, but just now Su Chanyu and others were there, so they couldn't say much. Now that the person has left, the doubts in his heart have to be raised. However, Taoist Wang Yu sneered. Oh. 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 In his 3 sneers, he was a little cold, a little mocking, a little cold, and a little disappointed. This sneer made everyone present feel a little stressed and dared not speak. It's really stupid. Taoist Wang Yu's voice sounded like thunder, shocking everyone directly. The next moment, Wang Yu continued. Can't you even see such a simple test? The commander of the Jin State supervisor is the most powerful swordsman in Jin State. In fact, his strength is probably complete, and he even condenses the nascent soul. Isn't it easy to disguise himself as a Qi training cultivator? After saying this, Wang Yu's temperament suddenly changed and he became very weak. Look at it now, what level am I in? Wang Yu spoke, and the disciples looked at Wang Yu one after another, and soon they were silent. Because Wang Yu compressed his own realm to the 5th and 6th levels of Qi training, he did not have the momentum of a foundation-building cultivator at all. A powerful monk can suppress the realm. The duty of the supervisor is to supervise the Qingyun Sect and officials instead of the Qin monarch, so their whereabouts are extremely important. They cannot expose their identities, because once they are exposed, their position as the supervisor will come to an end. If you weren't going to let others notice it, what would you do? Senior Su is a smart person, and he is extremely smart. Not only did he suppress his realm in the Qi training realm, but he also asked his subordinates to play his master. In order to make the fake more real, I suspect that Senior Su has created a sect that is not as good as the sect. It's just to cover up your eyes and ears. You all listen to me. Sometimes hearing is empty, and seeing is also empty. Many things need to be judged by yourself and noticed keenly. Just like a sudden thunder sound after Pan Ling suddenly realized the sword power. You all looked pale in fear, but do you know what Senior Su's reaction was? Wang Yu said it clearly word by word. Everyone was also very curious about what Su Changyu's reaction was. Calm. Absolutely calm. Everyone was shocked, including Elder Chen and even me, but Senior Su didn't even blink his eyes. His eyes were extremely calm. Is this state of mind possible for a Qi training cultivator? You can ask Elder Chen, what is my judgment? Taoist Wang Yu made a long speech and the disciples were stunned. Even Taoist Chen Hua was a little stunned. Actually, he doubted something. But now after hearing what Taoist Wang Yu said, how dare he say what he is in his heart? The main reason is that Taoist Wang Yu is talking about it very well, and you can't find any flaws at all. Thinking of this, Taoist Chen Hua nodded with a serious expression. Yes, I have the same idea as Elder Wang Yu. You are still too young and superficial. Taoist Chen Hua said righteously. At this moment, Taoist Wang Yu looked at the disciple with some anger. We monks should be diligent in the way of heaven and work hard, not question others. Don't look at the sky, and don't be unwilling to be enterprising. You can question it, but come up with evidence to question it. Do you think this kind of evidence that seems fake? Do you think it is evidence? I know, you also want to say why the other person was injured? If he was really a strong man, how could he be injured? I can tell you now that they are all performing for you to see. If you have a little insight, you can feel this trick. Just a healing medicine can heal it on the spot? That's called injury? That's what you're performing for you. That's stupid. The more Taoist Wang Yu spoke, the more excited he became, and the more angry he became. In the end, he even spoke. If you meet those extremely cunning disciples of the demon sect in the future, you will know what it means to be a false eye. Taoist Wang Yu regrets that iron cannot make a steel path. It was my disciple who was reckless. Please forgive me for your sins. The latter was completely convinced, and he did not dare to question it, so he quickly retreated. I believe he is the commander of the supervisor. Otherwise, with one sentence, Senior Brother Pan can understand the power of Xia Lei's sword. Who can do it except the #1 swordsman in Qin State? Yes, a piece of grass cuts all the sun, moon and stars. How could such domineering words be said by a mere Qi training monk? Yes, this must be the commander-in-chief of the supervisor. Soon, the disciples discussed their own opinions. Some of the disciples were a little confused, but after hearing Taoist Wang Yu's remarks, who would dare to question it? Moreover, what Taoist Wang Yu said was very reasonable. No, it doesn't even make sense anymore, it makes sense quite. Su Changyu looks like a peerless master. And his eyes were extremely calm, and even that kind of thing happened did not shock him. One sentence makes people realize it. All of the above are enough to show that Su Changyu is an extremely expert. If this weren't a peerless expert, who would be? In addition, there are pictures as evidence, so this is still questionable. Isn't it forcibly blackmailed? And outside the clouds and mist mountains. Su Changyu and Taoist Taihua also seemed a little confused. They discussed the whole way why the Fourth Undersword sect was so good to them. But there was no reasonable result in discussions. In the end, the two did not continue to discuss this topic. Because no matter what, when they came out, there was no big problem except Su Changyu's 10-year lifespan. He also came out with a spirit stone and a bottle of white dew spiritual pill. This wave of profits. And within the Qingyun Dao sect, Su Luochen arrived at the back cliff with a smile. End of this chapter. Qingyun Dao sect. The golden sun shines brightly. The sun is gentle. Su Luochen's smile on his face was even gentler. Su Luochen is in a good mood. First of all, he finally memorized all the basic pill recipes. Secondly, it has indeed delayed Yi Ping's progress in his practice. Especially when thinking about the appearance of the eldest brother, Su Luochen's smile became even stronger. Thinking of this, Su Luochen had to teach Su Changyu a lesson in his heart. As the eldest senior brother, because of his poor qualifications, he always gets upset and stands alone on the back cliff. Is it embarrassing to lose it? Is there any responsibility of a senior brother? However, Su Luochen came here today, not to check Yi Ping's alchemy process. He mainly came to teach Yi Ping's real alchemy technique. After all, it has been almost a month since I was delayed, so I should always teach something real, right? It's impossible to use any non-toxic alchemy to fool Yi Ping, right? Su Luochen is not a foolish person, he just wants Yi Ping to retreat when he sees the difficulties. Look, first teach Yi Ping an alchemy technique that is impossible to succeed, and then teach the basics. If Yi Ping really has the talent for alchemy, he will not be complacent. After all, this is just a basic alchemy technique. If Yi Ping can't do ordinary alchemy, that's better. You can continue to stay in the sect and practice hard. Anyway, it's the best of both worlds. As for Yi Ping's successful alchemy refinement? It wasn't Su Luochen who blew it. If Yi Ping could really refine a non-toxic pill, Su Luochen would eat the only alchemy furnace of Qingyun Dao sect. Don't chew it, swallow it raw. In front of all the senior brothers and sisters of Qingyun Dao sect, swallow the alchemy furnace alive. Still non-toxic alchemy? When Su Luochen blew this thing, he blushed a little. Thinking of this, Su Luochen slightly restrained the smile on his face, looking gentle, rather than so relaxed. Soon, Su Luochen came to the middle of the back cliff. It happened that Yi Ping was sitting on the ground, not knowing what he was studying. Junior brother Yi. The next moment, Su Luochen's voice sounded. In the back cliff. Yi Ping, who was thinking hard, suddenly came to his senses. He was fully focused on the non-toxic pill in his hand, so he did not notice Su Luochen's appearance. Seeing Su Luochen, Yi Ping immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. I have met senior brother Luochen. Don't be polite. Su Luochen chuckled, then looked at Yi Ping and said, Junior brother Yi, how are you doing lately? Fine. Yi Ping nodded, and was a little embarrassed at the same time. Although I successfully refined the elixir, it is not a complete elixir, so I feel a little embarrassed and don't know if I should raise it. Well, I saw you frowning a few days ago. Now it looks pretty good. It should have made some progress. How have you been practicing the alchemy? Su Luochen spoke casually and asked a question. Brother, I'm a little successful. Yi Ping didn't dare to say that he had made it, so he could only describe it as a slight small success. A little success? Su Luochen was slightly stunned. What does this mean? What does it mean to have a slight success? Su Luochen spoke, his eyes full of curiosity. I don't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. After brother, the pill has been refined, but it has not been completely refined. Yi Ping answered. For a moment, Su Luochen fell silent. He looked at Yi Ping, and the gentle smile on his face gradually restrained a lot. Junior brother Yi. Su Luochen spoke out. Young brother is here. Su Luochen said seriously, although you have average qualifications, the head of the sect told his senior brother that you are good-natured and simple and kind. Even if you can't practice pills, you can't lie, do you know? Su Luochen said very seriously. Damn, it was not that he didn't believe that Yi Ping did not have the talent for alchemy, but mainly because the alchemy technique he gave himself was completely made up. Also create the alchemy technique? Still non-toxic alchemy? If this is taken out, 100,000 alchemist will give him a big mouth. Yi Ping said he could refine pills? It's not like that, is it? Why are you more good at bragging than your senior brother? Your junior brother didn't lie? Yi Ping spoke and replied seriously. Didn't lie? Really? I don't believe it. Su Luochen didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't directly preach Yi Ping, so he couldn't help but speak. Then you will show the pills you have refined to your senior brother. Su Luochen spoke, full of disbelief. Please give me advice, senior brother. Yi Ping didn't talk nonsense anymore and spread his palms directly. In an instant, a crystal-clear pill appeared in his hands. The pill is not big, like the size of a soybean, shining in the sun. It is more like a gem than a pill. Is this a pill? Su Luochen was a little stunned. Do you call this thing Dan? Kindness. Yi Ping nodded. For a moment, Su Luochen fell silent. He didn't know what to say, but soon the fragrance of the elixir spread out indifferently, which made Su Luochen stunned. Give me concoct. Su Luochen still didn't believe it, but he couldn't help but want to see this pill. Please give me some advice. Yi Ping didn't say much, and handed the pill to Su Luochen directly. The latter took the pill and ignored Yi Ping, but instead observed it carefully. Although Su Luochen failed the alchemist after 7 times, this does not mean that Su Luochen cannot identify the pills. Just holding it in his hand, Su Luochen felt it a little and was shocked. Spiritual gathering pill. Su Luochen instantly realized what kind of pill was this. He was surprised. The spirit gathering pill can be said to be the most common elixir in the world of immortal cultivation, because whether it is a chi cultivating cultivator, a foundation building cultivator, or a real person in the golden pill, they all need this elixir. As the name suggests, the spirit gathers spiritual energy in the pill. Swallowing 1 spirit gathers elixir is equivalent to swallowing 2 chi training pills of the same quality. The same side effects, but the effect is twice as good as chi pill, and it only takes a little time to refine it. It doesn't need to be like chi practice pills, and you have to meditate and refine it after swallowing it. Therefore, the spirit gathering pills are generally elixirs that only disciples of major sects can enjoy. Sects like Qingyun Sect, let alone the spirit gathering pills, it is a good thing to have chi pills. How could there be a spirit gathering pill? And more importantly, this spirit gathering pill seems to be different from the spirit gathering pill I have seen. Su Luochen thought about it. The spirit gathering pill he had seen was about this big, white, like white rice, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. But the spirit gathering pill in front of me is as big as a soybean, and it is crystal clear, just like a gem. More importantly, this spirit gathering pill contains very strong spiritual energy, which Su Luochen could feel. The best spirit gathering pill? In an instant, Su Luochen thought of a possibility. It's only the best spirit gathering pill that is like this, right? But how could the younger brother have the best spirit gathering pill? Su Luochen frowned. Junior brother Yi, who gave you this pill? The next moment, Su Luochen thought about it but couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't help but speak and asked Yi Ping who gave this pill. Senior brother, this is really made by junior brother. Yi Ping was also confused, not quite understanding why senior brother Luochen just didn't believe that this pill was made by himself. Oh. The next moment, Yi Ping understood. The pill I refined was not a complete pill. The pill I refined by senior brother Luochen was naturally a complete pill, so in the eyes of senior brother Luochen, my semi-finished product was a little unfamiliar with it. Thinking of this, Yi Ping immediately spoke. Senior brother Luochen, my junior brother has not yet entered the practice of cultivation, so he lacks spiritual energy in his body, and his qualifications are slightly poor, so he cannot successfully refine a complete pill, so there may be some errors. Yi Ping explained. But these words seemed a little harsh in Su Luochen's ears. This is also called poor qualifications? Not to mention anything else, the assessment requirement of a third-grade alchemist is to be able to refine a furnace of finished qi practice pills alone. What is a finished product? It is even worse than the lower grade, but at least it is a qi pill. Even if one furnace is refined, it is considered to be a passing level. The pill of the spirit-gathering pill is an assessment requirement for the second-grade alchemist. Even if the spirit-gathering pill in my hand is not the best spirit-gathering pill, it is at least the best spirit-gathering pill, right? In other words, even a second-grade alchemist is difficult to refine the top-grade spirit-gathering pill. How long have you learned it? Is there anything in a month? You can refine the best or even the best spirit-gathering pill? Is this called poor qualifications? What about me, Su Luochen? Isn't it Zazawi? Okay. Junior brother. You pretended to be the first one. Senior brother has a gentle personality, but he can't stand everything. Your senior brother doesn't have the courage to pretend to be like this in front of me. Su Luochen complained all over his stomach. At this moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Yi Ping and said calmly, "Since that's the case, junior brother, please demonstrate the alchemy process to me again, so I can give you some advice." Su Luochen's face was calm. He wanted to see how Yi Ping could keep going round. Okay, but the alchemy process takes several hours. Isn't the senior brother busy? Yi Ping reminded kindly. His body is not very spiritual, so it may take several hours to refine the pill. However, in Su Luochen's eyes, these words became an excuse to escape. It's okay, senior brother has time. Su Luochen couldn't help but smile gently and looked at Yi Ping. He is going to sabotage today. At the same time, Su Luochen has also prepared a speech on how to teach Yi Ping a lesson later. What? A lie needs to swallow 1,000 needles. What? You must be upright and don't lie. What? A gentleman is like a jade, a humble young man, lying is immoral. But the next moment, Yi Ping sat cross-legged. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual energy surged, which made Su Luochen come to his senses. Sizzle! A large amount of spiritual energy appeared in Yi Ping's hands, making a slight sound. Su Luochen was a little curious. But soon, as a beam of light appeared in Yi Ping's palm, Su Luochen became even more curious. 4 hours. Su Luochen's eyes were a little sore and his legs were a little numb. But he was still staring at Yi Ping with all concentration. Honey! At this moment, an extremely dazzling white light flashed by. Su Luochen's eyes turned pale. When he recovered his vision, Yi Ping was already sweating profusely, as if he had a big fuck. But when Su Luochen saw a spirit-gathering pill in Yi Ping's palm like a gem, he couldn't laugh anymore. End of this chapter. This moment. There was no smile on Su Luochen's face. He couldn't laugh anymore. There is even some stiffness. Senior brother Luochen? Seeing Su Luochen not speaking for a long time, Yi Ping couldn't help speaking, looking a little curious. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Su Luochen came to his senses. He had no idea what to say. Can this thing be really practiced? At this moment, Su Luochen felt that he was dazzled. But everything seems so real. This is outrageous. Su Luochen really didn't know what to say. Can this method also refine elixirs? Are you teasing me? At first, Su Luochen really felt that Yi Ping was lying to him, but now seeing this scene, Su Luochen can't make up anymore. This junior brother is a peerless genius in alchemy. No, this is no longer as simple as a peerless alchemy genius, this is an invincible alchemy genius. Gather qi and turn into pills. This method is simply a magical way. Let me calm down. Let me think about how to continue writing. How to make it up. How to make it up. Make a hair. After thinking about it, Su Luochen really didn't know how to make it up. Can he learn such an outrageous alchemy technique? If this is seen by the alchemist outside, I am afraid I will rob Yi Ping crazily, right? Just as Su Luochen kept thinking. Yi Ping's voice sounded again. Senior brother Luochen, my junior brother understands that I have not been able to refine a complete pill, which is not qualified. But please rest assured, my junior brother, I will definitely work hard. The ancients said that a stupid bird flies first, and diligence can make up for the shortcomings. My junior brother will never be negligent. The leaves open. It is definitely unqualified to refine an incomplete pill. However, Yi Ping is quite confident in himself. At least he succeeded in the first time he refined the alchemy, which is much easier than enlightening sword scars. It seems that I have a bit of alchemy talent. However, these words were strangely harsh in Su Luochen's ears. The stupid bird flies first? Can diligence make up for your shortcomings? Did you tell me? Do you rather look down on me? Su Luochen was depressed. He was so depressed. He really wanted to be alone. My junior brother, you can successfully refine the alchemy for the first time. Although it is a failed product, it is considered to be of good qualifications. Work hard, senior brother is optimistic about you. Su Luochen wanted to grit his teeth and smile. But for some reason, he couldn't laugh. He seemed to have lost the ability to laugh. So it looks a bit weird. Really? Senior brother, you didn't lie to me, are you? Yi Ping couldn't help but be excited when he heard what Su Luochen said again. After all, he has poor talent for cultivation and poor talent for swordsmanship. He finally has a good advantage, so naturally Yi Ping couldn't help but be excited. Cheat? I really want to lie to you. But I really can't cheat me, brother. Su Luochen felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. He really doesn't know how to fulfill this lie. Gather qi and transform into pills. The elixir of impure. Can you learn such an outrageous ability? No lie, junior brother Yi, you should learn more during this period and try to refine a complete pill. At that time, senior brother will ask your other senior brothers or senior sisters to teach you other methods. Su Luochen didn't want to stay here anymore. He wanted to leave quickly now. He felt so uncomfortable. He wanted to be alone and cry happily alone. Thank you, senior brother Luochen, you will definitely work hard. Yi Ping bowed and thanked. Finally, there is some advantage, how can Yi Ping not be happy? That's it, Su Luochen left. He was alone, like a wandering ghost, walking in the Qingyun Sect. On the way, he took out the basic alchemy technique in his arms. Tears were in his eyes. 10 years. 10 years. I have been learning the alchemy technique for 10 years, but I can't even practice the most basic elixirs. On the contrary, my junior brother has only learned it for less than a month, but he can achieve the qi-gathering pill. Su Luochen, what else do you have to live in this world? If I were you, I would die now. Su Luochen muttered to himself that he was hit hard today. The main reason is that I didn't expect that a genius like this came to Qingyun Sect. Oh, no, it's a freak. Can you learn it by making up a set of alchemy? Who is this? Su Luochen wanted to cry, but in the end he held back his tears, and then threw the basic alchemy technique in his hand in a random place. It would be better if this pill was not refined. With a heavy mood, Su Luochen tried hard to prevent himself from crying. But he stumbled into the sect hall and suddenly a mouthful of alchemy furnace appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Su Luochen could no longer hold it in. Soon, the howling sounded in the hall, and Su Luochen cried bitterly. It's not that he is not strong, but he is actually very strong. Since he became sensible, he began to learn alchemy. I read alchemy books and tried some herbs from time to time, just to strengthen the alchemy technique, and I almost ended up in danger of my life. Decades of hard work have resulted in failure in the alchemist assessment. That's all. But unexpectedly, the sect simply took over a junior brother and surpassed itself. If anyone else could not withstand this kind of blow. Your 10 years of hard work is not as good as others' efforts in 1 month. It's better not to forget it. The most important thing is that not only are they stronger in comprehension than you, but the pills they refined are countless times stronger than you. That's it. Until late at night. The sky is like ink. There was a figure on Qingyun Cliff. It was Su Luochen's figure. He was wearing a white robe, and was blown by the cold wind. On the cliff, the wind is strong and cool, but the heart is even cooler. At this moment, Su Luochen suddenly thought of Su Changyu. At this moment, he wanted to smile indifferently, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't laugh. He wanted to cry. But there are no tears anymore. On the cliff. After a long time, Su Luochen sat down cross-legged and took out a scroll, which was a painting made by Yi Ping for him. After taking out the scroll, Su Luochen spread it on the ground, pressed it with a stone, then took out a brush, grind the ink a little, and then picked up the pen to write. April day. Autumn has not turned yet, but for Su Luochen, it is like winter is coming. The sadness and sorrow of heart are all turned into poetry at this moment. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind blew. Su Luochen left 8 words on the scroll. This is the first sentence. It's quite literary. But soon, Su Luochen fell silent. After a while, he felt even more uncomfortable. Because he couldn't think of how to write the second sentence. But soon, perhaps the sadness in my heart made Su Luochen become casual. On the 3rd day of April, the wind is warm and the heart is cool. Climb the cliff alone and look at the bright moon quietly. Who knows the sadness this time? No, right. Su Luochen looked carefully and felt that the last sentence was still a bit unrhymeful. Then I picked up the pen, crossed out the last sentence, and then continued to write. Only my senior brother knows how sad this time. Alas, this sentence is pretty good. Not only did he express his sadness in his heart, but he also pulled his senior brother in, and he should draw the picture as well. The eldest brother will inevitably be extremely moved when he sees it. Thinking of this, Su Luochen's mood improved a lot. He wiped the tears that were about to fall, and then continued to pick up the pen and leave the words. Su Luochen, on the 3rd day of the April 2018, pick up the pen and leave the words. After doing all this, Su Luochen hid the painting in his arms. After the eldest brother comes back, let the eldest brother watch. However, as the hour arrives, for some reason, an inexplicable melancholy and sadness surged into my heart. This kind of melancholy and sadness is even more uncomfortable than before. Only my senior brother knows how sad this time. Su Luochen murmured to himself. Then, one person looked quietly at the sky. He wanted to Jingjing. Don't ask me who Jingjing is. Under the cliff. Inside the Qingyun Sect. Yi Ping's 3rd senior brothers Wang Zhuoyu and Chen Lingru were quietly staring at Su Luochen. Second brother 3rd, why did the second brother, like the eldest brother, also like standing alone on the cliff? Chen Lingru was chewing a cucumber, and her eyes were full of doubts. I don't know, your second senior brother likes to follow your senior brother's behavior on weekdays. He won't think he is very handsome, right? Wang Zhuoyu stood aside and shook his head and said. Probably not. When I saw senior brother Luochen today, he seemed to have cried. Maybe it has something to do with junior brother. Chen Lingru felt it was unlikely. It has something to do with the junior brother? This is strange. Could it be that the junior brother is really poor in qualifications? Senior brother Luochen has an extremely gentle personality. Can't even stand the junior brother? Wang Zhuoyu became even more curious. I don't know, but I guess it's a little bit more or less. 3rd senior brother, it's only a few days before you teach the younger junior brother the formation? Chen Lingru spoke. If you don't go, I'm going to participate in the formation master assessment soon. I won't go for the time being. Why don't I let the 4th or 5th brother go? Wang Zhuoyu shook his head. He was very busy recently, so he didn't have time to give advice to Yi Ping. The 4th and 5th brothers have been down the mountain for a long time, and it is estimated that it will take some time to come back. If you don't go, then I'll go find the senior sister? Chen Lingru said curiously. Senior sister? No, although the senior brother is the highest cultivation among us, the senior sister always likes to make some inexplicable things. Why don't you let senior brother Luochen beat him first? Wang Zhuoyu said so. Click. Chen Lingru took another bite of the cucumber and then said, I'm not saying anything else. It's mainly because of the appearance of senior brother Luochun, he may be a little unbearable. Then whatever you want, anyway, it's your fault that will cause trouble. It has nothing to do with me. Okay, go back early and rest. Wang Zhuoyu stretched his waist and then left here. Leaving Chen Lingru alone, he looked at Su Luochun thoughtfully. After an hour, Su Luochun walked down from the cliff. Chen Lingru has never left. After seeing Su Luochun, Chen Lingru couldn't help but speak. Senior brother Luochen, don't feel uncomfortable. Master often says that people who love to laugh are lucky. Don't be sad, otherwise you may be in trouble. Chen Lingru spoke, and she comforted Su Luochen. Su Luochen, who was full of fatigue, just glanced at Chen Lingru, and didn't say anything. He just nodded and went back to the room. People who still love to laugh are lucky? Will you be unlucky if you have a bitter face? Already suffered such a blow. He didn't believe it, and would he encounter something even more unlucky than this? Could it be that I would be beaten for no reason? Thinking of this, Su Luochen blew out the oil lamp and fell asleep. That's it. With a ray of golden sun pierced through the darkness. At the foot of Qingyun Daozong Mountain, two figures appeared. Recommend a friend's masterpiece. Conservation of character. This book is very good, the author writes it well, and it is a must-have for gentlemen. Brothers, I rushed, where are you? End of this chapter. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu walked over with tired faces. Since they left the Yunwu Mountains, they have been traveling for a whole night before returning to Qingyun Dao Sect. Seeing the familiar place, Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu couldn't help but smile for a long time. Master, next time you have to sneak away such a thing, you should be careful, but don't be discovered by me. Su Changyu spoke and said helplessly. Roll. Taoist Taihua was a little unhappy, but he knew that Su Changyu was just making a joke. If he really encountered such a thing, he would still choose to go with him. Our master and apprentice have a good rest in the past 2 days. After the rest, we will go down the mountain to create a flying sword for your junior brother. Taoist Taihua said this. Okay. Su Changyu nodded. By the way, you'll have a rest later. Go and find your junior brother to see what he's going on recently, so don't let Luochen teach him badly. Okay, I'll go there. Su Changyu felt that what Taoist Taihua said was quite reasonable, so he agreed. Oh, by the way, if your junior brother makes a painting again, I will also bring it together and try to get a top-grade flying sword for your junior brother. Taoist Taihua said a little embarrassedly. Although I got the painting to make a flying sword for Yi Ping, I was still a little embarrassed. Okay, I'll fight for it. Su Changyu also understood what Taoist Taihua meant. He had obtained the spirit stone to build a flying sword, but it still required money to build it. If you enter the dot formation, these are all money. The spiritual stones you get by yourself are definitely not enough. If you can get another painting by Yi Ping, it will not only be a low-grade flying sword, but you can even get a high-grade flying sword. Soon, the master and apprentice returned to the Qingyun Dao Sect. After more than 10 days of running around and being worried during this period, the two of them were physically and mentally exhausted, so they wanted to have a safe sleep. At this time, a woman slowly walked out of a thatched cottage in Qingyun Dao Sect. Outside the thatched cottage, the woman was dressed in white, almost 25 or 26 years old, with a graceful figure and a beautiful face, giving people the feeling of a beauty being in trouble. It's not that charming beauty, but that she is so beautiful, her pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and she has a look that can make any man in the world move. She is beautiful, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is so beautiful. It is really unimaginable how could a little Qingyun Dao Sect have such a peerless woman. This is Xiao Muxue, the senior sister of Qingyun Dao Sect. She has been in seclusion in the past few months, and only once appeared at the meeting that day, but it has not appeared the rest of the time, and I don't know what she is trying to do. Senior sister. At this moment, Chen Lingru's voice appeared. Hearing Chen Lingru's shouting, Xiao Muxue couldn't help but look at her. When she saw Chen Lingru, a smile appeared on Xiao Muxue's beautiful face. Sister, have you finally come out of seclusion? Chen Lingru came to Xiao Muxue with a smile, and even hugged Xiao Mushue's arm intimately. Yes, Lingru, come and let the senior sister see if you have developed. Xiao Muxue chuckled, looking very unrestrained. But as soon as he said this, Chen Lingru immediately stepped back and said with a little depressed look, Sister, why do you always care about such things? Chen Lingru was a little helpless. The Qingyun Sect was the most strange and full of words from the elder sister. For this reason, the senior brothers did not dare to provoke this elder sister. Even the headmaster often scolds the elder sister for not being a Taoist practitioner. The little girl is still shy. Some of your senior sisters are not without you. Look at your figure. If you don't eat more, you will be miserable in the future. Xiao Muxue chuckled, then took out a jade gourd from her collar, then pulled out the plug and drank a big sip of wine. Sister, why do you keep your Taoist couple talking about every day? The head of the sect contacted you a few people, but you are unwilling to become a Taoist couple with others. I really can't figure it out. And the senior sister, are you drinking again? Didn't the master say you won't let you drink again? If you are drinking, you will be punished to think about it for a year. Are you really not afraid of the master? Chen Lingru was a little curious and nervous. After all, the headmaster has said more than once about the senior sister drinking. The few people introduced to me by master are all lustful people, just wine bags. Your senior sister has a high vision. What are you afraid of him if you drink a sip of wine? Young junior sister, wine is a happy medicine. Do you want to taste it too? Xiao Muxue chuckled and even reached out to feed Chen Lingru a sip of wine. I won't drink. Chen Lingru took a step back, looking nervous. She didn't want to be scolded by the headmaster. If the headmaster knew that she was drinking, she would probably not be able to survive 18. Oh. Xiao Muxue smiled, then drank another sip of wine and exclaimed to be satisfied. Lingru, has anything happened to our sect recently? Did your incompetent senior brother condense the spring thunder sword? Xiao Muxue asked. I don't know, but it seems that the eldest brother is still like that. Chen Lingru shook her head and then continued, but during your retreat, the eldest brother and the second brother seem to be angry with our junior brother. Chen Lingru said so. I'm so angry? What do you say? At this moment, Xiao Muxue seemed extremely gossipy and looked at Chen Lingru and said, Hurry up, what happened? She looked at Chen Lingru with interest. When my junior brother first came, didn't I teach him sword skills? But what I didn't expect was that my junior brother was extremely low in qualifications. No matter how they taught me, I couldn't learn it, so my mentality was a little broken. Some time ago, when the senior brother arrived, he would stand alone on the cliff, looking worried. Later, senior brother Luochen took over the senior brother's affairs, and the second senior brother was the same last night, exactly the same as the senior brother. Chen Lingru explained very seriously. Sister, although the junior brother's talent may be really bad, the senior brother and the second brother do not even have this ability to bear it. In the future, the master of the sect gave them the position, so wouldn't our Qingyun Sect be done? After Chen Lingru said this, she seemed a little worried. She didn't say anything, but she kept it in her heart. Lingru, senior sister teaches you the skills. You must learn hard, but never learn from your two useless senior brothers. Xiao Muxue patted Chen Lingru's head and then left the place. Senior sister, what are you going to do? Chen Lingru was a little curious. Go and see your junior brother. Xiao Muxue said casually. Oh, will I go with you? Chen Lingru continued to ask. No, practice hard. If you want to take over our Qingyun Sect, you have to work harder. Xiao Muxue saw through Chen Lingru's thoughts and said this. After saying this, Chen Lingru couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. At the end, Xiao Muxue suddenly stopped and looked back at Chen Lingru. Her beautiful face, reflected by the sun, looks particularly beautiful. When she is watched like this, Chen Lingru can't help but blush. Little junior sister, remember to eat more. You should learn from senior sister. Don't be stubborn. Be careful of dysplasia. Xiao Muxue chuckled. As soon as he said this, Chen Lingru couldn't help but blush and she was a little angry. That's it. Xiao Muxue carried the wine gourd and walked towards the cliff behind Qingyun. A quarter of an hour later. Far away. Xiao Muxue saw Yi Ping's figure from afar. Under the cliff. Yi Ping was practicing calmly, closing his eyes and seemed extremely serious. Hiss, he's still a young man? When Xiao Muxue saw Yi Pingshi for the first time, Xiao Muxue's beautiful eyes lit up in an instant. Yi Ping's current appearance has changed completely differently from the original one. The original Yi Ping can only be said to be pretty, but now Yi Ping looks so handsome that he is not good enough, and he also exudes the aura of Confucianism and immortality all over his body. There is a natural way that makes people feel good about it. I didn't expect that my master actually took me such a handsome junior brother, which just suited my taste. TSK, since that's the case, the fat water will not be left to outsiders. Xiao Muxue chuckled, with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She stuffed the wine gourd back to her collar and then slowly walked towards Yi Ping. But after a few steps closer, Xiao Muxue was shocked suddenly. Xiao Muxue was stunned. She stood in the distance, staring at Yi Ping, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment. After a while, Xiao Muxue came to her senses. She wiped her eyes and then looked at Yi Ping again. Finally, she couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Do you really have this kind of physique? Xiao Muxue was shocked. She noticed that Yi Ping's physique was extremely special at first, and she didn't feel anything at first, but after watching it carefully, she was shocked. I didn't expect that a man of master's aging could actually accept such a peerless genius. It's awesome. This kind of physique that only exists in myths, I didn't expect that it actually exists. No, it may not be that kind of physique, but at least it is an extremely extraordinary physique. I really didn't expect that two peerless existences appeared at the same time in Qingyun Sect. It seems that as I was right back then, Qingyun Sect hit a person with supreme luck. No, I must drink this fatty water. Xiao Muxue talked to herself in her heart. She was indeed shocked. Because she could see that Yi Ping's physique was extremely extraordinary at first glance, and it was speculated that it might be a peerless physique, but she was not very clear whether it was. At present, she could only confirm that Yi Ping was very extraordinary and extraordinary. He walked a few more steps forward. Xiao Muxue stopped again. The peerless sword art? The peerless alchemy resource? Hiss. Is it so outrageous? There is no need to do this, right? Xiao Muxue was stunned again. Because she found that Yi Ping not only had some extremely extraordinary physique, but also had peerless swordsmanship and peerless alchemy resources. This is a bit outrageous. Oh my god, I wonder if my junior brother can accept a Taoist couple older than him. No, I have to take advantage of such a peerless genius even if I can't eat it. The next moment, Xiao Muxue became even more excited. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. With a refreshing fragrance spreading. Yi Ping opened his eyes. He had some doubts, not knowing where the fragrance came from. But as soon as I opened my eyes turned white. Then thousands of words appeared in my mind. Big. 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 Yi Ping was a little confused and was subconsciously stunned. My junior brother, is it good looking? A slightly charming voice sounded in my ears. Yi Ping immediately came to his senses. Call out. The next moment, Yi Ping retreated dozens of meters away, looking a little frightened. However, when Yi Ping saw the appearance of the woman in front of him, Yi Ping was stunned. The woman in front of her was wearing a light blue long dress, with a graceful figure and a beautiful face, like a goddess descending to earth. Yi Ping was all the same as humiliating the other party. However, although the voice is charming, its appearance and temperament are not at all enchanting. On the contrary, it feels like it is not as beautiful as the world. It is really unimaginable. Although he speaks so charmingly, his temperament is so indifferent. Sister? Yi Ping thought about it carefully and finally spoke tentatively. There are several people who have never seen the entire Qingyun Sect, including the eldest sister, the fourth brother and the fifth brother, and the rest, who have seen each other more or less often during meals. It seems that my junior brother still knows that I am the senior sister? Xiao Muxue smiled lightly, then stood up and looked at herself up and down. Junior brother Yi Ping, I have met the eldest sister. Yi Ping didn't expect that the stunning woman in front of him was really the eldest sister. This is a bit outrageous. The eldest senior brother is extremely handsome, but I didn't expect that the eldest senior sister is also amazing. By the way, there is also a young junior sister who is also a beautiful girl. Why are there all the handsome men and beautiful women in Qingyun Sect? A beautiful group? No, Yi Ping suddenly shook his head in his heart. This is the hidden sect. The disciples of hidden sect are naturally different from others. A person's appearance may change, but a person's temperament is absolutely impossible to change. The senior sister in front of her, you can tell that she is definitely not an ordinary person just by looking at her temperament. My junior brother, since you have joined my Qingyun Sect, you are a family. Since you are a family, don't be so polite, so as not to outsiders see it, and you will say that we are not harmonious. Xiao Muxue smiled indifferently and then took a few steps forward. Yi Ping couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He could not stand it any longer. My junior brother, what are you afraid of? Xiao Muxue stopped. She seemed a little confused, but asked knowingly. Senior sister, Saint, there is a difference between men and women. Just tell me what you have, me. Yi Ping was really nervous. Although he was a human being for 2 lives, the problem is that he is also a junior brother, and he has a little straight man, so he is born with a little nervous and afraid of women. Especially the woman in front of him was his senior sister. Yi Ping could not guarantee that he would not think randomly, which violated the teachings of the saints. We scholars, do not look at what is wrong, do not listen to what is wrong, do not speak what is wrong. Senior sister said, since you have joined the Qingyun Sect, you are a family, both a family, and I am both your senior sister and your sister. What is the difference between men and women? Could it be that you have any inappropriate thoughts about your senior sister? Xiao Muxue said with a slightly serious expression. As soon as he said this, Yi Ping suddenly became serious. Of course not. My junior brother is a scholar. Naturally, hey, senior sister, why are you coming forward again? Before he could be serious for a few seconds, Yi Ping immediately panicked again. Because Xiao Muxue got closer a few steps. He died young. Who can withstand this? Certainly. The next moment, Xiao Muxue waved her hand and spit out a word affixed. For a moment, Yi Ping felt stiff all over and could not struggle to get away. This is the Tao. My junior brother, senior sister doesn't like to use strong people, so stay here. Xiao Muxue looked calm and then sat in front of Yi Ping. The two were less than half a meter apart, and an indescribable body fragrance penetrated into their noses, making them feel sensational. But for Yi Ping, this is a torture. He really can't stand it. Senior sister, can you step back a little? Yi Ping opened his mouth and said with a wry smile. Shut up and let senior sister check your body. The next moment, Xiao Muxue looked serious. While speaking, she was talking, and then she touched Yi Ping's acupoints. Immediately afterwards, Yi Ping saw the golden light in Xiao Muxue's eyes, and soon Yi Ping shut up. He knew he was thinking wrong. Xiao Muxue was very serious, observing from top to bottom. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. She looked at Yi Ping's physique very seriously. After a full stick of incense, Xiao Muxue then withdrew her gaze and nodded with great satisfaction. It's true, that kind of physique. I never thought that this small sect that looks ordinary can actually encounter such a genius. It seems that that set of martial arts can be reproduced in the world. Also, it seems that I can't call you junior brother. Xiao Muxue murmured to herself in her heart. While speaking, Xiao Muxue subconsciously took out the jade gourd from her clothes, regardless of Yi Ping's presence, and was very close to each other. Yi Ping really couldn't stand it now. As for why not close your eyes? But ask yourself, who would like to close your eyes? At least Yi Ping is unwilling. Junior brother, your senior brother and second senior brother have taught you swordsmanship and alchemy. Now it's my turn to teach you Taoism, but my senior sister is quite strict. Can you bear it? After understanding what kind of physique Yi Ping has, Xiao Muxue returned to her calm appearance, but there was always a faint smile in her eyes, which made people feel malicious. It should be able to bear it. Yi Ping said to himself, but he still said seriously on the surface, please be strict with your senior sister, and you will be able to bear it. Yi Ping answered this, his eyes full of determination. Okay, senior sister will teach you 3 Taoist methods. First, the method of refining qi, second, the method of controlling color, third, double third, and the time will not be mentioned for the time being. When the time is ripe, senior sister will teach you. Xiao Muxue said seriously. When Yi Ping said this, he was a little confused. He understands the method of refining qi. What does the method of controlling colors mean? Drive the rainbow? Also, what's the last double? Senior sister, please make it clear? What about nuncha? Yi Ping's mind was completely in a mess. Junior brother, do you understand? Just as Yi Ping's mind was full of silence, Xiao Muxue's voice sounded again, making Yi Ping come to his senses. Sister, I understand, but what does it mean to control the color? Yi Ping couldn't help asking about this. The method of controlling colors is the method of resisting colors. Junior brother, you have not really set foot in the world of cultivation, so you don't know the dangers of the world of cultivation. Not to mention common things like fighting, killing, robbing people. Just talk about the major sects, even the imperial court. For the sake of interests, many stunning women will be sent specifically to seduce monks. Although you are ordinary now, under the guidance of your senior sister, you will surely soar into the sky and become the most popular person at that time, and you will understand what your senior sister said. But these are all small things, at least they just want to win you over and make you do things for them. But some external cults, or some magic monks, have extremely terrible methods. They will send some women to make you sink, seduce you, and do everything they can to make you their puppet, like a dog. What is even more terrifying is not this. Among the demon clan, those fox monsters are the most terrifying. They are born to be charming, but they can make the king not go to court early, which can make the immortals fall into depravity. With a thought, they will bring disaster to the people and live in poverty. They will take the opportunity to harm the world and do many evil things. So you must learn this Taoism well, otherwise if one day you really sink into it, your senior sister will kill you without hesitation, so as not to harm the people, do you know? Xiao Muxue's words were extremely serious. She didn't joke anymore, nor did she seem to be joking. After hearing these words, Yi Ping also withdrew his mind. He thought about this matter very seriously. What the elder sister said is very reasonable. The so-called disaster to the country and the people is not praise, but anger. Beauty makes people degenerate. If you are just an ordinary person, you will only harm yourself. But if it is the king of a country, then the people in the world will suffer, just like boast, who will play with the princes in the beacon fire, and what will be brought about is the country's destruction of mountains and rivers, and how many soldiers will die in destruction. How many people died while she smiled. But perhaps the one who was wrong was Qingyun of Zhou, because Baoxi's smile might be the stupidity of Qingyun of Zhou. Of course, no one can tell what is right or wrong. For a moment, Yi Ping felt that the senior sister in front of him was extremely extraordinary. At this moment, Yi Ping said seriously, "My junior understands that my junior will definitely study hard. I hope my senior sister will not feel that my junior brother is stupid." Yi Ping was very serious, and he could see that Xiao Muxue was doing her own good. Qualification dull? For some reason, Xiao Muxue couldn't help laughing when she heard Yi Ping claiming that she was stupid in her qualifications. If this is also a dull qualification, what about Su Changyu? Where is Su Luochen? Where is Wang Zhuoyu? Aren't it a bunch of shit? Since my junior brother understands, then I won't say much. Seeing Yiping as he was so good, Xiaomushua's expression also eased a lot. But she did not joke. What she said was something that had actually happened. In the world of immortal cultivation, although the human race is ruled by dynasties and has many sects, the human race is not the strongest existence in this world. The demonic monks are eyeing the human land. What's more, there are also demon clans, and the number of demon clans is greater than that of human clans. Everything seems peaceful because I don't see the cruel side. Or maybe you live at the bottom and can't see the outside world. Yiping is an ancient genius. Xiaomushua knew that the man in front of him would one day feel the darkness of this world. The sage cloud. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. For a moment, Xiaomushua fell into silence. She didn't know whether she should teach Yiping that technique. But after thinking about it, Xiaomushua stretched out her finger and gently tapped Yiping's eyebrows. End of this chapter. In the cliff behind the sky. Xiaomushua, you pointed at Yiping's forehead. Junior brother, senior sister will teach you the supreme chi training technique now, but before teaching, there are a few things to tell you. Xiaomushua said with a serious expression. Please give me advice. Yiping looked at Xiaomushua seriously. This chi training technique can be called the first chi training technique in the world, but the cultivation process is extremely difficult, not only difficult to start, but even more difficult in the future. But if you really succeed in practicing, it is no problem to practice chi training, foundation building, and golden elixir. Are you willing to learn it? Xiaomushua asked seriously. As soon as he said this, Yiping suddenly felt excited in his eyes. He is naturally willing to learn this kind of peerless chi training technique. But the only trouble is that your qualifications for cultivation seem to be a bit poor. Thinking of this, Yiping couldn't help but ask. Senior sister, my junior brother is naturally willing to learn it, but my junior brother has extremely poor cultivation talent. I wonder if he can learn it. Yiping spoke, and he expressed his concerns. Hearing this, Xiaomushua couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Poor talent in practicing? She was a little helpless. This is also called poor qualifications, so she really doesn't know what qualifications are. God and demon body. This physique only exists in mythology, although Xiaomushua doesn't know what the qualifications of the ancient gods and demons are. But she knew that this physique was hard to see forever, and I think it would not be too bad in practice. That's right, Xiaomushua just checked Yiping's physique and realized that Yiping had a body of gods and demons, but this body involves a very secret and little known. She also accidentally learned that there is such a body in the world. But what made Xiaomushua curious was a little bit. Even if the qualifications and talents of the gods and demons are poor, some clues can be seen more or less under the inspection of major sections. This physique is born with supreme brute force and does not require practice. After adulthood, you can knock a chi training monk away with one punch. Theoretically, even if the qualifications are poor, major sects will do their best to stay when they see this physique. After all, although the physical cultivation lineage has declined, it does not mean that there is no one. Moreover, many sects will also make their disciples pay attention to physical practice when they are in the chi training realm. Why was it accepted by the head? Xiaomushua couldn't figure this out, but she didn't like to think about this kind of problem with her brain. Even if you know the answer to this question, it doesn't make any sense. It's impossible that Yiping's physique was just a secret book, right? Don't worry, no matter how bad the qualifications are, with the senior sister here, you will always gain something. Xiaomushua chuckled. This smile made Yiping feel a little embarrassed, but soon Yiping withdrew his gaze and seemed a little embarrassed. Ho ho ho. Seeing Yiping so shy, Xiaomushua laughed even more. Okay, close your eyes and listen to the senior sister. Xiaomushua spoke and asked Yiping to close his eyes. The next moment, Yiping closed his eyes. Junior brother, senior sister, finally emphasized that this technique is the supreme chi cultivation method. The future of practicing this technique is unknown. The only thing senior sister can guarantee is that if you can really practice this technique, you will surpass all cultivators. After Xiaomuxue said this, a light ray of light penetrated Yi Ping's mind. In an instant, a method appeared. Yi Ping entered the state of enlightenment again. Xiaomuxue withdrew her jade hand and looked at Yi Ping with a little silent. In fact, this mental method she taught. The origin is extremely mysterious. But Xiaomuxue knew that this mental method could be called the world's #1 Qi training method. The reason why I dare to claim to be the best in the world is because of the particularity of this mental method. This mental method needs to be understood by oneself. Every state needs to be realized by yourself. You can practice anything, and you can practice to the extreme. You have good qualifications and can become an immortal. If you have poor qualifications, you will not be able to practice Mahayana realm without practicing anything. But every realm is created by you. That's right, every realm is created by you. Every step in every realm belongs to you. No matter how powerful other people's skills are, they are created by others. You can only follow others and it is difficult to surpass them. However, this exercise is different. You take every step by yourself, so there is no way to follow others, but to create a path that will never come before or after. Xiaomuxue also wanted to practice this mental method, but unfortunately, this mental method only allows people who have not practiced to practice. She has practiced other mental methods and cannot practice this mental method. Of course, even if you practice this mental method, it varies from person to person. The younger brother in front of me is just enough to practice this mental method. But everything depends on Yi Ping's own luck. If he has a high understanding, he is afraid that he can interpret this mental method to the extreme. But if Yi Ping has a low understanding, then practicing this technique and practicing other techniques have the same meaning, and they are all bad anyway. But Xiaomuxue felt that Yi Ping could use this mental method to the extreme, because Yi Ping's physique was different, but Xiaomuxue didn't know what to do, so she still had to depend on Yi Ping himself. Junior brother, senior sister can only help you here. How great your achievements will be in the future depends on yourself, but don't let your senior sister down. The next moment, Xiaomuxue murmured to herself in her heart, and then left Qingyun Ho Cliff. And less than half an hour after Xiaomuxue left, suddenly, spiritual energy poured into Yi Ping's body. At this moment, Yi Ping's consciousness is extremely clear, but this kind of awakening is in enlightenment. Yi Ping instantly realized the method given by the elder sister. At the same time, it was also extremely shocked. Because this method of cultivation seems to be very familiar. It is very similar to your own inducing qi into the body, allowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enter the body automatically. I'm familiar with this. Yi Ping never expected that by chance, he would be so similar to his senior sister teaching her qi training method. Thinking of this, Yi Ping did not talk nonsense and started practicing directly. In an instant, the rolling spiritual energy penetrated into the body. The spiritual energy entered the body and penetrated into a spiritual vein in the body. This is in the meridian. The spiritual energy of the monk is incorporated into the body, and the huge spiritual energy can only be hidden in the spiritual veins. After the foundation building realm, you can open up your dantian, and then you can store more spiritual energy. The spiritual energy entering the body will automatically be converted into magic power. For monks, magic power is extremely important. If magic power is dry, it is not much better than mortals except for being strong. So this is the biggest difference between the Qi training realm and the foundation building realm. The 10 levels of Qi training can nourish 10 spiritual veins, but the spiritual energy stored in the 10 spiritual veins is not as good as 1% of the dantian. The stronger the magic power, the stronger the Taoist magic you can use. Yi Ping constantly incorporated spiritual energy. 3 hours later, the first spiritual vein was completely filled with spiritual energy. This means that the Qi training level is complete. That's right. 3 hours. Then he broke through to the first level of Qi training. Moreover, Yi Ping is a god in demon body, and his spiritual veins are dozens of times wider than ordinary monks. The difficulty is not just dozens of times easier. But even under such harsh conditions, Yi Ping still took 3 hours to officially enter the first level of Qi training. If this is spread, I am afraid that the entire world of immortal cultivation will be in full bloom. It is not an exaggeration to reach the level of Qi training in 3 hours. But the spiritual veins are 10 times stronger than ordinary monks. It only took 3 hours. This is outrageous. But just when Yi Ping officially stepped into the first level of Qi training, different insights appeared in my mind in an instant. Supreme Qi training technique. Ancient scriptures appear in my mind. The scriptures are filled with thousands of words, and each word is full of mystery. These scriptures appeared in Yi Ping's mind, as if they were enlightened. Yi Ping immediately realized the mystery of the Supreme Qi training technique. Recast in trained Qi. That's right, it's just recasting in training. This article's Supreme Qi practice requires you to constantly recast your realm. After reaching the 10th level of Qi training, rebuild your spiritual energy and nourish your spiritual veins. Start practicing again from the first level of Qi training. Repeat this 36 times to perfectly train Qi. Every recast is to lay the foundation. The Qi training realm is the first major realm of the state of cultivation and the most important realm. The firmer the foundation, the more brilliant the future achievements will be. And if it is really recast 36 times, although it is in the Qi training realm, you can raise your hand to kill the foundation building in seconds. Qi training and foundation building? If this is spread, I am afraid that the immortals will call him an expert. Moreover, based on the Supreme Qi training technique in his mind, Yi Ping also knew very well that there would be no bottleneck in his Qi training realm. He only needed spiritual energy, and enough spiritual energy could break through. There will be no bottlenecks. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but feel happy. At first, he knew that he would retrain 36 times, but he still had a toothache, but fortunately, as long as he had enough spiritual energy, he could continue to break through, which made Yi Ping breathe a sigh of relief. That's it, Yi Ping woke up from his practice and opened his eyes. But the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It's the eldest brother, Su Changyu. End of this chapter. Senior brother? Yi Ping was a little surprised. Why is the person in front of you not the senior sister? I haven't seen enough yet. No, I haven't asked enough questions yet. For some reason, after seeing that the person in front of him was the eldest brother, Yi Ping seemed a little disappointed. Little junior brother? Su Changyu was a little confused. Because Yi Ping in front of him seems to have changed someone else. In terms of appearance, he is not inferior to himself. In terms of temperament, he actually feels a little beyond his own. This is impossible. Su Changyu was shocked. It would be fine if the position of Bai Wang was taken away by Yi Ping. The position of Qingyun Sect's talent for swordsmanship was taken away by Yi Ping, so he forgot it. Now, isn't even guaranteed to be the best in appearance? Senior brother? Why are you here? Yi Ping immediately stood up and bowed, his eyes filled with joy and curiosity. I'll lose it? He is really a junior brother? Su Changyu was completely shocked. It was completely unreasonable. Why didn't you see each other for half a month? It's like a different person? What do you use to care for your skin? Give me a little? Su Changyu was really shocked. But he still resisted the shock in his heart and tried not to seem like he had never seen any world. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but speak. Some things have been dealt with recently, and they are not in the sect. My junior brother, why do you have a faint fragrance on your body? After saying this, Su Changyu couldn't help but frown and seemed a little curious. This fragrance is not offensive, but it can be smelled at once. Oh, the senior sister has just arrived and has guided me on the method of practicing Qi. Yi Ping quickly replied, afraid that Su Changyu would misunderstand something. What? Is your senior sister here? Where is she? When it comes to Xiao Muxue, Su Changyu seemed a little nervous. You've left, senior brother, are you? Yi Ping was a little curious and didn't understand why Su Changyu was so nervous. When Su Changyu heard that Xiao Muxue had left, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the entire Qingyun Dao sect, no one in the top and bottom of the mountain is not afraid of Xiao Muxue. It's not that Xiao Muxue will bully people, but it's mainly because Xiao Muxue is too sarcastic. Su Changyu still remembers that he used his sword technique in front of Xiao Muxue, but was sprayed by Xiao Muxue to doubt his life. I have studied and practiced swordsmanship for decades, and Xiao Muxue felt that he could just have hands. Not only did he talk about himself, but who in the sect had never been belittled by Xiao Muxue? But this is not the most uncomfortable thing. The most uncomfortable thing is that everything she tells the truth. So the sect, that is, the junior sister of Xiao Muxue, is close to Xiao Muxue, and the rest of them didn't have time to see Xiao Muxue running. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised. Your senior sister is a busy person. I didn't expect that she still has time to give you some advice. Su Changyu made a random mistake, but he looked at Yi Ping and said, "Junior brother, your senior sister is the most talented among us. You must learn from her." Su Changyu said seriously. Although Xiao Muxue is very vicious, one thing is to say that Xiao Muxue is indeed the only disciple who can take action in Qingyun Dao sect. Su Changyu didn't know how strong Xiao Muxue was, but he knew very well that Xiao Muxue's strength must be stronger than him, and Xiao Muxue's origin was also mysterious. He remembered very clearly that when he was 15 years old, Xiao Muxue followed his master up the mountain. Although he didn't know where his master had tricked a stunning woman, Taoist Taihua told him in a vague way. This senior sister has real skills. Therefore, Su Changyu also respects Xiao Muxue more. Now that she is willing to give Yi Ping personally, it is a good thing, so as not to learn something that is missing. Young brother, understand, thank you for your advice. Yi Ping realized it clearly. Soon, the scene became a little awkward. Su Changyu didn't know what to say. Yi Ping also looked at Su Changyu with a calm look on his face. The two of them looked at me, and I looked at you, keeping silent. After a while, Su Changyu looked at the sky. He wanted to say, "Young brother, you see that the scenery is so beautiful, do you want the whole painting?" But these words kept stuck in their throats and couldn't say them for a long time. It's so embarrassing. Su Changyu felt a little uncomfortable. As the eldest brother of the Qingyun Dao sect, he was actually coming to ask for a painting from his junior brother? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to spread this? If the monks from other places saw it, they thought the Qingyun Dao sect was very poor? But after thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not wrong. Oh, it's so annoying. Su Changyu was in a very depressed mood. How come you become depressed when you return to Qingyun Dao sect? Before this came, I started to feel depressed? Su Changyu felt very uncomfortable. But suddenly, thinking about everything that happened in the Yunwu Mountains, Su Changyu gritted his teeth in an instant. Although it's a bit shameless, there's nothing I can do about it. Cough. At this moment, Su Changyu coughed lightly, attracting Yi Ping's attention. My junior brother, senior brother, I'll ask you something. Su Changyu tried to keep his voice stable and not look too embarrassing. Yu Dao is that as long as you don't feel embarrassed, the embarrassing one will be someone else. Senior brother, please ask. Yi Ping didn't understand what Su Changyu was going to ask, but he still seemed very serious. That's right. During the time when my senior brother was away, have you painted? Or wrote poems or something? Su Changyu spoke with a tough forehead. Although his tone was calm, he felt extremely embarrassed. When Yi Ping heard this, he immediately took out a picture scroll from the side. Senior brother, I did draw two recently, but this one is from night. I don't know if the leader likes this kind of painting. If he doesn't like it, I will draw another one and try to draw it until the leader likes it. Yi Ping took out the scroll, spread it on the ground, and then looked at Su Changyu carefully. He didn't expect that the head of the sect actually liked his paintings. If I had known this, I would have painted 2 more chapters if I had nothing to do, painting landscapes and landscapes. If it really doesn't work, it's okay to draw portraits for the head. As long as it can make the head happy, what's the point of drawing 2 paintings? Yi Ping no longer wants to leave Qingyun Dao sect. His biggest goal at the moment is to become a formal disciple, not an intern disciple. You really painted it? Su Changyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Ping to actually draw it. Yes, a few days ago, my junior brother has been unable to understand the method of practicing qi. After thinking hard, he made a painting. Senior brother, do the head like the night scenery? I don't think he likes it, right? After all, if you hang it in the room, this kind of night view is not very good. Why don't I draw Zhan landscape painting now? It looks more comfortable? Yi Ping said seriously. However, Su Changyu waved his hand and said, it's okay, the head of the sect likes night scenes. He likes to walk around at night if he has nothing to do. Come and ask his senior brother Concoct to this painting. Just have a painting, but Su Changyu doesn't care whether it is a night scene. He walked a few steps forward and soon a night view scroll appeared. In the scroll, the sky is like ink, and there is an indescribable feeling, as if there is something zen, which makes people think about it inexplicably. But soon, little starlight appeared, as if there was a feeling of seeing the blue sky through the clouds and mist. Good. Good. Okay. Su Changyu couldn't help but be surprised. This scroll felt better than the previous one. In particular, there is also a poem written on the scroll. The stars are listed in the dark at night, and the lonely lights are lit in the rocks and the moon has not yet sunk. The perfect light is not polished, but it is my heart hanging in the blue sky. Su Changyu didn't know how to appreciate poetry, but he could also know that this poem was a good poem because it was covered with a seal of Qingyun Sect. Good. Good. Okay. Su Changyu couldn't help but shout 3 times in his heart. The first thing to say is that there is no one. The second tone is good, and it is a poem. The third sound is good, this scroll looks better than the previous one. If this cannot be sold at a sky-high price, he will demolish the pawnshop directly. Very good. Very good. My junior brother, your painting technique has improved again. It's very good, very good. Your painting technique has made progress, which means that your mood has also improved. This is a good thing for you. Su Changyu showed a rare gentle smile. Praise Yi Ping. Really? Thank you, senior brother, for your advice. When Yi Ping heard the praise from his senior brother for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Little junior brother, let me take this to the head of the sect. Don't worry, senior brother will definitely tell you good things in front of the sect. Su Changyu opened his mouth and looked at the picture on the ground. Thank you, senior brother. After hearing a few good words for him, Yi Ping immediately packed the scroll and handed it to Su Changyu. After taking the picture scroll, a stone in Su Changyu's heart couldn't help but fall. My junior brother, you said you drew 2 pictures before, what about the other one? Let's give it to the leader Concoct. What if the other one is better? Su Changyu said so. If you take it all, it's better to get one more, as it's shameless anyway. Other? Brother, the other one is in the hands of senior brother Luo Chen, but the leader probably won't like it. Yi Ping opened his mouth. Senior brother Luo Chen? Su Changyu frowned slightly, and inexplicably felt an ominous premonition. Well, in the hands of senior brother Luo Chen. Yi Ping nodded and said. Since that's the case, then forget it. Su Changyu did not continue to ask questions, so as not to say too much or make mistakes. But soon, Su Changyu continued, by the way, junior brother, why haven't you seen each other for half a month? You seem to have become a different person? Su Changyu couldn't help asking the questions in his mind. He was really curious. Oh, senior brother, are you talking about appearance? I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'd practiced the ancient god and demon body refining technique you gave me last time? Yi Ping didn't care much about his appearance changes, but only knew that it was related to the ancient gods and demons body refining technique. But it is not entirely certain, so I am not sure. What? That thing can still beautify it? At this moment, Su Changyu was stunned. Differentiated. I heard that Yu Meng Jiyu got married today. I wish you a happy wedding. I would be too vulgar for having a noble son early. I wish you a happy and fulfilling feather. At the same time, I will recommend you Meng Ziyu's masterpiece, Hogwarts on the Tip of the Tongue. A particularly good book of Harry Potter fan. Fried chicken is good. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was stunned. He was confused from beginning to end. That ancient god and demon body refining technique is a broken secret book bought by the leader from the street stall. This thing can actually beautify the beauty? It should be true. Anyway, after I practiced, it became like this. Yi Ping didn't dare to be completely sure, but he could only answer truthfully. My junior brother, give the secret to senior brother Kong. Su Changyu was really shocked. He certainly doesn't believe that this ancient god and demon body refining technique is true, but it is very likely that it is some kind of ancient beauty-raising method. What is Su Changyu relying on to walk in the world? Isn't it just this face? Sword skills can be poor, but appearance cannot be low. This is Su Changyu's life motto. Senior brother, please take it. Without saying a word, Yi Ping handed over the ancient gods and demon body refining technique to Su Changyu. Senior brother will study it for a while. After this period of time, follow your senior sister to practice martial arts. Don't be lazy, do you know? Junior brother. After taking the ancient gods and demon body refining technique, Su Changyu felt a little excited. If this is really the ancient method of maintaining the beauty, it will make a lot of money. Many fairies who practice beauty can use any means to maintain the beauty. If it is really effective, they will sell it immediately, and then they will not need Yi Ping's paintings. Rely on your own to have enough food and clothing. Junior brother understand, senior brother walk slowly. Yi Ping nodded and then watched Su Changyu leave. Soon, Su Changyu left Qingyun Ho Cliff. He put the ancient gods and demons body refining techniques in his arms and wait for the matter of nourishing his face for a while. He wants to go to Su Luochen first. Look at what painting Yi Ping made for him. Luochen, don't follow your senior brother's old path, otherwise, you will be scolded by your master. At this moment, Su Changyu kept talking to himself, hoping that Su Luochen would not be as stupid as he was. However, even if he painted his portrait of Su Luochen, Su Changyu felt that the problem was not big. At least 6,000 taels of gold could be sold, right? No, Luochen's appearance is much worse than mine, 3,000 or 4,000 taels of gold. Su Changyu shook his head. I think Su Luochen's paintings may be worth at most 3,000 or 4,000 taels of gold. If this is true, it will not be uncomfortable. After all, there is also 3,000 or 4,000 taels of gold. It's impossible to be worthless, right? In this way, less than a quarter of an hour, Su Changyu came to Su Luochen's residence. Junior brother Luochen. In front of the door, Su Changyu knocked on the door. But there was no response. Junior brother Luochen. Su Changyu continued to knock on the door, and was a little curious. Why was it still sleeping when it was Shinshur? Going to be a thief tonight? Just as Su Changyu was confused, an extremely weak voice sounded. Here, senior brother. Su Luochen's voice sounded faintly. After a moment, the door opened. What reflected Su Changyu's eyes was a very haggard face. Junior brother Luochen, are you? Su Changyu was a little surprised. Su Luochen in front of him was completely different from Su Luochen in his impression. Although his second junior brother is a waste, he always smiles on weekdays and is happy about small things. Why do he become so melancholy and decadent now? A broken heart? Or was he cheated of money? Su Changyu was full of doubts. Senior brother, come in and talk about it. There was no fluctuation in Su Luochen's eyes, but he asked Su Changyu to enter the room. Perhaps it was because he had just woken up and Su Luochen felt weak all over his body, soft and soft. What's wrong with you? Su Changyu sat in the room and was quite concerned about Su Luochen. After all, this was his second junior brother. He had known each other for more than 10 years, and it was not a brother who was better than a brother. Senior brother, I finally understand why you like to be alone on the cliff at night. Su Luochen sat on the chair and said dejectedly. Cliff? I'm dazed? When did I get dazed on the cliff? Su Changyu felt a little confused. But with Su Luochen's look, Su Changyu suddenly realized. But soon, Su Changyu's face suddenly changed. Your junior brother? This? Su Changyu vaguely understood something, but couldn't say it. Seeing Su Changyu's expression, Su Luochen understood that he had a good guess and nodded immediately and said, Senior brother, you guessed it right. Junior brother has a very strong alchemy talent. Su Luochen said so. This. After getting the exact answer, Su Changyu was stunned. The shock this junior brother brought to him was so much. Forget it if you have strong kendo talent. Is it also powerful to refine alchemy? Do you want others to live? How strong is it? Su Changyu couldn't help asking. Senior brother, you should know a little about the alchemy technique, right? Su Luochen had energy but no strength. Understand some understanding. Su Changyu nodded. Although he didn't understand very much, he could understand something when he watched Su Luochen recite the alchemy books every day. What are the conditions required to refine a pill? Su Luochen asked. Alchemy furnace, elixir fire, medicinal materials, and alchemy techniques. Su Changyu thought about it and then answered word by word. Then senior brother, do you know how the junior brother practiced? Su Luochen's voice seemed even more helpless. How else can I practice it? It's impossible to gather qi and transform into pills, right? Su Changyu was a little depressed. Just say it, why are you keeping it in hiding? But after he finished saying this, Su Luochen was silent. The next moment, Su Changyu was stunned. Don't tell me, my junior brother can really gather qi and transform into pills, right? Su Changyu's voice was trembling. Su Luochen did not answer, but nodded, which made Su Changyu confused. This is damn. It's outrageous, right? Is there any law of nature? Gather qi and transform into pill? Only those scholars in the ordinary world write immortal novels like this, right? This is simply impossible. Refining elixirs, refining medicinal materials, and condensing elixirs is common sense, gathering qi and transforming elixirs? Even Mahayana monks can't do it, right? Su Changyu was completely confused. Do you know what's the most amazing thing? Su Luochen's tone became even more sad. There is something even more amazing? Su Changyu couldn't guess it now. This is already outrageous enough, and there is something even more outrageous? My younger brother, the pills he has refined are still non-toxic pills. When Su Luochen said this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He was really uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. You are not afraid of comparing goods, you are afraid of comparing people. Look at others and then look at yourself. I always feel that I am not bad, but after being slapped like this, who can stand it? No poisonous pill? Are you scaring me? Su Changyu really didn't know what to say. Where are there any non-toxic pills under this world? Su Luochen did not speak, but took out 2 spirit-gathering pills and placed them on the table for Su Changyu to see. In an instant, Su Changyu fell silent. In the room, there was no other sound except Su Luochen's howling. It took a long time. Su Changyu came to his senses. But after he came to his senses, he didn't know what to say. Okay, stop crying, I'm upset. Su Changyu shouted, asking Su Luochen not to cry. Is this a good thing? Senior brother, I'm not pretending to be hypocritical. Who can stand it? Su Luochen didn't cry, but he still choked and his body was thrusting. After saying this, Su Changyu didn't know what to say. Indeed, when he knew that Yi Ping's swordsmanship was so terrifying, he almost cried, but he was stronger. Of course, it might be because Yi Ping's swordsmanship was exaggerated, but he was not as exaggerated as alchemy. Okay, don't feel uncomfortable. Think about the good things in everything. Learn from your junior brother Lin. On weekdays, I think you are more steady, but I didn't expect you to be unable to bear it if you encounter a little blow. Think about it, isn't this a good thing? Su Changyu spoke and comforted Su Luochen. Su Luochen couldn't help but be stunned. A good thing? Is this a good thing? Where is it better? Looking at Su Luochen's confused look, Su Changyu sighed and then said earnestly. Junior brother Luochen, think about it yourself. Your junior brother, whose talent for alchemy is so terrifying, will definitely become famous all over the world in the future. But no matter what, who taught him alchemy? Isn't it you? This is an indelible trace. When you, the junior brother, will be truly famous in history in the future and become a famous alchemist in the world. Then, as his enlightenment mentor, I ask you, are you also benefiting from it? Su Changyu advised people to be good at it and continued to say a few words. For a moment, Su Luochen was stunned. You don't want to say it. This really makes sense. I'm making up Coco. Su Luochen felt something was wrong. So what if he made up randomly? Has he made it? It is your credit when he made it? What else is called making up randomly? Those who can't be made up randomly are called making up randomly. Are those who can't be made up randomly? Maybe it was because you were lucky, and you accidentally understood the peerless alchemy method, and then taught it to him. Could it be that the first alchemist between heaven and earth, someone taught you? Are you stupid? Su Changyu said a little annoyed. In fact, he also said this to himself. Hiss. Senior brother, what you said seems to make sense. At this moment, Su Luochen's mood improved inexplicably. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this made sense. Yes, what you can't practice is just making up. How can you make up by practicing? Yes, maybe I really learned the method of peerless alchemy by chance. But my junior brother had a high understanding and learned it by chance. No matter what the reason, Yi Ping's alchemy skills were taught by himself. In this way, wouldn't he be the master of the alchemy master? Thinking of this, Su Luochen's mood instantly improved. Yes, 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 that's what I taught, ha ha ha, yes, 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 it's what I taught, ha ha ha, yes, you are such a smart person. In an instant, Su Luochen's depressed aura disappeared, and was replaced by a silly smile. Okay, don't be too happy too early. If you have nothing to do, you should think about some alchemy methods. If you have any questions, you have to compile it thoroughly. You will teach it at the beginning and continue to teach it later, but this senior brother can't help you, you have to think about it yourself. Su Changyu said so. Okay, no problem. After untying the knot in his heart, Su Luochen felt like he was boundless. Oh, by the way, senior brother, why did you suddenly come to me today? Su Luochen asked. Speaking of this, Su Changyu suddenly thought of the purpose of coming here, and couldn't help but lower his voice and said mysteriously. Did you make a painting for you? Su Changyu asked like this. Painting? Su Luochen was stunned. He frowned, then patted his thighs. Yes, I made a painting. Come on, senior brother, come on, enjoy it. When talking about painting, Su Luochen became even more excited and immediately got up to pick up the painting. Su Changyu also smiled expectantly. End of this chapter. In the room. Su Changyu's eyes were full of expectations. He even couldn't wait. 2 paintings. These 2 paintings can be sold for tens of thousands of taels of gold, right? It is even possible that 100,000 taels are? I really sold 100,000 taels of gold. Woohoo! Qingyun Sect is about to take off. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but stand up. And Su Luochen was also very happy. The depression in his heart was finally relieved, and the smile that had disappeared for a few days also returned to his face. It's so delicious, it's so cool, ha 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 ha. The enlightenment teacher of the peerless alchemist. Ha 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 ha. Woohoo takeoff! Su Luochun's mouth was a little tilted. Especially when the senior brother would praise the poem he wrote later, Su Luochun's mouth became even more crooked. Are you okay? Su Changyu urged behind him. Okay, Oklahoma. Su Luochun took out the scroll from the top of the bed. Later, when he came to Su Changyu, Su Luochun did not unfold the painting directly, but looked at Su Changyu and said with a smile. Senior brother, after you look at this painting later, you must approve me with the strictest attitude. Never show mercy just because I am your junior brother. Su Luochun said with a smile. But Su Changyu was a little confused about this sentence. Approval? What to approve? Inexplicably, he felt something was wrong. Open it quickly and see. Su Changyu urged, but soon, he asked Su Luochun and others to wipe the tea table clean with his sleeves so as not to be opened. This action seemed a little strange in Su Luochun's eyes. Isn't it just a painting? What should I do so seriously? If it gets dirty, you can ask your junior brother to draw another one. Is it very valuable? He is really not calm at all, this senior brother, alas. Su Luochun said to himself in his heart. Okay, let me be healthy. After drying the table, Su Changyu looked 3 points nervous, 3 points expectation, 3 points joy, and 1 point excitement. Hello, look at it. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Su Luochun even performed a special skill and threw out the scroll directly. Suddenly, the rice paper unfolded and landed on the tea table. The scroll is not small, but a long table can be spread out. When Su Changyu saw the scroll, he was stunned. In front of you, there is the mountain range of Qingyun Sect, which has a lot of artistic conception. But the next moment, a familiar face appeared in the painting. It's Su Luochun. And it's not a side face, it's a front face. The big face was full of smiles. But this was not what stunned Su Changyu. It's a line of words on the scroll. On the 3rd day of April, the wind is warm and the heart is cool. Climb the cliff alone, look at the bright moon quietly. This sadness, who can understand, scratch, only the senior brother knows. Su Luochun on the 3rd day of the April 2018, pick up the pen and leave the words. Differentiated. The font is very large, some are small, and there are traces of ink, but the most amazing thing is that there are scratches on the horse? Still writing? Hiss. 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 Su Changyu took 3 breaths of cold breaths in a row, his mind was blank and he was completely confused. It was even more confused than learning that Ji Ping could gather qi and transform into pills. However, Su Luochun, who was standing by, didn't understand what was about to happen. Instead, he said proudly. Senior brother, I know that my writing skills are average. Although I am the best in our Qingyun Sect, I am never proud. Please approve this poem quickly. Really, don't pity me just because I am your junior brother. I will scold you if you should. Su Luochun said with a smile. Su Changyu is still in a confused state. Senior brother, why don't you speak? Ha ha ha, you saw through it. Actually, I'm just showing off. Senior brother, don't shock my literary talents so much. This is not yet at my peak. But senior brother, this is also the poem I wrote when I was saddest, so after you read it, you will naturally feel it. Look at the last sentence, only senior brother is talking about you. Will it fit the situation? Is the literary talent good? Senior brother? Senior brother? Are you talking? Su Luochun boasted, but after saying so many words, he found that Su Changyu was silent, which made Su Luochun a little curious. Why don't you praise yourself? Thinking of this, Su Luochun pushed Su Changyu, making him come back to his senses and praise himself. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of writing this poem? However, Su Changyu was pushed by Su Luochun, and in an instant, he came to his senses. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Su Luochun with an extremely terrifying look. Like a ferocious beast. Senior brother, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me with this kind of eyes? Senior brother, what do you want to do? You can't be angry because my literary talent is better than yours? Senior brother, you, puff, senior brother, why did you beat someone? Oh, senior brother, what are you doing? Senior brother, are you playing it really? Su Changyu, are you crazy? Don't force me. Oh, are you really fighting? Senior brother, is your literary talent the best? I'll give it to you, don't beat me, okay? Bastard, are you still beating? Do you really think I can't beat you? I usually give in, don't you really think I'm weak, right? Dad. Dad Sue. Please don't beat him anymore, don't beat him anymore, whoa, come here, help me, senior brother is crazy. The sound of tables and chairs colliding sounded in the room. Su Luochen never expected that Su Chanyu would be like crazy and beat him to death. He doubted life with his fist. I'm writing you asterisk. I'll write you. I will approve you asterisk. You asterisk coins thing. Su Changyu was crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. What is Su Luochen's painting worth 10,000 taels of gold like? Not to mention tens of thousands of taels of gold, 10,000 taels of gold, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, he can buy a second-hand high-grade flying sword. It can make Qingyun Sect so popular that it can last for 10 lifetimes. As a result, it was ruined by the bastard Su Luochen. Still shamelessly feel that he is quite literary? Are you still an individual? Aren't you afraid of the sky's thunder? When painting portraits, Su Changyu endured him. He can tolerate writing poems. What does scratches mean? Can you still make a mark if you write it wrong? Still have a name? You leave a bad name, who do you think you are? Do you think you are a lay Buddhist Qinglian? You don't even look at your virtues? Would you rather leave your words? Wow! I want to kill you, the loser. I want to kill you, the loser. Su Changyu was already crazy. Totally crazy. He really couldn't stand the blow. If he didn't know the value of this painting, he might really praise his junior brother. But after knowing the value of this painting, Su Changyu wanted to beat Su Luochen Xiang out. If he can't beat him, he can't pull it clean. Senior brother, don't beat me anymore, whoa, please, don't beat me anymore, I will never pretend to be silly with you again, please, don't beat me anymore. At this moment, Su Luochen curled up on the ground, crying and begging Su Changyu not to beat him again. He felt uncomfortable again. He felt his mouth was beaten awkwardly. How can I smile gently in the future? However, Su Luochen's begging for mercy made Su Changyu even more angry. Bang bang bang. There was a lot of noise in the room. Another punch and kick. You are the only senior brother? Your uncle, are you still clear? Tell me, is it clear? Su Changyu directly picked up Su Luochen's collar and roared. I'm not sure, senior brother, please don't beat me again, whoa, I won't write a poem again next time, senior brother, please give me a life, please. Su Luochen cried, crying sadly. He regrets it very much. I have something to do, why should I pretend to be in front of Su Changyu? At this moment, Su Luochen still thought that Su Changyu was furious because he was jealous of his literary talent. Su Luochen, you have caused a big disaster. After a violent beating, Su Changyu gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Luochen with a bruised and swollen face. In the end, he could only leave this sentence and leave here. He wants to be alone and be quiet. Otherwise, he would not be able to help but beat Su Luochen again. However, although Su Changyu beat Su Luochen like this, all of them were skin injuries. For Su Luochen, it was not a serious injury at all. He didn't even need to recuperate. He would be fine if he lay down for 2 days. After Su Changyu leaves, Su Luochen couldn't help crying with grief and anger. God is jealous of talent, God is jealous of talent, why are you so jealous of me? Senior brother, I misread you. Just because my literary talent is better than you, are you so jealous of me? Su Luochun's crying was even more miserable than before. Tears kept falling. After crying for a full quarter of an hour. Finally, Su Luochun stopped crying. Because it's a little tired. After wiping his tears, Su Luochun felt extremely depressed. He was angry and uncomfortable. What's uncomfortable is that the senior brother I have always admired did not expect that he was also a vulgar person and would be jealous of himself. What angered was that Su Changyu was too ruthless, and he was so painful all over his body. But soon, Su Luochun became more and more angry the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more he became more and more angry, and he entered an infinite vicious cycle. Another quarter of an hour later. Su Luochun slapped the floor and gritted his teeth, and he was extremely dissatisfied. Senior brother, you are unkind first, so don't blame me for being unrighteous. I want to go to master, and I want to sue you. I want my master to teach you a good lesson, and I want my master to pass on the position of the head to me. Su Changyu, wait for me. After saying this, Su Luochun slowly stood up and then walked out of the door with great momentum. After a while, Su Luochun came back. Not afraid anymore. Instead, take the scroll on the tea table. This is evidence. He wants to sue. Let the head punish Su Changyu. Let Su Changyu apologize to himself. Very angry. Very angry. Very angry. With a tremendous anger, Su Luochun limped towards the hall. He has made up his mind. No matter how Su Changyu apologizes to him later, he will not agree. No matter how good the head of the sect said, he would not listen. I don't listen. I don't listen. I don't listen. In this way, Su Luochun had already arrived outside the hall. The sun sets. His figure was very long. Let's post the two chapters together. If it is a key plot in the future, it will continue to be written. Then in the new week, please vote for recommendation. Crying. The more votes you recommend, the better it will be written by Dark Knight. This is an encouragement. Thanks. End of this chapter. Su Changyu was in a very uncomfortable mood. At first, when he learned that Yi Ping had made 2 paintings, Su Changyu was very happy. He even thought about it. Once the 2 paintings are sold, it will definitely be a huge income. At that time, in addition to creating weapons for the junior brother, you can also buy 2 new sets of clothes for yourself. Ling Luofang has recently released several particularly beautiful sword fairy suits. If they really sell at a sky-high price, I will talk to my master and tell you how many of them can be made, right? But unexpectedly, Su Luochun, who was killed in the sky, actually destroyed a painting worth 10,000 gold. Thinking of this, Su Changyu's heart was like a knife cutting. Originally, the painting of a personal image was sold at a discount, and 4,000 or 5,000 taels of gold could be sold, right? If you don't write poems, just write poems yourself? Re-sign your name? Even if someone is willing to charge the maximum price of several hundred taels of gold, isn't it? Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel pain. But the matter had already happened, and with a sigh of anger, Su Changyu had nothing to say. I'd better not tell the leader about this matter, otherwise, with the master's temper, Luochun would probably not see the sun tomorrow. After a while, Su Changyu sighed and murmured to himself. It would be fine if he knew about this matter. After all, he beat Su Luochen and he had finished what he should have learned. If the master knows these things, that is the real trouble. Thinking of this, Su Changyu couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a figure hurried over. Not good, no good, senior brother, no good. The voice was rapid, it was Chen Lingru's voice. What's wrong? Su Changyu withdrew his grief in his heart, and the temperament of the Guai Jianxian was instantly launched, with curiosity in his eyes. Senior brother, I just saw that the second brother was covered in bruises and said he was going to cause trouble for you. The junior sister Chen Lingru seemed a little anxious. She didn't know what was going on, but at the beginning she did see Su Luochen walking towards the hall with anger on her face, and muttering to complain. Creating trouble for me? Su Changyu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but call him. Haven't you caused trouble for him yet? He actually wants to cause trouble for himself? Yes, senior brother, I watched the second senior brother go to the head, and it seemed that you bullied him. Senior brother, did you beat him up? Why did the second senior brother limp when walking? Chen Lingru's beautiful face was full of doubts. Have he gone to find the head? Su Changyu was stunned. Yes, the second senior brother is going to find the leader. Chen Lingru pointed her little head carefully. For a moment, Su Changyu fell silent. Senior brother, why don't you speak anymore? Chen Lingru was even more curious. Why did the people from the sect become weird recently? Lingru, prepare to light incense. Su Changyu didn't know what to say, so he could only let Lingru prepare the fragrance. Ha! Chen Lingru still didn't understand what was going on. However, the next moment, Su Changyu stood up and walked straight to the hall. He knew that if he had gone too late, Su Luochen would probably die. Half a quarter of an hour ago. Taoist Taihua stood in the hall, and he was somewhat expectant and excited. Changyu went to do painting, and he was waiting for Changyu to send good news to him now. But at this moment, a howling sounded. Master! W. Su Luochen's cry broke the tranquility in the hall. Taoist Taihua was stunned. He looked at him and was soon surprised. Su Luochen in front of him was no longer as elegant and easygoing as before. Not only did he say that his body was covered with dust, but his face was blue and red. The most important thing was that he limped when walking, as if he was a bit unfortunate. Luochen, what's wrong with you? Who beat you like this? Taoist Taihua didn't react and subconsciously cared about his apprentice. In the Qingyun Sect, all the disciples are his treasures of Taoist Taihua, especially Yi Ping. Everyone is his disciple. Although he scolds these people on weekdays, if his disciples are bullied, he will definitely not give up. Master, whoa, it's the eldest brother, it's the eldest brother. He was jealous of my literary talent and beat me up. Master, look at my mouth, it's almost crooked. When he saw Taoist Taihua, Su Luochen was as if he saw his biological father. He knelt on the ground with a loud cry, making those who heard it sad and those who saw it were tears. Changyu? Taoist Taihua was stunned. This is not true. Although Su Changyu does have a little bit of identity in his daily life, he would not bully these junior brothers, especially when he beat him so hard? This makes no sense. What did you do to ask your senior brother to beat you like this? Taoist Taihua still didn't react, thinking that there was some quarrel. I don't know either. Master, he suddenly came to me and asked my junior brother if he had painted me a picture. I said yes, the senior brother said he wanted to see it, so I looked at him. After seeing it, he beat me to death. Sector, you have to make the decision for me. Whoa, I have never seen such an arrogant person even though I have grown up. Master, it's not that I'm asking for trouble. He bullied me for no reason today. Maybe he will beat you tomorrow. You must think it through carefully. Su Luochen said, crying. He is now full of anger, saying whatever he says, and he doesn't care whether he offends or not. But that's right, who can bear it? I was beaten for no reason, and it was impossible to laugh and say it's okay, right? Have your junior brother painted you? Taoist Taihua didn't hear anything else clearly, but when it comes to painting, he immediately became energetic. Yes. Su Luochen nodded subconsciously. Is there you in the painting? Taoist Taihua continued to ask. Master, how do you know? Su Luochen was a little surprised. As soon as these words were said, Taoist Taihua slapped his thigh and seemed a little helpless and depressed. It's a sin, it's a sin. Taoist Taihua was extremely sad and angry. Although he was angry, Taoist Taihua did not deal with Su Luochen. The main reason is that Su Luochen has been beaten up by Su Qingyun, so he feels embarrassed to continue to attack. Master, what's going on? Is there anything wrong with painting for me? Is it related to painting for senior brother? Can't I let my junior brother draw a painting? This time Su Luochen was a little angry. What is the connection between painting and being beaten? Can you not be able to draw a picture for yourself? Oh, your senior brother is indeed a little impulsive, but it is reasonable. Taoist Taihua sighed. Master, you are biased. What does it mean to be a little impulse? Look, what did he beat me up? Look, are you a little crooked when you look at my mouth? Su Luochen said angrily. He mistakenly thought that Taoist Taihua was favoring Su Qingyun, and seemed a little aggrieved. Looking at Su Luochen, who kept complaining. To be honest, Taoist Taihua felt a little distressed. After all, this is also my disciple. So is this Qingyun, he is so ruthless. Taoist Taihua couldn't help but blame Su Qingyun in his heart. I think Su Qingyun is indeed a bit over. Isn't it just drawing a person? Why beat it like this? In fact, Taoist Taihua had already been mentally prepared. After all, with Su Qingyun in front, it was not impossible for such a thing to happen. Taoist Taihua naturally understood what his disciples looked like. Yes, I just wrote a poem on the scroll, and he disliked me in every way. I knew that my literary talent was good. He was always jealous, but he didn't expect that he would be so ruthless. Su Luochen still said in a crying voice. What? Did you write a poem on your painting? At this moment, Taoist Taihua was stunned. He looked at Su Luochen with a loud voice. Su Luochen was a little confused. Master, why are you whining like the eldest brother? Su Luochen felt a little tinnitus, mainly because the sound of Taoist Taihua roaring was a little loud. Show me the drawing, hurry. Taoist Taihua inexplicably had a bad premonition. No, master, it's just a painting. Why does it seem like this painting is very valuable? Look, look. Su Luochen really doesn't understand. Isn't it just a painting? As for what it is, like a rare treasure? While speaking, he spread the scroll out for Taoist Taihua to appreciate it. The scroll expands. There were a few creases, and a line of large characters appeared on a good portrait. Not to mention the size of the font, the most important thing is the scratches and signatures. On the 3rd day of April, Su Luochen wrote. For a moment, the hall became quiet. Taoist Taihua stood there in a daze. Su Luochen, who was beside him, frowned slightly. Because the master's reaction looks like the elder brother. Inexplicably, an ominous premonition appeared in my heart. End of this chapter. Outside the Qingyun Sect hall. With the screams sounded. Su Qingyun stood outside the door and was afraid to step in. You god-killing guy. You actually dare to write poems? Who gave you the courage to write poems? I want to kill you, the evil disciple. Stop hitting, please don't hitting again, master, I did something wrong. Whoa, master, I'm really in a hurry. Don't hit me anymore, I'm going to die if I hit me again. Master, isn't it just a painting? Do you guys have anything to do? Master, I don't accept it. Ah! You are not convinced? Do you still dare to be stubborn? You God-killed guy, do you know how much gold this painting is worth? I want to kill you. With a shrill scream, it sounded. Su Changyu outside the door was also a little panicked. Although he was the same when he beat Su Luochen before, he was not calm at that time. Now he calmed down and heard such a voice. Su Changyu didn't dare to walk in at all. Su Luochen, senior brother, do your best to help you, but you are going to kill yourself. You deserve it. Su Changyu's heart was filled with helplessness. Although he didn't dare to go in, he couldn't watch Su Luochen be beaten to death, right? People are extremely prone to losing their minds when they are extremely angry. So thinking of this, Su Changyu gritted his teeth and pushed open the door directly. Soon, the scene of Su Luochen lying on the ground appeared in Su Changyu's eyes. In the main hall, Su Luochen lay on the ground, dying like a dead dog. Taoist Taihua held a wooden vine in his hand and slapped it tightly on Su Luochen. He seemed to be crazy, his eyes were scarlet. Seeing this scene, Su Changyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the master was still a little rational and only used wooden vines to beat Su Luochen, which would at most be a skin injury. Senior brother, save me. Master is killing crazy. Seeing someone coming in, Su Luochen shouted as if he saw a life-saving straw. Su Luochen felt very uncomfortable. No, it's no longer as easy as being uncomfortable. He is now angry, afraid, and uncomfortable. Isn't it just a painting? As for making yourself look like this? Why are you all jealous of my literary talent? But he was afraid that Su Changyu would come over to mix doubles. The most important thing is the discomfort. He really didn't expect that the master he respected and his beloved senior brother would fight for him within a day because he was jealous of his literary talent. Sure enough, you can't be too good at being a human being. Master, stop beating, if you beat junior brother Luochen, you will really die here. Looking at Su Luochen's miserable appearance, Su Changyu could only bite the bullet and dissuade him. Get out of here, I must beat this evil disciple to death today. Taoist Taihua felt a stream of blood rushing to his head. What was a good painting like when Su Luochen was ruined? Drawing portraits will be greatly reduced. To write other people's poems, fold them. The most amazing thing is to sign up on the horse? Fold on top and fold on top. But what made Taoist Taihua the most unreasonable was the scratches. A painting originally worth 5 or 6,000 taels of gold, if you do this, you probably can't even sell 100 taels of gold, right? Taoist Taihua can tolerate portraits. But he really can't stand this. Thousands of taels of gold. It disappeared in an instant. His heart was cut like a knife. No, it hurts more than cutting his heart. At this moment, Su Changyu immediately took out the scroll. Master, my junior brother also made a painting, there should be no problem with this painting. Su Changyu quickly spoke and spread the scroll, hoping that Taoist Taihua could calm down. Besides, when Taoist Taihua was stunned when he heard that there were other paintings. He looked at him. It is a night view painting, with no one in it, and there are also poems and seals. This is good. This is good. Taoist Taihua put down the wooden vine in his hand and focused on the painting. Su Luochen, who was beside him, finally escaped. He was paralyzed on the ground, his eyes full of dissatisfaction and anger. He just couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it just a painting? Do you guys have the most? For a painting, make yourself look like this. Is me, Su Luochen, not as important as a painting in your heart? Su Luochen's eyes were filled with resentment and sadness. He felt so uncomfortable. No, he was extremely uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable and want to die. At the beginning, he was beaten by Su Changyu, so forget it. But unexpectedly, he was beaten up by his master again. Who can withstand this? The most important thing is that if he made a huge mistake, he would be convinced if he was beaten twice, and it wasn't that he hadn't been beaten before. But I made myself look like this for a painting. He really didn't accept it. Okay, the top-grade flying sword has hope. At this moment, Taoist Taihua smiled and seemed extremely excited. This painting requires poetry, scenery, and intention. Perfect, extremely perfect. The previous anger was completely calmed down at this moment. However, Su Luochen on the ground was a little confused. Top-grade flying sword? Master, are you crazy or am I crazy? What does a painting have to do with the best flying sword? He was a little confused. I just feel that my master has killed me. Otherwise, why would you say nonsense? And the best grade flying sword? If you sell Qingyun Daozong, you can't afford a top-grade flying sword, right? At this moment, Su Changyu looked at the confusion in Su Luochen's eyes. Then I knew what Su Luochen was thinking. Luochen, do you know that you have caused a big disaster? Su Changyu spoke, his tone was not very good. Who is this going to be better? He could obviously sell at least 4 or 5,000 taels of gold, but after he was tormented, he might not be able to sell 100 taels of gold. To put it bluntly, if Su Luochen was not his junior brother, he would have the heart to kill Su Luochen. Came a big disaster? This time Su Luochen really cried. He collapsed on the ground, his hands and feet constantly slashing, like a child making a tantrum. If you want to fight, you will fight, and you have to give me a false charge. Senior brother, you were so petty and always jealous of me, but you didn't expect you to do this in order to step on me. It's still master. I know that you spoil your senior brother on weekdays, just hope that your senior brother can inherit the position of head. I have nothing to say, but master, you deliberately suppress me in order to favor your senior brother. I don't agree. Su Luochen became more and more excited as he spoke, and at the end he even cried loudly regardless of his image. I saw Su Luochen's appearance. Taoist Taihua also came to his senses. Then he looked at Su Luochen angrily and said, "What are you talking nonsense? Do you know that you destroyed a famous painting worth 10,000 taels of gold with your own hands?" At this moment, Taoist Taihua wanted to beat Su Luochen when he saw him. Ha! A famous painting worth 10,000 taels of gold? Are you sure it is 10,000 taels of gold, not 10,000 copper coins? Are you bluffing me? Just this painting can still be sold for money? Su Luochen did not make a fuss, but just looked at Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu with a confused look. Changyu, tell him. Taoist Taihua didn't bother to pay attention to Su Luochen, but continued to focus his attention in this night view. Our junior brother, known as Qinglian Layman, is a famous talent in Jin Dynasty. His paintings are often worth tens of thousands of taels of gold, such as this one, worth at least 50,000 taels of gold. Su Changyu explained. As soon as he said this, Su Luochen smiled crookedly on the spot. 50,000 taels of gold. Are you bluffing me? Do you think I, Su Luochen, are a fool? He has never seen 50,000 copper coins. And it's not him that Su Luochen joked about Su Changyu. Have you seen 50,000 copper plates? But soon, Su Luochen felt uncomfortable again. He didn't expect that in Su Changyu's heart, he was actually a fool. Don't you believe it? Su Changyu saw through what Su Luochen was thinking at first glance. Su Luochen did not answer. But the meaning is clear. If this painting is worth 50,000 taels of gold. He now thrust his mouth. What is the concept of 50,000 taels of gold? He didn't even have the concept of 50,000 copper plates. What's more, 50,000 taels of gold? Let's not talk about Qingyun Dao Sect. Even some poor second-grade immortal sects may not be able to take out 50,000 taels of gold, right? 50,000 taels of gold can allow Qingyun Dao Sect to directly advance to the third grade, and the sects can be enjoyed in spicy. What if it proves it to you? Su Changyu was also angry. Just forget it if you ruined a painting, but you still pose like this? Senior brother, I have no other intentions. If it is worth 50,000 taels of gold, I will thrust my mouth. Su Luochen spoke and said firmly. This is really worth 50,000 taels of gold. He admitted that Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu beat him up. No, he still felt that it was not enough, so he would be willing to beat him up. But before Su Changyu could answer, the voice of Taoist Tai Hua sounded. Are you sure? Taoist Tai Hua looked at Su Luochen with a serious expression. I'm sure if I can really sell 50,000 taels of gold. I won't say anything else. Master, you and your elder brother beat me to death, and I won't say a word. But if there isn't, how do you count? Su Luochen really doesn't believe it. If so, he would rather be mixed doubles. But what if it doesn't? If not, I will pass the position of the head to you directly. Taoist Tai Hua said angrily. Good. When Su Luochen heard the position of the leader, he suddenly felt excited. Agree at once. Okay, Luochen, I will see that you don't cry until you see the coffin. Changyu, give him some healing medicine and go down the mountain later. Taoist Tai Hua still wanted to beat him up, but he couldn't find a reason. Now, Su Luochen has arrived at his door. Good. Su Changyu nodded. He also wanted to beat Su Luochen, since Su Luochen was here by himself. Then don't blame him. No, I have healing medicine myself. Master, you can make a good document and don't turn back and refuse to admit it. Su Luochen rejected Su Changyu's healing medicine, took out 2 qi and blood pills himself, and asked Taoist Tai Hua to establish a good document. Don't speak without any sensation. When these words were said, Su Changyu and Tai Hua Dao were very popular. But the two didn't say much. He will doubt his life later. 1 hour later. 3 figures walked down the mountain. Differentiated. Recommended friend masterpiece, I really don't want to be a world tree. Author, Kikexis Crimson. A powerful author. Indulgence supreme. Forget it, let's post the 2 chapters together. Please vote for recommendation. End of this chapter. Late at night. The stars hang in the sky. Xiao Muxue stood quietly on a cliff. With the help of the moonlight. Xiao Muxue looked at the books in her hand, her beautiful eyes wrinkled tightly. No, why is it different from what is said in the book? Xiao Muxue looked at the books in her hand, her eyes full of doubt. The books in her hand were written with perfect mass spectrometry. Xiao Muxue was completely confused. She clearly realized yesterday that Yi Ping's physique should be a god and demon body. But when she checked the information about the gods and demons, she was surprised. Because it is recorded in the book. The gods and demon bodies rank 10th on the physical constitution list. People with gods and demon bodies have strong physical bodies as strong as barbarian dragons. They can tear foundation building cultivators with their hands in the Qi training realm. They have strong Qi and blood, and have a long lifespan. Even if an ordinary Qi training monk knows the skills of health preservation, his lifespan is the limit of 200 years. If you have a god and demon body, you can live to at least 500 years old. However, the book records that the body of gods and demons is almost impossible to appear on the human race. If it really appears on the human race, it will be extremely ugly. At the age of 10, it is at least 3 feet tall, extremely rough, like a barbarian beast. This peerless mass spectrometer is written by Qianjideo's clan, and its authenticity is unquestionable. But the problem is that Yi Ping looks weak and thin, which is completely different from what is recorded in the book. The most important thing is that the bodies of gods and demons cannot be practiced. They are born with veins and are invincible in the body, but they do not have any magic power. The power of Qi and blood is their magic power. Strange, it's really strange. Is it possible that my junior brother is not a god and demon body? Did I see it wrong? Xiao Muxue frowned. She checked Yi Ping's body yesterday and found that Yi Ping's body was very strong, with strong Qi and blood, like a ferocious beast. But she could also notice that Yi Ping had spiritual veins in his body, which was completely different from the records in the book. Forget it, the more you think about it, the more painful your brain is. No matter what physique his junior brother has, it's a good thing anyway, gugu. Xiao Muxue drank a sip of wine and was unwilling to think about such a thing. Go and see the junior brother. The next moment, Xiao Muxue set off and planned to find her junior brother. However, at this moment, a letter suddenly appeared at her feet. The envelope seemed to appear out of thin air. Xiao Mushue's expression was not at all turbulent. Instead, he waved his hand and the envelope appeared in her hand. Opening the envelope, Xiao Muxue looked at her with beautiful eyes calmly. But after a while, her brows frowned slightly. Is the demon god palace rekindled again? Alas, I finally had a few years of rest, but it seems that I am busy again. This damn demon god palace will not come sooner or later, but it appears at this critical moment. After reading the envelope, Xiao Muxue couldn't help but murmur, and the envelope in her hand also turned into light and disappeared completely. The next moment, Xiao Mushue's figure disappeared directly from the spot, as if she had never appeared here. At the same time, the cliff behind the sky. As a breath of turbid air was spit out by Yi Ping had already stepped into the second level of Qi training. That's right, it only took Yi Ping 3 hours from the first level of Qi training to the second level of Qi training. But Yi Ping knew very well that being able to break through the realm so quickly was not because of his talent for cultivation, but because of his 2 immortal orifices in his body. That's right, they are the 2 fairy orifices in the body. Only when he truly began to practice, Yi Ping realized how terrifying the 2 immortal orifices he had awakened were. These 2 immortal orifices are like 2 accelerators. As you meditate and practice, the immortal orifices continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The cultivation speed has increased by twice the rate. It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping was able to break through the first level within 3 hours. For a moment, Yi Ping understood the importance of the fairy orifice. He was very excited. This was just opening up 2 fairy orifices. If this opens up 3,600 immortal orifices, then you will not take off? No, don't talk about the 3,600 immortal orifices, even if you open up 10 immortal orifices, it's amazing. The increase in the training speed of 10 times is exciting to think about. Just soon, Yi Ping noticed a problem. A more difficult question. This problem is time management. There are 12 hours a day, and even if I can sleep and eat now, it will only take 12 hours. You are currently practicing swordsmanship, which is the foundation of your life and cannot be abandoned. And the alchemy is a method of assisting, but senior brother Luochen said that the ultimate of the alchemy should not be underestimated. Then there is basic practice, meditation and Qi training are the top priority. Think about how strong the swordsmanship is. Without the support of sufficiently strong magic power, no matter how strong the swordsmanship is, it is redundant. These 3 things must have primary and secondary, and at the same time, you must also allocate time. It is impossible to be half-hearted, meditate for 1 hour and realize the sword Tao in 1 hour, right? Thinking of this, Yi Ping began to allocate carefully. Cultivation is a top priority. No matter how powerful the swordsmanship is, it depends on the cultivation level. Therefore, it is not too much to meditate for at least 6 hours a day. The sword art is also very important. In the future, we will walk the foundation of the immortal world to establish ourselves. Therefore, it is not too much to understand the sword art every day, right? The art of alchemy is also very important. Heaven and earth are furnaces, and sun and moon are elixirs. In the future, you will always encounter some treasures of heaven and earth when walking in the world of immortal cultivation. Isn't it too much, 2 hours? Yi Ping allocated this time in his mind. Just assign it casually, all of it will be allocated in 12 hours. This made Yi Ping a little tooth pain. Just practicing, swordsmanship, and alchemy will take up 12 hours. What about the ancient gods and demons? Where are the 3,600 immortal orifices? In the future, will these senior brothers continue to teach other Taoisms? It is impossible to turn 12 hours into 13 hours, right? Oh, after all, it's because my qualifications are too poor. If my qualifications are better, there is no need to be such a trouble. You can understand the sword intent in one day. Oh, Yi Ping, why are you so useless? Yi Ping's mood was a little complicated. It happened to be late at night again. There was no one around him, and he stood up and looked at the sky, his eyes full of melancholy. But the only benefit is, whether it is the ancient gods and demons, the 3,600 immortal orifices, and the supreme Qi cultivation method, these three things can be directly transformed by absorbing spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the only way Yi Ping can obtain spiritual energy is to meditate and practice honestly. There is no other way. If you have to say something, you can also practice elixirs. But Yi Ping knew very well that he could certainly refine a pill after spending 3 or 4 hours, but the effect of the pill was no different from that of his own practice for 3 or 4 hours. Since meditation has so much spiritual energy and elixir refining, why do you have nothing to do when you have enough to refine your elixir? Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. I can only take one step at a time. I will go to the Sutra Pavilion to see tomorrow. Is there any books that can solve this problem? Yi Ping shook his head, thinking that he should not think too much, and take a step first and then talk about it. If it really doesn't work, go to the Sutra Pavilion to see if there are any related books. For example, the ability to delay the passage of time. Of course, this is just Yi Ping's personal guess. That's it. 4 hours later. As the third spiritual vein was completely opened, Yi Ping also symbolically stepped into the third level of Qi training. Open your eyes. It was already dawn. Yi Ping exhaled a breath of turbid air, then stood up and went to the Sutra Pavilion. He wanted to go to the Sutra Library to search for secret books and see if he could find some books related to time. After several hours. Inside the Sutra Pavilion. Yi Ping read a lot of books, but there was no information about time. This made Yi Ping a little distressed. But if you think about it carefully, things involving time are naturally extremely extraordinary. Even if the Qingyun Sect is an hidden sect, it is impossible for the secret book of mind here. Forget it, let's ask my senior brother later. Although he was a little disappointed, Yi Ping was not in a hurry. After all, this was just his own idea, and it was reasonable not to have it. Just when Yi Ping left the Sutra Pavilion, a figure appeared. It is the figure of senior sister Chen Lingru. Yi Ping was a little surprised, while Chen Lingru seemed even more surprised. I've met senior sister Lingru. When Yi Ping bowed immediately when he saw Chen Lingru, he seemed a little curious. It's my junior brother. Chen Lingru was in a happy mood when she saw Yi Ping for some reason. My junior brother, what are you doing here? Chen Lingru came to Yi Ping, looking particularly happy on her beautiful face. My junior brother wants to come to the Sutra Library to check out some books and materials. Yi Ping said truthfully. View the book information? What information do you want to check? Senior sister can see if you can help you. Chen Lingru seemed very helpful. Senior sister is like this. I want to see if there are any books about time, such as slowing down time. But my junior brother just read the books and found that there was no relevant information. Yi Ping replied. Just say this. Chen Lingru couldn't help but frowned. Let time slow down? What kind of Taoism is this? But soon, Chen Lingru seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but speak. Although I don't understand what you meant, I remember that the third senior brother said that the formation can slow down time, but I can't remember it very clearly. Junior brother, come with me, I'll take you to find the third senior brother. Chen Lingru said so. When Yi Ping said this, he was immediately surprised. End of this chapter. Inside the Qingyun Sect. Yi Ping followed Chen Lingru to the outside of Wang Zhuoyu's residence. In fact, Yi Ping just wanted to come to the Sutra Pavilion to see if there is any relevant information. After all, it is probably a big deal to slow down time. Things that involve time and space are definitely not trivial. So Yi Ping did not expect anything at all. However, Yi Ping naturally couldn't refuse the senior sister, so she followed Chen Lingru. Senior brother Wang, Senior brother Wang. Outside the door, Chen Lingru knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened and Wang Zhuoyu's head was exposed. Compared with senior brother Su Changyu, second senior brother Su Luochen, senior sister Xiao Mushuet, and junior sister Chen Lingru, Wang Zhuoyu has a very ordinary appearance and looks like a normal person. But Yi Ping did not dare to underestimate this third senior brother. After all, the more ordinary a person is, the stronger he is, the stronger he is. Yi Ping named this rule as the law of the murderer's law of evidence of crime. This theory is derived from mystery novels. The simpler and more ordinary the description is, the more people who have no motive for murder are often the murderer. Through this theory, we can conclude that since peerless masters have hidden their names, they don't care about any fame and fortune, and their temperament and image will change, because they only want to live the life of ordinary people. Su Changyu and Xiao Muxue are not the case because they want to change their temperament, but unfortunately, no matter how hard they try, they cannot hide the fact that they are peerless masters. But this senior brother Wang Zhuoyu is different. He pretends to be like an ordinary person. If he hadn't been his wit, he would have been deceived by senior brother Wang. Is it swollen? Wang Zhuoyu seemed a little silly. He poked his head out and looked at Chen Lingru, then glanced at Yi Ping again, with confusion in his eyes. He has been preparing for the Formation Master Assessment these days. This is his first time participating in the Formation Master Assessment. He doesn't want to be like that wasteful guy Su Luochen, who failed the assessment 7 times, so he is extremely attentive. If nothing is wrong, he doesn't want others to disturb him. Senior brother Wang, I want to ask some questions about time. I remember that you said something about time at the beginning, and you can answer it for him. Chen Lingru said enthusiastically. But after saying this, Wang Zhuoyu was a little confused. Time? When is it? What are you talking about? Wang Zhuoyu was a little confused and didn't understand very well. Seeing the confusion in Wang Zhuoyu's eyes, Yi Ping quickly spoke out. Senior brother Wang, this is the case. Senior brother teaches me the sword method, but it takes a lot of time to realize the truth every day, so I wonder if there is any way to make time pass slower. Of course, if it is very complicated or troublesome, then forget it. Yi Ping opened his mouth and simply said the questions he wanted to consult. Just say this. Wang Zhuoyu was even more confused. Let time pass a little slower? Are you teasing me here? If I could slow down time, would I hide in the room every day and recite the book? I also wish time passed slowly. Why can you ask me this question? How can you tell this problem from your mouth? However, before Wang Zhuoyu can answer, Chen Lingru's voice sounded. Senior brother Wang, I remember you said that the formation can slow down time. Chen Lingru looked at Wang Zhuoyu curiously. As soon as he said this, expectation suddenly appeared in Yi Ping's eyes. And Wang Zhuoyu was stunned. When did I say this? Junior sister, don't talk nonsense? Etc. Wang Zhuoyu was stunned for a moment. He seemed to remember. But soon, Wang Zhuoyu was completely confused. He remembered that this sentence was indeed what he said. But this is just a theory. Wang Zhuoyu remembered it. About 5 or 6 years ago, he read a book on Formation Avenue, which was bought by Taoist Tai Hua from the bookstall for him to read. That book was just a theoretical book. After reading it, I was amazed. However, after I truly understood the formation, Wang Zhuoyu would know how nonsense that book was. Formation can indeed slow down time. But the problem is that not only the conditions that are extremely harsh, but it is not a peerless formation master, so it is impossible to arrange such a formation. It mainly involves time. You say that it is okay to fool things, which makes you feel like it is daytime, but it is actually night. This formation is very simple. But it's slow for time, sorry, he can't do it. No, no one in the entire world of immortal cultivation can do it. How do you think I can do it? Junior sister, are you too involved in the role? The leader asked us to pretend to be peerless masters. Do you really think we are all peerless masters? Thank you, someone was polite. Wang Zhuoyu complained wildly in his heart. He has to prepare for the Formation Master exam during this period, and there is not enough time, and there is another thing that he dare not teach Yi Ping. Su Changyu dared to teach because Su Changyu was shameless. Su Luochen dared to teach because Su Luochen was more shameless than Su Changyu. But I want shame. With his own level, he is really embarrassed to teach Yi Ping. What qualifications are there to teach and preach someone who has not even passed the assessment of a formation master? That's why he refused to teach Yi Ping's formation. But what I didn't expect was that one day I would fall into my own hands? Senior brother Wang, since I am a disciple of our Qingyun Sect, we are a family, so why should you hide your own personalities? The next moment, Chen Lingru's voice continued to sound. It made Wang Zhuoyu completely embarrassed. Looking at Yi Ping again, his eyes were full of expectations. If I refuse this, wouldn't I offend my junior brother? When the junior brother turned around, he was dissatisfied and left the sect directly. Wasn't the head of the sect trying to get his muscles? Thinking of this, Wang Zhuoyu gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Ping and said, "Senior brother has been busy with some things recently. I cannot teach you the way of formations for the time being. But since you are interested in learning, I will write you my experience, which includes the time formation. You can take it back and study it carefully. If it is done, you are quite talented. If it is not done, I will teach you personally when my senior brother finishes his own affairs." Wang Zhuoyu spoke and said so. "Thank you, senior brother Wang, you will work hard." When Yi Ping heard that there was something about the time formation, he was instantly happy and bowed to Wang Zhuoyu. Wang Zhuoyu did not answer and closed the door directly, feeling very sad alone in the room. "Young junior sister, little sister, you have caused me a lot. Ouch. What to do? What to do? Where can I find any time formation? With that thing, why don't I use it myself?" In the room, Wang Zhuoyu was anxious, and he kept talking to himself, walking back and forth at the same time. Just half a quarter of an hour passed. Suddenly, Wang Zhuoyu was stunned, and then he couldn't help but slap his thigh. "Yes, I'll just edit a copy for him on the spot. Anyway, it's better to delay time, so it's better to be more thorough." Thinking of this, Wang Zhuoyu immediately returned to his desk. He took out a blank book, which was the book he wrote down the formation materials, then thought about it, and then wrote it down. Wang Zhuoyu wrote very quickly, partly because he was a little anxious, and partly because he had some impressions in his mind. The book he read at the time is still fresh in memory, and he wrote down his own personal understanding in 3 paragraphs. As for whether you can understand it? Can you understand this thing? If Yi Ping could learn this thing, he would be the eye of the formation and lie here to let Yi Ping set up the formation. That's it. Wang Zhuoyu finished writing his experience of thousands of words in 1 hour. The dictation is finished. Wang Zhuoyu held the book and pushed open the door. Outside the door, Yi Ping and Chen Lingru were waiting quietly. After the door opened, Yi Ping immediately cast a look of anticipation. "My junior brother, this experience is my lifelong effort. Since you are a disciple of my Qingyun Sect, your senior brother will not hide your personal information from you, but remember to burn it after reading it. If this experience is spread, it will cause great disasters." "Do you know?" Wang Zhuoyu said seriously. Since he wanted to pretend, he would pretend to the end, and he didn't care about it. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Yi Ping seemed a little excited. He took the experience with both hands and did not dare to be frivolous. And just then, Wang Zhuoyu continued. "Young junior brother, you can go and see it carefully. But don't be too hasty. If you don't understand, don't be impatient. When your senior brother has time, you will give me some advice. Okay, if there is nothing else, your senior brother will be busy." Wang Zhuoyu spoke, trying hard to calm himself. "Senior brother is busy first, thank you for your help." Yi Ping thanked Wang Zhuoyu again. But as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhuoyu's door closed. At this moment, Chen Lingru's voice sounded. "I just said senior brother Wang understands, junior brother, if you don't understand anything in the future, come and ask me directly." Maybe I don't understand, but these senior brothers in our sect all understand, so you won't go to the Sutra Pavilion to search for it for a long time. Chen Lingru said with a smile. Yeah, thank you senior sister Lingru. Remember this kindness in your heart. To be honest, Yi Ping has more and more favors for Chen Lingru. This young senior sister is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. It's okay, work hard and cheer up. When you become stronger, if anyone dares to bully me in the future, I will rely on you. Chen Lingru joked. Sister Lingru, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, even if he scolds you, his junior brother will make him regret it. Although Chen Lingru was a joke, Yi Ping said firmly. Very good, then senior sister won't disturb you from practicing. Read the book carefully and encourage me. Chen Lingru's smile on her face became even brighter. After Yi Ping said goodbye to Chen Lingru, he came to the back mountain and opened the formation with a thrilling feeling. In the future, the plot is similar to the second senior brother, and the night is as short as possible to end a plot story within 2 chapters. It won't be written for too long in a row, so as not to affect the reading feeling. End of this chapter. The cliff behind the sky. Yi Ping was a little excited. He carefully opened the secret book in his hand. The experience looks very new and does not look old at all. However, Yi Ping knew that this was the experience of senior brother Wang copying, so it was naturally new. Open your experience. Lines of beautiful fonts appear. What comes into view are 4 big words. Supreme formation. What is a formation? Use objects as array tools to regulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thereby evolving incredible power. However, what is the real formation? Formation is divided into 3 levels. Using all things as array tools, every flower and tree can be used as array tools. All things are weapons, and plants are all array tools. Once you use the action, the formation is like thunder, and you are the master of formation. This is the first level. The heaven, earth, sun and moon are used as array tools. A formation is required to be assisted in parallel with the array map. The more powerful the array tool is, the stronger the power of the array, and the stronger the array map, the more perfect the array. The strongest array weapon between heaven and earth is the heaven, earth, sun and moon, mountains, rivers and formations, which can lay out the world and plan the strategy. This is the formation master, whose weak body can kill the true immortals on earth. This is the second level. It is a formation. What about all things as a formation? What about the formation of heaven and earth? I am the strongest array device between the world. As a formation, there will be no flaws. You will do whatever you want and no longer limit the killing formation and trap the formation. When a wave arises, all formations will appear, establish the innate invincible, establish the innate indestructible, establish the innate indestructible, and establish the innate indestructible, and the heaven and earth will be rotten and I will be immortal, the sun and the moon will be rotten and I will be immortal, and all beings will be rotten and I will be immortal. This is the third level, and he is the master of the divine formation. Differentiated. The opening catalog is filled with more than 300 words, but it makes Yi Ping's blood boil. Take all things as a formation. Take heaven and earth as the formation. Use yourself as the formation. Look, look, look. Look at what is the hidden sect. Look at what an hidden master is. Can ordinary people write this kind of experience? If it wasn't Yi Pingbiao, he wouldn't even make it happen if ordinary people asked him to make it. At this moment, Yi Ping's mood was incomparable. He continued to read his experience and began to study hard. Before, Yi Ping had read books on formations in the Sutra library, but that was the most common knowledge of formations. However, Yi Ping also had a little understanding of the formation. To put it simply, the so-called formation is based on the array diagram and then placed in utensils, thereby adjusting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and producing unparalleled abilities. And this object is an array tool. The array diagram represents the perfection of the formation. The more perfect the array diagram, the fewer the flaws of the formation will be. The array represents the core of the array. The stronger the array, the stronger the power of the array. However, what shocked Yi Ping was the formation experience that senior brother Wang gave him, and the 3 ways of formation do not require formation tools. You should know that array diagrams are easy to obtain, but array tools are extremely precious. In other words, if you have learned the method of formation, you don't have to buy array equipment anymore. What is more happy in this world than having sex? Calm your mood. Yi Ping continued to open the experience behind him. Soon a line of words came into my eyes. Architecture of all things. The 4 words came into view, which made Yi Ping even more excited. Yi Ping watched carefully. Every word is extremely serious and every word is thought about. It took an entire hour. Only then did Yi Ping realize how amazing brother Wang had given him. The first step is the formation of all things. Use all things in the world as array tools. Every grass and tree are all formed into a formation. However, Yi Ping understood that he had a few simple strokes, but it would be extremely difficult to do it. Because if you want to achieve this, you must awaken the array talisman. The so-called array talisman is the medium of the great array of all things. There are 3,600 array talismans, which correspond to the various changes of the world. And these array symbols can also be understood as the character. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, streams, grass, wood, essence, and brilliance. There are a total of 3,600 formation talismans. It can be disassembled alone or combined together to evolve into infinite array text. Only in this way can everything be truly formed. Thinking of this, Yi Ping realized that the seemingly ordinary senior brother Wang was the most profound experience in teaching his own things. Although the eldest brother taught himself the sword skills, he still went from simple to traditional. The same is true for the senior brother to teach his own alchemy. However, the third senior brother taught his own formation method, which was full of mystery. In my experience, I have the comments from senior brother third, and the 3,600 formation talismans are extremely difficult to master. I cannot be too hasty. I can only try to understand them and calculate how many they can comprehend. Yi Ping groped for several hours on his own. In the end, he felt that it was almost done, so he hid his experience in his arms. Then he began to realize the formation talisman. Based on his experience in the formation diagram, he drew a figure with a long sword, and then sat cross-legged in the center of the formation diagram. Then a large amount of spiritual energy surged out of his spiritual veins and blessing it on the formation diagram. The Zhulong immortal orifice is also constantly releasing spiritual energy to maintain the effect of the array diagram. In this way, Yi Ping began to have a sudden enlightenment. And another place. Wang Zhuoyu sat on the desk. The candlelight swayed, and he looked at the books in his hand, his eyes full of desire. Oh, it would be great if I could master the formation talisman. There were 3,600 formation talismans, not to mention mastering 10 or 20 types. Even if I master one formation talisman, I could become a formation master and I didn't need to participate in the assessment at all. The first formation master in Qingyun only mastered a formation talisman, and it was also a form of charade for the character healthy and could only arrange a health formation. But even so, he was also a guest of honor for countless powerful people in Qingyun. Wang Zhuoyu felt infinite emotion in his heart. The books in his hand were written with the 3,600 formation talismans. The formation lineage also has qualifications, but the qualifications of the formation lineage are not insight, but the array talisman. Mastering the formation talisman is equivalent to mastering the core of a formation, because each formation talisman has its own array diagram and can enhance the corresponding formation. For example, if you master this kind of array talisman, you can directly obtain a formation diagram of array talisman for the word birth, such as health preservation, body care, and pet care. At the same time, some health formations will also have additional bonuses, which can prosper people's lives and nourish the body. Even if you are an ordinary monk, if you have a formation master, you can arrange the nourishing formation for you with the character. A mortal body can be changed. This is the terrifying thing about the formation and the terrifying thing about the formation talisman. As long as anyone can master a formation talisman, he can instantly become a stolen figure in Qingyun. All the powerful people, even the Taoist of 4 seasons, will regard you as a guest of honor. There is no other reason, because the formation does countless incredible things. But at this moment, Wang Zhuoyu put down the books in his hand and murmured to himself. If you can really master the array talisman, which type of array talisman should you choose? Wang Zhuoyu started to be self-deprecating. He liked to fantasize when he was fine. Select the time array talisman? Wang Zhuoyu thought to himself. But soon, his face turned a little red. Among the 3,600 formation talismans, there is no higher or lower, because if each formation talisman is performed properly, it will have magical effects, but even so, the formation line still lists the 10 formation talismans. The time array talisman ranks first, because the time array is different. If you are a peerless formation master, you can arrange the time array for 1 year in the formation and 1 day outside the formation. How terrifying it is. How much is enough for you to study in 100 years? Even if you don't study anything, let you practice swordsmanship for 100 years, even Su Changyu can become a master of swordsmanship, right? So Wang Zhuoyu was ashamed of his thoughts. It's like a scholar who is still preparing to take the imperial examination, but he is thinking about what to do if he becomes an emperor in the future. But soon, Wang Zhuoyu retracted his mind and looked at Qingyun Ho Cliff in the distance. He could not see Qingyun Ho Cliff, but just looked in that direction. Little junior brother, don't blame your senior brother. Senior brother is also forced to do so, but don't worry, when the senior brother passes the formation master assessment, senior brother will definitely teach you the way of formation. Wang Zhuoyu murmured to himself. Afterwards, he didn't say much, and continued to read books and study the formation avenue. Time passes like a flash of time. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Yi Ping sat alone under the cliff. He had realized it for 2 hours. But still no thoughts. It is indeed more difficult than imagined to realize the formation talisman. However, Yi Ping kept his heart calm and did not think randomly, but outlined the array talisman diagram over and over again. That's it. 10 hours passed. When Yi Ping outlines the array talisman diagram 36 times, the array symbol did not appear. But his cultivation level has officially broken through to the 4th level of Qi training. With the blessing of Zhulong Immortal Orb, Yi Ping can practice automatically without meditating. If you meditate, the speed will be faster. However, just when Yi Ping had just broken through the 4th level of Qi training, a gust of breeze comes browsing on your face. In an instant, the array map in my mind shone brightly. End of this chapter. In the mind, the array talisman diagram shines. In an instant, 3,600 formation talismans appeared. These array talismans, like embryonic seeds, are wrapped in a layer of diaphragm, making them look extremely dark. The array talisman is suspended in the array diagram. Heaven, earth, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, grass, wood, stars, blood, killing, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Various array symbols appeared, but the word time that attracted Yi Ping's attention the most. It's it. Yi Ping was excited. He didn't talk nonsense and communicated with the time array talisman with his thoughts. In an instant, the time array talisman slowly appeared in front of Yi Ping. As 2 beams of light are injected into the time array talisman. In an instant, the film disappeared, replaced by an extremely dazzling light. The light shines brightly, overwhelming the limelight of other formation talismans. For a moment, all the array talismans returned to the array diagram, while the time array talismans remained in Yi Ping's mind. At the same time, a massive amount of information appeared in Yi Ping's mind. This is information about the time array diagram. The time array talisman comes with a time array, which solves all the troubles that Yi Ping has made. 2 hours later, Yi Ping woke up from his sudden enlightenment. He smiled and looked extremely excited. He has already realized the time array diagram. The time array symbol gives itself a formation diagram. Can change the time in the array. A few days in the formation and a day outside the formation. 10 days of enlightenment in the formation may have only been 1 day outside. It can also be used to ripen medicinal materials. In the formation, 100 years are spent, and 10 years outside the formation, which is equivalent to 10 years of obtaining 100-year-old spiritual medicine. Of course, this requires a lot of spiritual energy to assist. For myself now, it does not have a great effect, but it has an excellent effect on enlightenment. After all, there are only 12 hours a day. It takes a lot of time to comprehend the sword, the alchemy, and the current formation. But practice is also a top priority, so you must devote a lot of time to practice. Although 2-candle dragon immortal orifices have been opened in the body and can be practiced automatically, if you can continue to meditate, your practice speed will be greatly improved. With 2-candle dragon fairy orifices, it took more than 10 hours to break through from the 3rd level of Qi training to the 4th level of Qi training. If you meditate and practice, you may be able to break through within 6 hours. But now, mastering the time array can at least alleviate the embarrassment of not having enough time now. After excitement. Yi Ping did not say nonsense, he directly used spiritual energy to engrave the time array. In an instant, with him as the center, the time around the half-meter area began to delay. Yi Ping could clearly see that time has indeed slowed down. But this is just a feeling in the formation and will not affect the outside world. Yi Ping did not practice an enlightenment, but observed the passage of time. 2 hours later. Yi Ping waved his hand and the formation disappeared. Soon Yi Ping watched the sky and realized how much his time formation had delayed. 2 hours in the formation. However, it was only 1 hour outside the array. In other words, if you stay in the formation, your time in 1 day will be 24 hours. However, what Yi Ping is clear is that the speed of practice will not accelerate due to the delay of time. That's right, the time formation can only delay time and cannot change the spiritual energy matter. The effect of practicing in the formation for 1 day and practicing outside the formation for 1 day has not changed. Unless there is a large number of spirit stones support, it will be effective, otherwise the cultivation speed will not change at all. However, the effect of enlightenment in the formation for 1 day is completely different from the effect of enlightenment outside the formation for 1 day. Simplify it. The time formation you set up is only suitable for enlightenment. But that's enough. Taking out 6 hours a day to realize the truth is equivalent to 12 hours of enlightenment. The remaining 6 hours will be spent on practice, which will not affect your plan at all. Moreover, the time formation will become stronger as one's cultivation level, and the ability to delay time will become stronger and stronger. It's a year in the formation, and it's no problem outside the formation for a day. However, the only disadvantage is that a lot of spiritual energy is needed to maintain the formation. The 2-candle dragon fairy orifices can barely be maintained. If you want to increase the time ratio, this little spiritual energy is not enough. Aura. 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 After all, it is still related to spiritual energy. Tempering the ancient gods and demons requires spiritual energy. 3,600 supreme immortal orifices need spiritual energy. The Supreme Qi training method requires spiritual energy. Alchemy requires spiritual energy. The formation requires spiritual energy. That is, the sword-making method taught by the elder brother does not require any spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Yi Ping suddenly understood why the wealth and the Dharma finance couple was put second. Not enough aura. What if you really get the supreme mental method? Slowly practice? If you want to spend 500 years or 1,000 years? Wait until the magical power is completed before coming out? What's the point of cultivating immortals like this? Forget it. After going down the mountain in the future, think carefully about making money, and the novice will not be in a hurry. Yi Ping murmured in his heart. Although he lacks all kinds of spiritual energy, Yi Ping just complained and did not complain. After all, he is still in the novice stage. He is good at learning skills in the sect. Are you afraid of not having any treasures when going down the mountain in the future? Thinking of this, Yi Ping continued to arrange the formation and began to learn the sword art. The Tianhe sword technique has not yet condensed the sword force. It has been almost half a month since this has passed. If the senior brother knows, he might say he is lazy. Thinking of this, Yiping continued to realize the truth. That's it, several days passed in a row. The Immortal Martial Arts Era, April 20th. In the Qingyun Mountains. 3 figures broke the tranquility of Chuchen. Su Changyu was in a very happy mood. He was holding a flying sword in his hand and kept looking at it. Taoist Taihua looked calm and walked in the mountains without saying a word. As for Su Luochen, he seemed to be in a state of dismay. This time, Su Luochen completely knew what it means to look at the sky in a well. 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels of gold. A painting by his junior brother actually sold for 50,000 taels of gold? When Su Luochen learned this fact, he felt as heartbroken as if he had cut it. Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu did not continue to beat him up. But Su Luochen slapped himself more than a dozen times in the face. Because his paintings are worthless. When the shopkeeper Shi Liangjin saw the painting, his eyes were even red and he muttered that he wanted to kill himself. If it weren't for his face covering, he probably wouldn't have died at the hands of Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu, but at the hands of the shopkeeper. Originally, a painting worth 10,000 gold was turned into a waste in his own hands. 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. Su Luochen once fantasized about having a life of 100 taels of gold. Su Luochen thought about it for a long time before he spent all the 100 taels of gold. What is the concept of 10,000 taels of gold? Then you can't take off? Buy yourself a elixir furnace, buy a flying sword for your senior brother, make it bigger and stronger, and create another glory? Unfortunately, all this was ruined by myself. He felt so uncomfortable. Su Luochen was lost for several days, and his mind was still confused. However, it was at this moment. A team suddenly appeared. Su Changyu instantly hid the flying sword. This flying sword had a magnification and reduction array, which could be reduced to the size of a palm. And Taoist Taihua also woke up from his thoughts. He looked at the distance with some vigilance. But soon, when Taoist Taihua saw the figure clearly, his expression slightly sank. Oh, isn't this fellow Taoist Taihua? This fate is really coincidental. Not far away. A group of figures appeared. The leader was an old man, walking in the mountains with 7 or 8 young men in their early 20s. This peddler was wearing a white robe and was a disciple of another sect. Bai Ling sect. Su Changyu frowned slightly. He stood beside Taoist Taihua and looked at them with an arrogant look. At this moment, even Su Luochen, who seemed a little depressed, couldn't help but cheer up after seeing the disciples of Bai Ling sect again. What a coincidence! I never thought I could meet President Chen in such a mountainous country. Taoist Taihua chuckled, but it can be seen from his tone that the relationship between the two did not seem to be very friendly. Ha, the main reason is that the sword is too troublesome, and occasionally I want to experience the life of an ordinary monk. Taihua Taoist, why are you still here? Don't you go to the Kendo Club in our Ginkgo City? President Chen of Bai Ling sect laughed, his face full of pride. But before the Taoist Taihua spoke, the voice of Chief Chen continued to sound. Oh, I forgot, your Qingyun Dao sect has not yet advanced to the 3rd grade, so I am afraid that I can't participate in the swordsmanship of Ginkgo City. But it's okay. We can develop well for 10 or 8 years and we can advance to the 3rd grade sooner or later. Of course, if Changyu can improve his swordsmanship, attend the Qingzhou Swordsman Conference, and enter the top 100, we can advance to the 3rd grade earlier. Changyu, it's not that my master said, what's the use of being so pretty? You can't eat it as a food. Learn the swordsmanship hard. If you don't talk about the top 100 swordsmanship in Qingzhou, you should enter the top 300, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame for your master? Your master was a famous hero in Qingzhou swordsmanship in any case back then. President Chen educated Su Changyu sarcastically, and also mocked Taoist Taihua. As soon as he said this, Su Changyu frowned slightly, but he did not refute or say anything. First, the other party said it was right, and second, he didn't like to argue about anything. But Su Qingyu's failure to speak does not mean that Taoist Taihua chose to remain silent. What Master Chen said is very much, but Master Chen must work hard too, but don't be as confident as last time. However, no one in the sect has advanced to the top 500. Although Chang Yu is average, he has entered the top 500 at least. Taoist Taihua chuckled, and was also sarcastic. But as soon as he said this, President Chen laughed out loud. What fellow Taoist Taihua said is very true, but this time our Bailing sect is lucky. We accepted a disciple with excellent qualifications and realized the Spring Thunder Sword in just 3 years. We can compare with you Qingyun Dao sect. Oh, by the way, I heard that fellow Taoist Taihua recruited a disciple from somewhere. Fellow Taoist Taihua, I heard from the words of Brother Taoist, even if we starve to death, we can't cheat people? Ha ha, okay, fellow Taoist Taihua, it's getting late, so I won't continue to greet you. When my disciples of my sect enter the top 100, they will definitely send out congratulatory letters and come to have a wedding banquet at that time. President Chen's words were sharp and did not give Taoist Taihua any chance at all. He left after the sarcasm, and his disciples also laughed. It made the master and apprentice both angry and angry. If they hadn't had their Bailing sect's luck and chose a mountain with spiritual veins, would our Qingyun Dao sect be worse than him? It's such a villain who is successful. Success! Taoist Taihua cursed angrily, and then continued to walk towards Qingyun Taoist sect. As for Su Changyu, he remained silent and did not look at the flying sword anymore. He seemed to have something to do, and followed Taoist Taihua. Su Luochen became simpler, continued to enter a state of despair and walked towards Qingyun Dao sect. Come all the way to the top of the mountain. Suddenly, Su Changyu's voice sounded. Master, I want to sign up for the Qingzhou Jiandao conference. The sound rang out, full of determination. At that moment, Taoist Taihua was stunned. He looked at Su Changyu, was silent for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Just you? End of this chapter. It's not Taihua Taoist who speaks straightforwardly. It's not that he didn't know how much Su Changyu had. With this ability, he still went to participate in the Qingzhou Jiandao conference? Not embarrassed? It's almost the same for you to let your junior brother go. Taoist Taihua looked at Su Changyu, not knowing what to say. However, Su Changyu was not angry at all. He just stared at Qingyun Dao sect and then spoke slowly. Master, don't you really think I'm weak, do you? His voice was calm, but his eyes were full of confidence. After saying this, Taoist Taihua was stunned. Su Luochen also came to his senses and looked at Su Changyu with a surprised look. Okay, I will teach you the swordsmanship these days. Master, please help me and my junior brother sign up, buy firecrackers, set up a banquet, and welcome the return of Qingzhou first and Qingzhou second. Su Changyu said calmly. After saying this, he walked directly to the Dao sect without looking back, leaving behind a lonely figure. After a long time, Su Luochen's voice slowly rang out. The highest level of deceiving is to even deceive yourself. Master, you should give me some advice and guidance to my senior brother. Otherwise, if this continues, my senior brother will definitely be broken by others when he goes down the mountain in the future. Su Luochen thought seriously. Taoist Taihua also found it difficult to come back to his senses for a long time, and seemed a little uncomfortable. Master, don't feel uncomfortable either. Senior brother is like this. He just got angry. Just enlighten him. Su Luochen saw Taoist Taihua silently and couldn't help but continue. However, Taoist Taihua shook his head and said, It's not this that I feel uncomfortable with, but Changyu actually pretended in front of his master. Will this be better in the future? Taoist Taihua talked to himself, his words were full of helplessness, and then he also walked towards the Qingyun Taoist sect. There are still many things to deal with now. Yi Ping's paintings sold for 50,000 taels of gold. Among them, in order to build a top-grade flying sword for Yi Ping, it cost 20,000 taels of gold, and the remaining 30,000 taels of gold, Taoist Taihua exchanged some spirit stones and left some treasure money. The spirit stone must be left for Yi Ping, and he plans to build the Qingyun Daozong for the remaining treasure money. Not to mention anything else, at least, should Daozong be renovated? It is almost time to advance to the third grade. If the sect is still so dirty, what kind of sacred? After you advance to the third grade, there will be more places to spend money. However, Taoist Taihua also knew that if the Qingyun Dao sect could become bigger and stronger in the future, 99% of the credit would still be based on Yiping, so Taoist Taihua would also have a clear idea of what he thought, and when the Qingyun Dao sect really advanced to the third level. After making money, return the money from selling paintings to Yiping as much as possible. What we need to do now is to develop the sect, which was his lifelong dream. Taoist Taihua is gone. Only Su Luochen was left. Su Luochen didn't say anything. He glanced at the sky and it was almost time to go, so he walked straight to the cliff and brewed his emotions first, otherwise he would be afraid that he would not be able to cry. That's it, 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Taoist Taihua has been thinking about the future of Qingyun Dao sect, and has prepared for all matters of big and small. During these 7 days, Su Chanyu did not go to find Yiping, but took the top-grade flying sword and flew in Qingyun Daozong's sword all day long. This flying sword was bought for Yiping, and Su Chanyu was not reluctant to leave it, but just wanted to experience the pleasure of flying with a sword. As for Su Luochen, during these 7 days, food, accommodation and transportation were all on the cliff, and it seemed that he had an irreversible blow, and it would be useless if no one persuaded him. However, it was on this day. In the cliff behind the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy came from all directions. With a dull sound in Yiping's body, he heard. The 10 spiritual veins in the body were doubled and then hidden in the body. 25 days of practice. Yiping officially completed the first recast. That's right, it's the first recast. During these 25 days, Yiping broke through from the first level of Qi training to the 10th level of Qi training. Until now, the recasting has been completed directly. At this moment, Yiping also completely understood how powerful this supreme Qi training method is. The 10th level of Qi training is the perfection of Qi training. However, after recasting, the spiritual veins in the body will double, which is equivalent to twice the strength of the mana. Yiping had an intuition that, relying on this mental method alone, he had re-edited it, but it was even stronger than when he was practicing the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi. This is just a rework. What if you re-practice 10 times? 20 times? And what about 36 times of perfection? Yiping dared not think about it anymore. And the most important point is that in the eyes of outsiders, one's own realm is the level of Qi training. This is simply an excellent way to confuse the enemy. Think about it, if you practice it 5 times and 10 times, it seems that you only have a level of Qi training, but in fact it is even stronger than a foundation-building monk. Who can withstand this after a sudden attack? Thinking of this, Yiping couldn't help but sigh. Senior sister, peerless master. However, Yiping ignored one element: his physique was different from ordinary people. He practiced the ancient gods and demons, and his normal practice was extremely strong. In addition, this can be said to be a stronger one. At this moment, suddenly, a bright light appeared above the sky. Then a familiar figure appeared in Yiping's eyes. It's the eldest brother, Su Chanyu. Above the sky, Su Chanyu was wearing a green robe and a green flying sword, which slowly landed in front of Yiping like a peerless sword immortal. This appearance shocked Yiping. Although he knew that this was the world of cultivating immortals, it was also the first time he had seen Su Chanyu steering a flying sword. Su Chanyu looks very much in line with the appearance of a sword immortal. Now he controls the flying sword, and the 4 words "the peerless sword immortal" are fully displayed. My junior brother, how are you doing lately? Not far away, Su Chanyu slowly walked down from the flying sword. He looked at Yiping and asked calmly. It's been a good thing recently. My junior brother has met my senior brother. Yiping came to his senses and bowed. Senior brother, what kind of flying sword is this? Is it your exclusive flying sword? After bowing, Yiping looked at the blue flying sword, his eyes full of curiosity. He had never seen Su Chanyu drive the flying sword before, so he was naturally a little curious. No, there is no flying sword worthy of the senior brother in this world. This is the top-grade flying sword, the Green Moon Sword. Your senior sister has already taught you the peerless chi refining method. Sooner or later, you need a flying sword, but considering that your realm is not strong enough, I will give you a top-grade flying sword first, so as not even have a decent weapon. Su Qingyun spoke, beating with a sting. This top-grade flying sword is worth 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and is the most precious treasure of the entire Qingyun Dao sect. It was not what Su Qingyun blew. If Taoist Taihua bought himself such a flying sword, he would have been in the top 300 in the Qingzhou Sword Dao Conference. But Su Qingyun knew that even if he went to sell, he would never be able to afford it in his whole life. The best grade flying sword. Except for the three major Dao sects in Qingzhou, which other sect can give disciples such a flying sword? Su Qingyun has been experiencing the pleasure brought to him every moment during these 7 days. To be honest, the longer the experience is, the harder Su Qingyun will give up. There were several times when Su Qingyun thought about asking Taoist Taihua to mention it and give it to himself. But in the end, Su Qingyun gave up this unrealistic idea. After all, Yu Dao is a good horse with a good saddle. This kind of flying sword in your own hands is purely a decoration. It's better to give Yi Ping, at least Yi Ping can play the role of this top-grade flying sword. Give it to me? The next moment, Yi Ping was shocked. He didn't expect that this flying sword was actually given to him? Isn't this too good, right? I am just an intern disciple. All the intern disciples have the best grade flying sword? Then the official disciples have produced spiritual weapons and flying swords? Is this the hidden sect? Loved, love. What's the point of being happy about a top-grade flying sword? Junior brother, remember what senior brother said carefully. A true swordsman is not strong by flying swordsmanship, but by flying swordsmanship. Even if someone gives me a peerless flying sword at this time, my senior brother doesn't care, because it's me who is strong, not a flying sword. Relying on external objects, you will eventually lose yourself. Being strong is the real strength, do you understand? Su Qingyun's arrogant face showed a little seriousness. Su Qingyun believed this great truth himself. It has to be said that Su Qingyun felt that he was becoming more and more skilled in fooling his junior brother. My junior brother has been taught. Since that's the case, I don't want this flying sword. Yi Ping spoke, his eyes full of determination. But when Su Qingyun said this, he felt a little embarrassed. Yi Ping must accept this flying sword. If Taoist Taihua knows that he has embezzled Yi Ping's flying sword, Taoist Taihua will probably not let him go. Thinking of this, Su Qingyun coughed lightly and then spoke. No need to do this. The Qingzhou Swordsman Conference is about to begin. Your cultivation is mediocre. Using this flying sword is considered to be an advantage. Try to help the sect get a good ranking. Su Qingyun said so. However, the next moment, Yi Ping was a little surprised. Qingzhou Jiandao Conference? End of this chapter. Yi Ping was a little surprised. He had heard of the Qingzhou Sword and Fairy Conference, and had heard of it when he attended the Immortal Ascension Conference. But at that time, Yi Ping was not even qualified to enter the Immortal Sect, and he was even less qualified to know about the Qingzhou Jiandao Conference. That's right, it's the Qingzhou Jiandao Conference. Su Qingyun nodded and answered Yi Ping. Senior brother, can I participate? Yi Ping seemed a little curious. The Qingzhou Swordsman Conference sounds very stylish. I calculated that I had been practicing for less than 2 months. Just let yourself attend such a conference? If you lose, wouldn't it be embarrassing? My junior brother, my cultivator, why should I regret a fight? I'm afraid of this, and I'm afraid of that. Why are you talking about the great way of cultivating immortals? Su Qingyun said seriously. Senior brother, I'm not afraid. The main reason is that I feel that after practicing for so long, I have only understood the 4 Thunder Sword strengths. I haven't fully understood the Tianhe Sword strengths, and I'm worried about bringing shame to the sect. Yi Ping was not afraid. Such a conference would not hurt people's lives, so it was basically just a matter of time, but Yi Ping was mainly worried about embarrassing Qingyun Dao sect. This is the trouble. Otherwise, if you lose, you will lose, and there will be no burden. However, these words were particularly harsh in Su Changyu's ears. What does it mean to understand the Four Thunder Sword? Is your word talent humiliating the entire Qingyun sword cultivator? As an insider who has participated in the Qingyun Jindao Conference, Su Changyu knows the Qingyun Jindao Conference very well. There are indeed geniuses, but those so-called geniuses are all trash in front of Yi Ping. Su Changyu remembered that the cultivator who was the first in the same class had only barely understood the power of the Xiaolei sword. Yi Ping has already realized all the Four Thunder Swords. Isn't this just a process in the past? But Su Changyu knew in his heart that some words that cannot be said too clearly and that Yi Ping had to understand them himself. Otherwise, it would be better not to say more or more mistakes. Young brother, don't worry. Senior brother asked you to attend the Qingyun Jindao Conference, not to let you win the first place, but to use this to hone your heart of Tao. You practice swords here all day long, facing a sword mark. Even if you understand more sword techniques, what can you do? You will never grow without actual combat. Yi Ping, remember that a real demon will not stand there for you to kill, nor will he stand there, let you use all your sword moves before fighting with you. Do you know? Su Changyu's great truth, like the Huan Lu bell, resounded in Yi Ping's ears. For a moment, Yi Ping realized it. Senior brother, I realized it. Yi Ping spoke seriously. He felt that every word Su Changyu said today was like gold. I sit under the cliff all day long, understanding the way of swords, the way of alchemy, and the way of formation. But if you don't practice, you will never grow up and will always be just a theoretical school. Yes, no matter how strong the enemy is, you don't even have the courage to draw the sword. What else are you talking about the great way of cultivating immortals? The sage said that hesitation will lead to failure. Thinking of this, Yi Ping couldn't help but take a deep breath and looked at Su Changyu. Senior brother, my junior brother is willing to attend the Qingyun Jindao Conference. He does not seek rankings, but he only asks for no regrets. Yi Ping was so excited by Su Changyu's words. Su Changyu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, I finally look like a kendo monk. However, there is still 1 month left before the Qingyun Jindao Conference. It takes a certain amount of time to complete the journey, so there is not much time left for you. Considering that your practice is still shallow, my senior brother should give you some good advice. Would you like to? Su Changyu continued to speak and looked at Yi Ping. My junior brother is naturally willing. Su Changyu personally guided himself, Yi Ping must be 120 willing. A peerless sword immortal guides his sword skills. Who wouldn't want to do this? Good. Su Changyu nodded, then held the Qingyue sword in his hand, and then directly stroked the ground. A new sword mark appeared. The next moment, Su Changyu's voice sounded. My younger brother, starting from now on, you will take 5 hours a day to comprehend this sword mark. Senior brother has left a supreme sword technique in this sword mark. If you understand this sword technique, from now on, all the sword moves in the world will be flaws in front of you. But if you want to understand this sword technique, you will have to spend 5 more hours left to practice the sword. You don't need to practice the Four Thunder sword technique, nor do you need to practice the Tianhe sword technique. You just need to practice basic skills: stab, pick, chop, wipe, pull, flirt, break, and dot. Senior brother will come to you from time to time these days. If you don't understand anything, just ask directly. Do you know? Su Changyu said with a serious expression. However, the reason why he did this was not to fool Yi Ping. But Su Changyu knew that if Yi Ping participated in the Qingyun Swordsman Conference, he would definitely be the first, and Yi Ping would also find some clues. After all, the opponents are so weak and I am so strong that even a fool can detect something is wrong, right? So Su Changyu deployed a move in advance to let Yi Ping continue to comprehend the new sword move, but Su Changyu knew that Yi Ping would definitely not be able to comprehend it, but Su Changyu had already thought of a countermeasure and said something at that time. You have realized it, but you just haven't noticed it yourself. It can be solved perfectly in one sentence. As for what if you want, Yi Ping really realized it. That's not a loss? At most, you can only prove that you are a waste again. What's the big deal? I am a waste, did I, Su Changyu, deny it once? Therefore, no matter whether Yi Ping can understand it or not, it is said that he has realized it. Anyway, he is doing his best to fool the younger brother. Just as I said, whether it is made up by mistake or real, if you understand it, it proves that you have no problem teaching. If you can't understand it, it means that you have poor qualifications. Since you have poor qualifications, who can you blame? You see, you have ever blamed Taoist Taihua? So, if you make arrangements in advance, and Yi Ping really won the first place in the Qingyun Swordsman Conference, then the sword moves he taught now will be useful. As for whether Yi Ping will be the first in the Qingyun swordsmanship, will he be pried away by other sects? Su Changyu and Taoist Taihua also communicated with this on the way. The meaning of Taoist Taihua is very simple. As long as the Qingyun Taoist sect advances to the third rank, you will tell Yi Ping the truth directly. Whether to leave or stay depends entirely on Yi Ping's meaning. As for the money sold for the painting, Taoist Taihua will try his best to repay it to Yi Ping. However, one thing to say is that Qingyun Dao sect has actually taught Yi Ping a lot of things. At least the Four Thunder Sword technique and Tianhe Sword technique were taught by him, Su Changyu. There are also non-toxic alchemy? The same thing is said, don't say anything that makes up or not, just depend on the result. After Yi Ping practiced it, it proved that there was no problem with everything he taught. If you can't practice it, you can blame the sect. If you can't practice it, you can't blame the sect. It is precisely because of this that Su Changyu has no psychological burden. Junior brother obeys the order. Looking at the new sword scars on the ground, Yi Ping was extremely excited, and he was not at all reluctant. Okay, put away the flying sword. There are 4 formations in this flying sword, including the larger and smaller formation. After you officially step into the first level of Qi training, use your magic power to inject it into the sword and adjust the size. Senior brother still has some things. You can understand it carefully. If you have any questions, come and find senior brother. Su Changyu left this and then left on foot. Yi Ping also focused on entering the state of comprehension of the sword mark. That's when. In Qingyun. Under a waterfall, a man stood. The young man practiced his sword in the waterfall, and the terrifying water pressure did not seem to have any impact on him. And as the man kept swinging his sword, in an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded. The entire waterfall actually flowed backwards, and the terrifying sword force swept hundreds of meters around. The towering ancient trees shook, alarming countless birds and beasts. At this moment, an old man with black cloak slowly appeared here, looking at the man with a very calm eyes. I've met Master. The man jumped directly from under the waterfall and came to the old man. Mingho, it is indeed a talent for swordsmanship that you can understand the 4 major swords in just 5 years. The old man's voice sounded, and he looked at the man in front of him and praised him from the bottom of his heart. It's all because the master taught me well. Otherwise, my disciple would not be able to comprehend the 4 thunder swords in just 5 years. The man spoke, looking extremely respectful. Well, but don't be complacent. Although you can be considered the number 1 person in Qingyun with your current swordsmanship, you must remember that your goal is not a small Qingyun, but a 10 Kingdoms academic institution. Only when you enter the 10 Kingdoms academic institution can you be considered a true monk. I have recently received news that the 10 Kingdoms academic institutions are about to be opened again, but if you want to enter the 10 Kingdoms academic institution, you must first join the Jin State academic institution. The first place in the Qingyun Jiandao Conference is the best way to join the Jin State academic institution. You must be diligent and don't be complacent. The old man spoke slowly, telling the man not to be complacent. The latter nodded and then couldn't help but speak. Master, I have always been unable to understand something. I wonder if my master can answer it for me. The man asked. You know what you want to ask. You want to ask, we obviously have our own sword skills, so why do we still have to let you practice the 4 thunder sword technique, right? The man seemed to have guessed what the man wanted to ask, so he said directly. Yes. The latter did not deny it and nodded directly. Mingho, you can hear it clearly. Our sect was once extremely brilliant. Even the number one swordsman in the 10 countries, Taishu Sword Master, had studied with our sect. But because our sect was too strong, the Daxia dynasty finally used various means to break up the sect and turned into 7 veins. Then it was gradually suppressed by the great Xia dynasty. Only our last line was left in the 7 veins. In order to survive, we hid in the small Qingyun, in order to one day, we can restore the glory of our sect again, but if we want to restore the glory of our sect in the past, you must obtain the Great Sun Demon Subduing Sword Technique. The Great Sun Demon Subduing Sword Technique has long disappeared, but as long as you enter the 10 Kingdoms Academy and find a Demon Subduing Sutra, which contains the place where the ancestors are buried, then the Great Sun Demon Subduing Sword Technique will be able to see the light of heaven again, and then our Great Sun Sword Sect will be able to rebuild its glory. But if you want to get the Demon Subduing Sutra, Qingyun Swordsmanship, you must win the top 3 with the 4 Thunder Swords. In this way, no one will doubt your identity. If you use the sword technique of our Dari Sword Sect, you will be seen. With the nature of the Daxia dynasty, you would rather kill 3,000 by mistake than let one go. Do you understand? The old man made a long and serious speech. The disciple has realized it, but a mere Qingyun Jiandao conference is not a disciple who is complacent, and he can win the first place with one hand. The man realized and then said confidently. However, the old man shook his head and said, "If you are just a monk in Qingyun, you can indeed win the first place with one hand, but there are more than one hidden sect in Qingyun. I know there are 2 more places, and if nothing unexpected happens, they will also send their disciples to participate in this Qingyun Swordsman Conference. Mingho, I don't ask you to win the first place, just the top 3. You can go and practice swordsmanship. The conference will be held in a month. Don't be too complacent at that time and lose to a new sword cultivator." He said so, and the latter nodded and then continued to practice swordsmanship. However, the next moment, the old man moved and disappeared from the spot. End of this chapter. Among the Unknown Mountains. The old man with black cloak appears here. Soon, a calm voice sounded. "Elder Suze, according to the information of our sect, Princess Daxia has arrived in Qingyun. The sect means that you hope you can cooperate with us and capture Princess Daxia." The voice sounded, and the expression of the old man with black cloak couldn't help but change. "Princess Daxia? Is it that princess? Is it the eldest princess?" The old man spoke out, looking a little shocked. "Of course not. If the eldest princess comes, we can hurt her by virtue of us? It's the 10th princess." The sound made the old man feel relieved, but soon the old man's doubts sounded. "The 10th princess of Daxia isn't the most unpopular princess? So what if I catch her? Could it be that the Daxia dynasty would make any sacrifices for an unpopular princess?" The old man was puzzled. He knew the great Xia dynasty very well. Although the 10th princess of Daxia is indeed unpopular, her body has royal blood flowing, representing the face of the Daxia dynasty. There are several elders in our sect who are imprisoned by the Daxia dynasty. Now, as long as you catch the 10th princess, you can use this as a threat to let the Daxia dynasty release people on the voluntary basis. Even if the 10th princess is not favored, she is the princess of Daxia after all, so she will naturally compromise. The sound rang out, full of determination. However, the old man frowned, and he remained silent and had some concerns. "I know what you are worried about. You are just afraid of doing this. It involves the Daxia dynasty. At that time, we will concentrate our efforts to target you, but don't worry, there are still many headaches for the Daxia dynasty at the moment. The internal strife and external disasters are enough to make the great Xia dynasty feel overwhelmed and have no time to deal with this matter. At most, it will only transfer the anger to the 10 princesses. Okay, if you can handle this matter well, you will be given 2 places to the Tianqing Immortal Island." The voice in the dark was very rapid, and it seemed to be a little more commanding tone when it came to this. "Tianqing Immortal Island? Are you serious about this?" After the old man heard the 4 words Tianqing Immortal Island, he couldn't help but feel energetic. "Since I said it, I won't fool you, but you must catch the 10th princess, but remember not to hurt her life. She is our bargaining chip, do you know? A dull voice sounded, very serious. I understand this. The old man nodded. In fact, even if he gave him the courage, he would not dare to hurt Princess Daxia Ten. If he really hurts that person, even if he is not favored, he cannot afford it. This is the secret report we got from the palace, with the characteristics of the 10 princesses. By the way, do you have an apprentice who wants to attend the Qingyun Jiandao conference? The other party threw out a document from the secret and then asked about another matter. Yes. The old man was a little confused, wondering what the other party asked about this. What's the name? The other party continued to ask. Wang Mingho. The old man answered immediately. Okay, complete the task well. When the sect leader's great event is completed, your Dari demon subduing sect will surely be glorious again. After saying this, a shadow disappeared. Soon, the old man waved his hand and the text on the ground fell into his hands. He expanded the text, watched it carefully, and then muttered to himself. I like the poems and paintings of Mr. Qingyun. He murmured to himself, then disappeared from where he was. At the same time, inside the Ginkgo city, the sincere and honest pawnshop is a business. 2 distinguished guests came. Among the accord, Tenli Angjin explained a painting with an excited face. The 2 distinguished guests in accord are women, one is a light green long skirt and the other is a light green long skirt. These 2 women covered their appearance with gauze covers, but in terms of temperament and figure, they are definitely first-class beauties, but it is unknown how beautiful they are. However, Shi Liangyan had no interest in things like women, he was only interested in Yin Liang. There was a painting in front of him, and the scenery in it was dark and stars. 2 fairies, this painting is a work by Mr. Qingyun. 2 fairies, if you look carefully at this painting, is there a temporary depression, but it is soon released, and there is a feeling of seeing the blue sky with clearing the clouds and mist? Don't be satisfied with the 2 immortals, the late Buddhist Qingyun also had a short story when he created this painting. At that time, Mr. Qingyun was thinking about a question. He was thinking about how the world was born and what is the purpose of people living in the world. He kept thinking about it and thought about it for a long time. But at the end, suddenly, a breeze blew by, and the layman Qingyun realized it. He drew all his experiences on this painting, so this painting can also be called the picture of the layman Qingyun enlightenment in the dark night. In order to sell 10 taels of gold, I was so crazy about it. However, the woman in green ignored him and looked at the painting with beautiful eyes, looking at her carefully, without any concealment of the joy in her eyes. As for the other woman, she looked at the 10 taels of gold. You just want to tell me how much this painting is worth? She asked, her words seemingly casual. To be honest, I bought this painting for a lot of money, but I saw that the 2 of them were people who knew paintings. In addition, they liked Qingyun's paintings. 500,000 taels of gold were considered as the price of friends. 10 taels of gold said with a smile. As soon as you said this, the woman in a long dress in light green suddenly changed her expression and looked at Shi Liangyan and said, 500,000 taels of gold? Why don't you rob it? Although this painting is the original work of Mr. Qingyun, how could you spend hundreds of thousands taels of gold when you collect it? Even if your store is sold, it will not be able to sell 500,000 taels of gold, right? It's better to say the real price, otherwise, there will be no such store after passing through this village. The woman spoke and looked very smart. Oh, the 2 immortals, I'm not asking for a random offer. Qingyun layman is the #1 talented man in our Jin dynasty. Especially in the past 3 years, Qingyun layman has evaporated like the world, and his paintings are even more valuable. I haven't made an ounce of silver at all. Shi Liangyan said with a sad face, almost cheating himself. Didn't make an ounce of silver? Is it 100,000 taels of gold? The woman in green didn't like him. She thought for a while and then said, 10,000 taels of gold, will it be sold? As soon as these words were said, 10 taels of gold were stunned. 10,000 taels of gold? Auntie, you can't pay it back like this, right? 10,000 taels of gold? It's not that I'm not so naive. Not to mention buying a painting by Mr. Qingyun, you can't even buy a poem by him. Look, This painting contains poems written by Mr. Qingyun and seals of Mr. Qingyun. These things alone are worth more than 50,000 taels, right? 2 fairies, if you buy it sincerely, the price is easy to negotiate. If you buy it seriously, please give me some advice. 10 taels of gold were a little depressed. Don't say anything else, 10,000 taels? If he sells it, he will not talk about whether he loses money or not. Even the followers of Qingyun lay Buddhists will kill him. 10,000 taels sold by Qingyun lay Buddhist? It was like losing the 4 words Qingyun Jusher. Shopkeeper. But at this moment, the woman in green who had been enjoying the painting spoke. Her voice is like a yellow oriole, extremely sweet. I like this painting very much. It is indeed a recent work by Mr. Qingyun. It's a bit greedy if you only have 500,000 taels of gold. The woman spoke out and said so. 100,000 taels? Then I'm losing too. How about the 300,000 taels of gold at a fixed price? 10 taels of gold were not blinded by beauty, he only had money in his eyes. It's 100,000 taels of gold. This painting is indeed more than 100,000 taels, but it depends on whoever is in his hands. There are also several senior officials of Jin who like the paintings of Qingyun lay Buddhists, but you can't get it. Even if you get it, the people below them know that you have such a painting, and they will use all kinds of ways to take it away from you. You think about it yourself. At least you can make a profit if you don't sell it to me. Maybe someone from the court will come to you in a few days. The price they offer will probably make you lose all your money. The woman's voice was calm, but after saying something, she was silent. Because she said nothing wrong. Some senior officials of Jin State liked the paintings of Mr. Qingyun, and some would naturally favor them in order to flatter them. But these people were all tough characters. If they dared to offer a price all over the place, the store would probably be destroyed the next day. Thinking of this, Shiliangan gritted his teeth and said, 200,000 taels of gold. 100,000 taels, no more than a cent, you can think about it yourself. The woman continued to speak with a very firm tone. Okay, just pretend it's the first time you open today. Just pay for it. Seeing the other party's tone, Tak Jin stopped forcing him and directly agreed to the deal. End of this chapter. Outside Qingyun store. 10 taels of gold face were filled with an extremely enthusiastic smile, watching the 2 women leave. And the 2 women also walked towards the inn one after another. Miss, you are finally satisfied this time, right? Qingyun's painting, TSK, I'm becoming more and more curious now. What does that Qingyun look like, but not a bad old man? If that happens, you will be miserable. Mississippi. On the street. The figures of the 2 attracted a lot of attention. The woman in green didn't feel anything unusual, but just talked to the woman in green. Old man is terrible, 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 I like paintings, the literary talent of Mr. Qingyun, and I don't like him. You are out of the palace, oh, no, after you leave the mansion, I keep laughing at me. After I return to my house, I will ask someone to check the whereabouts of Mr. Qingyun. If he is really terrible, I will betroth him. The woman in green chuckled. As soon as he said this, the latter immediately felt bitter. Miss, it's Chunxiao's mistake. Chunxiao shouldn't make fun of her. Don't betroth me to an old man. She said this, looking pitiful. That depends on whether you will make fun of me or not in the future. The woman in green chuckled. Miss, don't worry, I won't make fun of you anymore. By the way, we have been out of the mansion for almost a month, and we can only stay outside for a month and a half at most. I have prepared a guide before coming. The Qingzhou Jiandao conference is about to begin. Should we go and have a look? The woman in green asked. Of course I have to go. This time I leave the mansion, I don't know when I will leave the mansion again next time. Let's not fly over. Let's walk along the way, enjoy the scenery of mountains and rivers, and taste the delicious food from all over the place. This will make sense. Flying around the road is boring. The woman in green said. Okay, everything is done according to the lady's wishes. After saying this, the two of them returned to the inn. And at this moment, Qingyun Sect. Yi Ping sat quietly under the back cliff. He looked at the sword marks on the ground with all his attention. This is a sword mark drawn by Su Changyu. But after watching it for a full day, Yi Ping couldn't really understand any sword moves. This made Yi Ping's mood complicated again. Unable to comprehend the new sword move, Yi Ping was not anxious. He knew that hasteness would not be achieved. If he wanted to truly understand the sword move, he had to calm down and remain calm. 5 hours have passed. Yi Ping drew out the sword, but he did not draw out the Qingyue sword, but drew out the sword that Su Changyu gave him before and began to practice basic sword moves. Prick. Pick. Cut. Hack. This is a basic sword move. If someone else had thought about it, he might have been puzzled and had already understood the 4 thunder sword strengths, so why do you still have to practice the basic sword moves? But Yi Ping understood deeply. What is the purpose of the eldest brother? What is the basic sword move? The origin of all sword moves. This is the basic sword move. No matter how exquisite the sword technique in the world is, no matter how it reaches the pinnacle, it evolves from the basic sword moves. Therefore, the more solid the basic achievements, the better the improvement for the future. It is precisely because of this that Yi Ping did not underestimate the basic sword moves, but he was fully focused on every sword. Yi Ping drew his sword very fast. With one breath, you can draw the sword 72 times. It is equivalent to 15 swords per second. Moreover, this does not use any magic power. If it is blessed, the speed of sword drawing will be faster. Yi Ping's sword was extremely fast, and in the end he could not even see his sword clearly with his naked eyes. That's it, time passed by little by little. 10 days passed in a row. There is less than a month left before the Qingzhou Jiandao conference. In the past 10 days, even though Yi Ping did not practice, he relied on the Zhulong Immortal Orb to break through to the second level of Qi training. Yi Ping relied on the Zhulong Immortal Orb to double the time after 5 hours of understanding every day. But unfortunately, even so, Yi Ping did not understand the sword technique mentioned by the eldest brother. However, although I did not understand the new sword moves taught by the elder brother, but Yi Ping had other insights. Continuously practicing basic sword techniques has made Yi Ping's understanding of swordsmanship clearer. He felt that if he was asked to use the 4 thunder sword technique, he would be stronger than before. Su Changyu has been here several times in the past 10 days, but he didn't say anything every time, just looked at himself quietly. That's it. Until late at night. The late night of Qingyun Sect was very peaceful. On the front cliff, Su Luochen stood alone, and he had been like this for more than 10 days. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared. It was Su Changyu's figure. The night. There are not many stars above the sky, the bright moon climbs into the sky, and the stars are naturally ignorant. Looking at the senior brother coming, Su Luochen couldn't help but feel a little moved. It's been more than 10 days, and finally someone has come to enlighten me. He was a little moved. Senior brother, you don't need to comfort me. I understand in my heart, I just want to be alone and be quiet. Su Luochen's tone was gentle. The past 10 days of melancholy made him understand some truths, and he gradually got relieved from this melancholy state. However, Su Changyu, who walked up to the cliff, was slightly stunned. He looked at Su Luochen and said casually, "I'm not here to comfort you." Su Changyu was a little stunned. He came to Qianyao not for Su Luochen. Su Luochen. What are you doing if you are not here to comfort me? Look at me jokes? Su Changyu, what qualifications do you have to joke with me? In front of your junior brother, aren't you a waste too? Su Luochen felt even more depressed. But before he could ask, Su Changyu supported his hands and stared at the sky, posing in such a posture. For a moment, Su Luochen was stunned. What does this mean? Severe depression? Senior brother? What are you doing? Su Luochen was really confused and didn't understand what Su Changyu was doing. Don't worry about your business, go there and be melancholy, don't disturb me practicing. Su Qianyu was practicing the ancient gods and demon body refining technique, and was too lazy to pay attention to Su Luochen. He was completely relaxed now. The better his junior brother, the happier he was. Anyway, he enlightened Yi Ping's swordsmanship. The greater Yi Ping's achievements in the future, the happier he is. Thinking of this, Su Qianyu couldn't help but smile. But all this seemed extremely strange in Su Luochen's eyes. Senior brother is crazy? Su Luochen was stunned. Although he suffered a fatal blow, he was at least just quiet alone. But what he didn't expect was that Su Qianyu was actually hit crazy. For some reason, Su Luochen felt a little sympathetic to Su Qianyu. Perhaps, this is because they have fallen into the world. Thinking of this, Su Luochen continued to start his melancholy. After a while, Su Luochen walked away, not because he didn't want to disturb Su Qianyu, but because Su Qianyu laughed from time to time, making him creepy. Under the front cliff, Chen Lingru and Wang Zhuoyu watched all this quietly. Especially Chen Lingru frowned and looked at the two senior brothers on the cliff. Her eyes were full of doubt. I don't understand what happened. These days, Su Luochen has been standing on the front cliff every day. Today, the eldest brother is here, and it is even more strange, posing in such a strange posture. I really don't understand. Senior brother Wang, what happened to the eldest and second brothers? Why have they become a little nervous since the younger brother came? Chen Lingru's eyes were full of curiosity. Wang Zhuoyu held a book in his hand, glanced at the two people on the cliff, and then said calmly, "It's probably for the sake of my junior brother. You two senior brothers are worse than the other. Lingruo, don't learn from them. You have to practice your skills well. Maybe the position of the leader in the future will be yours." Wang Zhuoyu looked at the two people in the distance and said this. Really? Brother Wang? You didn't lie to me? When Chen Lingru heard the position of the head, her beautiful eyes lit up. If these two guys continue like this, it will be basically certain to win. You're fourth and fifth brothers and I don't like to manage the sect, let alone your senior sister. Even if she wants to be the head, the master will not pass the throne to her. After thinking about it, you can only be competent, but you still have to work hard to practice, but don't be like them, do you know? Wang Zhuoyu said honestly. Well, third brother, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard. Chen Lingru nodded seriously. That's it. Until early morning. Su Qianyu put away his hands. He raised them for almost a day. His hands were numb and tired, but he didn't feel that he could improve his appearance. Second junior brother, see if I have any changes? Has anyone become more handsome? Su Qianyu turned his arms and shouted at Su Luochen in the distance. The latter did not answer Su Qianyu's question. Instead, he left the cliff silently and muttered. Crazy, senior brother is really crazy, master. It seems that if you don't want to pass on the position of the head of Qingyun, you have to pass it to me. Su Luochen murmured to himself. At this moment, a figure appeared under the cliff. It is the figure of Taoist Tai Hua. Chang Yu. The voice of Taoist Tai Hua sounded, calling out to Su Qianyu. What's wrong? Su Qianyu looked at Taoist Tai Hua with some curiosity. The latter took out 2 tokens with a smile on his face and said mysteriously. Qianyu, master went down the mountain today and signed up for the Qingzhou Jiandao conference for you and your junior brother. Taoist Tai Hua said with a smile. The next moment, Su Qianyu was stunned. Ha! Sign me up for the Qingzhou Jiandao conference? No, master, are you still taking it seriously? End of this chapter. Qingyun Sect. Su Qianyu was a little confused. He really didn't expect that Taoist Tai Hua really signed up for himself? Are you teasing me? Didn't you say you want to participate? Taoist Tai Hua was a little confused. Wasn't this what Su Qianyu asked for? What do you mean? When did I say I would attend the Qingzhou Jiandao conference? Master, are you so confused? Su Changyu said seriously. The next moment, Taoist Taihua understood. This guy wants to pretend to be stupid? Stop pretending to be stupid here. My teacher has signed up for you. Just think about it. You have to go even if you go, and you have to go even if you don't. Taoist Taihua said in anger. It took 10 taels of gold to register for the Qingyun Sword Dao Conference, which is equivalent to the monthly income of Qingyun Dao Sect. Can't you say you can go now? Do you find it very humorous? But Taoist Taihua's serious appearance made Su Changyu panic. Master, I just said it casually at that time. How could I know you took it seriously? Besides, Master, isn't it just that you asked me to attend the Qingyun Jindao conference that was embarrassing in the past? To be honest, if I didn't have a junior brother, I wouldn't be afraid of anything. The problem is that if I lose, I'm going up and losing. Isn't this a joke? Su Changyu persuaded with great sincerity. He will definitely not go to the Qingyun Jindao conference. Even Su Changyu felt that it was a little confused. Why did Taoist Taihua really sign up for himself? No, you really think I am a peerless master, right? Su Changyu was so cowardly. He was asked to brag with his junior brother, without any problem, and he could even learn from it. But isn't it obvious that I'm going to be embarrassed by letting myself attend the Qingyun Jindao conference? He doesn't go, he won't go to death. However, Taoist Taihua shook his head and looked at Su Changyu. Changyu, do you really think that your master asked you to attend the Qingyun Swordsmanship conference and asked you to test your sword? Taoist Taihua spoke. After saying this, Su Changyu fell silent. Why not try the sword? Go and show off? Changyu, are you really stupid or pretending to be stupid? I will ask you to go to the Qingyun Jindao conference, and the key is to watch your junior brother. You junior brother, you have extraordinary swordsmanship. It's not an exaggeration to win the top 10 in this Qingyun Jindao conference. At that time, there will definitely be many people who want to make friends with your junior brother. At this time, you have to come forward and block these people, so as not to let your junior brother be led by others. Do you know? Taoist Taihua said angrily. Oh, I get it. Su Changyu finally understood what Taoist Taihua was thinking. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go. Su Changyu nodded. Anyway, he won't go to try the sword, so everything else is easy to say. You are ready. We are still some distance away from the Kendo conference. You and Yi Ping will set out together in 3 days. Taoist Taihua nodded. He didn't expect Su Changyu to play any role, as long as he could defend Yi Ping. Let's go 3 days later. So anxious? Are you the only junior brother and I? Master, won't you go? Su Changyu frowned slightly. The Sword Dao Conference is the only hope for our Qingyun Dao Sect to advance to the 3rd grade. Naturally, we cannot be late. We will set off early and arrive early, so we will avoid any trouble. Taoist Taihua said this. Okay. Master, is there any trouble going down the mountain this time? Su Changyu nodded and then asked a very important question. This is natural. Is it the kind of person who is a teacher who searches for QQ? Taoist Taihua said angrily. Su Changyu was silent and did not answer, which made Taoist Taihua's face sank. Okay, this time I went down the mountain. Considering that your junior brother will give you 500 taels of gold. Taoist Taihua said angrily. In an instant, Su Changyu was shocked. 500 taels? Master, are you crazy? Su Changyu was shocked. 500 taels of gold? Qingyun Dao Sect only earns hundreds of taels of gold a year. Attending a Qingyun swordsman conference, he actually gave him 500 taels? It is equivalent to the income of Qingyun Daozone for 5 years. Let yourself squander? Stop dreaming. These 500 taels of gold are not something you want to squander, but for your junior brother. It doesn't matter whether you eat well or live well this time down the mountain. The key is that you can't let your junior brother down, do you know? Taoist Taihua said angrily. But Su Changyu was not uncomfortable at all. Although Taoist Taihua said this, it was just a saying. Could it be that he really hungry after giving money? Okay, you can prepare well. This trip is a long way to do your homework and don't get lost at that time. By the way, Changyu, there is another thing that I want to ask you. Taoist Taihua suddenly thought of something and looked at Su Changyu and asked. Master, you asked? Su Changyu was a little curious. That's right, Changyu, your junior brother has been in the sect for almost 2 months. My master has not taught him anything. This time I went down the mountain, and the master planned to teach him something, but I don't know how to teach him. Taoist Taihua said embarrassedly. Master, even if you teach your divination algorithm now, it's useless. This is not something that can be achieved quickly. Besides, it's the same whether you teach your little things or not. It's better to wait until your junior brother comes back to teach you. Su Changyu seemed a little casually. Who said I would teach you the Tianji algorithm? I mean, I will go down the mountain this time. I want to remind you to tell you some things and teach him some human nature. When Taoist Taihua naturally had no good temper when he heard Su Changyu humiliated himself like this. Oh, then I understand, Master, after contacting the junior brother during this period, I probably know how to teach the junior brother. The junior brother is more passive. We must not take the initiative to say anything to him, but ask questions and ask the junior brother to answer. No matter what the junior brother said, let's just do the opposite. Don't follow the junior brother's wishes. Master, do you understand? When it comes to how to guide the junior brother, Su Changyu is excited. He doesn't know anything else, he really knows this. Oh, I understand. In other words, I will ask him a question first, and then no matter how he answers, I will do the opposite, right? Taoist Taihua said this. Kindness. Su Changyu nodded. Okay, go back and get ready. After understanding how to guide Yi Ping, Taoist Taihua waved his hand and asked Su Changyu to leave. That's it. 1 hour later. The cliff behind the sky. At this moment, Yi Ping was in a state of enlightenment. But now he has reached the second level of Qi training and instantly sensed that someone was coming. Soon, Yi Ping was a little surprised. Sect Master? Yi Ping woke up from enlightenment. He opened his eyes, cancelled the time formation, and looked at Taoist Taihua not far away. This is an additional update on Saturday. Tomorrow will be the third update. Then there are 5 extra updates, but when it is released, it will be given to everyone. Thank you for your support from all readers. I hope all readers understand that the number of words in this book has exceeded the standard, and there is still a free period for the next month. End of this chapter. Under the cliff of Qingyun Mountain. Taoist Taihua was a little nervous. This kind of tension is a kind of tension when I first taught Su Chang to sword. But the only difference is that he knows that Su Changyu is a waste, but Yi Ping is a genius. Fortunately, I came here today, but it was not to teach Yi Ping any skills. The main purpose is to teach Yi Ping some principles of dealing with the world and the world of cultivation. Taihua, you can't be embarrassed in front of a disciple. You have to be calm. Taoist Taihua kept reminding himself in his heart to remain calm and to keep his mind steady, and not to embarrass Yi Ping. Just as Taoist Taihua kept reminding himself in his heart. Yi Ping had already stood up. Yi Ping, I've met the leader. Yi Ping's voice sounded, bringing Taoist Taihua to his senses. Yi Ping became a little nervous. During this period, I had become a little used to the elder brother and the others, but when I saw the leader for the second time, Yi Ping was naturally a little nervous. After all, whether I can continue to stay in the hidden sect depends on the leader's intention. Yi Ping, don't be so polite. Taoist Taihua's face was calm, and Yi Ping had not yet officially become a disciple, so he could not call him a disciple. I'm here to find you today, and there are a few things to tell you. Taoist Taihua looked very calm, and Yi Ping was also full of curiosity, not knowing why the leader suddenly looked for him. Principal, please say. Yi Ping seemed very respectful, not only because the other party was the leader, but more importantly, the grace of teaching was greater than that of heaven. Although Taoist Taihua had not accepted him as his disciple, in Yiping's heart, Taoist Taihua was already considered his master. Even if Taoist Taihua really expelled himself from the sect one day, Yiping would not have any resentment. He remembered this kindness in his heart. That's right. Your senior brother should have told you this Qingyun Jiandao conference that you must work hard and set off in 3 days. However, this Qingyun Jiandao conference does not allow you to get a ranking, but hopes that through this kind of experience, you can truly understand the world of cultivation. Of course, if you can get a good ranking, it is naturally the best. It's just that this trip, you may have been away for several months. You are still in the world and you don't know many things in the world of immortal cultivation, so I came to give you some advice so that you won't know how to solve the problem. Taoist Taihua said this. Hearing this, Yiping couldn't help but feel warm. To be honest, it was just a trip to the mountain, but he didn't expect that the leader was worried about him in all kinds of ways. How could Yiping not be moved? Thank you, master. Yiping bowed and thanked. Then you sit down and the head of the sect will ask you a few questions. Taoist Taihua asked Yiping to sit down, and he also sat down and looked at Yiping. Soon, Taoist Taihua sounded. The world of immortal cultivation is full of worldly dust, thousands of people have faces, and there are good things and evil. So when you encounter someone doing evil, what should you do? Taoist Taihua looked extremely serious. He asked on his own initiative. Yiping pondered for a while. Then he spoke, since he is a disciple of the righteous path, when he sees someone doing evil, should he take action to save the other party? Do the Tao for heaven? Yiping replied. However, this answer happened to be the thought of Taoist Taihua. Wrong. Taoist Taihua shook his head directly and then spoke. The world of cultivation is extremely dangerous. Although we cultivators are famous in upright sects, you must think about a question before helping others. Do you have the ability to take action? If you don't have the ability, you will die if you go up. If you die, what else can you do for heaven? Taoist Taihua said something very well. After hearing this, Yiping couldn't help but nodded, feeling enlightened from his heart. Yes, so what about the righteous monk? If someone does evil, wouldn't he be able to fight to death? How can you do what you want to do for heaven if you die? So if you encounter someone who does evil, think about it first and then decide, do you understand? Taoist Taihua warned Yiping with a serious look on his face. Disciple understands. Yiping kept these words in his heart. Sect master, what if I can beat him? Yiping asked. As soon as this question was mentioned, Taoist Taihua was stunned. Can you beat it? He never considered this issue. Because I have never won. If you can beat me, just beat me to death. Yiping, remember the leader, do things directly, or don't provoke others. Once you provoke me, don't let the other party go. You don't want to kill someone, but you have to beat the other party to be afraid of you and be scared of the other party. If you make a big grudge, don't take any affection into consideration and never be compassionate. People's hearts are unpredictable. Sometimes you are very compassionate and let others go, but others will not accept your affection. Yiping, remember what my teacher said. If you want a person to truly admit his mistake, it is not the mouth, but the fist. Do you understand? Taoist Taihua is very serious. He is very knowledgeable about this issue. Understood. Yiping nodded, he understood. It has to be said that the head of the hidden sect is different. Yiping originally thought that Taoist Taihua would say something like we are a famous and upright sect, and we must be chivalrous and righteous when encountering injustice. But unexpectedly, Taoist Taihua taught himself like this, which was sincere to be kind to him. Yiping, the head of the sect asked you again, if you encounter an enemy and an inevitable battle occurs, do you choose to keep your hands or do your best? Taoist Taihua continued to ask. Leave a hand. Yiping replied subconsciously. Wrong. But soon, Taoist Taihua's voice sounded directly. It's a big mistake. If you have an inevitable fight with someone, you should not keep your hands, but do your best. Don't underestimate your enemies, even if you have completed your chi training, it seems that he is only a level of Qi training, and you can't underestimate it. Yi Ping, remember this sentence from the leader, never underestimate anyone. When you have an inevitable battle with others, all you can do is do your best and not think about hiding your own private life and death. In the real battle of life and death, the enemy will not give you a second chance, do you understand? For some reason, Taoist Taihua seemed extra angry when he said this. Disciple understands. Yi Ping nodded. He understood this more. Yes, the world of cultivating immortals is crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Just like myself, it seems that it is just the second level of Qi training, but in fact, I have practiced it again. Even the monks at the 7th and 8th level of Qi training cannot beat me. Suppose you encounter an enemy like you, despise the other party and want to keep a move, but the other party does his best, then you will be dead. Taoist Taihua is right. The enemy will not give himself a second chance to take action. Dead means death. No matter how strong you are, you will die if you die, and no one will speak up for you. Good. When you encounter an enemy in the future, if you really fight, you won't hide it. Yi Ping wrote down this idea in his heart. Yi Ping, remember what the leader said. If you don't move, you will be shocking. Either don't interfere in anything. Once you intervene, don't delay and leave yourself troubles, so as not to get involved in cause and effect. Do you know? Taoist Taihua's words are a real teaching. Although he had been extremely mediocre all his life, at least he had lived to this day. In this life, he had seen countless old friends die at the hands of demons and people of the same clan. The world of fairy tale is bright, but there is also a dark side. If you can't see it, it doesn't mean there is nothing. Sect Master, the disciple has kept all this in his heart. Thank you for your guidance. Yi Ping bowed, and he bowed to Taoist Taihua sincerely. Since you can understand, it's not in vain that I'll go there myself. 3 days later, you will go to Qingyun Ancient City with your senior brother. What you said just now, think carefully. But there is another saying, think more, think about anything when you encounter it, and don't regret it if you decide. After solving the problem, you must also reflect and carefully recall whether this matter was done right, whether it was done wrong, whether it was done right, and where it was done wrong, do you know? Taoist Taihua patted Yi Ping on the shoulder and said so. No. Yi Ping nodded seriously. Okay, work hard. Taoist Taihua didn't say much, and he had finished what he should say. He stood up and left with his back to Yi Ping. Although his back looked a little depressed, it was extremely majestic in Yi Ping's eyes. After one stick of incense, Yi Ping woke up from his thoughts and continued to realize the sword. He will go down the mountain in 3 days. He hopes to realize the new sword moves taught by his elder brother within these 3 days. So I don't want to waste time. End of this chapter. The next day. There are less than 2 days left before going down the mountain. Su Qingyu had already gone down the mountain, but he just took Taoist Taihua down the mountain with him, and he didn't know what he had done. And under the cliff behind the blue clouds, Yi Ping's sword speed was getting faster and faster. Although it is just a simple basic swordsmanship. But this basic sword technique seemed to have a superb feeling in Yi Ping's hands. Unfortunately, until late at night, Yi Ping still did not understand the eldest brother's new sword move. Late at night, Yi Ping sat alone under the cliff. There are still 2 days left before going down the mountain. This trip down the mountain, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no trouble, so Yi Ping wants to understand the new sword and find as soon as possible. In this way, at least he will encounter danger and have more protection. But unfortunately, my qualifications are too dull. It's almost a month, and I haven't fully realized it. And at this moment, 2 figures appeared in the Qingyun Sect. It was Su Changyu's figure. At this moment, Su Changyu was holding a bag tightly, his eyes full of joy. Taoist Taihua also held a bag in his hand and looked at Su Changyu with some anger. Changyu, the master you want has bought you the long robe of the white crane in Luyun. This time, take good care of your junior brother. Never make any mistakes. If something goes wrong, don't blame the master for causing trouble for you. Taoist Taihua said, a little annoyed. Early in the morning, Su Qingyu came to him and said that he would go to the Qingzhou Jindao conference and always buy some new clothes to set off himself. At first Taoist Taihua thought it was quite reasonable, but unexpectedly, Su Qingyu took him directly to Tianyi Pavilion, and a whole set of robes cost 100 taels of gold. 100 taels, the annual income of Qingyun Sect. And he bought several sets as soon as he bought them. After all, there are so many disciples in the sect, and Taoist Taihua naturally gains the same amount of rain and dew. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that there was some money on hand now, and Su Qingyu said it was right, otherwise he would rather die than buy it. Master, don't worry, I promise to be optimistic about junior brother. Su Qingyu was filled with joy. This beautiful white crane and cloud robe is the new style this year. He has been dreaming of for a long time and never thought that one day he would really wear this outfit. At this moment, Su Qingyu felt that he was the best. However, Su Qingyu has not worn it now, so he is reluctant to wear it and plans to wear it again on the day he goes down the mountain. This set is still 2 days left for your junior brother. You can give me some advice on your junior brother. You are always young, you have little ambitions for your teacher. As long as you can enter the top 10, you will be satisfied. Taoist Taihua said seriously. Although he knew that it was not very meaningful for Su Qingyu to teach or not, it mainly depends on Yiping's talent. But he still hoped that Su Qingyu could use snacks, even if Yiping could make a little progress, he was satisfied. I'll go find him now. Su Qingyu nodded, then took the bag handed over by Taoist Taihua and walked towards the cliff behind Qingyun. On the way to the cliff, Su Qingyu met Su Luochen. The latter was walking at night, looking a little melancholy, but after so long, he still couldn't get out of the shadow. Luochen. Perhaps because he was in a very good mood, Su Qingyu greeted Su Luochen. The latter looked up, with a little surprise in his eyes. Senior brother. He spoke subconsciously and shouted. Luochen, the alchemy assessment meeting will be held soon. You must work hard and become an alchemist as soon as possible. Senior brother believes in you, don't be discouraged. Su Qingyu encouraged Su Luochen. However, Su Luochen was stunned, and his eyes were full of astonishment when he looked at Su Qingyu. He had never heard Su Qingyu speak to him like this. What does this mean? Crazy, senior brother is really crazy. Su Luochen shook his head bitterly and left, constantly muttering in his heart that Su Qingyu went crazy. Su Qingyu didn't think much about it and came directly to Hozai. Under the back cliff. Yiping sat cross-leggedly not far away. There is a saying that Yiping is very diligent, so diligent that Su Qingyu was very ashamed. Although his talent is so terrifying, he is still so diligent. For a moment, Su Qingyu couldn't help feeling uncomfortable for those geniuses of the same age. Just think about it, it's true that a peerless genius, even if you are gifted, the problem is that you are still so diligent. Fortunately, I am a waste, otherwise, if I meet someone like Yiping, I will really cry. It's 10 times more uncomfortable than Su Luochen. My junior brother. Retracting his mind, Su Qingyu called out to Yiping, who was comprehensive the sword scar. Senior brother? Are you here? Yiping woke up from enlightenment. He was too involved to notice Su Qinyu's arrival. My junior brother, this is a new clothes specially bought for you by the head of the sect. It can avoid dust and prevent snakes, insects, rats and ants. Su Qingyu put the bag in front of Yiping and said so. Thank you, senior brother. Yiping took over the burden. He was not very interested in these things now, and what he was thinking about was the sword move. After giving the thing, Su Qingyu glanced at Yiping. He could see that Yiping seemed confused. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he stood up and walked to the cliff alone. He stared at the ink-like sky, leaving only Yiping with the back of a peerless sword immortal. Under the cliff. Yiping looked at Su Qingyu. For some reason, just looking at Su Qingyu, Yiping seemed to have an epiphany, but it seemed like there was a layer of diaphragm that could not be penetrated for a long time. Finally, Yiping couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at Su Qingyu and plucked up the courage. Senior brother. As soon as his voice sounded, Su Changyu interrupted directly. Calm your heart. Su Changyu's voice was not loud, but it seemed to have magic power, which calmed down Yi. My junior brother, let go of the obsession in your heart and feel the beauty between heaven and earth. All the answers you want are between this world. How can I realize the truth if my mind is unstable? Su Changyu's voice sounded calmly. The sound was like a revelation, and it rang in Yi Ping's ears. At this moment, Yi Ping's heart calmed down. He didn't go to see the sword marks. I didn't think about the sword moves anymore. Just draw out the sword and then start practicing the basic sword moves. Prick. Pick. Cut. Hack. Point. Under the moonlight. Yi Ping practiced basic sword moves. His mind was blank. I didn't think about anything, and I did whatever I wanted, and I felt that the way was natural. Su Changyu did not go to see Yi Ping, but kept turning his back to Yi Ping. He had already thought it through and waited for about an hour before he could explain some reason to Yi Ping. Just let Yi Ping understand it carefully now. But, under the cliff. Yi Ping drew his sword faster and faster. Under the back cliff.